stop fantasizing a dead woman? Thank you.
I'm not fantasizing. I just watched a clip. We have video in our part of the world.
You have video in your tunnels? Oh, wow.
What's it? I mean, no, I haven't been in Gaza lately. I don't know if
I've been in New York, right? New York tunnels.
You mean the subway?
I mean the one next to the yeshiva.
What's the tunnel next to yeshiva? What yeshiva?
Yeah, you want me to send you the video?
No, I want you to tell me what the fuck you're talking about, or admit you have no idea.
the one that has baby mattresses in it.
What has a baby mattress? What yeshiva has a baby mattress? What tunnel?
The yeshiva tunnels in New York.
What yeshiva tunnel? The only tunnels I know about are in Hamas, unless you're talking about the subway.
New York tunnels.
I'm sorry, there aren't any. I think you just made it up, or you're thinking of Gaza.
Yeah, I already told you.
Gaza. No, I want you to tell me what you're talking about. No. Or else admit that you don't know.
A picture is worth 1,000 words, man.
And
all the fish that we eat got fucking up.
Of course, when they flooded this country with, over 20 million illegal immigrants during the, Biden administration and shit, he just opened the border. They were counting on these type of incidents happening with some dumbass getting killed or injured by ICE, and then they murder. That's what's happening exactly here. So
no, this isn't a genuine protest. The intentions is by the state government, Waltz and Frey, to instigate a pushback to, brush over the fraud that's been going on there. They want this issue to occur. What's come out on X is that state government politicians and some employees are involved with the tracking and the identifying of ICE agents and doxing them. That all came out today. Did you see that, Matt?
I did see that. Yep. It's his staff. It's Waltz's staff. Right. I think at this point, with 15 million illegals here, man, we need robot ICE agents at this point. That's a lot of people. Yeah, that's a lot of people. I think we need to call Elon Musk, get these ICE robot agents out. This shit is crazy, man. And then the crazy thing about it, before Trump won in this last election, they was bragging about it like, yeah, if he wins, how the hell are you going to get out all these people, huh? They was bragging about bringing in all these people. It's going to cost you a lot of money. You can't do it. So obviously it was intentional with these Democrats, and that's what makes it so evil what they was doing. It's cynical. I was nefarious. This changed my life, man. When I went to Mexico, started living in Mexico back and forth, that's when Biden first got elected. The shit what I seen was astronomical craziness. It was buck wild. I was on a plane. 80% of the plane were refugees. Like, what the fuck? Have we not learned anything from 9/11? This is crazy, man. And on the news, I'm watching the news like, oh yeah, CNN. What is he talking about? They're not shipping in migrants on planes. 6 months later, yeah, they are doing it. Because I was like, this is crazy. Tim Waltz he need to be underneath the jail. Like Keith Ellison, all these people, all these Somalians, all this criminality and fraud. Doing the math, 80,000 people stole $9 billion using disabled children funds. That's $112,000 per person, and that's just the start. So why does Tim Waltz don't release criminals from the jail? Why don't he do it? These are illegals. He should release them to the ICE agents.
He's going to release them into the public. That's what
to the public. Yeah, it's crazy, man. But that's happening.
Riddle me this: why is it that why is it that the Democrats never take accountability? Like, do they think that they're not responsible for any of this? That's my question to you. Like,
man.
Where to delusion? Just like 20 million illegals. This didn't appear because cops showed up right now. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you the secret. What's gonna come out next is gonna blow your mind, and then next it's gonna come out soon. You think that Somali stuff was crazy? These NGOs and these charity organizations, they was all at the border. Guess what? They was in freaking Mexico too. They was in Mexico recruiting people from Mexico to go across the border because they tapped me on the shoulder and they try to recruit me. And I turned around, I was like, "What you say?" And I was like, "Huh?" And she was like, "Oh shit, this is an American." I'm like, yeah, it was crazy. It's so much money that these people. I mean, they was getting filthy rich. Just go back and look at these videos and other people who was reporting the situation.
You know what we should do is just take all of North America and all of South America.
yeah,
And
Baja,
we don't
for
need
sure.
to
We need Baja.
deport anybody.
Oh, let me tell you the other thing too. What's happening in Mexico, right? All these buses, because they mainly go by bus, right? All these hotels. I was in Monterrey. They was getting crazy amount of money, booking all these trips to go to the border. All they was getting paid. Everybody was getting paid off of us. It was crazy,
For
man.
human trafficking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's a $1 billion industry. But no, a better solution is we just round up all of the illegals and send them to Minnesota.
No, you put them on fucking planes, you send them to Alcatraz Island, and then you deport them to either supermax prisons or other countries, and you get them the fuck out of America as soon as possible with vigilance and force and strength.
I mean, we are buying Greenland. I mean, maybe that is part of the whole spiel.
Send them to Greenland.
What's that? Yeah, maybe we can just go to Greenland. Sit in.
Maybe spray water on them when they get to Greenland.
I mean, just for me, it's just the lack of like, we didn't do any of the stuff that you guys are talking about. There's no illegals here. There's no sanctuary city here. It's just this whole like head fake, like don't look over here.
It's a conspiracy,
like,
man.
there's no like responsibility. What's that, Wallace?
No, it's a total conspiracy. It has to be. I mean, none of this makes any sense, and it's so there's so much there and so much on the table. Like to think it all happened on accident is retarded.
It's all by design. But yeah, like I was telling you,
You got Americans fighting for, like, some of these people are poor. Some of these people down here, man, like in Mexico, they come from families who got money, they already have 20 acres of land, 100 acres of land, got a nice house, 4 stories rooftop. And I'm like, why are you fighting for people who have more than you? Like, you're living in a small, crappy-ass apartment, 1 bedroom. Maybe you're on government assistance and you don't even own anything whatsoever. You're fighting for people who actually own shit. You can play for the okie doke. I mean, there was Chinese people coming across the border with Gucci shoes on. I mean, this is just nuts, man. It's crazy.
Look at my PTR. The Democrats are trying to flip the Congress by putting out disinformation. The guy's a freak show. He's another trans. And they're putting out fake news. And they're all acting like he's this nice, innocent guy. And the fact of the matter is they're all putting out fake news information. Every politician, including the guy that I'm running against, and every Democrat are backpedaling and saying, we have to fully research this, investigate this, prosecute, this is wrong, this is murder. And the guy's a fucking clown. We live in clown world. All our politicians are clown world, clown people. They're all lying to us all the time. It's all manipulation. It's all fake news, all control. It's all emotional manipulation. It's very deceptive. It's traitorous. It's treasonous. And a lot of these fucking people who are the complain gang, they're not even from this fucking country. We are completely ruled by fucking clowns in this piece of shit clown world.
Hey, real quick, Matt, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I wanted to speak. Mother left, but Mother was all worried about training and getting the proper training. I just wanted to let all the people know that who are worried about that, the local sheriff can deputize civilians. So if your sheriff is right-wing, ran crazy, he can go out and he can deputize whoever he wants. with no training, and they would be deputized sheriffs in the county to enforce law. So I just wanted to point that out. Nicholas is gone, or mother, but just for all you people out there, I bet Jarl probably says the same fucking stupid argument. Yeah, the local sheriff can deputize any civilian citizen in the county, and we can enforce law. Like the Rough Riders, you guys should go watch the Young Guns. It's good.
Come on up, Jarl. We need a whipping boy.
Well, I did pass up here, buddy.
I did have some questions to ask him, right, Beaver? So maybe a good one to throw at, because
Yeah, I was kidding about whipping boy. Just come on up.
yeah.
And Republicans. Can I just say that Republicans and the Attorney General absolutely has to have state prosecutors to prosecute election fraud. These ballots, these election databases are completely fugazi. There's hundreds of thousands of people that don't even exist. They're on all these county voter rolls. The Democrats win by deception, fraud, manipulation, Dominion voting systems, the results they send to the state board elections. Lawyers have to get involved on the Republican Party. If they don't, they will lose everything March 17th. It'll be over. And they have to get aggressive and practice lawfare. And they should fire Pam Bondi and put in a military JAG war fighter who's prepared to go to war March 17th.
How do you feel about Marshall Rankin?
Dude, 300 phones, dude. You could do it all by yourself.
No, I can't do anything by myself. And I will tell you how I feel about Marshall Rankin. I think it's ridiculous that he gets special protective cover on this app, that when I criticize him, I get muted and kicked. Fuck Marshall Rankin. He's a fake Republican. Yes, he's a fucking produce picker on farms and he knocks on doors. I know he's nothing special, but fuck Marshall Rankin.
You admitted to
You
a
better be
felony
careful.
today.
He'll fix your history there, Edmund. You better be careful.
He admitted to a felony. John, I didn't know if you knew that.
I think I've heard of.
You hear about that, Matt? I called that shit right out.
What's that?
Yeah, Marshall admitted to a felony on stage. I was like, this fucking idiot, bro. I couldn't even believe it. I mean,
What was his
that's
felony?
what we're dealing with on this app. I just don't give it much credence, because here Marshall's supposed to be this, do you know how many doors you knock on? I knock on doors, so that means I know more about politics than you
He
do.
farms in the off season.
Low IQ, bro.
Unbelievable. I never thought I would hear that day that Marshall admitted to a felony on this app.
What was he found guilty of? What was he prosecuted for?
What was it? Going over the border or something? Oh no, it was the worker thing earlier, right?
No, having guns, smoking pot with guns in the wilderness or some shit.
Yeah, So he tells.
Don't worry.
I'll give you the story. Okay, so he goes in to tell this story, and it was largely framed as how you should act when a police officer, when you interact with a police officer, and you shouldn't fight with the police officers, right? That's ultimately his anecdotal story was all about. So then he reveals that he was on his own private property when the police confronted him, and people asked him why, and he said, "Well, I was smoking pot, and I got a ticket for smoking pot." And they're like, "Well, why'd you get a ticket?" He goes, "Well, because when they started to do their investigation, I had 10 firearms on me." And right away, I'm like, I'm down in the chat. I'm like, 10 firearms? Having a firearm in possession of marijuana at the exact same time is a felony for U.S. state code. Well, he goes on and says, "Well, I just got a ticket for it." Well, yeah, because in the state of Texas, it's just a misdemeanor. But that police officer did him a service, literally privilege. I mean, here he is. And you know how they are on the left. They're like, "Well, it's because you have your white privilege." Literally admitting to having privilege, but not being charged with a federal felony. Because due to U.S. Civil Code, you cannot possess marijuana and a gun at the same time. So he literally did get let off on an easy state charge. On top of that, one more thing. I said what a dumbass this guy was, because Christian has not ran
conscription has not ran on that. He didn't give us a time frame. Let's say he did it last year, right? This occurred last year. He could still be charged with the federal offense. Even though he had the state crime charged on him, they could still come back and charge him for it. Now, if I was like really ruthless, but I have a life and I actually do shit, and I'm not really going to go ruin the guy's life. But maybe if someone out there that does not have a life is listening right now, feel free to ruin Marshall's, because he should, face the consequences for admitting a felony on social media.
Don't give me ideas, Andy, you motherfucker.
Oh, I already reported him to the FBI, Secretary Noam, because today he said that ICE agents are Gestapo SS Nazis, and he also says he wants to arrest ICE Barbie Noam. So Marshall Rankin is a fucking door knocker and a potato picker. I mean, but that's Clown House. You can get away with being, the dumbest person in the world. And look how he's glorified for it in Patty and First Lady's room. He is welcomed among them because he is the ultimate cuck. He's viewed as non-threatening. He really is just a soy boy. That's what he is.
He'll be farming full time. He'll be farming
crazy
full time.
about saying ICE agents are good. That's so disrespectful for the people who served in World War II. Like, would Hitler give people plane tickets and some food to leave the country? What the fuck? What are we talking about? My grandfather served in World War II. You know how many people effing died? It was like 50 million people died in World War II. These people are not going
My
to the gas
grandfather
station.
killed hell of Nazis. It was great.
But Nathan, they ordered 800 something. They ordered 800 something guillotines like 10 years ago.
Oh, he got us with extra blades.
Man, what are you
Yeah,
doing?
so Nathan, you're saying that calling them Nazis is the worst thing in the world. I mean, that's what you're implying.
It's crazy. This call.
I'm just saying, like, you don't think that what went on back then is not going to happen now, especially with certain times.
Back then,
have you ever heard of Operation Paperclip, Nathan?
So here's
Have you ever
what
heard of
happened.
Operation Paperclip?
Gotcha. So here's what happened. When Hitler gained power, he literally locked up his opposition. That's what Hitler did. Oh, does that sound familiar? Locking up the opposition? Okay, that sounds like projecting. So they put him in jail, right? And then he got the Gestapo and put him in internment camps. Like, are we really about to say that people are rounding up immigrants, giving them plane tickets and feeding them and taking them back home and make sure they get back to their home country safely and properly? And we have videos of them going back home from their home country and saying, yeah, man, I had a ride in America. I got caught. And now I'm back home and their family's crying. Oh, what's the bad? What the fuck are we talking about, man? It's so effing stupid for I don't care if you're on the left or the right. It's dumb and insane and it's dangerous.
But isn't the president saying the exact same things? I mean, he's bringing a certain level of draconian authoritarian. Like, Nathan, what is wrong with you, bro? Like, he's joking about locking certain people up. Like, what are you talking about?
Real quick, Ray.
That's the reason why people make those comparisons, Nathan. I mean, we literally saw this fool, a guy that was part of his cabinet, what's his name? Elon Musk throw the Nazi salute, Nathan. I mean,
Oh my God!
and then you're gonna sit up here and say it's the Roman salute, dude.
He's giving people $3,000 a ticket now to leave the country. What are you talking about, bro?
Something about this country.
Hitler did not pay anybody to leave. Hitler didn't pay people to leave, man. I don't know what kind of weird Hitler. Have you watched any type of Hitler documentary?
Yes, I have. I watched them.
So now you're just lying, man. Now you're lying. Now you're full of shit, right?
What you gonna say? It's the Roman salute.
Guess what?
Caesar Augustus and Mark Antony, all them crazy people.
Crazy. Guess what? Canada has immigration enforcement. Mexico really has immigration enforcement. You think our shit is funny?
Riabia, do
Man,
you
I can't
deserve
figure it out.
America, or does America deserve you? You're just a complainer, Riabia. You're not a leader. You're not a patriot. You're just a punk, dude.
I don't need to be being a patriot is idolatry.
Every country has immigration enforcement.
So
Every country has immigration enforcement.
We should get back to the guillotines, Rihanna. Why did they get so many blades? Why did they order so many boxes of extra blades for those guillotines?
But see, to execute the people of the United States, maybe.
Do you think it's for all the treasonous leftists? You think it's for all the treasonous leftists?
Oh, it's for it's for.
Swing it back on pendulum and hit the conservatives. Which one? Who's gonna get them?
Man, this guy is crazy. What you smoking on, man? God,
What am I smoking on?
Brought it up. I've been watching.
The reason why I was bringing that up as a talking point to say that this country, they've been wanting to do all this. I mean, listen, when 9/11 happened, they contrived little demolition that they did to blame it on some brown men in a cave, right? You know what the right did? They willingly, just like they're willingly now accepting what ICE is doing, they willingly accepted the Patriot Act when what's old dude's name? George W. Bush signed that into legislation. The Patriot Act to go up against anybody that they deem to be a terrorist in this country, a domestic terrorist. So, I'm on drugs. This is something you can go look up, Nathan. Like, what do you mean?
These terrorists, you know what? The terrorist
point is say that it's asinine to say that what Trump is doing right now.
Al Qaeda and K's don't call themselves brown. You do realize?
Yeah, Nathan. We're mass destruction, bro. Until Team 6 or whatever.
The American terrorists call them brown people, but they themselves call themselves Muslims. That's what the Patriot Act was created for. The Patriot Act was created to attack colored people.
Oh, yeah. And it was also created for,
Don't even start, bro.
It's what the facts are. Start telling the truth. Start telling the truth.
You got caught up in
if you're somebody that's
when you got caught up in this homosexuality, which is far more.
You're a truth teller. They're gonna sit up here and list you.
You got caught up with homosexuality. That's far worse.
So if you sit up here and say that the Twin Towers, based off of people who were witnessing this situation firsthand, say that there were bombings happening beneath, the Twin Towers, and that there was that. It doesn't make sense to fly that plane flying to two towers and they just collapsed in the way that it collapsed. Like physics doesn't even make sense. The physics behind it doesn't even make sense. The point I'm saying is that if they're able to put that in law, in legislation, then that means that they can turn on you whenever the hell they feel like doing. If they deem you to be, if they deem you to be a threat to the government based off of what they deem to be a threat.
It wasn't long enough for us to forget that they lied about weapons of mass destruction just to kill innocent million colored people.
Gotcha. So you scared about getting caught with your plots. That's what I'm saying.
Explained it really well too. I heard that.
Well, I mean, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something, Nathan. A lot of them truth tellers, they were putting out a lot of pertinent information. I noticed that a lot of their websites and channels got hit hard. And especially on YouTube, a lot of them dudes got hit hard because he said we got to get rid of these conspiracy theorists, right? And that's what they did.
Terrorists.com.
You know what I'm saying?
Follow that.
And they label these particular people.
America are the terrorists, my friend. It's the American government, the CIA. They're the terrorists.
So our Qaeda is our friends.
Excuse me, Nathan, maybe you need to pick
up some of the FBI, CIA about to show you that it was America who created ISIS.
Oh shit.
Why don't you pick that up and read that, you idiots?
I already know that.
It was America who created Al Qaeda.
Ketchup.
They're the ones who funded Osama bin Laden. They're the ones who gave them the money and the weapons. Wake up.
Hey, operatives.
Who was that fighting resistance? Were they fighting us? Or were they fighting? Start with an R. Start with a Soviet.
No. America propped them up. They were trying to invade Afghanistan, and the Muslims were fighting against them. But it doesn't change the fact that America funded them.
Now they ungrateful. This is crazy. Yeah, I need to learn history.
You need to learn real history, not this white colonizer history. That's the problem with you black slaves.
Dude, you was actually in jail for.
Wait, breaking news. Sick. Says there's a new video.
New video out. Let's see if he'll post it. Oh, here he comes again.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Armin.
Yeah, I just put it in the link of the video. Yeah, dude, the ICE agents were yelling, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" And the way they're going to assess this is, at the time, would a reasonable person perceive a threat? And if they're asking after they shot him, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" They had no clue that gun was gone, so they were still under the premise that he was still armed. So yeah, they're clear on this, man. Yeah, they're going to be clear on this.
That wouldn't make no sense. If they don't know where the gun, why would they say the gun if they don't know where there's a gun?
Because the ICE agent disarmed him if they were aware that.
How would they know that if they don't know where the gun
Can I
is?
answer? You gonna let me answer the question, or are you gonna answer it for me? Because I'll wait for you.
Let them answer the question. How are they gonna say
let 'em-
where's the gun? Where's the gun? When they didn't know there was a gun. Now answer that, please. Yeah, I love to.
So again, they knew he had a gun on him. That's why the ICE agent was able to disarm him. But amongst the commotion, they didn't realize he was disarmed at the time. So they were assuming he was still armed. So at that point, they are assuming he is still a threat and he is resisting arrest. It's clear as day. Watch that video. Everything slowed down. Everything stabilized, bro. You can see it clear as day. So at that point is what would a reasonable person do at that time? And they were still under the assumption because after he was shot, they're yelling, "Where's the gun? Where's the gun?" So they're still assuming that the weapon is within his vicinity. So they're clear, bro. They're clear.
No, they're not clear. You know why? Because first of all, he wasn't resisting arrest. That's your interpretation.
No.
He wasn't resisting
Okay,
arrest.
well, watch that video. It's slowed
I
down.
did watch it a million times.
He popped up on his knees several times. That's resisting, sir.
No, that's not resisting. That is not the definition of resisting. No, it isn't.
Okay, all right.
Because number one, there's ice and snow on the floor. He was slipping and he was trying to catch his balance. Resisting would be if he was trying to get away from the officer, or he had no knowledge. Because once again, he stepped in the middle of the officer trying to detain the woman. He sprayed the woman. Once he got sprayed, he can't even see what's going on. He was blinded, and then he got tackled, and he fell on his knees. When the officer grabs his gun while they're beating the shit out of him, how do the other officers know that he even has a gun, or the officer took the gun? They don't know.
That's why they yelled gun, gun, gun.
They didn't yell shit gun.
Okay, so.
Okay, look.
You're making that part up. There's no order saying gun, gun, gun.
Stop it. Say there's 5 officers. They're all up on this guy trying to get him corralled. One officer happens to see a gun. He yells, "Gun, gun, gun." That doesn't mean the other 4 officers in that moment saw the gun. So they're basing it on him saying gun. Okay, then this guy takes the gun away. 2 seconds later, they
There's no audio where he's saying gun, gun, gun. You keep me.
Y'all haven't seen the latest video. He discharged the weapon. The guy who took the gun, okay, accidentally discharged the weapon. That's what caused it.
Yeah.
That's what caused everybody to say gun, gun, gun. It was the ICE agent who shot the gun on accident. That's the reason why they shot him.
Those 3 camera angles look like, once again, the dude took the gun from
He
him.
took the gun from him, and on accident, he shot the weapon on the ground. Okay, that's what everybody else done. No, it's not a video. It's not a video. It's a video.
It just dropped or something on top of it. But wait a minute, we confirmed that the gun was taken from his holster, right? We can confirm that. We all agree on that, right?
agent took his weapon and accidentally shot it down at the ground. Not
Where's
his
your proof of that? Because the video's
That's
out.
theory.
No, it's not a theory. There's a video.
I've seen them all. I've seen all the videos.
I just seen the video, and the guy, the victim, whatever you want to call him, he was reaching for his, well, supposedly weapons that used to be there, but they don't know if he was trying to take out another weapon. But it's clear from what I can see, and he slowed it down in the video, that he did he was on his knees and he reached for the holster area, and he was reaching, right?
Yes.
So that caused intentions, right? It put the intentions on the person. Say, hey, if officer, are you fighting with the cops? Why are you reaching to the area where they're at? What was her intention? Do you have another gun? Do you have a knife? Whatever. So I mean, this is a hard one. I mean, the guy was obviously not up to any good, in my opinion.
Molly, you're trying to say something? Go for it.
Yeah, that's the part, Nathan, and I'm still very disturbed by the whole thing, but I will say, when I saw that part that you just described, I did change my tune a little, because I think that footage, that will definitely support the shooting, unfortunately. Now, going backwards in time, I still think the way the ICE agents were behaving was fucking not cool. I mean, shoving the ladies, I'm sorry, I'm not okay with that.
Y'all must
And
not
I
have
do
seen the
think
video.
that they were out of line, and I think that this could have gone so much better if they were not behaving like fucking. I think they were behaving very poorly. So the whole thing's very sad.
Did you guys not see the new video? There's a zoomed in of his hand, okay? Where he has the weapon, it's pointed down at the ground. You can see the gun cycle, and you can see a puff of smoke.
He posted the link in the chat so we can check it out.
I got the video, but I don't have the link. Hold on. Because I just downloaded it to my phone. Let me see if I can find the video.
You people love to silence people when they don't agree with you. But the reality is, number one, it's fucking snowing. There was dust, all types of shit. There is no reports from the Department of Justice, the ICE Border Patrol, that that firearm that they confiscated from him was discharged. Why are you making things up? You're the one that go on the monologue, so shut up.
No,
Don't ask me shit. Listen, and then when I stop, then you can go. There is no reports from the officers or the DHS department, that gun that they confiscated from when they took it off his waist was discharged. Why are you making things up?
Because we have eyes. And all you gotta do is zoom in.
Yeah, your eyes are deceiving you because you're an idiot.
It's not deceiving. I understand guns. And I'm not an idiot, bitch.
Just share it.
Call names.
Alright, so real quick, Sig,
Yeah, I know. Your mother's a bitch.
Your mother's
real
a
quick,
bitch.
Sig, what do you think about what Holly said?
Ass motherfucker.
Her assessment.
Because your daughter's a bitch.
Now we bringing in kids into
Yeah, you guys
You
want to
know I got kids,
ghetto
dumbass
ass
motherfucker.
Fuck your family.
motherfuckers down here, bottom fucking
It's my own family will fuck you. Shut your dumb ass up.
I'll piss on your family and I'll pistol whip them with his gun.
I'll let you before I
Resistance is gonna be back in jail. Resistance is gonna be back in jail soon. Don't worry.
Nathan, you're a homosexual. You're beneath the shit of the earth. Shut up.
Bring all the earplugs. Bring all the earplugs.
Yeah, okay.
So anyway, Sig, did you heard Holly? Sig, you heard Holly though. Do you identify with her assessment that it was like overbearing and rough, but justifying after watching the last video she mentioned?
No, because there's actual footage that surfaced prior to this interaction that we're all talking about, where they got up in their faces and they told them to back up. ICE had to meet them in the middle of the street and told them to back up. So this wasn't the first time that they were told
mind's been made up because that was my understanding. So no, right on. And Holly, she'll get there. I'm sorry you feel upset, Holly, but shit happens.
Sig, what is the definition of a resisting arrest? I know this sounds kind of funny, but I would suspect getting back up is definitely part of that, right? Do you have a definition of a resisting arrest or no?
Yeah, so there's typically two. Most municipalities have two. There's resisting without violence and then resisting with violence. So resisting without violence is just, struggling, wriggling around and shit like that, like what that guy was doing. And then resisting with violence is you actively trying to assault and punt at the officers or spit on them. So those are typically your two definitions.
And he wasn't resisting because he was not aware that the officers were trying to detain him because he got blinded because once again, he was not the one approached by the ICE agent. The woman was. He just intervened, which he should have not have done. I could go with that. But once again, he wasn't being detained, so he wasn't resisting. He got blinded by the pepper spray that our ICE agent was using to blind the woman.
Right. So it's like a good opportunity to jump in and ask.
Resisting. Wait. You so fucking dumb that we're on the same side of this, and you just arguing.
Hold on,
That's how fucking stupid you are.
Okay,
hold on.
Okay,
No, how stupid you are is that I don't agree with you about shit. I don't give a fuck if you agree with this, what I'm saying. I'm not with you. You're not with me.
You're stupid.
You're not with me.
Your mama
I'll slap the shit out of you in real time.
Where you at, bitch?
New York, pussy.
Bitch, I'm always up there. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, you're always sticking a dick in your mouth when you're up here.
Stomp in your fucking hood.
All right,
faggot.
Toss that. Take it somewhere else. Check it out. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. Damn it! You guys all screwed it all up. Go ahead, continue fighting. Don't stop me.
Getting rid of rapists, murderers, criminals, people like our and others who want to come in here and see too Rob. They should have gone about it another way. Do you know what the fuck they're doing? They are taking in violent people. It's a dangerous job. You think this is easy work? This is dangerous work. And if you don't support it, go fuck yourself. Hoorah!
Well, no, go fuck yourself, you white supremacists, because they 80% of the
to all of those, sorry, unfortunately, to all of those who think it's all white supremacists, I'm not a white supremacist, I'm not a black, I am.
You are a Punjabi motherfucker, you.
Living in, I'm Asian who's living.
Punjabi motherfucker, don't eat without stew.
I am an Asian immigrant. If you have the nerve to listen to me, listen to me. If any of you have the nerve to listen to me, if any of you have the nerve to understand the reality of what is happening in our US soil, listen to me.
Listen, you dirty, goat-eating motherfucker, I can smell you from the moon.
Don't interrupt. If you can listen, you listen. I will hold till you answer.
Alright, no man. Hold on a second, buddy. I just remembered what I was gonna ask. This is a great opportunity to ask you. Resistance, because you kind of conceded a little bit. You don't do that often. Do you think that like the title of my room, this is kind of where I was gonna go with a lot of this, is when you say that them or this particular individual, if he didn't, interfere, he would be alive today? That's my question.
I agree.
No, totally irrelevant. He should have not interfered because he has no right to interfere with the ICE agent if the ICE agent feels that he's got to make an arrest or a detainment of someone. That's where he made the mistake. But the ICE agent made the mistake when they gunned him down also.
This shit is wild that we go from a person breaking the law to it's okay for him to die.
Exactly. This shit is right. No, are you retarded? He didn't break the law with the firearm.
Let me finish. How in the fuck
he's in a fucking protest with a fucking gun on him, Eddie?
With a legal gun on him. With a legal gun. With a legal gun. With a legal gun.
Dead ass bitch.
What the hell is wrong with you, bro?
That's why your grandmother and your mother died. You blow that bitch's head off.
I'll sell your kids to slavery, bitch.
Your
be so pro 2A, right? Second Amendment, the right. But then all of a sudden, this man has a legal weapon on him, and all of a sudden, now he doesn't have a Second Amendment right. He didn't pull his weapon. He had a legal weapon that was registered. He had a license to carry it. The fuck are we talking about here? You can't.
And he was aggressively approaching police. What the fuck are you talking about?
Now, what are we
It don't matter. He had it on his persons, dumbass.
It doesn't matter.
No, he had it on his persons. It does matter.
He never pulled it.
It doesn't matter if you pull it out or not. You don't go up to take a phone. I walk around and text. We know what that.
Where did Sig go? I was going to talk to him about the video. I just
Somebody put him in the group.
I didn't get a chance to
This
watch
shit
it.
is wild.
Oh, here you go.
Y'all motherfuckers talk out of both sides of that. 1 minute, you're pro 2A, which I'm pro 2A big time.
I didn't put it
And all of a sudden now, a motherfucker can't carry a gun.
You can't carry it. Use discretion on your dumbass. You are for being a dumbass carrying it.
Alright, Sig, I just watched the video. I definitely think the audio helps, depending on who is identified later on saying, where's the gun, because that would show which officer was unaware that it was disarmed. But the first guy that pulls his gun and shoots him, he's like, it looks to me like he's staring right at the gun. So how would he not see that it was disarmed by the other agent? That's
How
the
does he
only
know what's on that gun, though?
Well, no, the thing is,
Exactly. Motherfuckers want to go bother police with weapons on their persons are dead, dumbass people. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, listen, whatever. Shut the fuck up. He was
You shut the fuck up, bitch.
That wasn't a smart lie.
Amazing.
Sig, what do you say to what I was saying?
yeah, so if you look, as the agent is disarming the perp, that's the same time the other agent's drawing his gun. He's literally disarming the guy and the other agent's drawing his gun at the same exact time. So just throughout the entire scuffle, he probably didn't see, because look at the agent where his hand was. He slipped and disarmed the man. He probably didn't see him fully disarmed. And if you look at it from the other angle where you can kind of see the agent slipping away and walking away with the gun, it's probably more than likely he did not see him disarm him. So he had no clue. That makes sense why the young word is a gun word.
Hey, yo, Beaver. I'm sorry, Sig, I didn't mean to cut you off. Beaver. How come this man can call me a bitch, but when Resistance calls him a bitch, he gets thrown in the audience?
Oh, I was gonna throw it was a big mug, but I was really trying to engage with Sig.
Did you call me a dumbass? I don't give a fuck.
Alright.
No, I didn't call you any names.
Now, the one
The
thing,
reason I've been moving what's his face is because he fucking is so combative and loud and he won't let other people finish.
Yeah, we gotta have a little
I agree with what he's saying. I agree with him. He won't shut up and let other people talk.
Doing its job. That's what Pearl doing the shit.
yeah, the only thing I would say is, if we could turn back the hands of time and correct actions on the ICE officer, is the officer who disarmed him, if he would have communicated that I think that probably would have been pivotal in maybe changing the outcome. But I mean, that's as far as I can tell. But I mean, again, him having the gun on his person to start with, I think that's kind of irrelevant because he didn't brandish it, he didn't pull it out initially.
Why did he say he had a gun on him, though? Stop him from saying, oh, I have a gun on me, I have a gun on me.
So so here's the thing. Him having a holstered gun is not really the issue. The only issue the holstered gun brings is that there's a heightened sense of threat that, hey, he has access to a weapon if it decides to get uglier.
Right.
That's so it's not oh, he has a gun, we have a right to shoot him. It's he has a gun, we need to disarm him so he doesn't have access to it to endanger the officers' lives. That's where the gun comes in.
That's what I'm saying, though. Why didn't he say that, hey, I have a gun? Why didn't he communicate? Why you guys are tackling me? Yo, there's a gun on me. There's a gun on me. Get the gun. Like, that shit happened too fast. And who's to say that he didn't have another gun? And how do the officers know that was the only weapon?
Like, what the fuck?
So I think the point is there's 2 U.S. citizens that are dead in the last week in Minnesota due to ICE. Okay, ICE needs to back off.
No, that's not the point at all.
The point is there's 2 United States citizens
Why
that are
don't you
dead.
accept this retardedness? What do you mean? No, you have to look at each situation individually. You don't say, oh,
No. There's 2 U.S. citizens that are dead due to ICE. They need to chill out a little bit.
No, the first one was justified. Illegal makes it legal. It was justified.
Those U.S. citizens put criminals in before U.S. citizens. Those 2 U.S. citizens, if they were U.S. citizens that is dead, that is because they prioritize criminals over civilians in America, in U.S.
So I'm sorry. I should restate what I said. So they're civilians. U.S. civilians should not.
That's not what happened. They were just
during protests in any way, shape, or form.
When you actually say protest, how do you consider a protest to be burning down buildings, burning down things, burning or blocking law enforcement? How do you consider a protest to be?
How about this? What? No, man, I get where you're coming from. Just hold on 1 second. Justin, let's put it this way. Is the situation for you like, I guess you're saying that these folks can engage with ICE in any form they want, the protesters. I know you're saying ICE is going to leave, but that's not realistic because there's a whole group of us that voted for for ICE doing what they're doing. So next question is, like, realistically, are you saying that protesters can engage ICE in this way of, like, literally putting hands on them and wrestling with them? I mean, you can just be honest about it. If that's kind of the engagement you're looking for from protesters, then let's just be frank about it. You know what I mean? I guess what I'm asking is, what are you looking for on your side? Because clearly, there's literally a mandate in a way for us to have ICE remove illegal aliens, just the way it is. What say you?
So, the mandate is for ICE to remove illegal aliens from the USA, right? Agreed? So there's no mandate to, I don't know, I'm mad. And there's no circumstance in which a firearm should be drawn and shot when it comes to protecting an arrest or let me give them my thoughts.
You need a hug, bro. You already give him a hug.
What's interesting, the majority of the stage doesn't disagree. There's actually a lot of us that have said that, maybe minus this video that just showed up right now, maybe I still have to look at it, but for the most part, a lot of the people last night were leaning toward, support of the Border Patrol. So you're not in amongst a crowd that completely disagrees. We're just trying to figure out how do we handle this, but yeah, gather your thoughts so you can come back around. But carry on, guys.
Hey guys, how's everybody? How's Beaver going? Let's see that.
Yeah. Anybody else want to speak though? You just got on stage.
Yeah, totally. I just didn't hear anybody speak. You guys go ahead. I'll go after.
FIFO number 2. There's going to be FIFO 3 all the way up to 10 and more because there is a mind virus that's 60 million people, and there's a lot of Karens out there, and there's a lot of depression and suicide, and people are willing to go to the grave for this. So expect more FIFOs in this surgical operation to get rid of alien invaders that are destroying our country.
Let's go.
Wait, what alien?
What the fuck?
No, it's not. No,
Bro, it's no alien.
That's not even a textbook.
There's no alien invasion. You need to chill out.
Okay, well, they're illegal immigrants. The immigration process is not an illegal process. It's not an immoral process. Okay, so they can go the right way to be an immigrant
because of what happened in the 90s with NAFTA, which caused the destruction of their crops and all the stuff and all the farming that was down there, which caused them to come up to America for a better life.
Okay, so do it the right way.
If you were if it was the other side of it, if the shoes were on the other feet, would do the same thing.
Bro, I'm a son of an immigrant, bro.
You, and you need to be in that psych ward, Edmonds. Oh yeah. You need to watch out for the FBI.
I gotta be in the psych ward because I don't let him stealing our jobs, parasiting us, taking our tax dollars, living in our hotels while Americans live homeless.
Yeah, and they put in Chicago there. They also put in
spend on illegals. So very American girls are killed.
Let Coco speak. When Michael.
All over the place. Can I go after
If you are not able to point that out, why are you saying all of this?
Okay.
Looking over about people that don't even live in our country, though. Damn, this shit is annoying.
Is that you, Coco? That's not Coco.
It's Cap. Oh, no, okay. Anyways, I was gonna say, people want to talk about, all of our resources are being used up by the illegal aliens. We got Americans living on the streets. What about the veterans? What about the veterans and how they just got stripped of all their resources by this administration? Hello?
What resources did we lose?
She's right about
What do you mean, what resources do we
Coco's
lose?
right about that.
No, I'm asking. I'm a veteran, and I get compensation.
There was a bunch of
Hold on, let me finish.
happened at the
Let me finish.
veterans.
I am anti-Trump, big time. Okay, but
Okay,
what did I lose?
There was a bunch of, oh my god, whatever. Okay, you know what? You guys got.
No, I'm asking for real. I just want to make sure I'm not about to lose.
They don't got nothing, bro. They don't have.
No, you know what?
They're just
You
not
know
having
what's
a
funny?
gateway anymore.
But you know what? You know what's ironic about this? Because just with that talking point. I mean, as far as military personnel.
Will y'all let her tell me? No, I'm for real. I want to know what I'm about to lose. Shit.
Okay, hey, well, let me say this though. We did lose under this administration over 1 million jobs last year. A lot of the people who are uneducated about tariffs. Yes, yeah. Don't make me pull out the fucking article. But anyways, a lot of people who are very uneducated about tariffs, who don't understand the history of tariffs, will sit up here and tell you that that's good for American citizens, even though it's a tax on traded goods with people in other countries, which it's not that tariffs haven't happened. It's just that you're not supposed to do it in the way that this man is doing it right now.
All right, Coco.
And it's caused destruction. Yeah, no, I'm hitting right here. It's causing a lot of destruction towards jobs, especially like with the meat market and so on and so forth. So if you want a talking point of what has happened with this administration, there's not much progress happening. There's actually a lot of regression.
That's not what I asked you, brother. I asked her.
All right, let Coco finish.
What did I lose so I can look out for it, so I can let other people fucking know? I actually want to know. This ain't. I'm not saying
They're talking about VA jobs, and most of the people who work at the VA shouldn't even be there to begin with. It's just a fucking jobs program. Bye.
Can we agree that? Can we agree?
Answer the question.
That ICE agent.
Just hold on 1 second. Sorry. It's okay. You're good. Coco, do you want to
Yeah, I'm not going to shout over men that obviously have much louder voices than me because I'm a woman and I have a softer tone. So if you guys could just respect me answering the question and not jump in a million times. So yes, that was one of the things. VA jobs were lost. There was a bunch of offices where the veterans get their resources across regions that were shut down. Cemetery maintenance has been paused, which I think is extremely fucking offensive to our veterans, for one. There's been cuts to research for veterans' health, including specific, veterans who served this fucking country and who gave you the right to sit up here and talk. Okay, you know what?
No, go.
This guy is a fucking retard. He's so annoying. He just spits bigotry.
Just keep going. You're good. Yeah.
Anyways, yes. Cuts to your health research and illnesses, research for illnesses that are specific to veterans.
which is horrible. I don't understand why we continue to throw so much funding at other things. You know, everybody wants to keep talking about our resources, our infrastructure. Let's take care of home. We're not doing that. Our veterans, in my opinion, are our most prized possession. We should take care of that. We should take care of them. We should respect them. But I mean, and this is another thing that pisses me off, because now I'm thinking about the guy yesterday who literally served veterans as a nurse. But we're just throwing fucking money everywhere else except for where it needs to be put in. So it just doesn't make sense. We have this argument, illegal aliens are taking all of our resources, right? But we're throwing so much money at ICE agents that are now shooting our fucking citizens in the face in the street, and we're not pouring into anything else.
I mean, I'm not gonna. Can I speak as a veteran?
I'm not going to argue against what you're. I'm not going to argue that against what you're saying. If I had my preference, I would rather have ICE, allocated money go to veterans. In an ideal world, I'm not going to argue against you on that, Coco. I do think that veterans should always be a priority for funding. There's no question about that. But is that all you wanted to say, or Abe, did you want to respond? Then we'll let Justin go afterwards. But yeah.
All right. So some of the things that really, really matter to veterans. I'm 100% VA compensated. They call it disability, but it's really not disability. It's like, hey, we rented you, we scratched and dinged you up, and it's kind of like if you had 100 dents in your car from a hailstorm. They would total out the car, but the car still drives, right? So I'm not disabled per se, but I do have some small, a whole spectrum of small disabilities, really just old sports injuries that add up to where I get 100% compensation. I haven't lost any of that money. I still have full medical. I still have full dental. I will say this, that it has been hard to get into the VA, especially during his first administration. Like literally, I almost died from a very, very, very simple issue, which was a B12 deficiency. I don't know how the fuck it happened, but all I needed was a shot, and I could not get into the VA. And when I did get into the VA, it was fuckery trying to get the prescription refilled under his administration. But as far as my money and things like that, that hasn't been touched. This is just me being unbiased. Now, Project 2025 does outline that all of our compensation and things like that could be reevaluated, although I'm what they call total and permanent, meaning they're not supposed to be able to do that. But if you read kind of, I would say between the lines, you just read slowly, you can see it says all veterans can be changed essentially. They are changing the scale to where we can get certain compensation for like sleep apnea, PTSD. I think they're improving the one for PTSD. Ringing in our ears, because a lot of us have tinnitus, as they call it. So they're lowering the amount of money that they're going to give people for those types of things. This is under his administration. Some of the things that are somewhat tied to veterans is, I don't know if you guys saw Pete Hegseth get on and talk about 8A has been fraudulent and all these minorities are stealing money in 8A. First and foremost, government contracts is a fraudulent business. How he tied it just to minorities is fucked up, because guess who else gets 8A contracts? Veterans, white and black, Hispanic, women, man, it doesn't matter. It's fucked up how, just kind of like in not Ethiopia, but Minnesota, they're tying all these different frauds just to Ethiopians when everybody does fucking fraud when it comes to government type shit. That's just been always going to do. I think they need to go through and revamp some things, yes, but to try and put it on minorities, that's fuckery. That's some racist ass shit. Other things that they are planning to do per Project 2025 is to shut down veteran facilities in rural areas and in urban environments. They said they're talking about cutting down some of those, which doesn't make any sense, because they're saying, hey, we can't fulfill the need right now and we need more support, but they're also saying the baby boomers, who are the biggest utilizers of these facilities, are dying off. So if you just let them die off, we should be about even. We should be good to go. But instead, the baby boomers are dying off, putting the stress on the facilities. But they're also going to reduce the facilities and try to automate
say something real quick before the next speaker. I worked on private contracts for several years, and then I was on a contract with the VA, the actual VA. And compared to my past contracts, it was the most backwards, fucked up, inefficient, waste of money, bullshit. And not the cause, not the cause. The cause is 100% good. I'm talking about the efficiency. The efficiency was unbelievable. Waste. And I thought to myself, I would get rid of this contract. This is a waste of fucking tax dollars. It could be done a lot more efficiently, is what I'm really trying to make. The cause was worthy. The way it was operated and all the fucking red tape you had to do just to get a fucking PIV card or a laptop or this or that. Unbelievable. So I think a lot of the stuff that's probably been cut is them going in and seeing this shit and realizing it's a lot of wasted money and inefficient. Elon probably looked and said, oh, this is ridiculous. You know, they probably looked and analyzed all the processes and all that shit and realized from a private sector perspective, they can do it a lot more efficiently.
Let me respond to a lecture real quick, because he just basically told me some bullshit like I'm lying. First and foremost, fucker, I went to the Air Force Academy, which means I was active duty while I was in school. I just so happened to be a talented motherfucker that played sports while at the Air Force Academy, while on active duty, you dumb fuck. And all my injuries were well documented because I was an athlete. I boxed and I played basketball. So, guess what? That does go into my jacket of...
What in the hell did I say to discount anything you said at all? What are you talking about?
He's talking to somebody in chat.
I said election, boss. Election just so saying that veterans...
Oh, okay. I thought you were...
I said election. Election said that veterans are milking this system.
Don't pay attention to him. Don't even voice your breath.
Well, I just needed to curse him.
Yeah, I got it.
Because no,
my fault.
You know what I'm saying? Those kind of things are damaging. That's what makes us lose our shit. When motherfuckers trying to say veterans are out here milking the system, and actually it's the exact opposite. A lot of veterans don't get their aid and shit that they need. If that was the case, then you wouldn't have a fucking veteran on the street that doesn't have a home. In Abilene, Texas, they actually organized and went out and got all the veterans off the street and got them their proper compensation. And nobody's homeless in Abilene, Texas.
The irony is he's a veteran. It's just he's being stupid.
Yeah,
he's a clown fuck.
I apologize, Abe. I thought you were talking to me. I was like, what?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding on that. But no, that dude's a clown fuck that's gonna get a lot of people into a position that won't get there. Because I'm starting to hear that rhetoric, right? And it's being passed down. And so, like I said before, most of your veterans refuse to get their compensation, refuse to go and get their free doctor and mental health and all that kind of shit. I got an uncle that's crazy as fuck. Literally was shooting Emmanuel Noriega in Panama. And this motherfucker took 20 years. I also got an uncle right now who was part of that poison they were putting in the fucking water out in Camp Lejeune. I don't know if you guys seen all the class action lawsuits from that. He's got 4 different fucking kinds of cancer. And guess what? He doesn't get any type of compensation. So shut the fuck up, election. You must have been a Air Force fuck.
All right, who's the next speaker? Matt, you said you were going to go some.
Yeah, I think Justin was going to get us back more on subject, and I think he was going down the road. Can't we all agree is where he left off? But Justin, I don't know if you want to follow through on that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Should I start from scratch or?
I mean, you had some time to think about it. Just let it all out, man. Like, just let us know how you feel. We'll listen. Don't worry about it.
All right. So first of all, I would say that what ICE is doing in Minnesota is completely. I don't know what the word is.
Correct.
Uncalled for, or it's the worst thing I could think of. Like, I believe in a society where people can immigrate to a country, right? But however, the way they're handling this scenario, it's
that's going down in Minnesota is it's hard for me to deal with, to be honest. So there's a point in, so immigration is good, right? We need immigrants into the United States. Does everyone agree on this? Sure.
Not 100%. Yeah, we do. We need some, but we don't necessarily need.
We need some, right? But the argument is that the immigrants that are coming to the United States are taking advantage of the system.
It's illegal immigrants is what people are upset about.
So the Somali immigrants in Minnesota are not taking advantage of illegal immigration. They're taking advantage of the tax system.
Right.
Right.
Either way, that's, I mean, fraud is fraud. People are pissed, and they're also pissed. It's a mixture of 2 things, 3 things, 4 things. It's not just one.
Fraud, yeah, fraud is fraud. If you're saying you have a
We can't hear your resistance regardless.
Yeah, no, but medical fraud is fraud. But like, if the Nick Shirley videos, I think, exposed a lot of things. Which is, if you have a daycare that had the same of like 100 kids, there's no kids. That's a problem.
No, what I was trying to say, Justin, was yes, medical fraud is medical fraud, but people see through the hypocrisy, because it can't be, oh, we're worried about medical fraud from a small group in Minnesota, and at the same time the commander-in-chief is pardoning a bunch of white Americans who committed the worst kind of medical fraud, and he did that throughout this whole year. People who stole almost $1 trillion worth of medical insurance money. So how can we take this administration seriously?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who did he pardon?
I can give you a list of all the names if you want. I'll go.
No, the specific person that stole trillions of dollars and
it's not one person. It's a group.
Oh, it's a group of people.
It's a group of different people. And a matter of fact, it's so abhorrent that Donald Trump's own son was caught in that same kind of medical fraud. He was funneling money through the St. Jude's cancer thing, and they stole money. They took mismanaged the money and used it for personal things in the Trump organization.
Okay.
You could go look this up. These are just facts, and they're all part of it.
Okay,
So,
cool, man. Okay, can we just have Justin finish? I think you didn't land yet, right, Justin?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'll end. Anyway, I'm just mad with the ICE invasions in Minnesota, and I don't know. There's no reason for violence in protests. I've protested so many times for many things. The way that ICE is handling the situation is unacceptable. Oh man, I'm just getting emotional. That's it. I land.
I've seen one incident so far that I think they've handled it correctly, but maybe 1.5. So.
I want to say this. Unfortunately, the last administration put us in a really tough spot, and now it's like they're having to go above and beyond to try to get these people out of here. And I mean, I do think that there's a little bit of a lack of training and things like that. But, if you're part of the general public, you can protest, and you probably should protest if you're against certain things. But please don't get in the way. Please don't put yourself in harm's way. It's not worth it.
Do y'all understand that there was a bipartisan kind of handshake deal agreement to come up with a border plan, okay? Republicans and Democrats agreed upon this. Donald Trump said not to pass it because we're coming up on an election and it would give too much power to the Democrats to win, okay? Donald Trump keeps changing things up and then going, hey, I did this. It's like, for instance, with the whole 10% credit cards. Once again, there was a bipartisan agreement to try and lower credit cards to 10% for 5 years. Then he comes out and says, oh, it's 1 year. And look at me, I'm the greatest. Just like he signed his name to the fucking stimulus checks. He didn't approve those fucking checks. That came from Congress and Senate. But he put his fucking name on it. There's so many times where when there's a great idea that both sides want to agree to, he's tossed the shit out or tried to get it tossed out or took credit for it. These are facts.
So your beef is not with ICE, it's with Trump.
So here's something. We have to address what he's saying. It's not really honest. Number one, Trump was not a government official. Fact. It's another fact that in 3.5 years, in 3.5 years, the Democrats with Biden failing at the wheel and Kamala allow for this stuff to go on. And they said that we cannot do anything about it for 3.5 years. They told us the president can't do anything about it. All these Republicans are the problem. Well, guess what? You don't get to at the last minute, at the last second before election, say, hey man, please sign this bill, let's work together. It doesn't work like that, bro. You can't wait till the last year of the election.
I'm about to kill this. Okay, so what about when George Bush was the president?
We ain't talking about it. Land my plane in 10 seconds. We just saw Donald Trump, and this proves my point. He became president, right, recently. And now we have the lowest border crossings in United States history.
Okay, now here we go. Let me tell you what changed. Okay, first and foremost, when we look at this, stopping people from coming across the border, all right, it's almost impossible. It's like saying I'm gonna build a house to keep bad people out, but you just build a door with no walls. Texas borders Mexico. How in the fuck do you close up all of Texas? Even if it's all the way across Texas, like the Great Wall of China, you still got the ocean on both sides. That's the reason why this is just one of those political. You said let you land, so please. So the only way to actually somewhat kind of sort of shut down the border is if you put ISR platforms. You don't know what that means, so I explain. It means intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, planes that one can do ground mapping, deep ground mapping. That would be a JSTAR. Okay, you also need ISR platforms flying up and down the fucking border 24 hours a day, along with drone support, 24 hours a day with thermal and IR, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It would cost billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars and resources. It is impossible. That's the reason why even people like George Bush, who was the governor of fucking Texas and ended up being the fucking president, didn't do it either. Why? Because it's one of these things, just like gas prices, that just comes up, and racism and whatever else that comes up in every political sphere that never, guess what? After Donald Trump leaves, it's still not going to be tightened up. You might slow down the trickle, but these motherfuckers get smarter and smarter and smarter. And why the fuck would we have a focus in Minnesota instead of Texas? Yes, I understand you're going to go, oh, there's more people that have been arrested in Texas than Minnesota, but it's the Delta. What's changed in Minnesota, we weren't seeing people being attacked by ICE or being dealt with by ICE or whatever else in Minnesota before. There's a huge change. Texas has always had border crossing issues, and we never tightened it up when you had a Republican president, a Democrat, or whatever else, or a Republican. They've been a rent, but haven't been able to fix that problem. What the fuck are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? We don't have the same shit going on in San Antonio, Houston, and Dallas. You said what?
You said a whole bunch of nothing burgers.
Just because you decided to say, I said, oh, maybe you might not have the intelligence to understand exactly what I said. I waited for you to get done, Nathan. I waited for you to get done so you can do the same thing. Okay? I'll continue babbling as soon as you shut up. I've already slaughtered you in another room, Nathan. I like you, but you can't rock with me.
I thought you landed, bro. I think everybody can agree that you landed. But,
yeah, you can go ahead, bro.
Come on, man.
I'm landed. If he had
Nah, he didn't land yet, Nick.
I'm done. I'm done, Nathan. You can get back up and say a bunch of dumb shit.
So here's the thing. You already got because you just said something that Biden could have done. All that shit you just said. Oh, you can put it drunk. Well, guess what? Biden could have done that too as well, but he didn't. Goofball. He allowed it to happen. He actually created
a waste of billions of dollars. That's why. You can't close. You can't put up a.
You talking at the same time I'm talking.
You can't put out a door without walls.
Have some self-control. Are you done yet? Thank you. So we allowed in all these people into our country. Filled our hotels up in New York City, Chicago, all these places. And guess what? You didn't hear that one person like him talk about how much it's going to cost. All this money that was being spent across all. Dude, are you alright, man? Why are you creeping this out, bro? Why are you creeping
The state made those decisions, clown.
Can I get on you? I've been trying to talk.
Let's wrap it up. Mayorkas, that big idiot, is just like this guy right here. He was over the border patrol, right? Homeland Security Mayorkas. This dude was the biggest clown in American history because he was following orders from the president, which is his boss. What changed? Mayorkas is out of here. Donald Trump came up there, made executive orders. Military went down there. The border more secure. It's like it's been like what 12 months. 2 million people have self-deported. 650,000 people have been deported. I mean, those are numbers that you can't even describe that how sorry of a job the last administration was doing.
You sound like a Republican.
I can't hear you, Justin. Say that again.
No matter what his political affiliation.
I'm independent.
Why does it matter affiliation is?
You don't have to be Republican to talk about immigration.
You sound drunk. Actually, Democrats were pro-ICE 15 years ago. So what are you talking about?
The border is impossible.
Yeah, Democrats. See,
are y'all okay with illegal people being here?
Hold on, can you guys think of when you said let content go? Because I had after him. I mean, everyone keeps jumping in. Then how we gonna move on?
No, they can go. There's too much going on. I'm gonna wait.
Resistance, do you want to go? Is that what you're saying?
I don't mind letting content wait. Go on.
Okay.
Go after you.
No, it's like why do we have to politicize everything, Justin? Like as soon as he criticized the administration, you sound like a Republican. Like why do I have to close my mouth when I see inadequate leadership? Like what's the issue with that? That's really what I hate about Democrats and liberals. Y'all will know that it's an inferior
I'll tell you.
Close your lips. I'm not done yet. You can shut the hell up till I finish. Okay? Y'all will know that y'all have superior leadership. Y'all trying to roll out like Kamala Harris, and y'all refuse to criticize, right? If you look at her and compare her to any other person that became president in history, she couldn't have beat out one candidate. You can't name a candidate that Kamala could have beat. Nobody. Historically, when we compare like sports legends, what do? We compare them to the people in their era and people in other eras. Kamala Harris is the worst candidate I ever seen. It's not even close.
Worse than George Bush Jr.
So y'all can criticize Trump as much as you want. If Kamala was in office, this shit would be 10 times worse. And so those people getting killed by ICE, let's just be honest. Nobody wants to say out loud the part that they played in their own demise. Do you have a gun on you at a fucking protest? Like, yes, that dude shouldn't have been shot down the way that he was shot down, but why the fuck are you approaching federal agents with a fucking gun on your waist? Like, what the fuck are we, like, y'all think that y'all white, that y'all shot in the head like a black man like me? No, I'm glad I'm seeing some of this shit.
So
He was not part of any protest. Hold on. First of all, that man was not part of any protest. He was out there as an observer. Go ahead, brother. Pardon me. He wasn't part of no.
A matter of fact, you just came in, right?
Yeah, I've been listening.
Oh yeah, I could go after you. Go ahead, Rand.
Yeah. Respect to the space. Listen, man. Look, what we witnessed was a man in a fetal position, right, in a submissive position, being shot in his back. That's what we witnessed. You know what, man? I'm gonna be honest with y'all, right? This ain't about no Democrat, liberal, Republican, Obama, all of that shit, right? Our country is in great peril right now. It's no exaggeration, ain't no fear mongering. Let's not do that distraction 101 shit, right? If this is happening to Caucasian people in the United States, it's only a matter of time before we face the same circumstances. And again, remove all that bullshit out, all that trying to cap.
Black people have been getting killed by the police.
Can I finish? All right, bro. Let me. You can make your statement once I'm done. But what I'm saying to y'all is this: this was clearly a case where the officers were out of pocket. They were moving with hate in their hearts, and they killed the man. And it's just plain and simple as that. And for some reason, you guys have been programmed not to believe your own fucking eyes, and it's really frustrating. Alain.
I 100% concur and agree with that, because regardless of the fact, not only was he legally able to carry his firearm in his city of his state, and use it, or he didn't even make it just to threaten him with the fire. They had no idea the firearm was even there until they started beating him to a pulp. That's when they noticed the firearm on his waist, when they already had him down and they were assaulting him, which is illegal. They should have been trying to
harassing them prior to that.
Is there something wrong with you, sir? Is there something wrong with you, sir?
Silent for white men.
So once again, they should have been worried about detaining him, putting the cuffs on him, instead of beating him like they were, because that's what they do when they detain people. They like to illegally beat people. There's a long history and many video footage of them doing that exact thing, what they were doing to him. And that's what led to them officers wanting to kill and shoot him. The gun was just an excuse, because the gun posed no threat to them. Everyone knows this. And the last thing I want to say is, this thing about all the last administration, yeah, they brought in a lot of the asylum seekers and allowed a lot of the illegals to come in with the open borders. But guess what? If you look at the numbers like I just did during that administration, the crime did not spike at all nationwide. State for state, there was no spikes in crime. It was 60% less likely that undocumented immigrant would commit a crime. 60% more than it would be American citizens doing it. So we didn't have an immigration issue. And I don't want to hear this nonsense about the resources. You know why? Because the American government, shut up. You're the lowest item. Fucking alcoholic and you sniff cocaine. You sniff cocaine and you fucking beer. You don't want to hear what you got to say. You're an idiot. And the last thing that I was going to say, the administration is sending hundreds of millions of dollars to other countries and other people who don't need our taxpayer money. They should have been worried more about that, instead of now this new administration weaponizing immigration for their fucking, political purpose. And now it has caused disarray all over different states in America, and now American citizens are also paying the blunt for it. They're getting executed by fucking ICE terrorists.
What did you say that someone said about Texas?
I posted, please.
Oh, I think Holly, did you want to go? I think you got off the mic there for a little bit too.
Oh, I was just gonna ask. I saw someone post online somewhere that when you get your carry permit, that there's something in the verbiage of what you sign or whatever that says that you cannot bring a firearm to protest. Is that accurate? Is that right?
Probably depends on the state. SIG would probably have the best answer for you if he's still here.
But even if you could, let's say you can, because I believe you can. I think it's probably Second Amendment. But there's a word. It's called discernment. All right, and I don't understand why somebody would have a gun on them at a protest. Like, come on, what are we talking about here, man? What the fuck are we talking about?
So wait, resistance, real quick. So I'm sorry, let me just say this. Let me just say
Damn, nah, bro, shut the fuck up, bro. I'm not done.
Let Big Mug finish.
Yeah, he wasn't done. You gotta hold on. Go ahead, Big Mug.
Thank you, bro. Shut your ass up. Now, when it comes to, you're in a protest and you have a gun on you. Like, let's play in real life. Can we practice real life real quick? Like, and we're talking about grown men. We're not talking about kids or women. You have a pistol on you. You go up. You put yourself in a stupid situation. Not one time did I hear that man say, "Hey guys, I have a gun." You did not communicate anything, and they found the gun. Things happen fast. I don't know if you ever been outside. A lot of you, I know a lot of you haven't. I know a lot of you just watch TV and shit. But outside, shit happens very, very fast. That guy is a stupid man for bringing a gun to a protest. Who are you trying to protect yourself from with a gun? If you're trying to protect yourself from protesters, that just goes to show you that there's a bunch of lefty lunatics out here that are dangerous. And if you're here to protect yourself with a gun from the police, what you got? What the fuck you were asking for? I land, dumbass man.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Also, illegal to die as well. Yo, so I posted a link, okay? Let me tell you guys what happened. And this actually makes sense, all right? Man comes in, grabs the gun off him. The other agents don't see that the gun is taken off him, but they probably do see his holster, all right? They hear a bullet fired. Now somebody thinks, oh shit, it must be in his hand. I'm gonna start shooting. Bill I just posted shows the guy who took the gun accidentally discharging the weapon. Now somebody will say, oh, you can't see that. Fuck would you be holding a gun that way, okay, in that situation? And you can actually see it cycle, and you see a little puff of smoke. Now granted, it's grainy, but keep scrolling where you can see my video, and it's on repeat. And it makes sense. It makes sense that if you grab the gun,
it makes no sense. The Department of Justice is not saying that.
And you're running away, that you might accidentally have popped off one. That's what happened. Otherwise,
that's not what happened.
Hold on. Otherwise, they just killed this man in just cold blood because he had no weapon on him.
With all due respect, that's not what happened. The Department of Justice is not reported on that. That firearm was not discharged.
We can see the video.
No.
Just go look at the video.
No. I have.
You don't see
that firearm was not discharged.
And you don't see the cycle.
Not from the firearm.
You're not a gun guy then.
No. Yes, I am. Big gun guy.
Hold on. Next part. The other part of this is this whole idea of let me tell you something. People who are gun guys, we wear the gun like it's a part of it's our t-shirt. We don't even feel comfortable sometimes not carrying our weapon in certain situations. And just because you're a pro one side doesn't mean the opposite side's not there. Just like if KKK walks down the fucking hood ass street, guess what? You're gonna have black people there like, what the fuck are you doing here? And just like if black people started walking down some KKK neighborhood, you'd have the KKK there. It's just that's what happens. So, and nonetheless, people, okay, who carry guns. What you don't do and what you're taught is never to draw your weapon. His weapon was covered up when he's just walking around, okay? His shirt was down over his weapon. His weapon wasn't displayed until he was on the ground, fucking rolling around, and one of the agents had the wherewithal to see the weapon, go in and grab it, and then tell me why he shot him at that point. Did he have two fucking weapons? I doubt it. He's a fucking nurse. He's not John Wick. What probably happened is, I said before,
so you know what's kind of, my bad. I just want to say this. What's very strange about this is that people who, I'm pretty sure everybody up here, well, I can't say for sure, but I'm pretty sure majority of people that's in this room own weapons. All right. Depending on what state you're in, right, they have different rules and regulations about, conceal and carry and whatnot, but it's still in it's constituted. It's still in the Second Amendment, right, to carry weapons, right, to own weapons, the right to bear arms, right, and all these little protests and whatnot that you see that's out there and everything, right. People conceal and carry or open carry all the time. Why is it now all of a sudden that the guy that's exercising the Second Amendment is like he's the victim, but he's the perpetrator of this situation? When his gun was, we literally seen one of the agents pull the gun out of his hand while they were restraining him. There's 8 or 7 people. So if anything, just thinking of it this way, if anything, if you're sitting up here restraining him and there's 8 people, that tells me that the people that are restraining him are very incompetent if they believe that he reached with a holster. But even though we saw one of them remove the weapon out of his holster and shit. So to me, I just think that this shit don't even make sense. I think if you're an American citizen, you're advocating for this. You're advocating for them to go up and take your guns because that's what they're trying to do. Now,
I agree with you, Ray.
Yes, sir. So
I agree with you.
So in my view, I'm I'll just say this: the left, regardless of left or right, I just think that both of them want your guns.
Yeah.
To me, and I think that this is just one. To me, I think this whole thing is just a ploy for them to come after weapons and to label certain people terrorists. I think right now they're playing I'll end here. They're playing the right versus the left paradigm, but that to me, I think when you're advocating for this, you're advocating for your own demise and downfall. And if you look into these other presidents not in here, like Thomas Jefferson, this is the reason why that man Thomas Jefferson said you have to have a revolution every 19 years because of shit like this that's going on. Because now the law is up for interpretation and it's up for objectivity instead of subjectivity. So that's where we're at right now.
Yeah. Hey guys, I just came out. I just want to say one thing.
Coco, were you want to say something?
Matthew can go, and then I'll go.
Well, before he goes, I just want to say that all the people, if you think of Kyle Rittenhouse, if you argue that he had the right to have a gun and be there, then I don't understand why you would try to argue against this guy having a gun. It's ridiculous.
Amazing fucking point.
Alright, good.
He just sliced y'all asses up, but you're gonna make up some bullshit to oppose it. That's a great point.
Kyle Rittenhouse acted stupidly with his gun as well. He definitely had a right to do it. And he got the consequences. Good thing he's alive. This guy had the same opportunity. He had every right to be there with the pistol. And his dumb ass went to go. His dumb ass went to go confront a police officer without that.
Alright, what I saw was this guy had a gun, and then he went to help some woman, or kind of get between them, and then he was tackled and then shot and killed. That's what I see with my eyes. He didn't even have a chance to say anything, do anything. Like, they just ganged up on him and say anything.
I think he should have told them that he was armed.
I mean, they're ignoring the fact that he got pepper sprayed. He had no chance because he didn't get into confrontation with the ICE agent. He should have not had the way of him making. I agree that he should have not got impeded into the officer. But once he got pepper sprayed, there was no way of him to correlate or to speak to the ICE like, oh, I have to have a firearm on me. Please wait, arrest me this way. No, they jumped on him immediately, started beating him a pulp, took the firearm once they noticed, and then gunned him down. That's what happened.
Okay, yeah, think of it this way. If they wanted to recreate the situation to kill everybody they see with a gun at a protest, they could do it easily.
Hey, can I speak?
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
There's no
Can I speak? I'll make it quick and to the point because I know I do ramble, and I apologize for that. But, in 1984, George Orwell, really fascinating fellow, you got to read his life story. He wrote in his book, he said, the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and of your ears. It was their final, most essential command. And you have people down there in the chat saying, don't trust your eyes. Don't believe what you see. Look, man, it's not a left versus right thing at all. This is just insane.
You know what's scary?
I agree. You know what, too, man? They're trying to desensitize us. They're trying to get us used to this.
Exactly. That's what it is. It is.
Anybody...
You know what
They're trying to create a new normal. It's what they're trying to do.
Anybody agreeing with their lies, like you guys, I don't care if you're on the right or the left. When you go and watch the news, and these people are saying that he came to do mass harm and are trying to paint him as a terrorist, I don't care if you're on the right or on the left. That should scare the shit out of you. Because these people will lie in your face. You know they're lying, even if you're on the right and they're pushing your political agenda.
And they want you to lie to yourself.
You know
that's what they want.
Listen. Let's be real people here. You know they're lying. You're seeing the play, but you don't care because they're pushing your political agenda. Let me tell you something about Minnesota and Minneapolis. They're the brightest spot on the fucking news right now. They are, after Gaza, after all this shit going on, Iran, after all the shit that's been happening with kids being separated, Epstein files, motherfucking Minneapolis, white, black, and brown are storming the streets and saying, get the fuck out of our city. And let me tell you, you guys need to put your political agendas away and look at that with even-keeled eyes. They are doing our fucking work for us. And when they finally get ICE out of there, we're going to look at them and say, they're some motherfucking badasses. They stood up to the government, right? And they said, get the fuck out. And they're so evolved, because it's not just black people out there. It's not just brown people. There's more white people out there.
It's everybody.
And they're protecting their city. They're repping their city. The whole city comes.
They're not repping the city. They're repping all free
Excuse me. Awesome. What's going on?
Free people.
That's
free
awesome
people.
What's going on? That's American. That's patriotism.
What are they even doing, bro? What the fuck are they doing? They don't even know what they're doing.
Y'all some bitches.
No, there's some dumb bitches. What are they doing? We're talking about illegal immigration here. Illegal immigration. This is not Jim Crow. Go ahead, Coco.
That's how it starts.
Coco.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna say, yeah, I agree with. I mean, y'all just said some really great things. I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna echo a little bit what Ray was saying. We're not going for that. Like Americans, we're not going for that. You're not gonna fucking de-arm us. And you guys brought up again just that great point. The division that's trying to be created from the left versus the right. Personally, I think, right, people that are smart enough from both the left and the right they're catching the play, and it's kind of what it's doing. It's bringing, it's creating a bridge between both the left and the right, which I mean that's good. We should be having these conversations and this different discourse. Whatever, but I forgot what else I was gonna say. Wallace's GIF is just distracting me, so I'm gonna just go back on mute now. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Beaver, can I get the floor when it opens up?
You can go ahead right now.
Yeah, I don't think the left and the right are so far apart right now, and although there is a bridge somewhere crossing, but I was in a room earlier and just people voicing their opinions, just like you guys are doing here. I was in a Twitter space earlier with a couple thousand people, and everybody's voicing their opinions from the left and the right, and they did it respectfully, and I really respect that. When people have a debate and they don't get into arguments and cursing at each other and all that, but I still feel that the left and the left is going to say, he didn't deserve to die. The right is going to say, why did he bring a gun to a protest? I'm really curious. This happened in the morning, and I'm very curious what occurred prior to, all of this happening. What happened before this all happened. And I'm going to keep it short here. I agree with, you guys as far as saying, why did he bring a gun to a protest? But at the same time, I live in Florida. We're open carry here. And I bring my gun everywhere. So at the same time, I understand that argument as well. And, my son is in the service, and my kid's mom's a detective for 15 years. And I don't know if any of you have a kid or a family member that's a police officer or even in the service, but, they train them to, anytime that there's safety, I don't care if it's a knife or a gun, when they feel like their safety is at jeopardy, they shoot and ask questions later. So, I understand at the same time, the ICE agent shooting him. But I feel like at the same time, he was 6 people on him, and I felt like they could have restrained him. So this is all really, to me, it's very confusing what occurred.
Didn't they rip the gun off him and then shoot him?
Well, they did, but at the same time, he had the pistol.
Bro, that's insane. That's insane.
He went for the pistol, right?
How did they know that was the only gun?
I mean, I'm not here to argue with anybody, but my point is, he was obviously, armed. He didn't advise anybody he was armed, and this guy's in ICU. He works in a hospital, so I feel like he shouldn't have lost his life. That's truly how I feel. But again, I understand the argument from those of you that are saying, hey, why does he bring a gun? Why didn't he say he was armed? So I understand both sides.
Okay, all right. So check this out. I heard you speak. Listen, just so you know, it is not against the law for a licensed gun carrier to have a weapon at a protest. I repeat, it is not against the law. That's number one. Number two, hold on. Number two, he was not a part of any protests. He was out there as an observer, catching videos, documenting what was going on. Right? That's all he was. So let's stop this false ass narrative that he was out there.
Didn't he get in the street and wasn't in front of a car?
He pushed the ICE agent as well.
Excuse me. Hold on. Guys,
he pushed the ICE agent after the ICE agent pushed the woman. He pushed the ICE agent. So watch the video.
Let me repeat this again. Number one, he was not part of any active protest. He was out there as they have what they call observers. People that are tasked with capturing the video aspect of what's going on. That's number one. Number two, he went up to the lady and then they pushed him and he responded. He tried to get her out of the way. Like, what the fuck are y'all looking at, man?
He put his hands on the ICE agent,
man. Yo, bro,
put his hands on the ICE agent.
Moses, respectfully, brother. This was plain and simple. Panicked by the officers who killed the man. That's all this is, man. That's all this is, man. And why?
I'm not disputing that at all. I'm not.
This shit is so frustrating, man. I'm gonna tell you something. I will bring
He didn't put his hands on the ICE agent. He did not. He got in between them.
Right. And do you know, if you're in the tussle, sometimes you're gonna respond. Do you know what it's like being surrounded by officers? I do. I do have a natural instinct to respond a certain way. He didn't do anything wrong. He's a nurse. He's a nurse in ICU at the VA. By all accounts, this is a man who does good deeds, right? So this confrontation that we saw was precipitated by unprofessional law enforcement. That's what this was, and he lost his life for it.
Yeah, should have moved better. Was he the only person that day? Should have moved better.
So here's the thing, right? Underneath this hideous last administration, what I was witnessing, I think I just calculated. I don't know if I put it in the chat, but I was just doing some calculations. In the last 5 years, 1,000, 2,000 homicides have been committed against undocumented immigrants, right, or illegals. So yeah, one person. I mean, this is just insane for people to continue to want this type of unlawfulness to go on in our country. When you're undocumented, that means that your fingerprints is not on file, most likely. That means that you can just commit a crime and sneak across the border, right? They just found a guy in Mexico just recently committed murder. He was there down there for 10 years. Last year, a guy in Mexico. He committed murder, and he was on the police force in Mexico, right? He was, on the run for over 10 years. Like, what are we talking about? This stuff, just in my state in Georgia alone, the same school my little cousin went to, this young woman lost her life jogging by an illegal immigrant with false documents. He took her off the trail and killed her. What are you talking about? There are criminals, illegals in Minnesota as we speak, committing all kind of crimes, right? Until laws are they was going after the guy who committed a violent crime. I mean, illegal. And they interfere with that. What are we doing? So are we fighting ICE agents and police, stopping them to get criminals?
Nathan, can I ask you a question?
They're stopping.
Hey, bro.
They're stopping the normality. They're stopping the normality of a federal group that can now run up in your house without a warrant. Period.
If you house it illegal,
They just passed a law where ICE can come up in your house, so you can't even see what they do. You already see it's a bunch of inbred boneheads that will just execute somebody in the street. So now they run up in your house. Now they run up in your house. You don't know who it is. You brandish a gun to protect yourself, and you got these inbred, dumbass, white supremacists just gun crazy. So they're setting
That is not a scenario that has happened yet. Thank you for making up shit.
And it's good.
Triggering. Like, why is it okay for illegals to run into our house?
Right.
Not knowing
It's not.
but all of a sudden we have to worry about us for breaking down doors going into their house.
Hey, doctor, it's not. No, it's not okay. So, you guys tell me. I heard during the Biden administration that maybe he got rid of as many or more illegal folks than Trump did. I'm not sure how truthful that is or not. Maybe some people view it as truthful. Maybe it is truthful.
Yeah, he did almost 3 million. So what that has to do with it?
Okay. Yeah. So the thing is
spreading disinformation. Biden allowed millions of.
Hey, John, please, John. Let me. Yeah. All right. So
you're the main one spreading.
Gentlemen, can I please land? So I'm sorry, I do take a little while. I'll try to be succinct. My point is let's say Biden got rid of 3 million illegal folks, but he did it without creating this kind of crazy chaos that's on the television now. These huge problems in Minnesota, and these politicians or whatever Trump guys coming on TV saying, "Look, do not believe your eyes, do not believe your ears." You know, that's complete 1984.
Look, Matthew, who's causing the chaos? Is it the libtards that are protesting?
Exactly, it's the libtards.
Well,
no, it's the ICE agents.
Respectfully, what I think it is that the libtards, as you call them, are concerned about overreach, right? They're afraid of a new normal.
They're concerned they're going to lose their illegals. They want the illegals to stay.
I don't think so. I mean, bro, I'm up here in Canada. I don't view it as a left-right thing. I'm genuinely concerned.
Then where was all this commotion during the Obama deportations?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was no. So, for example, if they were broadcasted, if they were broadcasted like that, I think people would have the same visceral emotional reaction. Yeah. So it's done differently. Is what I'm saying. And so my point is, if it's done differently, the purpose is why it's being done differently.
Thank you very little. Okay.
Why is it being done differently?
It's not being done differently. Second of all, they're using the expedited.
But Alan, I don't remember.
They're using the expedited court proceedings, and administrative rules.
It is done differently, though.
Implemented. Second of all,
it's done very differently.
Lawsuits and injunctions have the liberal judges put against the Trump administration.
Alan, you know my personality. For me, it's not a left versus right thing. It's not an either or thing.
Yes, well,
I'm a principled person.
You can deny
I'm on team humanity for everyone.
You can deny that it's a left or right thing, but it is a left or right thing. Don't bury your head in the sand.
For you, it is.
No.
Matthew, guys like your culture's weak, effeminate, perfume. You're a perfume maker. Why would you take the advice of a? Let Alan finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What he does for a living doesn't make any difference. Let's focus on the arguments here.
Well, let's focus on it because
maybe you don't believe it's, or you'd like to frame it that it isn't left or right. But you brought up an interesting point. Obama was doing this, and you said, well, maybe if they had seen it during the Obama years, they would have objected to it.
Yes.
Why didn't they? I have an answer. I'll let you offer an opinion. My opinion is that when the left feels that they are in control and they feel they have a president who understands them, or whatever that emotional connection is, then they will let that president do whatever. And he's deporting 3 million people. That's okay. We're going to let him do it. And the media, and then the other part of directly addressing what you said is the other part of it, the media doesn't report on it. But as soon as it's a Republican or someone that the media decides or the left decides doesn't have their best interests at heart, then everything becomes an objection, and the left and the media in particular starts reporting on it and reporting on it negatively.
So
That's my take.
The guy's a trans activist. He's not your normal nurse. He's a trans activist in a secret signal group working for Tim Walz's executive command. Let's be real here. It's all NGOs, society. You got perfume makers like Matt. You know what, Matt? Propaganda and your stupid Orwell quotes won't work here. Because look at my stupid Orwell quote. The further society drifts from truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. Like me, election. I am complete. You should have voted in March primary for Republicans. Again, March 17th.
We love you, John.
How's it feel, Congressman?
Yeah, that may be true election, but I'm dealing with
For
the
16th
argument.
district. If that's a failure, I don't know what you call success, but you smell like a bucket of shit. Right out, yeah.
Doctor, I wanted to say something about the link you pinned up there. It's funny because earlier when we were debating, and it's the same topic, someone was saying that the official details by the Department of Justice or even the other law enforcement, that they never said that he brandished the weapon. But yet when you hear that lady there speaking at that press conference, she even says it herself, that he brandished the weapon, which is a lie. This is what I mean. They already came out with misinformation from the get-go. They lied. He never brandished that gun at all. They're using it to justify the way they murdered him.
Well, they're doing the same play with the Epstein files. They all coming together. What's the FBI director's name? Kash Patel.
Kash Patel.
Yeah, all of them. They coming together. They're in cahoots, and they lying to you, and they think you're dumb. They think you're stupid, and they know a lot of you too are gonna disagree with them because they're pushing your dumbass political agenda. And so that's why I'm saying Minneapolis is showing us what humanity is. They're actually showing us what evolved humans are. You know what I mean?
And you got mouthpieces like Alan down there, Alan Dershowitz, that wants to lie like it's the same immigration tactics that was being done with Obama and now this administration, when it surely wasn't, because ain't no Americans get gunned down by ICE agents during Obama's administration.
And so what this is a personal attack. They're coming after Tim Walz, right? And you're seeing white, black, and brown come together in an evolved state to protect each other. And that's what we all need to do. That's what I've been preaching since the beginning. It's going to take white, black, and brown. And I've never even been to Minneapolis or Minnesota. I didn't even know they was getting down like that. And that's the most beautiful thing I've seen on the news. So.
No, you're right. You're right. Is anybody in this room here from Minnesota? Can anybody here report and tell us what it feels like to be there now?
Indiana.
Educator making $15,000 a month from Open Society. That's what it feels like. They're staying in hotels, they're getting fed, and they're out there like it's a culture, like a society. They're the protest society industrial complex, Matthew.
Viking has.
That's gotta be it.
I don't know if he wants to share.
John.
I don't think he's there right now, though.
Okay.
I mean, as in Minnesota. I mean, I'll be on stage.
John the Cons.
I know what it feels like in the rest of the country. We're looking at Minnesota and saying, why don't these idiots just let ICE do its job? That's what most of America is thinking. It's just the media and
most of America is not thinking.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, that's
most of America is not thinking.
Yeah,
they're thinking that ICE agents are idiots.
Alan, I think you're powerless.
Sorry.
Alan, I think you're speaking specifically about one specific spectrum of the country,
I'm speaking for the moderates.
You're talking about for the moderates, but see, that's what I'm saying. You're speaking in spectrums. You're not speaking in totality, and you're thinking in a spectrum. One part of the spectrum is totality of this nation.
About autism because they use an autism, but real people who are in
no, I don't know. I use long-term analogies to give you an understanding.
The middle of the road voters view this as more left-wing radical BS. The way it's the same thing that happened in the 60s. We're seeing this take in left-wing violence, which will eclipse, which has already eclipsed right-wing violence. And now, and the country will do it the same way they do it.
It's not the same thing anymore.
Oh, can I read this real quick? Because once again, Alan is lying. It says it right here. National Public, hold on. It says it, hold on. Let me read it real quick. National Public Opinion on ICE. Disapproval of ICE actions incurring higher than approval. Recent U.S. Gov poll found that about 53% of Americans somewhat are strongly disapproving of how ICE is handling its job. So you're lying.
No, I'm not lying.
Alan Dershowitz liar.
No, you're lying.
Resistance. Hold on. Resistance. What was that percentage? I'm actually curious, and I couldn't hear the percentage.
Yeah, it was.
Look, see, he wants to get it. It says it right here. National.
Alan, can I listen to the percentage?
You're a drunk white man.
Apology. Okay, black man.
All right, Alan Dershowitz.
Okay.
Why are you calling him Alan Dershowitz?
Yeah, because
Because he thinks he's a lawyer. Exactly. He's professed people like Trump.
We don't
Alan Dershowitz.
And we don't like the term white. We don't like the term white. We prefer the term master race. Thank you.
Okay, White Caucus Mountain.
Okay.
All right, Alan Dershowitz.
All right, just give us the percentage that you have there.
No problem. I can read it off again real quick.
No, give us the percentage.
Yeah, the percentage is 50%. Recent government polling found that about 53% of Americans somewhat are strongly disapprove of how ICE is handling this job. 53%.
I thought it was they were up by 3 points. I saw something different, Resistance. I think they were only up by 3 points or something like that. But
I just said that, 53%.
No, you said unfavorable. I think you said no.
No, unapproved. It's unfavorable.
53%, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
not like
I'll put it in the group, but yeah.
Okay, I'll put it in it too. They don't. The American people are spoken. They're not in favor of it.
Yeah, they are.
What a dumb.
Only Alan Dershowitz out here.
They didn't.
Only Alan Dershowitz with Trump with his lover boy on his picture.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of those public polls like that, just FYI. I mean, because you see all kinds of bullshit. Jarl, did you want to speak?
Well, I mean, if you don't accept it, that's enough.
You're an Oswald Bates one.
Can I
Not really. Thanks, Peter. Appreciate it.
Jarl, you don't want to speak?
I don't have anything on topic. I'm sorry. Maybe if I have something later. Thank you.
All right. Does anybody believe the title of my room? If anybody were not to interfere with what's going on, would they be alive? I mean, I don't know. Does anybody disagree with that? Like, would that be a fair approach to things or no?
Well, look, it's like this. Regardless of who, what administration, whatever in office, you do have to respect authority. That's not the issue. Stop interfering in ICE operation to stay alive. I mean, look, it depends on the rules and regulations and the things that they do. Now, if they're following protocol and doing what they're supposed to do, then yeah, you should leave them alone, let them do what they do. But at the same time, if they go around, and of course, when you're looking at the standpoint of the potentiality of them being able to go into homes without warrants, that's intrusion on, rights of the citizens, right? Because that, under the pretense of somebody's house that you don't like, or without the cameras, and do whatever the hell you want to do to them. So yes, in one standpoint, yes, interfering with ICE operations is one thing, and if you're going around and provoking them, then yeah, I mean then you're asking for trouble. But at the same time, if they have complete immunity to go around doing what the hell they want to do, then how can you expect somebody to not fit for their lives or be afraid for their lives? That'd be my.
So to answer the question, a lot of people are asking what the difference was between the two administrations. I put some things in the chat for you guys to realize that the effort of the Obama administration was much more organized and done in a way that wasn't as confrontational as what the ICE officers are doing now. That's the big difference. So let's be clear about that.
Source, please.
I did a quick, just read, and then if you have any
define confrontational.
Yeah,
Confronted by whom?
You know what's so funny? Instead of you guys taking the time to read, you immediately ask questions. Just read, and then we can talk.
Yeah, well, answer the question.
Well, you're talking to people who
No, Alan, don't read.
no matter what. You know what I mean? Instead of holding
We've been reading for the last 2 years.
officers accountable,
Stuff that I've read that
the way they execute, I respect.
Just read what how to defend a pedophile.
I'll respect you if you like they got the title right. Obviously, and they got Trump in their profile photos. So obviously, they're down with that agenda. But I'll respect you more if you could say that I fucked up. You know what I mean? I fucked up. But
here's the thing. I don't need your respect. I don't need your respect.
Agenda. So
that's the difference. You're looking for my respect. I don't need your respect.
No matter what.
That's the difference between you and me.
I can't even respect you as a man.
I repeatedly said that I think they fucked up, and it's unjustified. And I support Trump. I'm glad he's supporting illegals.
Yeah, by the way, let me just answer Othello. Because it can go both ways too. Because, I find it hard to believe a little bit that most of the protest is not just against Trump and not so much really caring about whether or not illegals are being deported. So, I would respect you more if you were honest about what you're protesting. That's where I was going with that. I don't believe that, white liberal people have such a concern for Somalis that they're willing to put their lives on the line and all this other garbage. When in reality, they're just going after Orange Man Bad Trump. Let's be realistic about it.
I think the fact that they're willing to put their lives on the line, shows that they're not fucking around. They're not playing around, and they're not here to make crack jokes on Clubhouse. And so they could easily, hold on, they could easily be in the house, chilling, dyeing their hair blue, and doing whatever kind of liberal things that they want to do. But the fact that they are going out for a cause that really doesn't affect them now.
The cause is hating Trump.
That means the Democrats are a death cult. They're willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of idolatry.
They hate Trump.
I missed my whole point. It wasn't for a cause. Hating Trump is not a cause. You see what I'm saying, Othello? Yeah. Protesting deportation could be a cause, but just like hating a guy for the fucks of it, or for the feels, really, it's not what they're doing. I mean, it's what they're doing, but they're not doing what I'm saying about with the protesting of like actual deportation. I don't think. I mean, I really don't think this is really a big part of it.
I mean, that's one angle.
Hold on, real quick, Doctor. I think you have to say this.
The community in Minneapolis and Minnesota as a whole, I think you guys didn't even know what kind of mentalities that they had there. I didn't know, right? But now I'm hip to it, and I'm so proud. They make me proud to be American.
And we're embarrassed as Americans.
Doctor, when you say no, I can't take you serious sometimes. Because look, in one instant you're saying if they didn't go, the American citizens didn't go protest, right? If they didn't interfere with the ICE thing, they wouldn't be dead. All right, that might be so. American citizens, let's just say, if they didn't interfere, they would have been shot down and get killed. But it still doesn't change the fact that even during the Obama administration, when Americans didn't get killed, they were still killing some of the illegals in the detention centers, just like they're doing now. ICE agents are killing people, point blank. That is the proof that they intentionally, because we see so many deaths in both administrations, this Sunday do systematic. Whenever they have the opportunity, the ICE agents to overstep their authority with lethal force, they do it.
Can I ask you a question? Resistance, were you just as offended when the illegals were killing Americans and have been killing Americans?
If anybody comes here illegal and they commit a crime, they should have been thrown out or executed.
That's not the question I asked. The resistance, that's not the question I asked. As upset you are about ICE agents killing people, are you upset with illegals killing Americans?
Of course.
I have a question for you.
See, I believe it. He asked me like that. Unlike you, I believe in capital punishment. I believe if illegal came here and they killed or raped a woman or a man or they killed anyone illegal, I think they should have got the death penalty. But it's people like you who allowed them to come in anyway, the criminals, and you keep them here. And then your president, Mr. Donald Trump, he pardons them. He pardons the ones that he wants. The ones who commit the fraud for Medicaid fraud, the ones who bring in all the cocaine, he pardons them. I don't take this administration serious.
Didn't they send the Israeli pedophiles back to Israel?
Yes, they do all the time, and then Alan Dershowitz represents them.
Yeah, so I have a question for either Resistance or Otello. It's hard to tell the two of you apart, but whoever it was who said, well, you could respect me more. Why is your respect of me, why should that be important to me or anybody else in the room or anyone else on the app when they're speaking? Why is the respect you give so important? And I'm wondering why you think you are that important, that your respect is that important.
I don't think that subject or that topic gets us anywhere. Let's move on, guys.
Yeah, it gets us everywhere because it's an important
just
question.
for the record, I never said I would respect you because I definitely don't, and I never would. I'd slap
Then
you.
why should I respect you? Why should I respect
we got people listening to us. Let's get to the
topic. Yeah, we do have
I just wanted to say something.
And you started in on me right away, so this is part of the conversation.
Go do that.
Who made you the person?
Alan, it's all good. Look.
Yeah, who made you the person?
Alan, you have an issue with this. That's cool, bro.
No, the point is it's a bullshit leftist tactic that people like him always use to try and control the conversation. He's full of shit, and that's what it is. So fuck him.
You're focused on the individual now. That means you're
that's right. Because this country is built on individuals.
We got you off the
Alan, go back to Epstein Island, Alan Dershowitz.
Well, I would go, but they
guys are circuit court judges. They got elected. These guys are just retired judges, Alan. You're dealing with very demented people. Don't expect to get any points with these people. They will never be demented.
Judges, do you believe in restorative justice?
Alan, just redact everything I said and keep going like nothing happened.
Yeah, the problem is something.
You made a claim about because you did the whole what they call whataboutism type shit, right? About illegals killing American citizens.
When did I frame whataboutism?
Okay, so when you were speaking with resistance about the whole thing about do you care? Okay, but in the context of you're asking that because he supports illegals coming up here or whatever, right? But my thing is but in illegals killing Americans, even though those people who do that are scum, is very low, and the criminality of so-called illegal or even immigrants in general is very low compared to people who are this is a genocide. This is horrible. Listen to this retarded bird brain motherfucker. But my point is,
because you're delivering a powerful point, and that's what they do.
No, I mean, he's an intelligence agent anyways, but Joe, but getting back to Joe, but it's, real quick. So with that being said, right, the statistics, American violence versus illegal immigrant American violence, the disparity is by far, large. So with that being said, with all the illegal immigrants and all this other stuff, how come we center on the negativity of them being over here, but then take away from the positivity that they bring over here when they bring in millions, possibly billions, put into the economy? So my thing is, with the whole illegal immigration thing, and mind you, with Republicans and conservatives, they're the ones that wanted this 5, 6 something decades ago.
All right, wrap it up.
So with that being said, I'm wrapping up right now. With that being said, why are you sitting up here just focused on the negative aspect that has no bearing statistically? That's not even that large.
Because they're not. So why don't you ask Resistance the same question? He was focused on the negativity about the ICE agents. He claimed that they're murdering people. So I asked in the same sense, well, are you as upset about illegals killing Americans? And actually, when you compare it numbers-wise, illegals kill more Americans than ICE agents kill Americans.
Well, no, that's not. You know why that's a lot?
No, that's
because more Americans kill Americans more than illegals.
No, we have
and ICE agents are Americans.
Let's illegal aliens kill more Americans than ICE agents have ever killed Americans.
No, they don't. Americans kill more Americans than anyone else.
Americans kill more. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. Americans
makes a fucking lot of sense. American citizens are the ones who have the higher percentage of killing other Americans.
I'm not done. I'm a mod, and I
accept what he's saying. That's resistance rejecting.
Yes, exactly.
No, but I'm really speaking of fact.
I get to finish my thought.
More Americans are the ones who kill other Americans, higher than anyone.
Moving the goalpost.
Not illegal.
Let Joe go. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so to finish the thought with the point that Ray, I don't have it, Ray, I'm just going to call you Ray, but the point Ray made, look, by the statistics, 100% of all illegals are criminals. It is a crime to enter our country illegally. 100% of them are criminals.
No, they're not, because entering the country illegal for the first time is a misdemeanor. Sorry, Jack. Yes, it is, you idiot. Yes, it is, you idiot.
So even with a misdemeanor, that still makes you a criminal. If I was to concede your point.
No, it does not.
I had this conversation earlier.
So let's be clear about this. Hold on. I'm still talking. So I need to educate the stage right now. Look, if you overstay your visa, that is not in the same sense of crossing the border illegally. The resistance, you just said crossing the border, and I agree, crossing the border is illegal. Regardless, if you think it's just, you're going to minimize it by saying it's a misdemeanor, it's still a crime, and 100% of them are criminals.
Alan, really quick, because I had this conversation earlier and somebody mentioned asylum. How does that play into effect with the illegal part?
Who are you asking the question to?
Alan.
Hey, Google, what does asylum mean? How does that relate to illegal aliens?
Yeah, because I said the same thing that you said. They're all illegals. And then somebody responded to me by saying if they cross the border and they, they're telling that they're seeking asylum, then they go into the process of, waiting to be a citizen and applying and that whole bullshit. So how does that play into them crossing the border? Does that mean they're illegal? Or if they cross the border and they're seeking asylum, they make it across the border, does that mean that they're in an asylum stage and that they're not?
That would be how to quickly ask the question, what's your legal status?
Yeah, I mean, that whole asylum.
The definition of asylum itself means they're not illegal because America's allowing them to come here.
Correct, that's what he was telling me.
Yeah, I think he asked me the question.
And I think I don't care,
asylum
Mr.
used to be
Dershowitz.
a legitimate claim that people made. It no longer is. The Biden administration weaponized that, and and that's how everybody came across saying they were seeking asylum. But I just looked it up. Illegals contribute $97 billion to the economy. Okay? However, depending on who you ask, they're costing the government anywhere from $150 billion to $450 billion per year. So they are sucking the life out of this country. And if you look at Chicago, literally they have, what is it? There's a bill of over $600 million that Chicago per year that it's costing them. And in Chicago, first they tried, they were going to raise property taxes. That got shut down. Then they were going to tax the rich. That got shut down. So they've raised taxes on like Uber rides and shopping, like
Property
grocery
tax
bags.
raise. They snuck it in a different way through the Board of Public Schools,
which is mostly black people in Chicago. And we've got the good house servants of the Democrats in this room still shilling for the Democrats. I'm just wondering how many times they have to get fucked up the ass before they realize that the Democratic Party is not their friend. The other point I'd like to make, though, is the data about immigrants commit less crime. That's old data. That was like 20 years ago when it was just Mexicans coming across the border. But during the Biden administration, there was a sharp increase in crimes committed by illegals at the border. That was seen. So they commit less crimes. Well, yeah, generally speaking, because they know if they get arrested and they're not in a quote sanctuary state, that their ass is going back to their country. Of course they commit less crimes. But the bottom line is this: if you don't wait your turn, you're an illegal fuck, and we're going to send you back. Now, would you like to hear the current polling on ICE? Because the majority of Americans, let me see, today more Americans support than oppose abolishing ICE. That's one thing. More Americans support. All right, there's that. About half Americans strongly disapprove. If you look at the numbers, there's, surprise, 83% of Democrats oppose. Then you've got independents, 54% oppose. On the Republicans, you got 51. Majority say the tactics are too forceful. And right now they're saying they don't feel the shooting of the guy was justified. I think as more information comes out, we're going to see that number change.
Like I said, the American people have spoken. No one cares fight.
No, they haven't spoken.
They have spoken.
All the
American people have spoken.
Have they?
Hey, Alan, Alan, real quick, I got a question for you.
George Floyd was hooked on fentanyl and took a fatal dose. Well, then people's opinion
wasn't hooked on no fentanyl, you disgusting pig. You're hooked on little boys' drawers.
Alan,
boys' drawers.
Did that change?
Alan, I got a question for you, man. So, how do you feel about ICE agents going around arresting legal citizens of America? Specifically, wait.
Yeah,
Specifically, wait, Alan, listen. I'm trying to. I promise you, take me 10 seconds. Arresting legally recognized people of the First Nations, like the Sioux Indians. All right, they're going out here in Issaquah, where the Issaquah is known. They have up here in Washington is known in Walla Walla, Issaquah are known for having Native Americans up here, right? In those areas, reservations, and they're going. Why are they coming up in here? Yeah, Okay, but here's the thing though. Why are they arresting Native Americans, Alan?
What Native Americans are you talking about?
There's Sioux Indians getting arrested. There's Apaches getting arrested.
Apache, Navajo, Oglala,
Yeah, because I'm looking it up. And
Chippewa Cree.
Has ICE arrested legal immigrants? No.
Safety for the Redskins got arrested.
Yeah. There was, I'm sorry, there was a 5-year-old taken into custody. That was the
Wait,
case.
you're not answering the question.
That was thing. Yeah.
You're not answering the question. Are your hearing aids working now?
Arresting legal immigrants.
Are your hearing aids working?
No. Indigenous people are not immigrants. People that are recognized by the federal government as the first people of the land are not immigrants.
Alan,
I
we're
can
telling
talk
you
links
what's
if you
happening.
want.
You don't have to research.
Yeah, I do, because every time I'm on stage, everybody says, divide and rent.
Hello. Can I read this real quick so I can just debunk him? Because once again, he thinks he knows things, but he don't even know the information. So here we go. Congress has congressional.
I'm confirming what you said.
I don't need you to confirm because you don't know.
Yeah, you do. Because
over 170 American citizens have been detained and put into detention.
There have been no American citizens that have been arrested.
Okay, so can I read this, please? Thank you.
Sure, you
Congressional.
Americans are American citizens.
Hold on, no, we're not talking about Native. I'm talking about just Americans. Forget about that. We're not going to give him that. I know that. We're not giving him that. I'm just going off about the facts that he don't know. Now listen. Congressional investigation figures a U.S. Senate jury committed inquiries led by Senator Dick Durbin documented that in the first 9 months of Trump's intensified immigration enforcement, at least 170 U.S. citizens were wrongfully detained by federal immigration agents, some held without contact with attorneys or family. The number that includes both ICE and Custom and Border Protections and CBP actions and reflect investigations findings rather than an official ICE account. So once again, hundreds of Americans have been illegally detained and put in detentions by ICE, sir. Wake up, Dershowitz. Wake up.
Okay, so to that I would respond, how do I feel? Let me answer that question. Let's see, how many people have been arrested by ICE? So let's see. The number of new record high surpassing 70,000 people. So if you have 70,000 people, let's see, 150, how many people did you say?
170.
170 divided by 71, 3 equals, so they have an error rate of 0.24%.
Which is terrible.
Which is insignificant. That's less than 1%.
Which is very significant to those American citizens.
Odd ICE on their
We know you do. You're a white fascist.
Yeah, but mistakes will be made in every effort. Resistance. That's impossible not to.
Yeah. So,
with all due respect, Mr. Beaver, that would never happen if ICE were doing their job correctly. Because once you grab someone, it is their job to identify them. Why are they not getting their license, their identification, social security that will substantiate that these people are American citizens? And you know how I know that they easily can do it? Because I will put videos in the chat. When ICE was in New York City, no, I'm making an answer. I didn't ask you. When American citizens in New York City, were approached by ICE, the ICE agents that were grabbing them were asking them that information. Guess what? Right there and then, the American citizens were showing the IDs, showing their information, and the ICE agents will let them go. Because they were doing their job correctly then, but majority of them are not.
Let's have some dialogue here.
I'm speaking. Don't cut me off.
No, let's have it. You asked a question.
No, I did not ask a question.
I can explain very
I didn't ask you a question. No, I
You
didn't.
did.
I did not ask you a question.
We have some dialogue.
I didn't ask you a question.
Hold on, I'm speaking.
No, I'm making a statement. When I'm done,
The
then you can
question
speak.
was, why is ICE detaining people that are American citizens? Well, we have on record people are going to these protests without their ID and getting in their face and harassing them. ICE is forced to have to detain these people to determine who they are prior to their release. These detainment figures include people that don't have their ID to prove themselves. And they're also being detained because they're harassing law enforcement as they're trying to execute their duty.
Oh my gosh, when you get the full picture and facts of what's going on, gee, that number goes down to even less. Let me recalculate that. Yeah, this is less than 1% error rate. I mean, this is, I mean, you know, the amount of disingenuous arguments that are being made. Yeah, you expect it to be perfect. Yeah, sorry, it's not going to be perfect. We still want those illegals gone. Period.
Yeah,
and 150 people out of a country of 330 million. Well, if I calculate that number, it's going to be even more insignificant. It's going to be an even more insignificant number. Matt is your friend, people.
So, when you finish that conversation with Alan, can you go back to what Ray Abia brought up? What's up, Beaver?
Which
I was gonna ask you, how the hell is this happening where they're getting natives? What's going on there? Like, what are they just?
I looked
Federally
it up.
organized tribal members should never be subjected to immigration whatsoever. It's a part of the 14th Amendment, which gave us citizenship, right? Essentially. And because we're the only people who aren't immigrants, we should not be subjected to it. Unfortunately, there are federally recognized tribal members that are being detained by ICE, and there's men currently sitting in Fort Snelling right now that are federally recognized First Nations, Native Americans, whatever you want to say, Native Americans.
Do they carry special IDs though? Do the natives have a special ID that says we don't?
Yeah, they have a card.
Tribal IDs. The problem is the ICE people, they're fucking playing a game. They're saying that, oh, the tribal ID, we don't know if that's real or not, which is bullshit because listen to this. I can take out my tribal ID at a fucking airport and use it as a passport. So how are you gonna, it doesn't make sense. They're playing a game.
Not as a passport, as identification.
Yes, yes, that's a passport. I can cross into Ontario.
France.
And do people Native Americans, do they travel in other areas of the United States, or are they just staying in one location?
You know that. I think everybody knows that. Majority of Native Americans do not live on reservations.
Okay, so you're going to be subject to the same things that the rest of us are, like encountering the
when
police.
you're federally recognized as a tribal citizen.
Are the police able to arrest tribal peoples?
Special tribal.
Okay, then
She's
you're
only
then
named
She's
got special shit like
the same thing is going to happen to you.
Okay, Alan, when you are a federally recognized person with sovereignty in the United States, no, it's not the same. You're not subjected to immigration enforcement, right? Why are they federally recognized by the United States? They're the only people who aren't immigrants. Wow. So why the fuck are they in immigration detention right now?
Because if you are living in the United States, there are times when you will come across all forms of law enforcement, and there may be times when you were wrongfully arrested. It happens. Again, I'm trying to find out what the numbers are, because my guess is it's still specific comprehensive comprehensive data qualifying the total number of Native Americans wrongfully arrested does not exist. So, there you go. So
no, that's not true. That's literally not true.
That's not in the article.
So here's the thing.
You can be arrested just like everybody else. Get over it.
No, you cannot be subjected to
Alan,
life.
you can be.
If you're not on a
being pedophile.
reservation, yes, you can. If you're not on a reservation, yes, you can. Like,
No, you cannot.
then how do they know that you are a federally recognized member of a tribe unless they stop
You
you?
have a tribal ID.
So, but they have to ask you for it, right?
Okay, and when you give it to them, they should not throw you in a detention center. Hello?
But that's not what you said. You said you are.
That is what I said.
No, no. The guy said
No,
that.
listen,
No, he said you are
14th
subjected.
Amendment.
He said if you're he said if you are not on a reservation.
It's the 14th Amendment.
He said if you are
It's
not.
the 14th
I don't think you
Amendment.
understand what you're saying.
I don't think you
You don't understand what you're saying.
I
do
think you
understand the 14th Amendment.
No,
Hello?
you don't. Because what are you arguing with me?
Coco, I will throw you an
Your
olive
excuse.
leaf. I will, if they are going on to tribal lands.
They are.
Okay, now, then that could be a problem. However, if you as tribal people are harboring illegal immigrants, then you got a problem. Now, you're breaking the law.
Alan, they don't do that on the reservations. Alan, have you been on the reservation? Have you been on the reservations? Have you ever been around anybody from the reservation? They don't do that shit.
They don't do what shit?
Here's what
That's
you
okay. They don't know the law. They don't
How do you
understand.
know, Ray? How do you know they're not doing that?
Because they don't fuck. First and foremost, Joe,
Well, we need to check to make sure.
they don't fuck. First
I
and
know,
foremost.
because I'll be on the reservation.
They don't
like you,
fuck.
Judge.
You're on
American. Yeah, you're
They
on
don't fuck.
the reservation.
Not come to the reservation.
Just like Alan, they didn't let pedophiles on the reservation.
Hold on.
It's not allowed. It's illegal.
Right?
It's
I
illegal.
go to all the reservations.
Yeah.
Right.
So as far as what I've seen on the West Coast,
Apologize
they
for
don't
that
fuck.
resistance. Ray Albert, shut up. Resistance.
Shut up
Apologize.
for you.
No, Alan Dershowitz. No, Alan Dershowitz.
Yeah, apologize for it.
Alan, before I shut up, like you want me,
Wait, who needs to apologize for what now?
He keeps calling me a pedophile.
Yes. No, I call Alan Dershowitz a pedophile. I didn't call you a pedophile.
Okay, let's be nice.
No, you're calling me a pedophile.
Yeah, let's not do that.
And you know it.
Guys. Let's keep going.
The fact she said I don't know about the 14th Amendment, it was created for my people, lady. I think that's pretty interesting that you'd make that statement.
okay, so look, Alan. So, and mind you, this is just one of 3 or 4 news articles you can go look up from 4 or 3 different situations. But yeah, CBS, but there was multiple news stations that cover this. So 4 members of Oglala, Sioux tribe detained by ICE in Minneapolis, president says. All right, so you can go look at that specific article that I just posted in the chat. And mind you, they were federally recognized. They already knew that they were, right? For whatever fucking reason, they still detained them. Now my point is that Alan, when you have these conversations or even hint that these people are hiding illegal immigrants, they don't do that on the reservation. They don't go around hiding people.
Okay, Ray Allen, did you hear when the conditional word if? When I said that, I said to Coco that if ICE agents are going onto tribal lands, yes, that is illegal. They should not do that. I also said if they were hiding illegals, then that would give ICE agents the authority to go on lands. If. But the last thing I'll say is that if, again, conditional, if they are going off tribal lands, which, as we all know, they don't just sit on tribal lands all day long. understand the silliness of saying that. But if you are interacting in the United States, you will at some point possibly come across some form of law enforcement. That's not an unreasonable thing to think. Now, if it was like thousands and thousands of Native Americans are being detained by ICE, then yeah, I would see the point in that, and that would be it. But even, I think it was Resistance said that we've got 175 people wrongfully detained by ICE out of the 70,000 that they have detained and arrested. It's an insignificant number, and I would suggest, Coco, that
it's very significant. There shouldn't be a reason why they ever detain an American.
Hey, Resistance, you know
If
what's
you don't give your ID, they will.
But
Hey,
again,
but here's the
you're going to get some errors as in anything, and that it's still a pretty good record.
okay,
Terrible record.
Regardless, I just wanna correct like misinformation because you probably haven't read the Citizenship Act of 1924, which made Native Americans also U.S. citizens as well.
But that's not what you said. You said the 14th Amendment. You said the 14th Amendment. But you said the 14th Amendment. No, you shut up. You were wrong. You were wrong and you're a liar.
14th Amendment.
You're
It's
wrong, you're a
under
liar.
the 14th Amendment.
You're wrong,
Know
you're
your
a liar.
Constitution. It's under the 14th
Why don't you just read
Amendment.
us the fucking amendment if you're gonna keep saying it, you little bitch?
I'm trying to, but this dumb bitch who doesn't know the 14th Amendment keeps coming off my.
So you guys are gonna let that white
Under-
cracker call her a bitch, really?
wait, you did?
Under the 14th
Hey,
Amendment.
don't worry about that.
She just called a black lady a bitch. Who are you caping for?
First of all,
White crack.
both of y'all women, if y'all get into argument, that's different. He's a man.
Bitch call a bitch a bitch, and another guy calls a bitch a bitch. Well, that's a lot of bitches.
Yeah, but worry about the FBI
That guy
investigating on your scam of Congress run that you had. Let's worry about
But
that.
yeah, if I do, you guys throw me down. He
Congressman,
gets to say,
you had to get bus
Real
phones
funny.
because you molested two girls on a bus. You're lucky you ain't in jail. You're sitting on a clown house with your misinformation, man.
Because if that actually happened, don't you think I'd be in jail? You stupid fuck. But anyway.
About it. You told me the story. I got that right here. Why don't you tell everybody your version of the story?
anyways, as soon as you tell us the story about how you molested your daughter, Alexia.
Okay, under the 14th Amendment, it doesn't.
Resistance. I'm so sorry for your daughter.
Are we done with retard hour? Yeah, great.
You little bitch.
That's your mother. Why don't you go back on live with your balls out in your 1500 phones? Anyways, what I was saying was, yeah, it doesn't matter if you're on tribal land or not. Under the Citizenship Act, Alan, it's not supposed to happen whatsoever. So, there's that. And for the room.
Make that happen?
I thought she was reading language from a bill.
Yeah, Coco, what is not supposed to happen? You didn't detail it.
Native Americans are not supposed to be subjected to ICE.
Yeah, but they can be asked questions. And if they don't have their
Being
they can be
subject
detained.
to means being under the authority of, and no, they cannot.
Yes,
It's
they
not.
can.
I mean, like, why? What do they have to do? They're going to be detained and sent back somewhere? Where are they going to be sent to?
Wait.
So actually, what's happening is people are being detained that are federally recognized tribal members, and that's the Congress.
Exactly, Coco.
Detainment is not being
Once ICE
arrested.
knows you a medical marriage, they cannot touch you.
Hold on,
They cannot
Rambo.
touch you.
Can we agree that detainment is not being arrested, right?
Or deported. So no, they were detained and they were brought to a facility, Joe. Joe, they were detained and brought to a facility.
Okay, under what
That's typically
conditions?
what happens when you're detained.
I asked Mr.
What's the
Cooper.
point? Where are they going to send them to?
Coco,
They're
I'm
still being
sorry.
held. There's still
sorry.
3 members of the
They have to-
that are being held.
Joe,
We have to cross-reference to make sure they're citizens.
Okay,
Well, when your community comes out,
Native American.
Coco, I got that
When you're-
for you.
oh my God.
I asked,
When your community comes out,
I asked Mr.
why are you
Google,
guys all coming off my guns? Holy shit.
I'm sorry.
Because you're talking in circles about something no one is saying. You're saying,
Oh, really?
yes,
Yeah.
that's why. That's exactly why.
Joe, I have
You
no
don't brought it
real
up,
answer.
Cameron.
I did bring it up.
Okay, you're a dumbass. You're the one that don't understand.
What if a Mexican guy just says, "Hey, I'm a Native American"? What do they do there?
Native Americans should be deported.
Beaver,
Americans should be deported.
somebody in the mod. I asked Mr. Google, under what conditions can federal officers go onto tribal lands? Federal officers may enter tribal lands to investigate major crimes under the Major Crimes Act. Key conditions: criminal investigations, federal law enforcement. For example, ICE Border Patrol. Federal agents can enter to enforce federal laws such as immigration, but they must comply with constitutional standards. Just as one thing, public law 280, PL 280 in certain states, PL 280 transferred some federal jurisdiction to state law enforcement, though it does not fully abolish federal authorities, right of way, etc., etc., etc. So thank you very much. Sorry, but number one, yes, tribal lands are private lands, but just like any other private property that we give as a country, federal and local law enforcement certain rights to enter our property under certain condition. And ICE is one of those ones. So sorry.
That's incorrect. That's literally incorrect. What did you
No,
read from?
clearly you're incorrect, lady.
What did
You're
you
a
just read from?
you're a $5
What did you
Indian.
just read from?
You're a $5 Indian.
What did you just read from, Alan?
Native
I
Americans.
did a search under Google.
Why-
I looked up under what conditions can federal officers go onto tribal lands? That's the question I asked.
Okay, so AI just lied to you. Great.
No,
Because-
he didn't. That is absolutely true.
I'm literally not talking.
I know, but you're getting on there to lies. I don't know enough. Don't know enough to have the conversation, lady.
Oh, but I do. And
You
I'm
don't.
fucking.
You really
Okay, can you put her down?
Guys, whatever.
You really don't, which is why you're wrong.
You sound
AI is always right. AI
It's.
is
Alright, let's just let Coco explain. So we can move on. Let her explain.
Okay, so again, under 1924 Indian Citizenship Act, that is incorrect. You literally just need to go and read that, and trust me, it's fine. Like AI lies sometimes. I've had to program my AI before because
We don't care. Get to the point and get off.
just a liberal cook.
Please continue. She was moved.
Anyways, yeah, so I mean, AI does not trump federal law. Sorry. Too bad. So sad. And it doesn't trump the 14th Amendment either. So
Only listen, Native Americans should be deported.
you can literally look up the 1924 Indian Citizenship Act yourself right now, and you will see everything that I'm saying
I
is
looked it up
completely
and
true.
you're lying. You're lying, and you need
Okay,
to
yes, that's the guy who wants to deport me. Great.
Yeah.
But what?
Yeah, wonderful. I hope you get off of my land. I actually hope ICE comes for you in particular, Malachi.
This land
Yeah.
is for white. You're
Yeah.
So let,
No,
look,
no,
hold
it
on,
doesn't. And you're obviously a
We
black
have
guy.
to go this round again because Coco continues to lie. So you're
I'm
continuing to
not
decide.
lying.
Hold on.
Oh my God,
You're
are you
continuing
kidding
to
me?
decide. I'm
Are you
talking
kidding
now.
me?
We sat
No,
here
I'm
patiently
reading the
letting you lie to the
1924.
stage.
Wow!
Okay, yes, you're citing a law from 1924.
Really? You guys are gonna sit here and lie right now?
It's been
That's
cited.
crazy.
The
That
major.
was
You deserve to die in this country.
Coco, can you control your emotions, please? Look, the Major Crimes Act of 1885 and General Crimes Act of 1886
1917 provide federal criminal jurisdiction over Indian country. Period. These laws do apply. Y'all take federal money. You don't think we have strings attached to it? Get the fuck out of here. If there's a crime been committed, we do investigate it on tribal land. You don't have some superpower because you're a Native American.
Yeah, in addition, I then asked a
between
follow-up
a murder
for
crime
Coco.
and a drug crime and immigration. The people who investigate, I'm responding. Because you just called me a liar and you just misrepresented everything. No, there's a difference between the DA, and immigration enforcement.
No, ICE is part of
there
federal law
it is.
enforcement.
That was the dumbest shit you could have said to call me a motherfucking liar. You're dumb. You're ignorant. You have no idea what the
You
fuck
lost
you're
your
talking
emotions
about.
now.
No, I don't care because you just sat here and called me a liar.
I'm not going to
Yeah,
argue
because
with
you're lying. You're lying. You think that immigration and drug enforcement is the same thing? Really? Do you really think the federal officers that investigate drug crimes are not immigration officers? The federal officers that investigate murders are not immigration officers.
It won't sound as much of a lie, right?
So if you go and read the 1924 Act, right? Because I know a lot of you guys don't know how to read.
So why don't you just read it already?
Or have a great
But you're not, because
comprehension
you're
skills.
wrong.
You will see that you look dumb as fuck, and you just
Okay,
like to
let's go back to the title. So stop
You
it.
just lied. Did
Let's go
Native
back to the-
Americans
okay.
become citizens in what year?
Let's go back to the title, y'all.
We're obviously not going to agree with all these different things. So go ahead. Let's get back a little bit on the subject here.
Yeah, let's get it. Okay, I love the title. I just read it. Stop interfering with ICE operations equals staying alive. Okay. So for those who want to be stupid and abuse their First Amendment, I advise you to leave your Second Amendment at home, okay? And if you want to bother ICE, do it without your car or a gun on your persons. Try that and see what happens. Stupid ass motherfuckers. Dumb ass niggas. Dumb ass motherfuckers.
You can expect
Dead ass
FIFO
motherfuckers.
number 3. There
Dead
will be a
ass,
Karen
dumbass
tomorrow who
motherfuckers.
will lash
I can't believe you stupid ass motherfuckers left the house with pistols in your car and you wanted to go against ICE agents. Yeah, you said what election? I'm just saying.
Follow around with people who have guns and are trained for combat, and they're trying to enforce legal operations of an insurgency of illegal aliens that have invaded our country. You will FIFO yourself.
FIFO for sure, yes, and that's exactly what happened. Next time you want to impede, leave your weapons at home. Do not use your car as a weapon. If you need a reminder, go log on to X and scroll and type in dumbass libertard lady in Minnesota and type in stupid nurse man in fucking Minnesota, and they're both dead as fuck because they both wanted to impede, not as a normal, not just using their First Amendment, they're using cars and they're using guns. Or not they're using guns, but they have guns on their persons, and they're not even alerting everybody to have guns on their persons, which is a fucking dumb thing to do.
People died removing tens of thousands of illegal aliens, but literally 3,000 babies are killed a day. 3,000 American babies are killed by abortions every single day. The selective outrage is so repulsive. You can tell there's no ethics, morals, or virtues amongst anyone, even at Clown House. Everyone is weak and pathetic. We don't enforce our laws. We've been overrun. We've been at war for 25 years. We're $39 trillion in debt, and nobody here has any fucking balls but Alan. I salute you, Alan.
Thank you, election. Yeah, very nice. Alan, you don't give any compliments, so that's, we gotta take that into consideration, don't we? Where are we going with this?
Well,
there's not a speck of dust out of place in the world. If you FIFO, you can go straight to heaven. That's the Trump policy. FIFO, 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 straight to heaven.
yeah, well, did Coco leave or did she get moved down? Because further investigation shows that what we're arguing about is is exactly what's being argued now. Yes, the 24 Act granted U.S. citizenship to all Native Americans. So by the virtue of the fact that they are Native, they are not subject to ICE. However, as U.S. citizens, as I argued, as U.S. citizens, if you run across an ICE officer, you can be detained by them and asked to show proof of citizenship. Now, if they see that you're a Native American, that's just as good as being any other American. But they are not immune from being profiled. And that's the problem. The tribal leaders are saying, oh, ICE is racially profiling us and going after us. No, I suspect they see somebody and they're suspicious. And so they are going up to that person and asking questions. And maybe that person doesn't have an ID, so they get detained. Which just, emphasizes the point, don't go anywhere without your ID.
Yeah, I didn't hook it up. I don't think we were either, so I think she left.
She left on her own, yeah.
Well, yeah, I know she left, but just in case she comes back.
Hopefully she comes back with her emotions under control.
Master, do you want to speak?
Yeah, I want to say that it's a sad time in our history when the conservatives, the political right in our country has found a price for stomping on the Constitution, and that price is the $50,000 sign-on bonus. $50,000 sign-on bonus is all that it took for the conservative right in our country. John Kitover is right, the weak political right, to stomp all over the Constitution. $50,000 in a sign-on bonus by Homeland Security. Yeah.
Can you give an example of what you mean?
Sure. So I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but ICE has increased, our federal government increased ICE agents. In 2024, there was about 7,000 ICE agents. In the last year, this was a press release given by ICE in the beginning of January of this year, that they had increased the historic amount of manpower, 120%, going from 7,000 to 10,000 ICE agents up to 22,000. And if you go and you look at the USAjobs.gov website, you find that they were wonderfully outlining how basically all you gotta do is know how to read and write, and we already know how poor the conservatives are, okay, of America, because the liberals are just as poor too, okay. We're likely poor because of liberal policy. I'm getting there. The violation. Well, I'm explaining how it happened first. So it happened because weak conservatives who have been weakened by political left tyranny through legislation, who have no savings, living paycheck to paycheck, they sold out for $50K. So the left is getting what they set up. The political right has sold us out for a $50K sign-on bonus and an $80,000 a year paycheck. And how, where, how, why, what, when? I'm pretty sure. I mean, just look at it, okay? The quota. Look what's happening. It's not a coincidence. Oh, we're so upset. The left is projecting. It's not really a thing. This isn't really something that's happening. It's just they're mad at Trump. Well, I mean, when you go from having a quota of 1,200 to 1,500 immigrants, as your quota as an ICE agent.
I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just like, can you get to the violation of the Constitution?
Yeah, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, suspension of habeas corpus, no due process. I mean, it's all over. Congressional material says it. They show it. We've had U.S. citizens held in detention centers, somewhere upward of 3.5 years. U.S. citizens. We are having people no due process. We're having people not able to petition their governments to have their day in court before a judge. They're just being shipped out. We're having people. Homes infiltrated. We're having kids taken out of schools. Okay, I think the little 5-year-old boy, he was like, I don't know, among a series of children that are just yeeted out of the elementary school system because they're just such a danger to society. These little children. And
I would say drastic times call for drastic measures, and when you let in 20 million immigrants come in through a Biden administration or 10, whatever it was, then you gotta do something. We can't just sit there and not.
Well, I'm saying there was a price, and it was $50,000. That's all. It was $50,000. The conservative poor needs to get paid because the Republicans are dumb, poor, blind because of the liberal policies. So they're just paying it back. And they said, you know what? Fuck the Constitution. Sorry, we're gonna have to have a little bit of stomping on the Constitution. Don't tread on me. It's no longer a thing. Let's rewrite the flag. Don't tread on me. But if you're gonna tread on me, well then I'm gonna tread right back on you. So 2 wrongs make a right. In this particular instance, and all it took was $50K.
But we're treading on illegals.
No, this is literally, I'm explaining U.S. citizenry. I'm literally saying that these are U.S. citizens that are being violated. Okay, U.S. citizens.
They
and not only, and despite
they will need to be compensated if they had been treaded on, but unfortunately that's going to happen. So it's worth the squeeze, in my opinion, because we have to do something about our legals because the dumbass libtards let it happen. Because they want
Exactly, and $50K is all that it took. Tell me what, guess what, you're going to tell me that I don't have a $50K paycheck? Yeah, sure, I'll go out and stomp on people's constitutional rights too, right? Yeah, no problem.
Beaver, could I respond? Bima.
I'll make that quota get met.
Okay, do you support your brown, Hispanic, and Latinx people? Do you support them?
I support human beings.
Okay, but do you support Latinos and their efforts to oppose, to get a better life and to come out from underneath the oppression that they have experienced in the United States?
I support all peaceful human beings.
Okay, because I just looked it up. Approximately, even though they only make up 8% of the overall federal workforce. Latinos only make up 8% of the overall federal workforce. They're approximately 30% of all ICE agents are Latinos, and 50% of all Border Patrol agents are Latinos. And most of it because it's a stable, well-paid career with benefits. So that $50,000 is actually going to help elevate a minority oppressed racial group here in the United States. So I think that we should all, especially black people and everyone here in this room, if you support your what's the term I'm looking for? Your brown-skinned brothers and sisters who are trying to fight against the white crackers that are oppressing them, then you need to support ICE, because those ICE agents, the ones on the border, 50% of them are the oppressed Latino people.
Yeah, do you think that, yeah, let me ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Do you think that if a people is oppressed, that by being oppressed, they then should have the, whichever way, that they then should be able to oppress other human beings that haven't oppressed them, but they've been oppressed, right? And so that's one issue. But then because they've been oppressed, they get to go oppress other people. So if I punch you in the face, I punch Alan in the face because I think he's a status bootlicking bitch. You get to go and say, you know what? I'm gonna go punch Beaver in the face, okay? Because I got punched in the face. That's the argument you're making, fool.
Actually, Bima, you're the one who's characterizing border enforcement and deportations as being punched in the face. I characterize it as upholding the law. And I think if Latinos who know very well the risks and the politics of illegal immigration, I think what's happened is that they understand that the immigration that happened under Biden was wrong and that it actually affects their community negatively. And so that's why they are enforcing the law. No one is getting punched in the face. The Constitution is not being trampled. And if they, who have more authority on this issue than anyone else, if they feel that it's worth their time to enforce the border, to protect the border, and to deport illegal immigrants, who am I, as a lowly white cracker, white supremacist, racist man, who am I to argue with their ultimate wisdom? So again, I call on everyone in this room, and black and brown people everywhere, to help support our Latinx brothers and sisters and continue to support the efforts of Biden. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Yeah, only someone who's completely delusional is gonna say, okay, yeah, all of this evidence, all of this massive amount of evidence of congressional material that's brought to the congressional floor, that's been of the medical neglect, all of the shit. I mean, like, you're to turn. Oh, do you know what? It's not a problem. It's upholding the law. We're doing the law. I mean, like, dude, like, you're scaring me. You're scaring me.
Yeah, I'm using the logic. Excuse me, Joe, I'll be quick. I promise. I'll be quick. I'm just using the framework and the rhetoric of the left, Dima. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. But remember, and much to Beaver's dismay, I was a Democrat. I voted Democrat for a very long time. So I know the talk. Yes, doctor, I'm sorry. It's my ultimate shame. I don't know if you can forgive me. I hope someday you will.
Can I ask Bima a question? Yes, you can. All right. How many people died in ICE custody? I'm not really sure. I mean, I would have to research that. We'd have to pull the medical neglect of as they're being detained. But one just died the other day. I mean, like, do you know how many people die in prison every year? So we're not talking about. Don't deflect. Like, you asked, but you're talking about one thing. Well, it doesn't matter about that. It does matter. We're talking about this specifically. I'm sorry, but see, that's y'all's problem, right? Because this shit happens every day to citizens, and y'all don't care. Well, you can't say that. You can't say that to me. I can. Which is why I just said general. I understand that. That's why you don't know you don't know the number. You're completely assuming it's medical neglect. They said the guy who just died the other day died due to suicide. Right? No, I was talking about okay, fine. But in any industry, when you corral a bunch of people into one space, eventually people are going to die. We don't have the cause of death for every death that's happened in ICE detention. However, it's just always reported that a person died in ICE detention. 7,000 people die annually in U.S. prisons. Annually. Hold on. But that's what I'm saying. All of this
are seeing ICE conduct, right? It's standard practice in everyday law enforcement, right? We're seeing the Minneapolis mayor tell ICE to get out of their city and saying all these other things, saying they're kidnapping people, telling people to rise up and all this other stuff. That wasn't said when George Floyd was killed, right? It was, let's investigate. Let's see what happens after the investigation. But when everyday citizens this stuff happens to, no one cares. Everybody's, well, maybe he should have complied. Maybe should have this. Well, what did he do? He had a record. He had a background. But there's 20 million undocumented people in this country, and folks are upset about how they're being treated improperly or the way in which they're being collected, right? DEA, FBI, they conduct undercover operations all the time. Cars unmarked, mask faces, arresting people. Y'all don't care about that. That's crazy to me. That's another reason why a lot of black folks are not in this whole movement, because we're like, for y'all, this is pandemonium. For us, this is Tuesday. Right? But you don't have all these white bleeding heart liberals that give a hell about what's happening to black bodies every day by local PD. And you will never get an elected official who would tell their local PD to get out of their city. Never. Right? They're going to wait for the investigation and XYZ. And none of these things would be happening if these weren't sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Because the local law enforcement or the local elected officials choose to be sanctuary cities and or states, and then they're not cooperating with federal law enforcement, which is why they're going in there in the way they're going in there, because they don't have the support from local PD. That's what's blowing my mind. Y'all are completely ignoring that. I bet you probably don't support reparations for black Americans who are descendants of slaves either, but that's a whole nother conversation. But there's so many inconsistencies in y'all's position on undocumented people, and you also don't care that they're in black communities and having a negative impact on black communities that they live in. They live in my community, not yours. And you're championing for them to stay here and to be left alone. That's crazy to me. You're talking about children being detained. What do you think happens to children whose parents go to jail? Everyday citizens, right? They go to foster care. They're detained. They're removed and separated from their families. But you only see the human aspect when it's happening to undocumented people with white skin. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, so just to respond, I actually agree with you there, but the ultimate implication of that, you're totally right, and that's because you have a bunch of a bunch of people who don't have any morals, who don't give a shit about society, and it's coming back to biting in the ass. So yeah, stand back, let the whites deal with the mess that they fucking created. Absolutely 110%. And damn right, I was there defending George Floyd and defending fucking all of them. Even fucking the people, even what's his name, Leonard. Situations where nobody else was. Yeah, even when fucking black people don't support them, I'm still fucking there with the principals saying, hey, look, this is a fucking violation. Okay, so yeah, we could talk about that. I agree with you. Okay,
but do you see how that's a contradiction?
Where's the contradiction?
It's a contradiction.
Go ahead. So there's no fucking contradiction on my side, and I'll tell you why.
I'm telling you why.
Well, I'll tell you. Well, okay, you tell me first. Go ahead.
Okay, it's a contradiction because you're going out saying Black Lives Matter, right? If these Black Lives Matter, why doesn't it matter when it's all these undocumented people in our community? Our quality of life as black people fucking matter. That's why. So you can't go out. Hold on. So you can't go out. I'm gonna help you understand, right? You can't just say Black Lives Matter in terms of black men unarmed should not be killed by police. Okay, cool, great. But their quality of life as black people does matter. So you can't protest the police and saying Black Lives Matter, but then you champion undocumented people living in black communities and taking them over politically. Have you heard of Nuri Martinez and LA City Council, right? A group of Latino city council members in a secret meeting conspiring to undo black political power in Los Angeles. right? But this is the stuff y'all champion for, and y'all don't even see the inconsistencies because they don't live in y'all community. They live in ours. But when it's convenient for you, you come out and say Black Lives Matter. And I wasn't talking about everyday protesters. I was talking about elected officials and making these statements and these statements that they're saying in regards to ICE and how they sound completely different from the statements when Black men are killed unarmed, right? They're completely different conversations. They're completely different statements. I'm talking, but you also cannot commend our community protests and say Black Lives Matter and I support Black folks and I'm an ally, but you will support undocumented people living in Black spaces and pushing us out and helping gentrify, as well as negatively economically impact the Black people who live there.
Okay, so
people that can't get a bed and shelter because those shelters have been taken up by illegal.
Point of moderation, moderator. Cameron, this is a new angle that I'm hearing. Okay, first of all, so you're saying that Latinos, undocumented, are coming in and they're pushing out. They're harming Black communities.
Yeah, have you heard of South LA fire bombings? There was Latinos in the 90s firebombing and the early 2000s, right? Firebombing Black folks out of the community because they wanted to have a predominantly Latino community. Y'all just got here and moved in onto our spaces. They was throwing firebombs in people's homes. But y'all don't care about that history, nor do y'all even know about it. But y'all champion for these people to stay in our community.
It's crazy. But she can't face reality. She's not.
Point of moderation, moderator. Point of order, moderator. Point of order, moderator. That's it. Point of order, moderator. Okay. Well, listen. This is going to get a little choppy here, right? And if you can hate me, okay, because just join the club. There is there's a fucking fine line, okay, of what I support in political discourse with human beings, okay. So first of all, individuals commit crimes, okay, people. I believe in collectivist mentality. That's the first thing. A bunch of individuals who had poorly. I don't say that. I never bring up. Oh well, Black people. You know the right talking points. I don't even want to repeat them.
When you say you don't support collectivism, this room is a collectivist effort. I have to break the bad news to you.
Exactly, because you're doing the same thing to ICE. You're not saying that one officer killed a man the other day. You're saying all of ICE is doing all of this.
No. I'm talking. Okay, that's a different. This is different, and I'll tell you why.
It's not.
Well, I'll explain why.
Collectivism applies on both sides.
I'll explain why that's a difference. It doesn't matter if they're ICE or they're not ICE. It all comes down to human beings, right? We're first human beings. We're born here as individuals. We have the right to life, liberty, property, and happiness. Okay, right? So if you want to congregate peacefully, okay, this whole Latinos pushing Black people out of communities, and you know what? Yeah, I haven't heard about it, and especially if they're illegals and they're illegals, if they're coming here and they're committing crimes, actually harming other people, yeah, I wish that I heard about it, and I wish I'd hear about it today. Hold on, wait a second. I have not heard about that. I've That's the first thing I've never heard about this, but this is the thing. It's because it's individuals. So those individuals need to be dealt with specifically. That doesn't make the whole entire collective, right, of individuals that are going, exploring, and obtaining their own life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? And I think one weakness in the Black community is the victimist mentality of, oh, do you know what? Gentrification or whatever. No, listen, it's a fine line. If people are going to buy property, if they're going to transact peacefully, right, with peaceful people, okay, and they're going to buy things, listen, I'm not going to placate that. I don't want to placate that. You're going to go. You're going to work. You're going to buy your own peaceful property, and that's fine. Where I have a problem are where there's things where there's government force that are harming peaceful people and individuals. Okay, and a lot of our problems don't come from our citizenry as individuals. It comes from the force of the government. We're over here like fools fighting each other as the system intended. Okay, when really it's the government that's causing all this. It's the ruling elite that are enjoying sitting back and loving this. They're loving this. And you know what they do? They feed the systems with money, with our money. They take our money money. First of all, it's stolen from us, okay, without explicit consent. But we're taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe that there's some sort of explicit consent, and there's some stupid thing called a social contract. Okay, yeah, my fat ass. Okay, in contract theory, you have to sign a contract. In contract theory, you have to have an exit clause. Okay, when you no longer consent, that's what peaceful human beings do. But that's not what United States society does. Okay,
But where's our exit clause when we don't want to participate in the undocumented people being?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been fighting for.
Where's that exit
That's
clause?
what I'm saying.
I'm saying, as a black person who lives in a black community, where's our exit clause to say we no longer want to participate in this? Because you made a point about people having peaceful transactions or whatever, but you can't buy property when there are no jobs, and or when the people around would rather hire the cheaper labor, i.e. undocumented immigrants, than black citizens, right? That's economic lockout. Y'all don't pay attention to the after effects or the impact that undocumented people's existence has in our community. Y'all just think they're human beings. People have a right to live and be everywhere and anywhere they want to, right? Y'all don't believe in imperialism, but you believe in reverse imperialism and allow everybody to come here and be Americans, but America can't go outside our borders and Americanize them.
Yeah, I don't believe it's crazy. We actually agree on a lot more than we would disagree, because I actually absolutely 100% also.
I'm sure we do. But my thing is that at the very least, I'm consistent. I can't believe in certain things. I was in Black Lives Matter protests and all that, and then something happened with ICE, and they were like, we're gonna go down there and protest. I said, why would we do that? Undocumented people directly impact black males' ability to get employment. Why would we do that? When one of our biggest tenets was black economic development. That doesn't make sense. That's inconsistent. And that's people.
Protester at school? Are you the one that went to protest school?
It's not protest school. You just do a training before you go outside, right?
May I interject really quick in that?
Let's let Roddy go. This is
Reality? Okay.
Yeah, and then I got some figures here.
Yeah.
When she's done.
Go ahead, Lonnie. Lonnie, you there?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I apologize. I was on mute. So I was just listening, and black people are, pretty much sitting this one out. Last time I've checked with a few of our black people, but we're sitting this out. This is really these issues that are going on right now. I don't feel as though we need to be concerned, and I think that there's a lot of. I think this is like a combination of emotional politics and manipulation at the same time, and all of this concern for the immigrants and fighting for them or being worried about that. I don't know, but it's not something that I, as a black person, want to drag myself into or want to be involved in at all. When I know for over 400 years we've been dealing with oppression and systematic racism or systemic racism in this country. So black people have fought and died and marched for many things, but why do we need to march for or protest for immigrants? I'm a non-immigrant. I'm an American. I don't need to march for immigrants, illegal immigrants, for people whose status has run out. It's none of my business. We have a government in place, and they can deal with that. So I don't know why people expect black people. We're not Cape Crusaders, so we don't just jump in front of every issue and protest or throw our lives on the line when it has nothing to do with empowering our people and getting us out of the shit that we're already in. So that's all I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, thank you, Lonnie and Cameron. Cameron, you're talking about the corruption in the LA city politics and what they're trying to do. Forgive me, I said this earlier, but I don't know if you were in the room, Cameron, about how Chicago is sick. They've spent over $600 million on illegals. every year, and now that bill is due. And they tried to raise taxes in various ways. Ultimately, the only way they could raise taxes was to it's ultimately what they're taxing Uber rides and shopping bags and a whole bunch of things that disproportionately affect poor people, which in Chicago, as we know, is heavily black. So, yeah, once again, the Democrats have screwed over black people. But anyways, having said that, I did a search because I forget who it was talking about people who were dying in ICE detention. So from 2008 to 16, the Obama years, at least 150 to 200 plus individuals died in ICE custody. And they attributed that with some of that to medical neglect. Then I looked up from, which was very hard, I looked up from 20 to 24, and that was interesting because it was 53 to 56 people died in that era. And when you look at 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24, you see 18 to 21, then 5, then 3, then 4, then 12. And what that shows me is we know Biden was doing nothing with enforcement. So you have less people going through the system, therefore less people are going to be negatively impacted. Now, back under Trump, the numbers are up again. They're about, I don't know, 20, 30 people per year. What that shows is that when you enforce the laws, I guess people are dying in ICE custody. They died under Obama, and they're dying under Trump because both those presidents heavily enforced immigration and border policy. Now, would we like, as a moral statement, would we like there to be no deaths? Yes, we all would. But the fact remains that people are dying under ICE custody, just as they did under Obama, just as they are under Trump. And until we find a better way to do that, we are not going to stop border enforcement because of those deaths. I'm sorry, let's address why those people are dying, but we are not, the fact that they are dying is not a reason to stop our border policy. Thank you very much. I'm done.
So who won between Bema and Cameron, or did we have a winner?
Cameron made great points, and I haven't heard that point before, and I think that it's a good point to be made. Ultimately, I've been thinking about it, and I've been stewing about it since she mentioned it, and you know, if there are illegal aliens, but this is the contradiction I'm facing right now. So illegal aliens are coming in. I'm not sure how much illegals are contributing to the problems versus
They're taking black
like,
gangs.
Well, hold on. Well, no person, no human being is entitled to a job, right? You get jobs by having a peaceful interaction, and someone contracts with you. You don't say, "I'm a human being, so you have to employ me." That doesn't work that way.
Look up the phenomenon. Look up workforce segregation. Look up workforce segregation.
In the white neighborhood.
So, but see, that's where do one, because what I was trying to connect it back to was any type of assistance that illegals would be getting through government intervention. And we already know how the government still perpetuates the white systemic oppression of this nation, and how most of the whites ignore it. So I'm wondering how I can connect it to that. But ultimately, I just see human beings, it doesn't matter who you are, like these are the principles. You're a human being born here just like me. You don't have any specific right to force other people to hire you to do anything, right? You get to create what you get to create. You get to move anywhere. I mean, like, these are the ideas, right? These are the ideals.
So you don't support affirmative action?
Affirmative action. I don't support forcing peaceful people who have businesses to do anything that they don't want to do.
So no, right? You don't support affirmative action. So in what way do you truly support Black Americans?
It doesn't have to go about dismantling the systemic oppression. Dismantle the system. Dismantle the system and let peaceful people build and create and exchange the way that they want to. You don't get that way by forcing other people to do things the way that you want them to do it. That's not how that works, right? But we can't have the government interfering, stealing, oppressing one part of the population while building economically and financially and redistributing all that wealth to just the rest of the population, right? And that's what we have in America and the United States, which I would say reparations for those who still want to deny or reject reparations is just a very principled position, which is to repair the harm and we don't even have to go back to slavery. We could just do anything, like living people. We have living human beings that are walking around today that have been harmed by federal and state policies on the system. So they deserve to have the repair. And if you don't, I mean, like, if you reject just the principle of repair after there's been harm, I mean, I don't trust anything you have to say, and I don't want to hear anything you have to say, to be honest.
Man, let's just admit these white dudes are punks. They scared of little ass Mexicans, and these motherfuckers is just bullies with guns. And these white motherfuckers is just showing how weak our government really is. Because white men are bitches. And they want to overthrow their own government. It's some weird shit. Maybe some genius shit. Something I can't understand from a black perspective. But you white men, you motherfuckers are sick. Only you motherfuckers can do what the fuck y'all want to do.
Do you agree with the statement that white men
Yes. Yes. For the large majority, I'm sorry, but yes. Can he get his, can he land his plane? Go, continue, no way, Jose.
God damn, I can't get my equal rights?
No.
My freedom of speech? You white motherfuckers is sick with any power you get. Thumb power, gun power, it don't matter. God damn.
Amen.
Hey,
Yes, I support that.
no way, Jose. I was just saying earlier, even though Latinos are only 8% of the federal workforce, they make up 30% of ICE officers and 50%.
And them motherfuckers is stupid too.
No.
Who the fuck would vote for their aunties to go and they uncles to get beat up?
Or maybe they know something you
They don't know
know.
shit. They know
It was $50,000, no way, Jose. Did you hear about it?
With you motherfuckers.
They know
Wait a
something.
second.
Realize you motherfuckers don't
Maybe
care about
if
shit.
you join
I realize you white motherfuckers know who white people are and know who the motherfucking Hispanics are. Y'all know the difference. They didn't think y'all knew the difference. They thought they was gonna blend in with y'all. Y'all said, nah, we don't fuck with y'all, regardless if y'all pale skin or not. I know what's going on. White motherfuckers is crazy.
Yeah, but you know what? They don't care anymore. They've moved up the economic ladder. They're making money. They're buying middle class
because y'all wanted to fuck. Y'all white
have
wanted
their
to
own
fuck the little Latinas. Y'all
They-
white boys, now y'all moved on to the Asians.
Look.
Wow.
I can't argue with you there.
I know you can't argue
I
with it.
can't argue that Latina has it.
New speakers.
All I heard was hot Latina ass.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
That Latina ass is some fine ass.
Alex, would you like to speak?
just sitting here listening to y'all. And, you know, I'm a black man. I'm an Asiatic black man, so you know. But the way I see it, when you talk about America, you know, shit. First of all, damn near everybody. If you want to deport anybody, then everybody got deported. They have to be deported except for my people. You know, because we indigenous to everywhere on this planet. We the first. No other nationality that you see today come before my people. That means when God thought of making people, he thought like, I'm gonna make me some people. He thought of my people, and that's who he made. And I believe all nationalities come from my people anyway. But as far as, you know, kicking people out of this country, stuff like that, I don't even care, because ain't nobody fight for us. Shit, man, we've been struggling. Our leaders get killed, shot down. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, they just keep their foot on our necks. You know what I'm saying? They still got chains on Africa. They trying to break those chains over there. Like, come on, man. Until they fix what was done to my people, I believe my people were done the worst out of any horrific event that you never heard of. My people done the worst. And so, if they can give Israel reparations, no fake Jews, fake Israelite over there in Israel, they give them reparations. For a Holocaust didn't even happen on the soil, but the Holocaust literally happened on the soil with my people. And we can't get nothing. They refused what they said. They said they're gonna give us 40 acres and a mule.
Hold on, wait up. Just from a nigga to another nigga. Hey, we can't think like that just because they did our people fucked up or the worst, that we can't care. We shouldn't just care about how they fuck up other people. What they doing is invading human rights, my nigga. Well, you shouldn't be down with this bullshit that you seeing. Now, I told some people this, and this is where people's getting it fucked up. It's one thing to be against illegal immigration. That's one thing, cool. But the way ICE and the government is handling this, you shouldn't be for that. You shouldn't be for the way they handling this. You should be totally against the way they're handling this. The way they're handling this, they thought your ancestors, they thought your grandmama, they thought your great grandmama and your great aunties and uncles and your ancestors were illegal. They thought they weren't supposed to be here. And look how they did them.
What are you talking about? Our people was already over there. You gotta do your homework, homeboy. You gotta do your homework.
They're basically doing the same thing right in front of our eyes, just to another group of motherfuckers in 2026. In 2025.
Okay,
this shit ain't never stopped. This shit ain't never stopped. They just always change the narrative. They always change the narrative.
Listen, man, you just can't cut me off and say all this shit, call me a nigga at the same time. You don't even fucking know me. But, and look, I'm gonna tell you just like this, man. Flat out, man. I'm not worried about nobody else's history. That's none of that shit. I'm worried about mine. So if you feel like you Americanized and you feel like, oh, I don't want to care about all these other people, this and that, what about those fucking people, man?
Yeah, when they go back and kick it down your doors.
Hold on, bro. This ain't nobody talking about our people. Ain't nobody talking about Ibrahim Traore over there in fucking Africa. And these bitches trying to kill him right now for doing God's work. Everybody want to talk about everybody else on this fucking planet. But nobody want to talk about our motherfucking people. They're struggling over here. They're struggling over there in Africa. All type of shit, man. So you don't make no sense to me, man. Man, you sound like one of these motherfucking colonizers with that shit, man. Real talk, man.
I'm with you. But you believe God, we were created in the image of a black man? God's image was the black man?
Yeah. My people is in the image of Yahweh, God. Do the DNA.
I believe in evolution.
Can we get back to reality a little bit? So I'm gonna just talk about the situation. I think that we should just. This is a democracy. democracy, right? Like the citizens have a level of control over the laws, at least. Why don't we just vote for open borders, man? Like, why don't we just do that? Because like I'm tired of like the gaslighting and shit of, oh, like we don't have a problem with people getting deported, they're just doing it the wrong way. Last year, when American citizens weren't dying, they still had a problem with it. Where's the right when's the right time to deport someone? If you deport them when they're at work, you can't do that. You deport them when they're at home, that's not compassionate. When's the right time to get them?
Or at school.
Obama's administration, they deported 3.1 million illegal immigrants, and the vast majority of those immigrants were not criminals. In Trump's first administration, he deported 1 million. And even as you look at the trending numbers now, if you combine Trump's first administration and even we're halfway through his second administration now, given the trend of the deportations, if you combine his first administration and his second administration, it won't even be 3.1 million. What am I saying? I'm saying that I feel like this is bigger than what it has to be. There's a difference between protesting and obstructing a federal operation, even if you disagree with it. If you obstruct a federal operation, you're likely to get the shit kicked out of you, if you're lucky. That nurse who died, the dude who died, he was murdered and executed. It was a tragedy. What happened to that dude who got shot? Renee Good, let's be honest, Stupid Games win super prizes. That was a legal shoot because she hit a cop with a moving vehicle. Was it the right thing to do? No. But was it legal? Unfortunately. Renee Good was Stupid Games win super prizes. The second guy, that guy, he was executed. He was completely executed.
You're talking about the dude that beat the cop with a snow shovel?
No, I'm talking about the guy who got shot 10 times.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about something different.
Yeah, I'm talking about the guy who got shot 10 times after they took his gun off of him.
Are you MAGA?
Huh?
Are you a MAGA person, Trump voter?
I voted for Trump in 2016, but I haven't voted since 2016.
Yeah, I thought I was finally going to find a fellow MAGA person that agreed with me 100% on this. But
no, but on the second shooting, I don't agree whatsoever. I think the second shooting was 100% murder. But the thing, I also put that in the context of, let me name it this, I put that in the context of, I think a lot of Americans are looking for something to fight for. And I feel like we have like too much free time on our hands. And even though I feel like the shooting was murder, I just don't understand, like, you're putting yourself, you know that the situation is agitated, you're literally putting yourself in harm's way. For what? Why don't we just vote to change the laws so we can have open borders so they're not illegal in the first place? That's not gonna happen.
No. I can answer that question. Hold on. Let me answer that question. The reason why we won't vote for it is 62% of Americans support deporting illegals. That's where we're at right now. Current polling. Americans, by a large majority, want the illegals out of our country.
I agree. Well, he won the popular vote, and 52% of Hispanic men voted for him. And the only campaign promise that Trump has kept, he didn't release the JFK files, he didn't release the Epstein files. He's gotten us in some more wars. But when it comes to immigration, is anybody surprised? I mean, this is kind of like the only campaign promise that he's kept.
But
so,
to what Marshall was saying, he represents the people who voted for him. He represents the America who wants done what he's doing. It was asked that Obama do it. We didn't know that Obama did it successfully in the numbers because he didn't outright do it. But America does, Marshall said it best. He's representing the Americans who want him out.
So, do they want illegal immigrants out, all illegal immigrants out, or just the black and Hispanic ones?
No, Trump said this. He said, "Hey, look, if you want to come over here in America." just do it legally.
You guys understand that, like,
Cool. What citizens are being targeted right now? Is it just
None of them are
all illegal
citizens.
immigrants, or is it just majority the Hispanic and now the black immigrants?
Is this a racist thing? Because
No. I just asked the question.
I hope you know that I'm black. I have no name points.
And I hope you know there's a lot of other immigrants too. There's also a lot of other illegal immigrants outside of Hispanic.
Yeah, but I heard you
Where's the outrage in all these other illegal communities?
No way, Jose. Do you know the
outrage?
But do you know the actual numbers?
Outrage, but only
No way.
Hispanic communities.
Okay, but do you know the percentage of people?
White people.
Damn, that's somebody else talking. Damn.
Yeah. There's going to be a couple of white people that will join the protest. That's cool. But where are the illegals? And where are these other communities?
Okay, but what are the percentages though? No way, Jose. What are the percentages? What by what country? Okay, so what are the percentages?
There's a lot of Arabs.
What are the percentages though? My question is the percentages. A lot is not a percent.
Outrage and riots in these Hispanic communities, and now going to be these black African communities.
So what are the percentages is my question.
All this percentage.
So the percentages,
What are you seeing?
Okay, got it.
What are you seeing?
Got it.
We're
going to tell you what we're saying. The Hispanics is 20.9 million. The Asians is 12 million.
Because we on the phone, bro. I swear to God, he was a fuck boy.
He don't care about facts. He just cares about the
I want to give her the, can I give her the facts that she asked for? So the Hispanics are 20.9 million. The Asians are 12 million. The whites are 8.2 million, and the black are 5.3 million. So the reason it seems like we're focused on Hispanic is because they are the majority.
So my thing is that why are we doing this as black folk? Why are we doing this thing where we treat ICE like they're slave catchers?
Because that's how it's done.
When they go for them, that's
Don't you think that we would rather? Don't you think that we would
You support the white man.
Battle your own, to fight your own.
Don't you think that we would rather?
Come on now. And then the craziest part is that the only time that American citizens the vast majority of the time that American citizens get entangled with this stuff is when they voluntarily put themselves in these situations. Unfortunately, the dude who got shot, we're talking about facts, Jose. Unfortunately, the dude who got shot, the crowd was protesting ICE capturing an illegal immigrant. A lady was arguing with an ICE officer, and she was actively protesting them capturing an illegal immigrant, and then somebody else stepped in that was an American citizen who was hurt by ICE. But what is all this noise? Why can't we just let law enforcement do what they do and leave them the fuck alone so less people can die?
Hey, excuse me, I can't really hear what you're saying because you got this idiot down here, he won't stop talking, man. You talking the whole time you talking, man.
Yeah, we have a dialogue. Get to have people talking over.
He can go first. It's not that big a deal.
So wait, let me get this cleared up. I'm getting mixed messages. Is this your fight, the black community? I'm getting mixed. Alex says no, I believe, right?
No, it ain't our fight, man.
Exactly.
Period.
Yeah.
Fucking fight both.
Yeah. NBC, you? What do you?
I can't speak for the black community. I don't have enough points.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have any either.
We've been fighting our whole life.
Foundational black American.
Can you elaborate? NPC, could you elaborate on that? They don't have enough points.
No, someone asked me about the black community, and I was saying, me personally, I can't speak on the black community because I don't have enough points.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
I don't have enough nigga points.
He's probably Republican and has a white wife or something.
Oh, I don't have a white. My girlfriend's a black. I just
some way. So he's speaking fast.
But even that, man, you know what I'm saying? Even a white person, like, take no white person to say no nigga to me. I swear to God.
But you can give your opinion, PC. You can give your opinion, though.
I'm saying,
What do you think?
I don't have that, man. White people don't use that language. I'm just saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm here, nigga.
Yeah, so as we said, so just to let you know, Free, I'm what they call a tether. I'm what they call a booty scratcher. I'm what they call foo-foo fingers at night.
Oh, you African. Why didn't you say that? But you said you was black.
Yeah.
But you said you was black when you got here. You do that.
So African people are black. I mean,
these African Americans that come over here, they want to take over.
Said his girlfriend is not black.
Oh.
The only black belongs to them.
Wait, why are you laughing, Cameron?
Let's focus a little bit. Free, what do you say? Is this your fight or not? I'm going around the room.
Yeah, because it's different kind of blacks. So
No, I get that, but let's just try to,
This is a huge distraction for the Black American. No, it is not our fight. It's a huge distraction because it doesn't affect us one bit. So this is a huge distraction for the Black America. I think we should be taking advantage of the level of ignorance and stupidity that's coming from the whites when it comes to their president that they elected. And I think there's a huge advantage.
A little like the president. He had 75, 76 million votes.
We crashed out, us as Black Americans, we crashed out the Democratic Party. They needed more votes than they got from us, and we knew that. We knew it wouldn't take many of us to do that. And by them votes being off by about 10%, we crashed the motherfuckers out as we should. Because all they want to do is bury us under these fucking immigrants.
Yeah.
So, I ain't gonna lie.
The Democratic Party has been bought and sold and infiltrated, and we don't know who run that motherfucker over there.
I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? I don't like neither one of them. You did. But I did vote for Trump only for one reason. I don't like neither one of them. I can't stand it. I had to link up with the enemy to defeat another enemy. Why I say that? Because the Democrats, they sit up here promoting feminization. Them American kids, they on all this gay shit. It's all over. You know what I'm saying? Then Trump, on the other hand, he like, man, shit, America, man and woman. And I got a 7-year-old son. I got to raise a man. You know, and the way the Democrats had it, they didn't want no men. It's like a war on men. You know what I'm saying? They want all males to be feminine. Why? Because they can control them sissies. They can control.
So y'all watch out for these black people that come on these panels cosplaying as foundational Black Americans. These are fucking black.
Yeah, goddamn, so like one of those. I could never be a foundational Black American. Like, I don't practice homosexuality, and I don't shoot up and do drive-bys. So
I didn't say that. I didn't say you did. I'm talking about why I voted for Trump, man.
Alex,
I didn't say you was a homosexual. I didn't say you did anything.
He's responding.
You think you're stupid, man.
I think you gotta use your ears to listen before you Alex, he's not talking to you. He's responding to Harlem.
He wasn't to you, Al.
But let me speak for the Nigerian Americans because I don't want to be mixed up with no foundational Black American. I don't shoot up. I don't do drive-bys. I don't do drive-bys. I don't. My
So you're not in this poll.
Let me finish. My people do not do drive-bys.
You're not in this poll. Yeah, okay, well then go back to fucking Nigeria.
No, I'm still here, bitch. And I don't do drive-bys. Okay? My people don't do drive-bys. My people don't.
You love America so much. You wanted to come here. You wanted to come here, and then you're gonna shit on people here. You're gonna shit on people here. How dare you? You're disgusting. You're a disgusting human being.
What y'all do? I got disrespect ancestors.
You're disgusting. Fuck you. Fuck you. This is why we want the undocumented people gone.
Better for your
I'm sorry. In my mind, I swear to Camp tonight, single-handedly to you. I said, Camp, report this motherfucker first. Big out. Get out. Get out. Let me see your papers. Let me see your fucking papers. Where's your mom and dad?
I'm a Grady baby, bitch. I'm a Grady. Where you from, bitch?
All right, where's your
Where you from, bitch?
I'm born and raised, baby.
Where you from, bitch?
Born and FBI. self-hatred.
From Atlanta, bitch. Get your shit right, bitch. Kansas City, are you crazy?
You a goddamn
Good gosh, you're wrong. Okay, so you need to understand, nigga. Listen, I'm your ancestor. I'm your ancestor. Best friend. I'm your ancestor. Best friend. Man, these fucking retarded ass, dirty ass niggas.
American conservative,
These dirty monkey ass niggas. Hey, can I speak for the Nigerian Americans?
Fuck out of here.
Let me speak for my Nigerian Americans.
fuck Nigeria.
Yeah, shut the fuck up and we here.
That's right.
Yeah, you homosexuals. Hey, shut up, you homosexuals. Let's stop the drive-by. Can you stop the crack, the drive-bys, and the homosexuality? That would be cool. If you can stop, how can I cosplay that? I don't do drive-bys. I don't do drive-bys.
Listen to your speech. Listen how you talk. Where you get that from? Speak that click shit that y'all do over there in Africa, nigga. You cosplaying me. You fucking clown.
But isn't it slaves in Africa right now? What is this idiot talking about?
Listen, I have to apologize. I have to apologize.
Hey, only shut up. Literally slaves in Africa right now. Only shut up. Talking about drive-bys and shooting up drugs. It's slaves in Africa right now. You're a fucking moron.
I'm saying.
Listen.
Silence all.
I don't do that. My people don't do that. We don't do that.
No,
we don't do that. Thank you for this delineation.
Nobody
These people cry delineation. These niggas cry delineation. We can delineate and get mad.
You on the bed too, and you beg from coming over here. If one people
I'm over here. What are you talking about? Kansas City ass nigga? Were you born in the country too? Are you a barnyard baby too? Are you a barnyard black? Are you a barnyard black like Bebop? Are you a barnyard black like Bebop? Are you from Kansas City too? You was a fucking bitch, nigga. I'll tell you your mama mouth, nigga. I'll tell you your mama mouth, nigga. You a dirty black nigga. I'm your ancestors gonna drink you ain't worse.
Not accepted nowhere. No country wants y'all. Even other African countries don't want you. You're a fucking scammer. You fake ass diplomas. You fake ass doctors.
Alright, so let me ask this question because, like, right now, you all are not able to have a decent conversation. The one thing I like about white people in conflict is that at least they let each other talk, right? So in this conflict, you all are going to have to allow everyone be heard, okay? So we know your disposition.
Shut the fuck up, nigga. Shut your gay ass up. Go back to your family, bitch.
Okay, Big Mom, we understand that you feel like you are
Get the fuck out.
For delineation, and you have it. Now, I'm speaking for the African, fucking American.
Okay, we got that. We don't need to go back and forth. Okay. All right.
I'm not going to get through to him. He didn't
And
have
the
a father.
Asiatic African is gone. Okay. Now, we're clear. We're clear. It's fine.
So I apologize for my Nigerian brother's passion. I don't believe in any type of disrespect, especially towards you good folk. We may disagree, but it's not really that serious. And at the end of the day, I'm staying my booty scratcher ass at home and watching television. I really don't give a fuck about protesting. I'm not gonna put myself in a line of fire so that I can yell and scream about how wrong it is that a cop got to kill me and get away with it. If you go outside and agitate the police and make yourself an easy victim, they will kill you with impunity. And then, well, whether or not they get convicted, who cares? You're gonna be dead. So let's use a little bit of common sense and go to the voting booth and make it so that we have open borders in this country and we're completely compassionate. We give everyone everything. We spread our cheeks for the world to give everyone everything because we're good and nice people.
Are you fucking stupid? Voting never helped black people. Voting don't stop bullets. It don't stop oppression. It don't stop redlining. It don't stop the shit that Obama did. What we're doing is a peaceful response to the killing of black people. That's all you want. Drop your address in my back channel so I can kill your
I remember your story about that. I remember your story about that girl that tried to use you. Y'all drop an address in this doesn't even have to. Hi, Matt. I'll drop my address. It's 911.
Drop an address. Fuck the voice. Worry about the bullet.
Your voice is almost gone, Corporate. Come on.
That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. Drop an address in my backyard. Go talk in person. Okay?
Okay, I'll do it right now.
Okay. This bullshit on Clubhouse. I'm already gone. Drop an address in my backyard. So wake up.
I'll do it right now. Can we stop? I'll do it.
Everybody with you.
This is a typical FBA. This is a typical FBA.
Drop an address in my backyard. Whisper so you can shut up.
Very angry, always wanting the address to be dropped. Screaming until their voice is gone.
Y'all don't know what an FBA
The person that you're arguing with, corporate, is gone. He's gone, corporate. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, and FBA is a foundation of Black American. They're originally the indigenous of this.
They're actually copper-colored Aboriginal nationals.
Exactly. They're the indigenous.
Yes, well, the caveat to, foundationally black is like foundationally rich. Rich people don't do this shit. Thank you. Look out, Whispers. You sound like Whispers from Hood little bit shit like that. You gotta chill the fuck out. I'm about to round you the fuck up. You're not gonna have any what's left. You can't fuck with me. Who said that I was? Who said that I was? You're wealthy. Who said that I was? You're wealthy. I am not going to people in this room talking about bullshit. You're rich. You're wealthy. You're right.
I just want a distinction from the from the American.
No, I want him to keep willing. I want him to keep sounding like a talking mouse. I want him to keep squeezing out of his booty hole size girl. Booty hole size? Just go ahead. So funny. Give him a green bean, everyone. No.
Fuck that. Let's get back to the
Just for my people, the blacks that don't do drive-bys, the blacks that don't do anything. This be for my people. He doesn't have a voice.
This is abuse, man.
He's gotta keep his vocal cord somehow. I mean,
Did he get moved down because he was black?
He's just the type of person who talks
I blame you for a lot of this, man. I don't know.
And how is it my fault? Blame the other Nigerian dude. He's the one who's cursing. He should get deported.
He's sick.
Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that?
No, we blaming you for all Nigeria.
Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear this shit?
No, he's still talking. Trust me, he's still talking.
He's still talking right now.
He's like, I don't give a fuck. If you all drop me, I'm gonna go to another room.
That ain't how he said.
But that was the voice of a Native American right there. But I mean, yeah, man, y'all stay at home, stay safe. But there's a huge winter storm coming, which I'm really surprised. I mean, the people outside protesting. I mean, they're a lot more gangster than me, man, because it's like 25 degrees and I'm in Texas, and I can only imagine how cold it is where y'all are at. I don't know. There's just something about my home and breathing that I like. I just like to breathe. I like to live. I don't like to fight the police when I don't have to. You know what I mean?
It's 85 in Miami, by the way.
I mean, and I feel like as people who are non-whites, sometimes we get into this thing where it's just like, if a white person likes it, then we're against it just by default because we want to be rebellious. Because
oppositional. We're oppositional race.
Yeah, and it gets to a point where, like, if a white man drinks a cup of water and I'm drinking a cup of water, you smack it out of my hand because you don't want me to support the white man. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I honestly do not believe that illegal immigration benefits the black and brown community, because they're taking the resources from black and brown citizens and giving it to non-citizens, and then also lowering your voting power. There was a time in this country where black people had more political power than Mexicans. The Mexicans started to have families. They started to come here in bigger numbers. Now they outnumber the blacks, and now they have more money than the blacks. Now they're out competing the blacks. And this is where we find ourselves in, because we're so compassionate and we're always trying to fight for somebody else, but we're not being strategic and we're not understanding that we gotta play it smart, man.
Yep. And Dr. Clark Anderson has spent years explaining this, that we will become a permanent bottom class citizen if we did not strategically approach the political idea of resources. That's what politics politics is who gets the resources, how are they going to be distributed, and to allow that to come, and what they saw it as is undoing the suffering aspect of it. You know, it's like, well, we don't want those jobs. We don't want to work fast food. We don't want to be picking up trash. We don't want to do those type of jobs. And so we openly, not blindly, eyes wide open, said, yeah, let them motherfuckers do it. And they didn't understand, though, that you might have seen them piled in, because you would talk about it. Oh, look, they piled in that Corolla, 1990s. Oh, look at them piles, 10 of them motherfuckers in a Corolla, right? Now, the motherfuckers is in big trucks, you know what I'm saying? They in 4x4s, and they got big houses. Like you said, they have full families, right? And you know, Black America just didn't see it as a threat and understand that they were getting the resources.
The person isn't European, they're our political friend and ally.
And you know what, NPC? Back in the 80s, you saw in the Hispanic communities, being a sellout to white people was a big thing. You oppose white people. You don't hear about that anymore. They don't care. They're not worried about losing their culture. They're not worried about losing their language. They get it. We can make money. We can still have our heritage. We can still have our culture. Nobody's going to take it from us. And that's another reason, and I think a big reason, why they have progressed the way they have. It's that simple. They're not worried about opposing the white man. They're not worried about trying to be different than the white man or white culture or hillbillies or anything else. They're not worried about, gee, are we going to be adequately represented in movies and TV? They got Telemundo. They got their own soap operas. They've got their own music stations, everything, and they're not trying to, you know, be represented. It's that simple.
They're not trying to integrate in the white culture, and that's what Dr. Martin Luther King did for us. He spoke that nonviolent shit, and he integrated us into this culture, and now we're constantly pegging one versus the other. Well, look what they're doing. You know, you hear the ignorance come from our lowest community. We're like, well, I'm going to wear North Face because white people wear it. Not knowing them white motherfuckers is on a mountain skiing and just in a very, very cold climate. So, like, white is right. Whatever the white people are doing, they're like, oh, yeah, I want to do that. I want to be that. That's what the integration to Black America looks like, whatever the white man is doing.
I feel like we're going to truly be free when what white people do don't matter. And what I mean is, why can't we just think of things as strategic or unstrategic? It's unstrategic as an American citizen to support illegal immigration. Whether or not they commit violent crimes after they get here or not, because really the biggest person that it hurts in the country are unskilled, uneducated Americans. We're talking about illegal immigration, we're not talking about legal. When you increase the labor supply of low-skilled, unskilled labor, it just lowers the cost of labor for people who have the least amount of leverage on the marketplace as American citizens. And then when you look at the proportions of people who have lesser economic leverage, you see what it is. That's why a few years ago, Eric Adams had to take away money from New York public schools to pay for illegal immigrants. That's the first time you saw black and I'm not gonna say first time, but you saw black and brown American citizens in New York and Chicago saying, wait a minute, where did the after-school program go? Wait, they converted the school gymnasium into a shelter, and now I'm a black single mother and I don't have an after-school program because of what? Wait. You're taking money away from New York public schools because of a sanctuary city. What? And that's why the popular vote was achieved in 2024. MAGA.
No, that's facts. It's like we're obsessed with white people. It's like I don't know if anybody else noticed that. If you go to any black function with family or anything, the topic of white people always comes up. This shit is fucking annoying.
Because it's,
Speak for yourself, for sure. My family don't talk about it.
you know, and that's what's so frustrating, because what we see is there's so much of America that wants to get past the bullshit, and we just want to live peacefully, and we appreciate and we love human beings for who they are, and we understand that nobody is greater or lesser than each other. There's that sect of society, and then there's the sect of society who is just completely still stuck into some past historical whatever bullshit, and then you have another sect of society who identifies and understands that the other sect is stuck in the past, and so then they break away from the peace and loving sect. But that's the thing, it creates a schism, and then we become weaker, right? Like, one of the most frustrating things, well, no, this is the truth. One of the most frustrating things I felt about a lot of the communities in our nation that are non-white and non-Hispanic. Do you know how many amazing blueprints there are out here that white people figured out how to scam the system? I'm not saying scam the system.
What are the ones that are non-white and not Hispanic? You mean Asians?
No, I'm talking about the Jews. I'm talking about the Jews. I'm talking about the Amish. You know, like
the Amish are white.
Yeah. No.
And the Jews are white.
Okay.
Well, the Jews are Jews. We're our own thing.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Sure, and me was black.
They're Europeans.
Exactly. I'm talking about my
Most
brothers
Jews
and
are from
sisters.
Asia.
So no, I'm talking about my brothers and sisters. So what we would refer to as the black community. Okay, but what I'm saying is, instead of
so non-white, non-Hispanic, Asians, and blacks, you're talking about.
No, I'm just referring to my brothers and sisters, and so what you would refer to as the black community. Of course I am. And so now this is the thing. So we had the Jews. Jews are very smart, right?
Wait, stop interrupting, Jumo.
The Jews are very smart. They created literal blueprints on how to cut out, get full. I'm talking, you want reparations, that's basically, wait, Cypher, can you mute up, because I'm getting like feedback and it's
I haven't seen these blueprints. Can you show me where I can have a look at these?
Yeah, one of them, sure. Have you heard of Curious Joel?
I've heard of this community, yes. Is there a blueprint up there?
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a Hasidic thing. So they teach you how to create Curious Joel.
Wait a second, you said there's a blueprint up there?
Right. There's a blueprint. There's a blueprint in the it's online. You could find it. It's in the Jewish share on the Jewish.
What should I search for this blueprint?
You should search for the mute button. How about that? Shut the fuck up.
Dude, her name isn't Gaza. Leave her alone.
What's that?
Her name isn't Gaza. Leave her alone. Let her finish. Let her live.
What is your name?
I was dry, but that was funny. Leave Epstein alone. Norman, go back.
He does look like Epstein, though. That's crazy.
No, I just want to know where the blueprints are. I want to see these.
That's what I'm saying. So look up Curious Joel. You could Google it.
Of course you want to see him.
So.
Well, yeah, I want to learn from Bima. She knows a lot about non-black,
Well, you can learn from if you shut the fuck up.
And Asian communities. So what's the highest earning population in the country? I think
Epstein, go on mute. Jeffrey, go on mute, bro.
I think it's the Nigerians are the highest earning ethnic group in the country, aren't they?
I think it's the Asians, but I mean Nigerians are up there.
So they got a blueprint.
Asians, Indians. But hey, Epstein, go back on mute though.
I wanna see the blueprint of the Asians and the Indians and the Nigerians.
Let her finish. Can you do that?
No, I'm only talking about that. I'm specific.
specifically talking about the Hasidic Jew blueprint, which they created, and they teach you how to come together. They teach you how to take over a locale. They give you very strict instructions on how to look for it, right? And
What
this is
are
online.
the instructions?
Well, you got to look online. I'm sure you'll be able to find it.
Seen them?
Yes, I just can't remember them off the top. Do you want me to find them? Do you want me to find them and read them? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so which one of them that you remember?
You have to find a city that's outside. It's a rural area that's outside of the city, maybe about 60 miles.
Okay, 60 miles outside the city.
Right. So this can't happen inside of a city limit. It has to be right outside of a city.
Like in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, for example?
No, Brooklyn, that's city, all city. So nothing inside. So when they give
Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
No, I'm talking. Well, listen, they give this instruction, and like I said, it's in a blueprint. So New York, the entire New York City area, that's all cut off. You have to go upstate. So go upstate, 60 miles.
Live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Which kind of people are up there?
The Sartar, is it called like the Sartar? How do you say it?
Most of the Satmar Hasidim live in Williamsburg.
Satmar. Yeah, it's Satmar.
They live in Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
Okay, well, guess what? They also live upstate New York in a place called Kiryas Joel, where they literally got together. They culminated together. They took over.
Culminated.
Yeah. They all got together. It's actually very smart. It's brilliant what they did. Okay, so they all got together. They block vote with block votes. They put all of their businesses together.
You mean they vote for their community's interests, like every other community in the country?
No, when I say that there's an actual blueprint for this, no, I'm not exaggerating.
So they vote for their community, like every community.
No. I am telling you, they literally write to you and they say, do you know how to drain the Gentile? You want to drain a community, an American community, get all the money that you possibly can while keeping your businesses on the sideline. Okay, keep building internally, but they're completely subsidized and funded. It's not the money comes from the government, from everybody else around you. Right. So all of the American taxpayers around you, they're the ones who are going to pay for everything inside the community. You're telling me. You're telling me.
Get $45 billion a year from the government.
We're not talking about. We're talking about the Jews right now. We're talking about the Jews. We're talking
about. It looks like black folks get more money, so maybe we should use their.
No. We're talking. No. This is my point.
Yeah.
How many?
Black folks are getting $45 billion a year from the government every year, each and every year. Now, do you think Kiryas Joel is getting more than that?
Kiryas Joel was rated the number one poorest city in the country.
Oh, they're poor.
Very poor on paper.
Is he a Jewish guy trying not to let you?
Right. They were.
I'll let you get this.
Hold on. But this is the brilliance of it.
No, it's not because you keep talking.
Yes. So this is the brilliance of it. On paper.
No. Stop. Let her talk, and then you ask questions.
In the country, got it. Okay.
They're not a county. They're not a county.
Mysterious ways.
They were the poorest municipality in the nation. But if you were to drive through, right, because it was all on paper, they were still running their businesses. Right there, so nobody works inside the community on paper. Everything gets subsidized, right? Everything's. You're talking. No, not inside the area. Hold on. Listen to me. Businesses. They'll have a business. They'll private businesses, right? But listen, private businesses are not on. Listen, private businesses are not on paper. And so you launder. It's basically just a bunch of laundering, and so they teach you. So if you were to drive through Kiryas Joel, which was rated the number one poorest city in America for multiple years, all you're going to find are well-dressed buildings and construction and homes, and it looks like a wealthy neighborhood. It does. It never ever.
Where they get their food?
No. They're storefronts. It's all a scam, right? They get all their food stamps. The food stamps come from everything gets funded by the Americans around them. They don't pay for anything.
Is it $45 billion a year?
I don't know how much it is a year, but listen, they did enough
from the government every year. So it sounds like you guys have a better system. Can I see your blueprint? I don't see how I can get $45 billion from my
Their block voting was so powerful that they kept accumulating more and more land because And so they ended up, guys, they ended up renaming the entire municipality. So now they have their own, it's literally no longer called
How many people are there?
expanded to so big. And everything gets
How
funded
many people
by
live there?
all of the Americans around them. They don't do anything. Everything's funded, and they
Well,
they
but it's not as much
they
as
have car
45
businesses,
billion, right?
Nothing's
Lima?
They have their own schools.
Is it
have
more or
their
less
own
than, I hear you, well, every community has their own schools, but
everybody in the community, but they're
Lima,
very
every
organized.
single community
Everybody in
has
the
their
community
own
that
school.
lives within the community, the Jews, they have to come together and they organize in these meeting halls, and they all have to be educated on who they're going to vote for, and that's what creates the
Doesn't every
strength of the
community
block
do
voting.
that?
No, not this
They
way.
don't?
Not
So
this
how
way.
did-
There is
okay,
an
so-
entire in their entire radius of their community, they have leaders and they tell everybody
I
to vote
thought
the
every
same
community
exact
voted
place. So
who
there
they
is
wanted off.
no. There is no difference in who they vote for. So now also after they got so powerful, they were able to start funding who they wanted to get into office. So now they have people that are working inside the government to continue to fund this. It's this huge thing. It's a blueprint. I mean, I think it's it's very brilliant. It's a way to reparations. That's what I'm saying. And I think if anybody deserves
How
it,
is it reparations?
not for the Jews. Not for the Jews. I'm saying that other people, we should learn from their blueprint, and we should listen and see what they did, and that's what we need to do. They teach us. They show us.
Or we could just lie. We could just lie and say 6 million of us died in the fucking Holocaust, and then
I thought you thought
that's not a lie. That's not a lie.
That's not a lie.
Yeah, you don't have any proof. You don't have any proof that there was.
You don't have any proof that it wasn't.
So yeah, I do actually from Ray Cross and several fucking rabbis. So I mean, here's that. But at the end of the day, we can lie and say that, and then just hold the fucking country hostage and tell them to go give us some fucking money. Or Black Americans could move $3 trillion of their money and redirect it to our own financial infrastructure. That would be even smarter.
Sure, you're getting $45 billion from the government. You should be able to redirect.
Yeah, where does that $45 billion go, Elmer Epstein?
It goes to black folks.
Not to your island, not to your sex trafficking
No,
island.
to black folks.
How much? Where does that? Break down where that $45 billion is allocated to.
Who's it allocated to? Exclusively to the black community.
Break down the allocation of $45 billion given to Black Americans.
Oh,
Show us what it is and where it goes.
Sure. I mean, you want to go deeply into it?
I want you to tell us. You should be able to tell. You've been talking.
Sure, I'll be easily able to show it to you. Why don't we Google together with our little fingers on our magic phones here? How do government benefits are distributed by race? How are government benefits? Why did you do the Google too? So you know we're telling the truth here. Government.
I'm actually cooking right now, so
in America.
You do the work.
No,
this is your
So I found it. It's called How to Build an American Shtetl. Am I saying that right, Alormo? Shtetl, S-H-T-E-T-L.
I don't know. We were working on something else here.
Bima, before you go into that, I want Elmer Epstein to show us what $45 billion was allocated to Black Americans and where that money was spent.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Social Security, welfare, community contributions.
Who were the biggest recipients of welfare?
You mean by
white American women? Next one. So you're talking about $45 million goes towards Black people, and you're saying that Black people are on welfare?
No.
That we make up the majority of
I said we get
welfare?
$45 billion in government benefits per year.
Break down the allocation of the
Hang on. I just did for you. I just said it. SNAP, Section 8, housing, welfare. Yeah. Aid,
So you mean to tell me this is exclusively Black dollars?
Yes.
So Black people exclusively are on Section 8 welfare, not white women?
No. I'm saying this is the amount of money that the black community gets. White women are on it too.
No. See, you're in that bullshit.
I don't understand.
You're on that bullshit again. $45 billion allocation. $45 billion allocation. $45 billion allocation. $45 billion allocation.
Every year.
Break down where that specifically goes to Black people.
I just did.
Welfare is not specific to Black people.
Housing is not the bad
Of all the money that is spent on welfare, the black community gets 45 billion.
Let's get this straight. It's not 45 billion that's allocated to Black America. It's 45 billion that Black America spends every year.
No. This is what they receive.
No.
You
Black
spend much
America
more.
spends $45 billion.
No, you spend a couple trillion. No, that's incorrect. You spend far more.
We spend about 3.2 trillion. But here's the thing. I'm talking about this $45 billion that El Normo is lying about. So the $45 billion allocation, where does it go to specifically Black communities? Let me help you out.
What he's trying to say,
Let me help you out.
He's talking about the Somali. He's talking about the Somali daycare.
No, he's not. No, we're not even talking about that. No, not at all.
What is he
He made a claim that his ass is lying about. He made a lying ass claim. He made a lying ass claim, and what I'm doing is challenging it. I will help you out, though. There is a portion of those allocated towards HBCU.
He just did all that dancing for Mima. Let's let him work it out. Let's let him fight right now.
Break it down.
Let's let him do a Jewish jog.
Medicaid, SNAP.
Okay, that's not Black exclusive.
Welfare. Yes.
That's not Black exclusive.
I never said it was Black.
Okay, all right. He said Black exclusive. Hey, Normo. Hey, El Weirdo. Hey, look. Black people get $45 billion. Black people get. Yeah, you can be there.
So what he's really saying is that we're all on food stamps, we're all on affordable housing, we're all on these government subsidies, is what he's saying.
Black folks only.
Yep, Black folks exclusive. Hold on. El Normo. Let's help you out, sir. Hold on, man. Excuse me,
In the chat.
my mocha color sister, just 1 second.
Yes.
So, just while you're Googling that, let's just get some definitions.
I've already finished.
No, it's all right. We're just going to help you out. So, look up here. Yeah, we do. You're an old man. You're probably on Medicaid, right? You're on one of the 4.5 billion. So just look up what exclusive. Just look up what exclusive means.
Yes, it means only they get it. I know what it means.
Oh shit! So you understand what it means?
According to the United States,
Also, the total welfare in this country is much more than 40.
According to the United States Department of Agriculture and the Census Bureau, white Americans make up the largest racial group of people who receive welfare benefits such as SNAP and food stamps.
Of course they are, because they're by numerical.
Medicaid, that falls under Medicaid. Oh, look at that. Look at what you was naming. So we have to look. Guess what, El Normo? Guess what we gotta do, El Normo? Guess what we gotta do, brother? We gotta remove all those institutions that you just named, brother.
No, you're not understanding.
Yes, brother. Yes.
I
know it's unfair, brother. It seems like you can't
I want to give you the figures.
That's so cool. I just want to give you the same energy that you gave me. But I just want to give you the same energy that you gave me. I know. I just want to give you the same energy that you gave me. I just want to give you the same energy that you gave me. I just want to give you the same energy that you gave me. Okay, so let's remove those programs. Let's see you take away those programs and just mention the ones that are exclusive to black people. The ones that are exclusive. The ones that are exclusive. The ones that are exclusive to black people. Can you just mention the ones that are exclusive to black people?
I just did. For all the money that's given in the United States in welfare benefits, obviously the numerically largest group, which is non-black, which includes Asians and Latinos, the total budget is $1.2 trillion, and of that $1.2 trillion, black folks receive every year $45 billion with a B. You understand?
Exclusively.
What do you mean exclusively?
So are you dissecting these programs and saying there's a black side to all of these programs?
I'm saying that the black community really...
Okay, all right. He's having a comprehensive and shoes. It seems that he doesn't understand what I'm saying. I know he's like a 70-year-old man. We gotta talk to grandpa.
What he's doing is, the terminology of what it's actually means, he's just lying. That's what he's doing.
I think that's what he's doing.
That's what it is.
I'm trying to hold him because I don't think he's a liar. I don't believe that El Toro is not a liar.
What he's actually doing is that the Negroes.
Let the women talk. That's a woman, bro. That's a woman, bro. Let the woman talk. That's a woman. That's a woman. Oh, you know. Oh, damn. You moving with Jewish disrespect. Y'all respect women in the Jewish community? Let that woman talk. Let that woman talk. Yeah, I'm trying to make space for her. What are you doing? Why are you talking over her?
You're just yelling.
Yeah, I know. Can the woman talk?
There's $1 trillion.
That's
Oh my God.
Look at that 1.2 trillion, 45 billion goes to the black community.
Okay, and how much goes to your?
I haven't calculated that. You tell me.
So how do you come to the calculation for us?
I googled it.
Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing.
You couldn't have Googled it because according to the Supplementary Nutrition Assistance Program, since 2016, approximately $20 billion a year are spent in the black community via welfare, SNAP, and TANF.
I agree with you.
But you mentioned welfare.
You can't be agreeing with you with saying different information.
Welfare,
No.
Section 8, housing benefits. I mentioned a whole stream of them.
Can I say one thing, El Normo?
Yeah.
You mentioned of the 1.2 trillion, 45 billion go to black people.
45 billion per year.
That's what El Normo, dude.
I'm not saying it's a lot.
Here's someone's point if you jump in. Of the 1.2
I heard your
trillion.
point. It's 3%. You said it already.
3.2.
Yeah, you said it before you said it, Mike. Look at this.
Yes, I'm just letting you know I heard you.
So they're under the what it should be.
Oh no, they're not under what
That's
You
the point I was trying to
think
get
that
to.
they take up 13% of the allocated funds?
Well, that's not the only way in which they get money.
They work. They have careers.
Yes, of course.
They investors.
Of course.
Inventors.
And according to y'all propaganda, we sell drugs. Now, see, look, El Normo, I just want to give you one more chance, right? And maybe this will help. All right, brother.
I just made it.
All right, brother. I don't like the truth either.
I don't need
Look,
it.
so, I just want to say this. I know. Because maybe you're using a different AI. Maybe you're using a different AI. No, I do understand your point.
You don't think it, I said. Not understand. Did you?
No, yeah, I do.
Okay, which part do you dispute?
Because it doesn't track.
Which part do you dispute?
The part that you're saying that it's exclusively, right, SNAP, Medicaid,
okay, are you
and all these other men in the black community, like that these dollars are being distributed to. Oh my God.
Are you asking me if only black folks
65-year-old man, bless your heart.
Yes, bless your
You're
heart.
hired.
He sounds
Anyway, look, bro.
I don't understand.
Go ahead.
Jewish people get food stamps.
Jerry, what does your group get?
A lot of it is
I don't know how much.
Can you please Google?
He just said,
No, you Google it.
Wait a minute. How do you know exactly what's allocated to the black community and don't know what's allocated?
he's Jewish.
She can't
No, he's using Jewish AI. It's called Claude.
I just Googled it like you do. You have a
No, you ain't using Google. Joe's using Google. You using Claude or some kind of like Mossad agent AI.
Jerry,
I'm not using that for
what's
this.
your ethnic group?
I'm a Jew.
You're a Jew, okay.
What kind of Jew? Let's see. Cool.
The only kind there is.
Cool.
He's Jewish.
That's the
No, I'm both. I'm both a Jew, noun, and Jewish, an adjective.
He Jewish now and Jewish later. He Jew and Jewish. He Jewish
That's like
and Jew
the
used to
guy
be.
and the guy.
Hey y'all,
Are you?
El Negro, do you know about the
He's a
Huguenot
guy in the dice.
and the
I don't think I get to call myself a Negro.
You might?
Are you?
How you insinuate these fucking...
Go ahead. Are you one of those?
What's that?
Are you any kin to them people?
Am I the Canada people?
No, are you any kin to the Huguenots or the Jacobites or the Sephardic?
Well, we we are related to Sephardim. Yes, all the Jews are related to each other. Not Huguenots. Those are Germans. What was the other one?
I am no kin. My granddaddy was a Huguenot, and we're no kin to y'all. I can't figure out how y'all
Huguenots are the timeline. I believe the Huguenots are French, actually.
This is wild.
So I can't even figure out how you would get in the timeline if you're not a Huguenot, because you know King James was a Huguenot also.
Yes, Huguenots are French Protestants.
You know what?
Wait a minute, and you know the Germans also were Huguenot, and people from Holland also, and some people from Ireland were also Huguenot.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and they don't look like you. So I'm trying to figure out how you get in the timeline.
I'm not a Huguenot.
I know you say y'all all some kin, and I'm telling you, no, we're not no kin, y'all.
He said except for the Huguenots. He said the Huguenots exclusively. He excluded
French Protestant Christians. Or white folks.
Yeah, y'all know
what you would call white folks.
I'll tell you what though.
What you would call white folks.
I just used Google again.
Yes.
And according to federal census, approximately 33 to 42% of Jewish households receive some form of government benefits, as according to data from 2023 to 2025.
Oh, damn, I guess they must be exclusively black. Do you know how much, let's just see if,
I don't think you know what
I don't think you know anything either. Or maybe you got a different Google than his. Maybe you got a Jewish Google and he got a black Google.
We got the same, I'm not disagreeing with
I don't think y'all got the same Google.
No.
Where's your Google, bro?
I'm not disagreeing with what he said.
I think you are.
No, I'm not disagreeing with him.
You're disagreeing by proximity of using ideology, right? So you might not be saying no, but you could be using different information that suggests otherwise than what he's saying.
I'm not disagreeing with him.
Okay, well,
checked it.
why is the information that you're putting forth different from his?
It's not.
Yes, it is. You got a Jewish Google.
No,
it's not different because he said we ranked 13%, which accounts for that 44 billion that he was talking about.
45
billion that he was talking about. But now we know that they have a more increased benefit, and he's just concerned that he thought that we were getting more than them. So now he's happy.
Well, how much is the Jewish community getting in numbers? Because we're a tiny community, so I don't think it's 45 billion.
You're a tiny.
They're about what, 40 million black folks in America, something like that.
I've been searching for that for the past 11 minutes.
I like to say 50 million, but it's about 42 million black people.
42 million makes sense.
When I was looking up how much a year, money-wise, amount-wise, does the Jewish community get? Welfare or TANF benefit, they don't give a number.
All right. Well, there's probably 10 million of us in the country.
Because they control the media.
They go right back to the Jewish community gets help. They never
What's
help they get. They just go right back to.
No. I'm happy for any help we get. I think we deserve money. I'm happy about money.
And Joe, y'all know they get the most because currently, every day, every month, every year, the United States send that little fake country across the water, right? Money every day.
$3 billion in military aid, which Israel then spends here.
I've seen some people who that live off the United States over there. They don't have no job or nothing. Even the ones in New York, even y'all in New York, y'all got no job or nothing. Y'all just live off the United States.
You mean some people are on welfare? Yes, I agree. Some people are on welfare.
I'm talking about y'all Curtis Saber people.
My Kitover?
No, I'm talking about Curtis Saber.
Kitover?
No, I think she means to say the Hasidics.
What's
I don't know how to say that.
The curly sideburn.
Oh.
The guys that look like Abraham Lincoln.
Oh.
The guys that look like they Pippin and Hood.
It seems like he's the greatest.
The guys that look like they got Jerry Curls.
Isn't he the greatest president?
The guys that look like they got top hats in the cave.
The guys that look like
the guys that look like they
Who's the best president?
Trump.
If not Trump, okay.
Trump's the best president.
You
He's
think
the
it's
only
between
president
Trump
that
and
actually
Lincoln?
freed niggas. He's the only president that actually freed niggas.
Did he use those terms?
Yeah.
Really? I never heard Trump say the N-word.
Trump is a real nigga, though. Don't make no mistake. She's a certified
I heard
real
him say it too. Yeah,
he got 34 felonies.
Don't forget the
34 felonies, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? No, hold on. Let me finish. This motherfucker be talking shit to motherfuckers and bombing on their ass too. Like the shit he say he actually end up doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, he is a real nigga. He's been associated with a lot of shit, falsely accused. He's been impeached. He's been a president twice. I mean, he's been on the Wu-Tang album. He's been on the Wu-Tang album, mentioned 300 times in hip-hop history and shit. This is a real nigga.
Personally funded like a majority of hip-hop parties too. That does not need to be left out.
He's a real.
Yes, sir.
So like, yeah, like with that much, you know, in common with the people.
From now on, he's Tyrone Trump, not Donald Trump.
Maybe.
You know that Tyrone is an Irish name?
No, I did not know that.
Yes. So Jerome is an Irish name. Jamal is an Arab name.
Yep.
Ray.
No, you gotta call him Teflon Donnie.
Yeah.
That is more appropriate. Teflon Donnie and all his baby mamas.
I know Don Quavius.
Don Quavius, there you go. Yeah,
Well, I like that.
Don Quavius Trump.
I like that, Don Quavius.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you don't know nigga names apparently, Jerry Springer.
Well, I said Tyrone.
No, that's Elmo Epstein.
Wow, that's
Yes,
Jerry
right.
Springer.
Hey, shout out to El Normo too. You know, one time he was cosplaying as a nigga on this app, but now he white.
No,
Anyway, look, I'm just saying, bro, like, come on, guys.
It's
Have a heart.
It's only
You
been
know,
one white man alive.
like,
It's only been one
you know,
white
like,
man alive.
the Jewish faces, right?
It ain't been but one white man alive that can mimic the voice of a nigga, and that was Bobby Caldwell. Right? Nobody else. The second best job that was also trash was Robert Downey Jr. And
Bobby
trash.
Yes, sir. He played the fuck out that role.
But Bobby Caldwell was the only one. How many people thought Bobby Caldwell was black?
Yeah, a lot. So with all this, right?
Nobody else can mimic the vocal frequency of African Americans, bro. You can't do it.
Hold on. I was just watching Amy Winehouse. She's really good. She's a British Jewish woman. Should listen to her.
No, but she sound like a smoky low tone white.
All right.
She is white. She still got that sound, but it ain't.
I ain't saying they can't have soul. I'm just saying they don't sound like us. They just sound like us.
Right.
That's deep.
That's real.
Why you think the #1 song sang for talent contest anywhere outside the U.S. is "And I Will Love You" for whatever the fuck, Whitney Houston?
Whitney Houston, I'm about to say Whitney.
#1 song.
But that was Dolly Parton's song.
Absolutely, it was Dolly Parton's song first.
But Whitney made it hers.
Whitney turned that thing out.
Inside out. It's no longer Dolly Parton's. Even Dolly knows that.
Facts. Whitney even get royalty. Listen, let me tell you something. I know, right? Let me tell you something. When it comes to the African American community, everybody points out all the negative things the media puts out, but at the same time, you be copying.
Can we start and stop this African American? Because you can't be African and American.
I'm just using the term. We can say melanated. We can say melanated. We can say aboriginal, Indian. We can say indigenous, whatever you want to call
Just
it.
use the American term. Just call them black.
We'll just say the mirror. We'll just say black, right?
Black is black.
We copy.
You know, I think Negro's more appropriate though, myself. I think Negro's more appropriate.
That's cool. Negroes also educate.
No, I used to like the Afro-American.
And it's symmetrical. Niggas and Negroes symmetrical.
And then they, you know.
I like the colored people term.
Oh, damn.
Colored is wild.
When we were
Colored is crazy.
When we were colored people.
You colored. Them colored folks.
They do put us on TV, so I mean,
But look though, it's a conundrum that niggas is the most loved and simultaneously the most hated people on earth.
That's right.
So they hate us and they hate the fact that they can't stop loving us.
It's like God. Yeah.
I ain't never in my life, for the people who watch sports, if you watch basketball, I've never in my life, from my seen no. I had to pause that shit. That Diddy got shit wild. Epstein too. But I've never seen anybody shoot a tightly contested jumper in anybody's face and then call on the name of Peja Stojakovic.
Shut the fuck up.
Or perhaps Dirk Nowitzki. Ain't nobody out there saying Scott.
Yes, they is saying Dirk.
They ain't saying Dirk.
Yeah, they is.
Well, we'll give Dirk and Bird a pass.
Yeah, Bird and Bird.
Luke ain't done enough. Luke ain't done enough.
You're welcome for basketball. You can thank white people for basketball.
Luke ain't done enough. Let me tell you something. Yeah, we welcome for basketball. Y'all welcome for games that didn't end in a score of 28-16. Right?
There you go.
There you go.
Damn.
How about that?
Y'all don't like defense?
Yeah, we do like defense. Y'all can thank us for the crossover. Y'all can thank us for the Euro. Y'all can thank us for the step back. Y'all can thank us for everything.
Y'all can thank us for the baggy shorts.
Facts, because y'all had them
The
things.
stoplight, the washer and dryer, heating and cooling, central air, peanut butter, potato chips, emergency car, airplanes,
surge protector,
a stop sign, gas mask, heart surgery, blood transfusion,
flushing toilets,
GPS,
Oh,
cell phone, social media.
Wait a minute. Hair care products.
Video game cartridges.
Absolutely.
The precipice of AI.
What was that game?
Baby oil.
No, don't you do that.
Z Johnson.
I'm fucking with you.
Yo, don't you whoa.
Hey guys, I gotta go, but I just wanted. I didn't.
Stand in front of the window.
Hold on, let the woman that's finna go.
That woman is a.
Sorry, I just wanted to share this. I didn't know that they were as successful. I mean, like, this is crazy. Listen, I want you guys to, and El Normo, I found it. Okay, have you heard of a guy named Shalom Lam, Lam? Okay, so he wrote the playbook, and he basically gave the steps on how to create. Oh, my computer's okay. Here goes. Okay, so the first is you have to find a specific place, right, of cheap land, underdeveloped, right outside of the city. You have to buy property, right, without tipping off the locals that you plan to turn it into an enclave. Okay, you have to check the zoning. They give you the list of things on what you have to look. Densely clustered homes, big enough for large families.
Just
walking
drop that
distance
to
of
your
communities.
ChatGPT. That's what I did. Tell it to give you the step by step.
Well, this is the thing. This was a specific blueprint that was created by a man who said, "Listen, this is a way that we can create our own town, our own town, our own village inside of the American system, and have them pay for everything." Okay, so this is basically. Hold on, wait. I'm not done.
I thought you said they have businesses.
So everything is not on paper. Okay, so if you look,
be on paper.
I'll explain. Okay.
Okay, tell me how it could not be on paper.
Elmo, you gotta shut the fuck up, okay? Because I'm gonna listen. Elmo, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Because I want to get it out, but you keep interrupting me. So let me get it out, and then you can Italian. Stop fucking talking while I'm talking. Have some fucking. Because I listen.
Wait,
I went.
you're saying the equity telling me to have the
because you interrupt me constantly, and I'm trying to explain this, okay? So just stop, just relax.
It sounds like there's a Jewish community in
All right, I'm just gonna keep talking. Okay.
You should.
So this is how it goes, okay? It's intentional. They talk about it. You do not put whatever you're doing on paper. You have to intentionally stay below the federal poverty line, okay? Right. So on paper, and they specifically say this on paper, but they clearly on. So yes, exactly. That's exactly what they're doing. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. This is a town. This is a city.
I want to know about
this. This is a city. I'm telling you about it. I'm telling you about it. I'm telling you about it.
Who committed a crime?
Listen, El Normo, listen. You can research. I'm giving you all of the information. Everybody knows about it. For years, for years, the area, Monroe, and the county
fought against these Jews. I'm gonna say it. Okay.
Sure.
They're Jews. I wish. Listen, they're people.
We call them
They're
small
people,
hats.
Sure.
but they just also
Yeah.
happen to be
We wear
Hasidic
small
Jews.
hats.
Okay, it's a coincidence. It's a
So
coincidence.
who's committing the
They're
crime?
just really intelligent people. So what they do is they teach you how to come together, what to build, and they give you this blueprint,
So what do
right?
you build?
So
Tell
you
us
build
what to
up.
build.
So you build the infrastructure. You build
Like
houses.
what?
So the first thing you start is with houses.
So Jews
Then you
in
have to
houses?
build.
Does
No,
that
no, no.
mean-
No, it's specifically on a specific type of piece. It's private property, and then you start sharing with
Are
other
all
people.
houses
So you
private
buy it.
property, Pete?
Well, this is the thing. You
Yeah.
buy up the private property with like minds, all in the same area. So the private property
Okay.
becomes
Isn't that what
just
every
larger and
community
larger
does?
and larger and larger. So
Yeah.
listen. So first 1 acre
Is it
turns
like
into 5
Chinatown
acres,
or
turns
Little
into 20
Italy
acres, turns. That's
or
exactly
Atlanta?
what they did. That's exactly what they did. And
Is that
what they
Black
got
folks did
away
in
with,
Atlanta?
and what exactly? No, not even close. Not
Well,
even
explain
close.
this to me. How is it
So,
different than Atlanta?
well, I'm going to talk about Curious Joel because this is what I just
Sure.
did research on. Okay, so
The
they
Curious
have
George,
all-
right?
yeah, Curious George. That's it.
Okay, gotcha.
So in the county,
So they buy
there's
houses?
about 450,000 people in the county.
Say it again.
It
How many?
started about
He's attracted to her. He can't help
415,000
it.
in the county. This area started with only a few hundred people, like 100, 200 people back, in the
And now how
80s.
many do they have?
So now they have 43,000, and they've increased almost by double within a
I feel
period of
like I
3
have
to
more
4
people living
years.
in my building
And this
than
is what's
43,000.
well, this is the problem. So
It's a
the
problem.
yeah, and I'll explain why. They only make up 10% of the county population, but
Sure.
they receive
But
almost
it's a
up to
different
half. So they receive up to almost half of the entire the county and the county's specific federal budget, or not their federal budget, the county's budget of
What county
subsidies.
are they in?
So they're in Orange County, New York. Okay. So look it up. You could do it while you're
What's the
talking.
population of Orange County?
I already told you. Did anybody hear me? Did anybody hear me? Well, if you keep talking, Norm, then I already said it. So now I have to repeat myself. I already told you 415,000.
Okay.
Orange County is
So there's only
415,000.
Just go ahead and copy me, baby.
43,000.
I'm gonna let you finish.
There's 43,000.
Don't stress yourself out over this. Just keep getting
So does that sound like
There's
a lot of people to you?
43,000, and now there is,
Yeah.
yes, okay, and so, but this is the
43,000 is
problem.
a lot to you?
It's disproportionate.
Nobody
That's
did you
not what
like
I'm
this
saying.
when you
What
was
I'm
talking about
saying,
black folks. Just let us talk.
thank you. What I'm saying
Yeah, that's
is
all
that
they did was-
10% of the
All
county
right, I'm about to do this to
population
you again.
is now taking up almost 40 to 50% of the entire county budgets, right? And so this is what's even crazier. They
Wait,
started.
let's stop right there.
Oh my
Look,
God!
that's
I'm just
Why you saying that? No, get off here.
trying to push
Get
through.
back.
How much
Get
money
back.
do they
Get
get?
back. Yeah, you're too.
I understand.
That doesn't mean you're a cop.
Hundreds of
That
millions.
doesn't mean you're a cop.
What's the number? How much money do they get?
Hundreds of
That
millions.
doesn't mean you're
what-
a
One
cop.
year, anywhere
You're just
between
a Jew.
100 and 150 million, but that's only within the actual subsidies. That's not talking about everything else that they get
Well,
federal.
how much money do
They
they
also
receive?
get
Why do you
federal
want to know
funding
about
and
the
also
money?
state funding because they get
the
grants.
money is an
So
issue, and I wanna know if
you would have to look up all
Why?
of the
Because you
grants,
wanna
the
get a hold
state
of it?
grants and the
You
federal
wanna steal
grants.
it?
Yes, he
wanna
wants
hold
to
it at
join.
this point.
He
That's
wants
what
to
it
be
is.
very, very
Look at
interested.
him.
I want to
Give
know.
me
Very,
that
very
cash.
interested.
He wanna get that. He wanna
Yes,
no.
yes.
Well,
Right.
that's
Oh, we're telling
I
secrets.
understand.
We're telling Jew secrets.
Yeah.
We're telling the Jew secrets.
well,
So
that's
listen,
the fun.
share the wealth.
This is not
Share,
a secret.
share
So,
the
they're
wealth.
not getting
Okay,
45
so now, so what they
Why you wanna know about the money?
friends.
No, they're not
What-
getting 45
what they-
billion.
No, why you wanna know about
So what they listen, it's
What
relevant.
they
My
doing?
point
Did you
is
say
What they
that?
doing?
moved inside of a
What they
community
doing?
and they're reaching off of the surrounding
Yeah.
community.
Why are they leaving?
Right,
I
they
thought they were poor.
disproportionately, only on paper, and that's
So,
deliberate.
and
That's
when
part
black
of the
folks get money,
blueprint.
is that
They teach you. Hold on,
Yeah.
this is part of the blueprint.
This
The-
is almost
Right.
Somalian.
They
They're almost
say
as smart
you're
as
only going to
Somali.
report. You're going to report that exactly. This is a Somali.
Okay, so the
this is
Somalis
the original
got 9
Somali situation.
billion.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
but Curious Joel
And
is
Curious
showing.
Joel's 100 million.
No, not just 100 million in totality.
That's what you just
I'm
said.
talking, no, in 1 year. I'm talking about 1 year from a county of only 415,000 people, which takes up literally half of the county budget. Okay, 10% of the population is disproportionately getting 40 to 50% of the subsidies of the entire county.
And your community is getting 45 billion, and you have some kind
No,
of.
I'm not. Nobody said
arguing with this guy is futile, love.
So
I'm
anyway,
saying 45 billion.
listen, I'm just gonna.
It's futile arguing with this creature.
Yeah, so this is the point. So what they did was they grew from only a couple hundred people. They grew so large that they created their own village. Okay, so now they created their own transit system. Well, this is the thing. So they have their own. Everything is funded by the people around them, ladies and gentlemen. That's how
every community doesn't have a transit system.
Everything is funded. All of the subsidies come from the grants from the state, comes from the state, and comes from the federal government. 70% they are over by and far constantly. Every fucking year, one of the poorest. So if anybody is ever interested, go through, which is now referred to. They got so large. There's 43,000.
Is that very large?
1,000 people. Well, I mean, from a couple hundred to 43,000. Yes. I think it's a thing. Well, this is the thing. These people are intentionally underreporting. They're saying, listen, we're only going to report this much, that we're making this much, because that falls under the federal poverty line.
Where are they
So
getting
then
their
they
money?
get all of the subsidies. This is from the money that they launder, from the businesses that they launder, okay, inside. But this is the problem. Yes, they launder. Do you know why? I'll tell you. Do you know how why? Do you know why that they can't get found out? I'll tell you why. Do you know that they created all their own systems? They have their own fucking police department. They have their own court system. No. Hold on. You forget what I'm saying. You forget what I'm saying. They were not. Hold on. But they were not village. They leased and created their own village from a place that was already created.
There's certain jurisdictions
That's like El Marmo. What I'm saying. Wait, everybody, just listen to my voice. Listen.
you never traveled to
It started as a community.
You've never been in small town America at all, Elderable.
They just say you gotta leave, baby. Don't stress yourself out. Go ahead and land that thing and then just all the information.
Because
Don't stress yourself out.
I'll show and explain to you. I'll explain it when he doesn't want to hear about it.
Shout out to you, B Mom, for trying to power through that shit.
Good job, B.
Thank you. So ultimately, they literally started They started as a their own government for their own utility systems, their own transit systems, their own emergency services, their own health system.
Did y'all hear about Epstein?
Their intent is very
He
clear.
was part of the tunnel diggings too.
Nobody's
How many states you been to, Elderable?
They get food
How many
stamps,
states you been
they
to?
get cash assistance,
How many states
housing
you been to?
assistance,
How many states you been to?
but in a way that way overrepresented by the 10%.
How many states you been to?
So they're getting an insane amount well over.
Put that information in the chat, B Mom, because I want to read that shit.
Okay, Joe. All right, I'm gonna back channel.
How many states
I'm gonna back channel you the blueprint.
How many cities you been to?
Land.
How many small town cities you
Who
been
wants
to?
to create a shuttle with me? Let's
How
create
many
our
small
own
towns?
fucking
How many?
shuttle.
You know what I mean?
How many?
Never counted, but
How many? You should have counted. You're a Jew.
Why
You should have counted. You're a Jew.
Why would I care?
Oh, you should count.
Why do I
Because
care?
all cities matter. Okay, so look, I just want to deal with you on this. So you're saying that there's certain every single village that you've ever been to in every city had a police department.
I would say many is normal.
No. Don't try to restructure.
I'm not trying to restructure.
But yes, you are.
Small towns have
You
Yeah.
say every don't know.
Every
police department.
Every.
Yeah, what about it?
Okay, every.
What about it? So
No. specifically giving you a word. Here we go with this word shit again. Right? Well, you probably don't know what every means.
Police department.
I might have to Google what every means for you.
Okay, no, that's all right.
I don't get why you acting like you don't know what every means. So, okay, I'm just asking you again. Let's see if you're a fucking liar or not.
Okay, let's be
Have every small town that you've been to had a police department, yes or no?
Yes. Which town does not have a police department?
Okay, there's a...
I got three of them for you, and you can Google this. Gulf, Georgia, Valdosta, Georgia, and Waynesboro all share Waynesboro, Georgia's police department and Waynesboro, Georgia's ambulatory care. So if something happens to you in Gulf, Georgia, I don't know what the population is. I just know those three cities share one.
Don't matter. It's still a fucking village. You idiot. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point. It doesn't matter the population. Don't try to like fix it and dress it up to where the fuck it fits into your narrative. You dumb bitch. This is a real thing. This is a real thing. It's called a consolidated department.
It's called a what?
Yeah. It's consolidated. There's many different cities, and you know that there's a lot of small towns in America, correct? That are not adjacent to major cities.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do you think they receive police help?
They have their own police department.
No, they don't.
Sure.
And he just showed you, you dumbass, that they don't. Because you're not listening, bro.
No, I think you don't.
Maybe when you got that fucking COVID shot, it numbed your ears to where you can't hear when certain people say certain things. And this is why I don't recommend the vaccine. People, don't get the Moderna.
Okay. Do you have COVID right now?
No. It's just cold.
What did you do when you had COVID?
Survived.
Okay. How many times did you get it?
I'm asymptomatic.
How many times did you get it?
I'm asymptomatic. You weirdo.
How many symptoms?
I don't need to. It's not my problem. I got immortal cells. I got Henrietta Lacks in me. You probably don't even know who that is, but that's okay. Look. Don't try to move the goalposts.
Y'all know, y'all let Jerry Springer censor himself and keep up with the conversation.
Yeah, I know. I just want to, I want to show him how ignorant he is right now. Because what he's trying to do is hijack the conversation, right? And he think I don't know that he's like trying to hijack the plane right now and fly it into the building and pretend like it's not for his interest. Doesn't that sound familiar? Okay, so look.
That booster shot.
Exactly. That booster shot got him thinking, oh, damn, every city has a booster.
They out here boosting.
Listen to this.
With the police department.
Hold on, let's listen to Joe. He got more facts. You don't got no facts. Go ahead.
Right? So, Augusta, Georgia has a consolidated police department.
Okay. What's that word again?
Consolidated.
Okay, all right. Then I'll tell you about that. Continue.
Macon, Georgia, and
He's the one that told us.
You're getting spanked right now. Shut up.
Macon, Georgia, and
Because
Big
towns
County.
have small police departments?
Oh, no, that ain't the point.
Listen, in a second we're going to see why the top three are so important, because the fourth one is a shocker.
Okay.
Athens and Clark County consolidate police departments. Clark County
Shit,
doesn't have it.
Athens.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm not finished.
Athens to Georgia.
Yeah.
Do you know what Athens to Georgia is, El Normo?
Sure. They have a police department, don't they?
Oh, my goodness, no. What is Athens to Georgia?
What is Athens? Athens is a city in Georgia.
Jesus fucking Christ, I thought this guy was good at this. How good of a Jew are you if you don't know where the fucking money is?
What are you talking about money? Where's the money?
Oh, my God. Okay. Could anybody from Georgia in here or can explain to him what the fuck
I don't know why we're talking about some...
Yeah, I know, because we're making a point in here to you.
Explain to me why you're talking about buttfuck Georgia. Because to tell the room, in fact.
Oh, so now you're going to be snobbery. You're doing some city snobbery here, huh?
I was just trying to bring up those small towns. Here's the final one. Listen to this. Peachtree Corners, Georgia. They currently contract the Gwinnett County Police Department for police services. Gwinnett is in Atlanta.
And that's just in Georgia. That's just in Georgia, Normal.
Okay.
Guess what? You dumbass idiot. There's a lot of cities, not only in the Midwest, but in Texas, right? In Tennessee, in Kansas, and we're talking about those remote, small towns. Yeah, try this in a small town, buddy, small town.
Yes, and
What? Bro, you need more. You need more experience. And at your old 7-year-old age, I thought you was going to traverse the world more than like a younger black person.
Here. How many small towns have police departments?
I know you're Canadian, so like
I'm not saying that there aren't small towns.
You were like a year ago.
Say that again.
I'm not saying that there aren't small towns that have their own police departments.
Okay.
What I was saying is that when we say every,
every is obviously hyperbole. About 70% of all local law enforcement agencies in the United States have 10 or fewer sworn officers. About 50% of the police departments in the U.S. serve communities with fewer than 10,000 residents. Fewer than 10,000. This one has 43,000. So that means that 1 in 2 police departments are in small towns with fewer than 10,000 residents. So there's your answer.
How many people live in
He's making his point. You're making my point.
Listen. Half of the police departments in America serve towns of less than 10,000. Okay. That's 1 in 2. Right? Curiosity has
I swear to God, I bet not ever hear you in another room thinking that you better than anybody else again.
Why is that?
Like, oh, Normal, that's it for you, bro. That's it for you. You're getting washed. I thought you was good at this. I thought you was good at numbers and shit like that.
What point did you think?
Going that 70% is like, bro, like, look, bro, that.
You didn't understand what I said, did you?
Yeah, I did.
You know what? Be honest. You don't really know what the point is, do you?
Bro, I do know what the point is.
Okay, Joe, you think you know what the point is? Where did we start?
I know where the point is because I'm the one that started addressing the point.
Okay, so did she say that Curiosity had its own police department?
Bro,
I thought you were talking about the original point.
What's that?
Bro,
I thought you were talking about the original
police
point.
departments serve towns smaller than Curiosity, right? That we just discovered that. So what point is there that Curiosity has a police department? Why is that interesting to her?
Interesting to who?
Bima.
I don't know.
She says it. Okay, so then what are we talking about? She said she seemed alarmed that they had their own police department or that it was a poor town.
Oh, I was talking about
because most poor towns with low populations that fit into the narrative of what she was saying don't have police departments. Not on that scale. Yeah, because look. Do you know the difference between a town and a village? A township and a village, right? Because she said village.
Yeah, actually, you didn't.
She said village.
Yes, and what
she said village.
And
what's the difference between a village and a town?
Yes, tell me.
What's the difference between a village and a town?
Tell me. What's the
difference? It's a smaller population.
But these towns have fewer than 10,000. This has over 43,000.
Exactly. Still, that doesn't.
So that means it's larger than a town. And yet, most of the half
most villages are larger than towns.
Okay. So your point is
they're smaller communities.
What's your point?
That most of them don't have the resources to have their own department, and that they consolidate with other fucking townships that have their police. Okay, all right. No.
I just told you that 50% of the police departments in the country. Listen, one in two police departments serve towns of 10,000 or less.
You need to eat more walnuts. They're good for your memory.
Okay, so you didn't.
I'll just give you some health tips.
You didn't understand what I just said, did you?
Bro,
did you?
Go ahead and make my point.
Your point? You don't really have a point because you didn't understand the first point.
Bro, yes,
I did. She pointed out that this town of 43,000
And so then I raise the question, hey, El Normo, does every fucking city have a police department? You said yes. You said yes. That was it.
You did say every.
You did say yes. And everybody heard you, bro.
1 in 2 police
But then you tried to segue into your own point to say majority, right?
So
so I watched you weave and move the goalposts.
You said 1 in 2 police departments serve towns of 10,000 or less. Okay, not every.
Okay, all right then, sir.
That's better.
That's better. Now we can agree. Then we can talk about your point here. Okay. And then I can look. I can be fair in my assessment and then agree with you like,
When I say that,
and the majority says,
when I say that,
1 and 2.
it's normal for a town of 43,000 to have a police department. In fact, 1 and 2 police departments serve towns of 10,000 or less.
Guess what? Okay.
Yeah.
See how easy that was to agree?
Well,
instead of trying to disagree just to make one point, right?
No.
Because I could have disagreed with you and then went back to my point. But I didn't do that. I didn't really have a point. I could have swore I said that every fucking town doesn't have a police department.
But that's not the point.
That was the point.
No, the point was that Curiosville had one. And it was such a small town, how could they have their own police department? And I said that small towns have police departments. In fact, most small towns smaller than Curiosville, of 10,000 or less, have police departments. That's what I said.
Bro, you just read. Never mind. You know what? I'm tired of this guy. This guy. He doesn't get it.
I want to see just how amazing your research skills are. I can't find it. And I see you can pretty much find whatever you're looking for. And shout out to you for that.
Yeah.
Can you look online and see how much money in governmental aid just the American Jews in the U.S. get? The Jewish people only in the U.S. They don't have a number. They don't show it.
I'll leave it to you. You'll find it.
I tried.
Whoa. Why you backing out of that?
I'm not backing out of anything.
It's not like you really
For some reason, something compelled you to look up how much money a year do black people get in aid.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, it did.
But nothing compelled you to
Because we
see
were
it.
having the conversation. Yes.
But you said that before you looked it up.
Doesn't that sound like a good amount of money? $45 billion a year?
Well, yeah, but look, I'm looking at the Hasidic Jewish community that's based in New York,
They're
right?
not getting
That has its own, fire department. They got their own hospital. Are you aware of that? That's not a small town. Not New York. New York is
43,000 is not a small town?
Hey, well, we're just making a new point here, right? So we can have the discussion, right?
Yeah.
Because you said the discussion wasn't there. So, I'm trying to, because I'm pretty sure, like, the Hasidic Jewish, population is just not as big it's not as big as the black community, correct?
It's not.
It's not.
Tiny. And it gets a tiny fraction of the money that the black community gets, right?
Yeah. But they got their own police force, they got their own, all of that.
Like every town, right?
Like every town?
Yeah.
Every town has it?
Yeah.
Here we go with this every shit again. Are you gonna do that?
Every town, I explained it to you, means it's normal. It's normal for a small town.
Every doesn't mean it's normal.
Every is not normal.
That's how I mean it. That's how I mean it.
I'm sorry that the
English language is
set up how
it was really clear from the beginning.
No, it wasn't clear from the beginning. Okay, so if you look in any dictionary, it doesn't matter whether it's from any country, the word every, does it ever mean normal?
Yes, if you say everybody loves her.
No, it's all encompassing. Jesus fucking
Christ.
Christ.
Everybody loves her. Do you think it means everybody, or do you think it means?
Yes, I think it means everybody.
No, that's called bandwagoning. That's called bandwagoning.
Yeah.
Well, you could call it bandwagoning, but that's what it means. Everybody
That's what you were doing, Norm?
Everybody eats popcorn. Does that mean everybody?
Yes.
That means bandwagoning.
But does
That means everybody.
But does everybody eat popcorn?
No.
Okay, so if I say everybody eats popcorn, it would still be correct.
fuck book you done went into, Norm, and then I gave you this breakdown.
What breakdown of what?
That every means normal, and then you went to
It's
say
the way I'm using it.
everybody fucking loves Chris. Like, come on, man.
Does everybody love Chris? No, they didn't. But
So that meant that it was normal, right?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
You don't agree with that?
Yeah. Does everybody love?
What happened to Jitsu Kaisen?
What the fuck?
Does everybody love ice cream?
Listen,
I'm asking a question.
No.
I don't.
Okay. So, but if I say everybody loves ice cream, am I wrong?
Yes.
Okay. To me, that would be right. To me,
I think you're using like a marketing technique.
You would be the exception to the
Like, what the fuck?
And then
Now, I can understand if you
it's
were.
called bandwagoning.
Yeah.
Wagon again.
bandwagoning is when you like something because the other people like it. That's
And that's
You're
why
banding, you're banding together. That is desirable customers.
Exactly.
If you change the punctuation,
Wants to make everyone think that, hey, well, everyone's doing it, or everyone eats popcorn, so I guess
This
I'll
is
eat popcorn.
bad.
you can take one statement that is absolutely fucking bland and change the punctuation at the end of it and make it make sense. I'll show you. Every small town has its own police department.
right.
That is a stupid statement.
Well, it's not stupid. It's
But
hyperbole.
if I were to say,
poetic.
if I were to say,
normal to have one. It's not stupid.
if I were to say every small town has its own police department, right?
Yeah.
You see how I put the question mark at the end of it, and now it's not stupid?
Okay. Well, listen. Maybe we have different criteria for stupid.
Maybe we got different criteria for every.
Yeah, because every.
Because that's what it sounds like.
Well,
so I tell you what, what's half of normal, Norm?
half of normal. I don't think there is a way to quantify normal.
What's half of every?
There's no such thing. These are. It's like hyperbole. Do you know what hyperbole is?
Everybody knows what a hyperbole is.
Hyperbole is poetic exaggeration. So I exaggerate it to make a point. Like if I say millions of people come here every day.
You know what another word for exaggeration is? Lie.
Hyperbole, no. It's called hyperbole.
Is a lie not an exaggeration?
No, it's not. It's for a purpose. It's to make.
Yeah, you're lying, bro.
No, I'm not.
That's what it is.
Exaggerated statements or claims not meant to be taken literally. That's the mistake you
I'll
make.
do you all one even better.
Wait, before you say that. Not to be
Yes,
taken.
do us all. Like, fuck him.
Not to be taken
He's
literally.
lying.
No, I read it from the dictionary.
Normal is
Exaggerated,
subjective,
not to be
socially
taken
constructed,
literally.
and often misleading term that a universal standard.
What's that now?
Normal is a subjective, socially constructed, and often misleading term rather than a universal standard word.
That's directed to Joe. Hyperbole is an exaggerated statement or claim not meant to be taken literally. That explains the way you went wrong with this conversation.
Okay,
You
that's
tried
cool.
to take it literally.
That's cool, but I will tell you this. Here's a wonderful statement for you.
Sure.
All lies are exaggerations, but all exaggerations, let me finish. All lies are exaggerations, but not all exaggerations are lies.
Yeah, that one doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
No, you can lie and just be false. Like you can say it's black and it's actually white. So that's just false. It's not an exaggeration.
Okay, so what is an exaggeration?
Wait, let's catch it right now. So what, does the black and actually white apply when it comes to the 45 billion and shit?
No. Like,
Oh.
So how much money does the white community get every year?
I don't know. I've never measured it.
How do you only know the black community?
I don't even know if there's such a thing as a white community.
What's so interesting? We are interesting people. I will say that. So I ain't even gonna ask you why, because we are the most copied and the most watched people. So I don't blame you.
Well, you
for
just
knowing
said the
our
most. Wait. You just said the most. Is that an exaggeration?
No, we are firmly the most copied.
That's an
and the most
exaggeration. I'm not going to call it a lie.
You think
You
so?
would call that a...
Norm, the legal term is puffery.
advertising and saying things like that, it's puffery.
Exactly. That's why I actually pointed it out that as a marketing technique.
There's no way of measuring that. So when you say we're the most copied people, you exaggerated. But I won't call you a liar because you only said that to make a point. You're not meant to be taken literally. The same way I said that.
They don't have a metric for trends?
They don't have a metric for most copied people.
They don't have a metric for trends.
That's a separate question now. Don't go off the original question.
No, because I'm just asking, bro. All right, look at this guy, bro. Like,
how would you measure the most copied people on the planet?
Let me
Do
say
you
it
see
like
how
this.
easy it was to catch you in an exaggeration?
Let
I'm
me
not
say it
gonna
like
call it
this.
a lie.
that wasn't no exaggeration.
Yeah, he's beating around. You're beating around answering the question. That's all it is.
No, I just got you on something.
The top 10 most well-known, biggest athletes in the world right now today.
That's not
How
copy,
many of
man.
them
That's not copy.
are
That's
black?
athletes.
How are they?
Answer the man. You can't answer the question for what it is.
How do you measure? Well, we stopped on most copied people.
You didn't want to answer the first question. He's asking you a new one.
What was it? Well, we're still on most copied people. The exaggeration that's not a lie.
But yeah, that's the question you didn't want to answer.
Joe, do you have a list of the top 10? Because I want to see if I can guess.
Tell us how you're going to measure the most copied people.
Oh, that'll be good.
I'm finna get that list for you right now.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you made a mistake and you exaggerated, but you didn't?
You can't tell me Michael Jackson ain't one of the most copied people on earth. Stop it.
Sure, he's one of them.
That's true.
He's a black person.
Top 10 athletes, though, Otani's got to be one, I would say. Messi, Ronaldo.
So we're giving up on the most copied people, right?
Michael Jackson is an American Indian. Please don't bring him into this conversation.
Man, how many people want to be King Leopold? Not many. I'll just say that.
Exactly. And as an American Indian, I invite him to it. So shut up.
Just don't call him black. That's all I'm saying.
The nigga was labeled as black. We gotta call him black. That's what he's colloquially understood to be.
Indians was called niggas too. We need to stop that.
Continuing this classification only furthering some harm. I'm asking you if you are an Indian, don't continue.
Oh, good sister Shukla. I didn't recognize that was you. This is a different crowd.
Michael Jackson was black, man.
I'm a season 1 clubhouser, so I know Matt, I know Joe, I know El Normo, I know all of them.
He can go sing with Redbone if he's an Indian.
Sukla.
Indeed, I do.
Tell him come sing, come and get your love.
Sukla, do you still claim to be a member of Mensa?
I am not active, but I definitely tested and became a member at 14. That was over 30 years ago.
No, you didn't.
Okay. Go look at the Minnesota chapter, test out it. It's still a minor test, so you probably couldn't pull it because I was a minor. But go ahead and see if you can find me. I tested at Afrocentric Academy for special gifted youth. Yeah, a private school tested me. Thank you.
Oh, look at the time.
Hello? Is it quiet?
Finally, I guess the
Because I just saw a video on X that I think you'll be interested in of Eric Lee, the attorney. You guys have heard of him? He posted a very interesting video of one of his clients, Liam, that was taken. And he's a citizen, and he was taken, has a birth certificate and everything. And you could hear the screams from the detention center outside. It'll be interesting to post in here to see if anyone will talk about that.
I don't know why we love to traumatize ourselves with such things. You do understand that's not good for you.
I mean, my soul's great, God's good. I think knowledge is power, and I definitely will not just see
But
one
the
side.
Bible also warned us not to eat from the tree of knowledge, so how much power do you expect to get?
We're on a phone. I mean, we fucked already. wrong sin because of that shit. So
Exactly. So, what do you think is perpetuated?
I mean, we've been hearing this both together. I mean, this whole room is about it.
Who's speaking?
Okay. Can you drop a link in the chat?
I did. It's in there right now. His whole page is just fighting for his client Liam. It has nothing to do with like anybody else. Just about that kid. But there's a few videos of what happened. It's very interesting.
Yeah, I've been trying to follow this case of this little guy.
Yeah, you saw it, right? It's fucking. There's, that's a kid trying to come in the States correctly or trying to get everything done correctly. 5-year-old boy. And his parents he was born here. His parents actually are citizens as well. They hired this lawyer because the parents aren't in the detention center. The kid is. And they're trying to get him out and they won't let him see his client, which is very interesting.
Well, thanks for confirming that the man had a child in his car that was not his. Seems like you're doing great with child trafficking to me.
Mm-hmm. What man?
The 5-year-old's dad. Supposed dad, alleged dad, whoever the guy was in the car with the 5-year-old that they keep saying nights arrested.
Liam Ramos?
I'm terrible with names, don't give me the line.
You said what?
I'm terrible with names, so don't give me the line.
I've seen this video.
Okay.
Where's the thing with yeah, this video is really sad.
Yeah, go on his page. He has multiple videos explaining the situation. I think the first video up top is like 1 minute 30 seconds, and then he goes on the news channel as well and explains the situation.
Oh my god, this is in my state.
Yeah, that really has a child concentration camp almost for immigrants.
Oh my god.
And he's in there. My guess is I don't even think they know where this child is at this point.
Did they send him to Texas? Is that what that video says?
That's where his client is. He's like, they are denying me access to see my client. So if you go to his Eric Lee is his name. He's just trying to see his fucking client. Just trying to see the kid and they won't let him.
Can I ask a question to the white community? How is these losses that you all have taken in the media in Minnesota? How is this affecting the white community?
What do you mean lawsuits?
Yeah, no, I mean these people who impeded these ICE agent missions. These I keep forgetting that lady's name and this guy, this Alex man.
They don't care. They're savages.
Yeah, we don't give it. Honestly, we're just out there to be saviors. It's not even a real thing. White people don't care. We really don't. No one cared when it was happening before. When Obama was president, no one cared. When it was happening before that, no one cares now. This is all performance and clickbait, bro. It's not real. Really, they're not fighting for shit, honestly.
Shit.
They think they're fighting for Somalis, bro. Still, they think they're fighting for Somalis.
What was your question to the whites?
How do you feel about?
No, you said how is it affecting them?
Yeah, how is it affecting? How are these losses? And I'm gonna throw Charlie Kirk in there too. How were these losses with Alex and I think her name is Susan or something? Susan.
Renee?
I forgot. Yeah, Renee, the redhead who was using her car to hit people. Her and just Charlie Kirk. You all are taking a lot of L's. A lot of white on white crime. How do you all feel about what's going on in your community?
Well, Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and it was very visceral, and it did affect a lot of people. Seeing it digitally, where blood was spurting out of his neck, so that one was really disturbing. Renee, sad, but legally, the guy was justified. This last one, they're not justified in my opinion, and they need to be prosecuted for killing the guy.
How is it affecting you all? That's not, you're telling us law and you're giving a very scripted feedback, so it's not.
Well, I said it was disturbing, Charlie Kirk. It did disturb me for like 2 days.
Any assassination should disturb people as humans, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. It disturbed me because the blood was spurting out of his neck, and it was just a fucking appalling thing to see happen because there's several angles and people were posting it and it was just something you'd see in a horror movie.
Right, but no one burnt down, that immediate surrounding city. Y'all didn't, fuck up your own stores, and you didn't go out and start looting or doing anything.
No,
Very, okay.
No, but they did do something.
I don't know what you're talking about. They don't even live there.
Yeah, they did something that I caught.
January 6th was not civilized.
Yeah, we're gonna go to January 6th next. But y'all did something in that Charlie Kirk thing that I caught. You all took your aggression out on my blacks. You took your red hats. And you went to the black HBCUs when you should have went back to UVU. You should have went back there and asked them, why did you shoot our brother in Christ in the neck like that? For what reason?
Should have asked why I wasn't a fucking security. That's what
you care about Ashley Babbitt when she got shot at the Capitol? I don't think so.
Yeah, and the insurrection was gangster shit. Blacks should have did that shit a long time ago. I'm mad they did it first.
Honestly, they would have been bombed.
Who cares? It should have been done. It should be written in history that we were sick and fucking tired of it.
It's not gonna change anything. That's the problem. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And then you had a gangster-ass white man come back and let them and pardon all the motherfuckers from jail.
And honestly, when they were pardoned, they went out and killed people. The two dudes who were pardoned actually went out and fucking got in a fight and killed somebody after that. Which is incredible.
Yeah.
They should have been pardoned. A lot of them were mistreated. Only the violent ones should have been pardoned.
We're not civilized. No one's civilized in this country, honestly. Nobody.
We are. We're very civilized.
No, we're not. You're trolling, and it's okay.
No, I'm not trolling.
I'd like to call absolute cap on white civility.
Yeah,
I'm in Minnesota. I'm a double descendant of the historic Rondo community. That means my mother and my father lived on the Rondo Street before it became I-94. I can tell you right now, they just destroyed a whole fucking hotel. Yeah, because they thought ICE agents were inside. Yeah, tore that bitch up about an hour ago. Sure did. Busted windows, damn near set them on fire. So I don't know how civil that is, but okay, civility.
He's trolling. He's
when you make a comparison, everything's relative. So if you want to compare America to other countries, yes, we are civilized. It's all relative.
No, we're not. We just have prettier shit.
Well, then you would say Americans are civilized, not.
We're literally the capital of murder. Literally the capital of murder.
No, well, that doesn't make one uncivilized, though. Murder doesn't make one uncivilized. There's actually, depending, civility can have levels of discipline, right? People do die for wrong things. Like, the reason why we have, murder is because, the reason to kill someone in our country morally is a lot less than other countries, right? In some countries, literally showing your hair can get you murdered, right? But because it's by crime and it's capital punishment, it's not placed in the murder category. So oftentimes we get misled by skewed data because of that real gray area of what people allow as retribution versus what people condemn as, murder.
Yeah, I always thought that homicide was homicide. We rate has historically been 7 times higher than Canada, Europe, and Japan in homicides. So.
You're gonna compare us to Japan?
It's the mode.
Yeah, look it up. Literally, you think we civilized? We not, Beaver. You live in a little town where you don't see shit happening in the world. You're violent.
We are compared to other countries. We are civilized.
Yeah, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're just not very intelligent. I'm sorry. Why did you leave?
Yeah, sorry. In the media, we are seen as civilized, but that's our media saying it. No other country saying that. It's just us. No, of course, we tend to favor ourselves. No.
Well, everyone does. My question is, what makes one civil?
Yeah, Beaver, what does make one
civil? Well, Steve said, why didn't we burn down shit and break shit after Charlie Kirk was murdered? And I said, because we are civilized.
It's because we didn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk. What? We didn't give a fuck. That's the point. No one cares about Charlie Kirk. He wasn't a leader. He wasn't that of the people.
Plenty of people cared. Your pockets. I don't You just say stuff. You don't make any sense.
So we riot for ICE, but not for Charlie Kirk. We riot for immigrants, but not for Charlie Kirk. What's going on?
What white people rioted and tore down shit and burned down shit?
Nobody, but
they're doing it right now. They're doing it right now. They're doing it right now in Minnesota. About 12,000 of them.
See shit, bro.
About 12,000 of them. Yeah, look at Minnesota. Just put in Minnesota. Go to Twitter. Go to Instagram. Hell, Google. I don't care where you look. Just put in Minnesota. And just don't even put nothing else. Just put. I promise you. Just put the words Minnesota. I'm gonna do it with you just so I can see how bad this shit is.
It's disgusting. They're destroying businesses. They're destroying buildings. They don't care.
They don't give two fucks about us. I've cussed quite a few of these liberal white women out, and made it very clear that what they're doing is absolutely the opposite of help. They are. They are. Well, if there's not no you guys, maybe I ain't never asked for a liberal white woman's help ever.
Exactly. Your white women and white men liberals are uncivilized, right?
White liberal women are cancers.
White liberal women and white liberal men are uncivilized, right? They're part of the white community, right?
No, I wouldn't say they're uncivilized, but they are unhinged.
Civilized means polite and well-mannered. That's what civil means. Polite and well-mannered. So who are we looking at that's polite and
No, when you use the term civilized, like when you're talking about people, groups of people, usually there's, in some countries there's...
What I just saw.
No, it's relative to the context also.
Okay, so we'll go to the context of something .gov. Civilized is a person that is polite and courteous when it comes to having the state of culture and development, both social and technological. We have civilized the world. So I don't know if you meant by that. Being civil in condition of social order. I don't know if you meant by that. Human,
that's what I'm talking about. Social order.
Intellectual achievement.
Yep.
Yeah, that one.
So generally, when they say people are civilized, if there's disagreements, they handle it in a civilized manner. They don't go and jump each other and beat on each other and fucking act like wild animals.
And that's what we as white people are not doing. Like January 6th, we didn't do that.
Correct. Relatively to other groups.
January 6th, we didn't do that.
No, I think you're not listening. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying relative to other groups and countries. That's what I'm saying. There always will be examples of people breaking the norm.
We have destroyed nations, bro, for expansion, and we're civil?
Yes, with one another for the most part, compared to other countries.
So white people as a whole, globally, right, not just America, white people are less civil. Are more civil than any other group of people? Is that what I'm hearing? Europeans?
No, I'm talking about in America.
Oh, well, no, we're a few hundred years old. Beaver, if we were around as long as China, we'd be top-notch. 100%.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I know exactly what I'm saying. There's nothing to say.
Right now in America, right? Right. You believe white people are the most civil in America?
No, I would actually say that Asians are probably.
I'll probably get in that because they don't really cause them.
Yeah, Asians don't do nothing. Yeah.
They literally live in their little enclaves. They're just very tribalistic. But then I have to pull that back. Which Asians? Because right now in Minnesota, the amount of Laotians that they are taking out of here for crime and violation of their Naturalization Act is astronomical. That's actually probably the highest deported population right now in Minnesota. So I don't know. It depends on which one you're talking about even there. Because clearly the Laotians have an issue with violence and sexual issues. They were just saying earlier that the Hispanics were the highly deported population. I'm watching a hawk with my little ticker, and right now they rounding up in Minnesota. They have definitely taken way more Laotians. I mean, snatching them niggas up.
That's crazy. But I have a question. If they're after illegal immigrants and foreigners, why are they hiring foreigners and immigrants to be an ICE agent?
You cannot be a foreigner or immigrant if you're an ICE agent.
So if there's an ICE, listen, if there is an ICE agent, if someone tells you they are an ICE agent and they are foreign with no citizenship,
That's not possible.
there we go. So literally, if you go to www.ice.gov/join, the criteria for all positions that are open for ICE is right there. And the very first criteria is be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I actually read that and everything, but I promise you, I swear to you that I actually seen and I observed my own eyes. Not something that I heard, something that
You don't know someone's citizenship status unless they're actually in.
Right. Well, so what he's saying is that they're Hispanic, and they're U.S. Hispanic.
So he wait, back that up. So are you saying that Hispanics are non-citizens? I'm confused.
No, I'm not saying of course. Listen, there's mixtures. There's obviously non-Hispanic or immigrants, and some that are not immigrants. What I'm saying was this guy was from Haiti. He was Haitian.
Okay, what does being Haitian have to do with anything? Like you're trying, like listen, riddle me this. In Minnesota, how can you determine someone's immigration status?
In Minnesota, I'm not sure, but where I've seen this.
You can't. Let's start there. You can't. There is no ID we have that even denotes the difference between a foreign or domestic or even out-of-state student, let alone citizen. In order for one to know that someone is a citizen, it's a judiciary process in my state with the federal courts. So if you have any issues with immigration, this is not a state level issue. This is a federal issue. No one knows you have issues unless the feds come and get you. There is no one on the street who can validate your immigration status. You have to have due process for that, and that happens in a federal courtroom. So anything you tell me about what you think you witnessed with a legal or illegal, I know it's fallacious because there's nothing that can tell you today's immigrant status of anyone except a high court.
Okay, I get what you mean, and I appreciate whatever you have to tell me, and I respect it, of course. And I agree, of course. I know how it works. But the thing is there like a link I can send you guys so you guys can look at it? It's a video, I swear to God.
I mean, they can put together, I can put a video right now, and in that video, I can have Martians coming off the goddamn sun into your living room. I'm telling you that it is impossible for any random schmomo to know someone's immigration status. Matter of fact, most naturalized citizens today don't know their immigration status. Because if they knew it, you all wouldn't be crying about, well, why are they picking up citizens?
Okay, so I have a question. Are you pro-ICE or are you not?
Hell the fuck yeah. Get out my state. You ain't seen my viral video?
Honestly, I didn't know.
Oh, let me share it. Yes, I have a viral video.
Oh God, we gotta see this.
But I have a question for you though, since you're pro-ICE. I mean, listen, I don't have issues with anybody who's pro-ICE or who's not pro-ICE. Everyone has their own thoughts and opinions. But my question to you is, what if you were an immigrant living in the United States? How would you feel about that?
But I'm not.
We'll say what if.
But there is no what if. I'm not.
Well, I'll answer the what if. What's your question?
I was saying, like, I'm not sure, obviously, if you're an immigrant or not. I can't tell, obviously. I don't know who you are.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to tell you is, if you were an immigrant living in the United States, would you like ICE to pick you up? Would you be against that?
Well, here's the thing.
Am I illegal or legal?
If you were an illegal with an I.
Of course I wouldn't like it. I would try to avoid them.
Okay, but now if I tell you that if you're a citizen, you'd be against it. You see what I'm saying here?
Well, let me rewrite.
I don't understand what you're.
He said, "How would you feel if you were an illegal immigrant, and ICE picked you up?" And she stated she's not, so she has no feeling towards it because she, professor, prefers that ICE gets all illegal immigrants out of her country and her state. And you said that you would role play and you would answer the question. So, how would you feel if you were Hispanic and you were picked up by ICE?
And if I was illegal, I wouldn't like it because I just got caught. I'm busted. I'm going home.
Okay, so you wouldn't like it, but are you pro-ICE?
Yes.
Okay, but you're saying you're
hypocrite. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
How is he being a hypocrite?
Because what I'm saying is, you're telling me you're citizens, you're pro-ICE, but if you're a non-citizen, and they're
You
happy
still
to
be
you,
pro-ICE.
He told you how he felt about it. What he stated was he would feel like, oh shit, I got caught, because he understands that his status is illegal and that is the consequence of him being on these territories, that he can potentially be picked up. So he said he would try to avoid them, and if he didn't, he would be, bummed because he's caught.
And I advocated that people actually take the money and self-deport. So although I am not even going to fathom it, because my ass, let me be very clear, I am never going to watch from a distance the treatment of a people in that country and think, oh, let me move there and be treated better than them. As if that were possible, right? It is sheer racism that these motherfuckers come into this country. And I'm going to tell you how I know they're racist coming in here. Ain't no way in hell you see the treatment of so-called black people, and I said so-called because everybody y'all think is black ain't black, but so-called black people from a distance, and then say, oh, let me go over there and see, I think that's better than what I have, so let me go be treated like black people, and then complain that you treat me like black people. Like, do you get that's what's happening right now, right? Are we all clear that people seen the treatment of Philando Castile? They seen the treatment of Jamar Clark. They seen the treatment of let's even go to this one lady, the lady from Australia, Justine Diamond, right? They seen all these cases of police brutality, police overstretch, etc. And guess what? They still risk life and limb to come their ass in here. So clearly, even the worst of America is better than the best of their homes. So I personally there is no way my mind even fathoms that, because I am privileged as fuck as an American. I can't fathom hating America so much that anywhere, even with more abuse, would be better than here. I would never. So I can't understand their psyche, which is why I denied the question the first time. However, what I have advised for those who risk life and limb to bring their slow ass up into America is self-deport, take the money, take the free plane ride. When you get self-deported, many people ain't even paid attention to this part of the instructions. You're actually able to apply for legal citizenship and be fast-tracked because of your integrity. But Tim Walz is a bitch. He never offered it. Not one fucking time do you see this motherfucker stand up there and say, go ahead and self-deport and come back.
Trump did.
Trump absolutely said it over and over again. Matter of fact, the bounty today is $2,600 in a plane ride per person.
God damn. In motherfucking Colombia, that shit is like 10.
I did the math. Listen, in a lot of states, it's literally millions and hundreds of thousands of their dollars. In Nigeria, it's literally like 56 million.
Well, I mean, now you got to think about buying and spending power. But I'm just going to speak on Colombia because that's what I know, because that's where I live at part time.
Okay.
But it's roughly, their shit didn't drop. It's about 3.6. One of our dollars is, even though it says 3,600, it's like, $3.06.
It's just
on average. The average is like 4 times.
I'm sorry to cut your wisdom, son.
Oh, do you want an Instagram video?
Yeah,
or a Facebook?
The Instagram.
I have a question.
I somewhere on YouTube too, but I don't know where it's at.
So let me
finish you guys the link, so if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, let me finish real quick, big dog. So at $2,600 for a free ride and a free ride back, that's re-up money, especially for Venezuelans, because their shit is damn near 15 times. I mean, spending power wise, just because the numbers they be saying millions and billions, and just by way of what you could purchase of your purchasing powers is like in Colombia, at least I can speak for, it's like 3.5, 4 times. So I mean, that is a lot of money to start over again. If you had to go back to another country to get your affairs in order, and I think that if these motherfuckers been here for such a long time and supposedly been law-abiding citizens, you need to stack some bread. So send the bread back, deal
deportate yourself back home, take that shit back home, and start a motherfucking business. I don't see what's wrong with that.
I don't see what's wrong with it either. I put that in XE currency converter.
They want to continue to steal our money. That's what's going on.
So I put it in the currency converter. Right now, the currency exchange thing, and 2,600 USD equals 9.4 million COP. I mean, buying power is probably totally different, but just to give you an idea.
Yeah, that's about accurate. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that 9 million is equivalent to 9 bands.
It's still a lot of goddamn money.
Exactly.
How about this? Let's look at Somalia because everybody's so worried about the Malis.
Oh man, them motherfuckers is poor.
Listen, at the end of the day, if you're born in the United States or you weren't,
So it's 1.4 million in Somali money. Let's look at Nigerian money.
Wow.
All right, so in Nigerian monies, it's 3.6 million.
Ask them what they can buy with that in Somalia. Like 1.4 million. Like what's their buying power with that? Like, what could you get with that?
All right, let's see.
I did find a dumbass villa in Bali for $218,000.
Really?
5-bedroom, pool, rooftop barbecue, nice as the fuck. I'm going out that way anyway this summer, but shit.
All right, let's see. Converting 9.4 million in buying power in Naira. It's about 65. It's about 6,500.
What?
Wait, so roughly $6,500. Yeah, 6,500 in buying power for Nigerian Naira.
Yeah. So in Somalia, what would that be like? Probably like 12 or something like that, right?
Let's see.
Because their GDP is like 12, 13 billion. That's a shit old country for real. Beautiful women though, beautiful culture, but just shit. That's a big ass forehead.
All right, 2,600 USD Somali money converts out to 1.4, 1.5 million. Buying power is equivalent. So meals are pretty inexpensive, ranging $2 to $3, or like 12 to 1,800 of their monies. Even with fast food, you're looking at less than 3,000. Modest homes range about 414,000 to 285,000 a month, and then food is roughly $300 to $800 a month. So right now they have a very lucrative buying power, considering it's actually damn near all of it. It's convertible grade.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had some friends of mine that were talking about they wanted to go to the dairy and get to come to America. And I said, for what? The fuck you gonna do? They're like, well, y'all got the lifestyle. I said, don't let that TV fool you. I feel safer in South America than I do in America, but I am a proud, real American, right? But I told him, I said, you want to live somewhere, go to motherfucking Ireland. Ireland's median income, and correct me if I'm wrong, Supla, is about $76,000 a month. Not a month, but a year. And I think you only work on an average about 4 days.
Yeah, they have that 4 day. They got that 4 day work week, y'all.
Four-day work week. Average median income is 74, 76.
Yeah, it's like 60 to 70,000 a year after taxes.
It's crazy you said Ireland because they are like
after taxes, major shit.
They are like susceptible to be like niggas.
No, they are the niggas, but that's a different story.
For real.
That's why. So I'm not surprised that that's their setup.
Yeah, they're European niggas for real. They're the Mexicans of Europe. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the thing is that's what I'm saying. Like, I be telling them like, why the fuck? But I understand. It should not be. Motherfuckers should not feel comfortable to just walk in your house like bruh man from the fifth floor.
That right there.
Watch that video. That's in a nutshell. That's what you said in the video.
I know.
unusual situations, but I looked it up. The dad was here for TPS, and they was confiscated because he was released, I guess too, and he ran on his son, left his son in the motherfucking cover. So when they was trying to apprehend his dad or question his father, he banged out and left his son in the motherfucking cover. I think, man, these be the same motherfuckers that come to the country and they be wagging their finger at Black American culture and talking about our degeneracy. And I just be like, well, why are you here? Like, can you actually afford to go back to your country and live a good life? Hey, Venezuela just got $300 million off of the 50 million barrels of oil that we just made, that we just sold. Oh, they made $300 million is going back into their substance, to enhance
the money, but it went into Delsey's pocket. Delsey's the vice president.
I don't know that to be true. I don't know that to be true, Marshall, and I don't think that you know that to be true either. What I would tell you though is their apparatus is set up for success. It's just they don't have no money flowing in. And yes, it is very corrupt over here for sure. But $300 million is supposed to go back to the Venezuelan people to help with the poverty gap. It's 80% poverty.
You have to go back to the Venezuelan people when the very same regime that was in charge and misused the money is still in charge.
Great, I'll break that down for you, Marshall. I'll tell you why that's good. Because here's the thing: the CIA just had a conversation with them like 2 weeks ago with Chelsea, with old girl, the vice president, and basically what they basically said is because they're going to be moving back, the private industries into the region to pump out the oil, build up their infrastructure, all of this shit. They want security guarantees, and you have to understand that Venezuela has the most military generals in any army in the world because those generals also run private and public industries. So those private and public industries, mining companies, oil companies, all that stuff is getting new injections of capital from American dollars on the private sector and the government sector. The security guarantee is this: you keep down the bullshit, we keep our motherfucking muscle out. Those industries are hiring private, military people as contractors. And then you have the military force right off the fucking coast because we're not leaving for at least the next 6 to 9 months, okay? Until there's another election for sure. But here's the thing: what they're going to do is they're going to have to allocate. They're going to be like, look, we know you've been getting your pockets lined up on Maduro. We'll give you the equivalent or a little bit more to keep the bullshit down, so we don't have to come in here and kill you, motherfuckers. And they know that we mean business, and the way that we ran shit on them last time, they know that they can't fuck with us. That's why Colombia's ass, Petro's ass, finally seen the light, and he's bringing his ass to the White House on February 3rd to talk to Trump to ease over tensions because his motherfucking election is coming up in May. So Latam is on lockdown from Chinese and Russian infiltration. It's not, nothing's happening now. I know this because I'm doing the actual play with a Chinese company, and we have to navigate this geopolitics shit at the highest level.
I read an article by Goodman Scrap 4 about a decade ago, and it was talking about just this subject.
Yeah, there's a chance though. I mean, what he had to do though, he had to secure our southern and northern borders. This hemisphere, that's what the BOP is for. The border peace is hemispheric dominance. You take the top motherfuckers in each region, and you have a co-op. And then they have people under them that answer to them, and you bypass the UN and NATO and work out your problems there. It's instantaneous. You get results faster, and you can boil over a lot of bullshit. Now, China has invested $518 billion in Latam, so they need to get some of their ROI back. And they're like, look, we'll sell you all the shit. You just got to buy it from us. You can't buy it directly from your motherfuckers. Because we know that you're going in there with financial capital that they can't afford to pay back, and you're just taking over shit and encroaching in our environment. We can't have that.
Professor, who were you talking to in your video?
A liberal white crazy.
And how did she react to you?
Wait. She had a rainbow fan, one of them fans. Where them fans at? That one of them accordion fans. And she was tapping it at Jake Lane. Tap.
Oh, the bags be using the fans?
Yeah, she had a rainbow one and she was popping it in his face. Tap. I was so annoyed. I was like, yo, go the fuck home. You're the problem, you crazy. Like, oh my God. So,
how did she respond to you though?
She tried to tell me how the fuck I should be feeling.
Listen to
Like,
the
I
crazy
didn't
part.
understand my own situation. She tried to white blame me. Do you know what's racist? You know what's racist? Racist is thinking I'm too stupid to know what's happening to me.
So so when you call them on that, they have no argument. So what do they say?
She said white supremacy. Didn't you because her ass out and say ain't no white supremacy?
You can hear her.
I only saw the 16-second or 19-second clip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, did I put both of them in there? Because there's a couple of different versions.
Oh, I just heard you saying go home, go home.
Oh, yeah, I said a lot. There's two versions. One's a short and one's a longer one. But in the longer one, you actually can hear a little of the exchange. The other liberal crazy was like, I'm a citizen. You can get denaturalized. You absolutely can be denaturalized and go wherever the fuck home is away from me.
Well, yeah, did they ever tell you that you're under the spell of white supremacy?
That's exactly what she tried to say. And I said, there's no such thing as white supremacy. It's American supremacy. Now get the fuck out.
Nice. Go ahead, Marshall.
The naturalized person, the tradition in the United States over the last 100 years has been to let those people go through the system, right? Unless they commit a felony or something like that. It's right to let them go through the system because the system is supposed to adjudicate those things in the first place.
Hey, Mark's a long time. And you're absolutely right. Due process only happens in a courtroom. So the fact that these liberal white crazies are out there batting their damn fans and shit, impeding due process, they're actually the ones violating people's rights of the Constitution. And that's what I do.
This is very promising, this development.
Listen, I've always been America first.
You know what? I think there needs to be a light shined on right, left wing ideology. I think it is covert racism at its highest, right? Because they leverage the LGBTQ immigrants and certain emotionally charged African Americans, so-called African Americans, and manipulate them. And at the same time, if you're really paying attention, they're really shitting on you in front of your fucking face. I think the crown example of that would be Biden saying in 2020 election to fucking Charlemagne's bitch ass, if you have a problem with figuring out if you want to vote for me or Trump, then you ain't black. You ain't black.
And the voter ID thing.
Well, the voter ID is just one thing. I mean, everybody has fucking ID. You know what I mean? If you're going to drive or go to get beer from a fucking corner store, you need ID. So that's not the bigger thing. The voter ID thing, I think, is the least of it. But that trope.
Well, that's what they said. They say they're not confident enough to use the internet to figure out where to go to
get ID and all that other stuff. Yeah, exactly. Look, that's the whole fucking point because, you know, that's the shit and Malcolm X said that shit too. He said the white liberal is a fox. And these black folks that support these motherfuckers are chumps. He specifically said that.
Straight up.
He specifically said that in the 60s, and it hasn't changed.
But that black guy was interviewing him as well. They used another black man to oppose him in that conversation.
I think the white liberal women just want causes so they can feel morally superior to other people, because in order for them to feel like they're virtuous, there has to be somebody under them that's doing something wrong. And that's
called a caste system.
That's one thing, but I've never met a masculine liberal male. Ever.
Interesting.
I have yet to come across one. I don't give a fuck what color he is. I have yet to come across one masculine liberal male. And Don Lemon Juice is definitely the biggest fucking idiot because he's talking about this white supremacy, this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, you're sucking on a white cock at home because your fucking husband is a white male. So, I mean, you know what I mean? So I get it. I mean, I economy immediately, right? So there's so much you could do with that, but the bigger play is boxing out China. You have to, because their technology, the reason why, I mean, BYD is very nice, and if you look at their cars are great fucking cars. They're at a great fucking price, but the technology has a black box that steals all of your data. Plus, some of these things come with drones, lidar sensors that can road map. So fuck espionage. The vehicle itself, their technology that they're showing to you dirt cheap, is collecting is doing all the spying and everything. Like your TV could turn into a microphone for the CIA. You don't think that China has already mastered that? You see what I'm saying? So in terms of, sovereignty and security and everything else, we have to block that. It's a chess move. So is Greenland. That's the reason why Greenland is strategic. Because every corner in Greenland is, New York is close by, Canada's close by, Russia's close by, and then right above, north of Greenland is fucking China, the northern tip of China. So, I mean, he's doing the right fucking thing. Is you have these emotionally charged idiots, and most of them are triggered by paid actors to go and disrupt and cause not civil disobedience, but violent disruptions and getting people killed. I'll tell Black Americans to sit this one out for sure.
Here I am just talking to myself behind the mute. Did everybody go except me? Oh, okay. I was sitting here, I forgot the gas prices. When's the last time you seen $1.74?
Man, come on.
I told people that 88 is light, boy. Y'all better get with that corn liquor gas. There ain't nothing wrong with the corn liquor gas.
Hey, if you put fuel injection in your shit, you can put whatever in it, even if you got premium tank. Like the shit requires premium. If you go on I get what's it called? Lucas.
Yeah, the Lucas fuel booster.
Yeah, I put like a quarter of that in there and then fill it up with 88, and it's just as better.
That's as good as diesel.
Yeah,
Not diesel. 93. Yeah. Let me try to tell me the other day gas was going back up. I said, for who?
I mean, it was a little bit, but it's still $1 cheaper than what it was last year.
Gas is going to fluctuate about 15 to 30 cents. That's its natural fluctuation, 15 to 30 cents. Dealing with holidays, weekends, all that other shit, they got a nice flux period. This fool said gas went up over $1. What?
Yeah.
I ain't went up over no dollar. I said, if you don't go have several seats. I said, really? Like, then he tried to show the chart, and it was a 5 cents deficit. A 5 cent deviation, my guy. 5 cent deviation. You are so in the norm.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yo, people gotta sit down. People really gotta sit down. But
it's just that bullshit.
It definitely is. I'm really controversial, but I be really like feeling like the truth, right? I need people to really understand that I'm at the point where, like, when you compare things, right, it don't add up. There were 3 babies killed on a corner in North Minneapolis by we don't know who, right? It's been so much stuff going on, ain't nobody figured it out. I don't see nobody protesting for the 3 little children that lost their lives. They didn't go out there and act up and shut down the store and tell the people at the store they can't operate no more. None of that. For 3 little girls. 3 little girls. But you want me to worry about grown-ass adults who chose to play chicken with their life?
Ridiculous as fuck.
got shot. Stop thinking your whiteness can stop bullets.
Yeah. Because, I mean, there's motherfuckers that don't give a fuck about, there are certain, ice age that they don't give a fuck about that shit. They don't care if you white, black, green, brown, anything. You get in the way and make them feel threatened, they gonna fuck with you.
I tell people all the time, my nephew a Marine, my little cousin Air Force. You know what I'm saying? I got another little cousin over there in the National Guard. I'm warning y'all. I done already told them. Your sergeant's orders, and I know them orders is to come home. So if a motherfucker running up on you, run up on mine if you want to. You just gonna be mad. Because I promise you, they don't know if you're a threat or not, and they cannot assume you're nonviolent. Because of their job, they cannot afford to assume that you're nonviolent. Let me say it a third time for those who do not understand. Any law enforcement agent cannot safely assume that you're nonviolent. They can't. Their life depends on it. Don't run up on them good goddamn people. Don't do it. I would hate to sit here and have the same talk about you that I'm having about Alex. I'm not even saying it's a shame. I didn't look at the video because when I told y'all ass to go home virally and you took your ass out there in the 12,000s like you were a fucking military, then you wanted to go to war. Welcome to a war zone. You were not ready because you died. See how that works? Stop trying to go to war with fucking hands.
That's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
That's putting their life on the line out there.
We don't give a fuck.
How? You just said they're putting their life on the line. Listen, you just answered your own shit. They put their lives on the line. There's no respect there. And what respect am I supposed to give a fuck about? What respect?
Listen, I just want a question. If Donald Trump is calling this an insurrection and the people are being gunned down,
It is.
why weren't the people of January?
This is not an insurrection, it's a protest.
I'm in Minnesota, baby. This is a
I just got a question. So if Donald Trump is calling this an insurrection and people are getting gunned down,
Marshall, I promise they just tore up a whole goddamn a hotel because they thought ICE was in there. They have flattened their people tires, spray painted their cars. They tried to take over Whipple. They tried to take over a federal building.
Professor, since it's an insurrection and they all out here killing the police and whatever else that Donald Trump is saying, why wasn't the people of January 6th shot down too? Just wondering how that works out.
They said the same conversation.
Definitely a white woman that was motherfucking shot in the face. There was definitely, hold on, you want the answer to your question? Your question was in bad faith because a white woman got shot dead ass in her face.
Yeah. And thousands of them got arrested and sentenced to jail.
Couple of them died.
It was about 4 people.
To be clear, it was about 4 people that died that day. Thank you. One of them was an officer bludgeoned with a pole. One of them was an officer bludgeoned with a pole.
What the fuck does that got to do with this? This ain't got shit to do with any of it, bro. Here's the thing. They're trying to, in a matter of national security, they're trying to keep our motherfucking borders safe and make sure that they know who is in our country so that your motherfucking ass don't get blown up by terrorism. Then why the fuck are you so emotionally spilling over about some shit that don't got nothing to do with you?
First of all,
are you an American citizen?
Now that you asked the question,
are you an American citizen?
You asked the question, let's talk about it.
Yeah, but are you an American citizen? Just yes or no?
I got
yes
you. I'm going to answer the first question. You asked one
yes
question.
Or no? Are you an American citizen? Can you answer that one first? Just yes or no?
Hold on. You're not about to redirect me. I'm going to answer the question.
That's that shit. You need to take your motherfucking ass to another country. Everything you saying is invalid. It has no value. You don't offer any value to the conversation. Just take your ass to another country. That's what you do. You don't offer any value. You're anti-American, and you're part of the fucking problem. We need to put your ass. What's your location so we can get you up out of here right now? What's your location so we can say ICE and put it in your cup? At the end of the day, get the fuck out of the country, my nigga. If you're anti-American,
I think it would probably be helpful to read code. There's a code.
something that happens when you get mad, when you get caught up in the corner.
No, I'm just saying, boy, it's real simple conversation. I just asked you one yes or no. You can say yes, I'm an American citizen, or no, and then go into whatever the fuck you want to do.
Mute up, let me respond.
Nigga, fuck you.
Mute up, let me
No, you just go ahead and talk. I'll let you talk when you answer the fucking question. How about that?
We gonna get to these facts.
You ain't the fact is your motherfucking faggoty ass need to leave the goddamn country.
None of that hurts me, bro. We gonna get to these facts. Now, at the end of the day, I'll go ahead to you, brother.
Hold on. How about we just not insult each other and we go based on what federal law says? This is not. I mean, this stuff's not up for interpretation. The 18 United States Code 2383 Rebellion or Insurrection Against the United States. Whoever incites, set foot on, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against the authority of the United States and the laws thereof, mind you, insurrection has a specific legal definition. Authority of the United States and laws thereof, or give aid and comfort thereto, shall be fined under this title and in prison not more than 10 years, or both, shall be incapable of holding any office in the United States. What's happening in Minnesota does not fit that. It's why Donald Trump does not engage the Insurrection Act, because it's not happening.
Right, but my point, and I'm glad you said that, and that's why I was making the point that Donald Trump made that up, right? Like he always do. This dude lies more than anybody I've ever seen in the universe of mankind. But anyway, here's the point. What he said was, what does this have to do with us? First of all, when you have Border Patrol...
God damn it, I'm on mute.
So we had Border Patrol agents, right? Which is CBP. You have ICE. It's Immigration Customs and Enforcement. All right? 3,000 agents is sent into the city. Okay? That's like an invasion, bro. They don't even have that many police in Minnesota.
They're allowed to.
So listen, I'm watching Christy Nome. I watched Greg Bovino. I watched Cash Patel this weekend. I watched all of their responses. I watched Todd Blanche. I watched all of their responses. When asked about why this guy was shot, you know what they all said? The police didn't come out and help us. So the lady come back to say to him, well, hey, we only got 600 police officers out here. I mean, the people say we only got 600 police officers. We can't respond to every incident that ICE occurs in the situation, which is true. They don't have enough. And they're not coordinating with the police, which means they are out here basically terrorizing a full community of people. Now you say, what does this have to do with them? Those people are American citizens. And anyone that is an American citizen should be outraged because that could be your city next. Now, I guess it ain't happening to you today, right? Hold on, brother. Let me finish my thought. The same way. Right. Thank you. So the same way when we think about George Floyd, and everybody's like, oh, that's not George Floyd. That ain't me until it's you. You're right. But that's the point why you stand up. Because this is supposed to be America. We're supposed to be standing for our deals, right? But then people always running around talking about some Second Amendment and First Amendment. Where's all that talk now? Where's the talk about the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the Ninth Amendment, the 10th? Where's all of that now? I just want to know, bring all of that into play. When y'all bring up all this other stuff, make sure y'all remember when this dude was shot, they pulled the gun off him and shot him 10 times. An American citizen. 10 times. Okay, who would like to respond?
Me.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Federal law allows agents to be in states. The U.S. Supremacy Clause in our Constitution allows ICE to be there. Here's a suggestion for places like Wisconsin. If they don't want ICE agents in the streets, then when they get a federal detainer, when someone is in custody, meaning if you commit trespass and they run your name and it comes up with a federal detainer, then they need to hold you and they need to cooperate with the federal government. Currently in Wisconsin, they are not doing that. They will have people that commit offenses such as trespass. Massachusetts, it was child molestation, and they'll let these people out for minor charges, which causes ICE to have to go door to door to find these people. If the state would simply cooperate with federal agents, it wouldn't be that big a deal, right? Granted, nobody deserves to be shot, right? Like, I think it was personally, me personally, it looks like he got shot down like a dog in the street, right? But let's juxtapose this with another incident, right? ICE is in Minneapolis. There's a gentleman who gets shot in the leg, but he doesn't get shot in the leg until he hits the officer over the head with a snow shovel. Like, literally hit the guy over the head, right? And if you not simple assault, this is actually assault. If you commit assault against a federal agent, they have the right to use their weapons. It's just how it works. Right? We don't have to.
Well, also, you don't get. Go ahead, my bad.
No, I was going to say we don't have to like that ICE is there. You can protest ICE, and that is thoroughly American. Protesting your government is the most American thing you could do. But don't smuggle in law breaking into protest. If people, for example, wanted to get arrested to prove a point that they thought the law was immoral, that by me is fine, because they are prepared to go to jail. Versus what we're having right now is the protests are laundering illegal protest tactics into the colloquial definition of free speech, despite the fact they're not. You used your car to block an ICE agent, it's against the law. You impede in the middle of the street, it's against the law. You get up in an officer's face and yell at them an inch from them, against the law.
Why would you not want ICE there?
My point is, like, all of these things get you detained, right? If people don't want to be detained, then don't do the things against the law.
Exactly. That's the whole fucking point, because the dude would have been alive had he not gotten in the midst of them doing their lawful duty. Whether he shut
talk about that,
female or not.
I'm talking about both of them.
I'm talking about it. So literally, if the dude didn't get in fucking front of the goddamn ICE officer and intervene physically, he would be alive. If the bitch that was in the car didn't try to run over the ICE officer or flee and held up traffic to begin with, harassing them, that dumb bitch would be alive. So, and if the father didn't run off with his 5-year-old son, they probably have a different kind of fucking ending. So I'm just saying this. I'm not for coddling victimhood with the ignorance and shit. I think what you just said though, to smuggle in what you said about smuggling in, criminal activity or illegal activity into civil disobedience. Yeah, that's exactly what that is. I think that was a good way of saying that and framing that. But here's the simple fucking thing: for Black Americans, this don't fucking concern your ass. Y'all all need to stay y'all's goofy ass at home and pop some fucking popcorn. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Move your fucking money. Learn something about, I do something productive with your
dude showed up to a peaceful protest with a gun instead of a sidearm.
Can I finish what I was saying? No, big dog. I appreciate you, man. Instead of us getting all riled up and letting these motherfuckers manipulate us into our own demise, we should be a little bit smarter than that. Because the same motherfuckers, from the immigrants to these liberal left white motherfuckers, don't give a fuck, not one fuck about you, your well-being, if you can breathe, if you're eating, if your children are okay, your education, or any goddamn thing. Stay the fuck out of it.
Marshall, hold on real quick. Marshall, my phone died when I was trying to say this. An insurrection is a noun, a violent uprising against an authority or government. If you don't see the government and authority being uprose by the people, then you're blind. Because I'm here and I'm telling you that. Let me just give you an idea of what it looks like. I'm not gonna read my word. I'm not gonna give you my words. I'm gonna give you the words of Jacob M. Wright. Do you know who Jacob Wright is? Do you know who Jacob M. Wright is?
Marshall.
No. I was talking. Yeah, well, because he's not gonna. Yeah, the crazier part is he's not listening. Well, Jacob Wright is. Jacob Wright is a book writer. He wrote the book "God is Like Jesus: How Christ Reveals Exactly What God Is Like." He's a Christian and a patriot. And here's what he says: urgent update. I've never experienced anything quite like today in my life. And this is from today, by the way. This was just 18 hours ago. I've never experienced anything quite like this in my life. I've interacted with the cartel and have witnessed some crazy things in the desert storm in 24. But what strikes me is how organized these agitators in Minneapolis are. They have spotters everywhere in the city and suburbs, on street corners, even 30 minutes away from downtown. They have people at hotels that work with them and signal to them, which making it
to lose our tail once my cover was blown. Usually I lose a tail, not this time. We switched locations 3 times. I recorded and posted this while leaving Wazetta, while they were still surveilling me. We all agreed we must make the threats public ASAP, even if we had people still in the field with the hidden cams. Mind you, he's also a reporter. Earlier around noon, while Cam Higby released his report on the signal threads, I was inside what appeared to be a fully autonomous zone. No police presence. The police were told to leave. I identified myself as press, and they said they would kill press and will not let me leave. My skin was fully covered, but it was so cold. But because they couldn't verify who I was, they screamed and started throwing ice bottles at us. One hit one of his camera guys, who also is a Marine who was with him. They patted him down like they were the authorities, attempted to confiscate any weapons. They were set to destroy our vehicle before we even got to it. I will have a full video report shortly, but the bigger picture here is most important. I am angry, but not at the agitators. I find myself already angry at the people who don't understand what we're dealing with and will do nothing about it. When I go to the suburbs, I feel like I was in a simulation. I believe the American people need to wake up. This moment is a warning about where we're headed. Fear pushes people to care only about their money and their families, and I get it. But when fear turns inward, when self-preservation and greed replace moral courage, evil goes unchallenged. And history shows that we ignore today will come for all of us tomorrow. Ironically and incredibly, I see that communists do not fear death in the same way most good people seem to. The only thing the communist fears is exposure itself. And that's good news because I may be your only option. I'm dead serious about investigating the prosecutors themselves if they don't hold these Minnesota fraudsters and violent mobsters accountable for what they're doing. Stay tuned to my video, James O'Keefe.
I want to ask NGU, why don't you want ICE in your community?
I didn't say anything about not wanting ICE in my community.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say anything like that. What I talked about was the invasion of 3,000 ICE officers ascending into the city of Minneapolis. That's what we're talking about. It had nothing to do with ICE going in New York, in Texas, or anywhere else.
Why don't you want 3,000 ICE agents in Minneapolis?
Well, here's the problem.
Well, considering that we have an influx of immigrants.
Can I answer this question, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. So the point is, the reason why I have a problem with this is because this has turned into chaos over an assumption made by Nick Shirley about quote-unquote fraud that wasn't even happening at the exact moment that he saw it, right? Because there have been prosecution of fraud in Minnesota that was going back for a couple of years. So nobody's acting like there wasn't fraud. Everybody knows that there was.
So what does the fraud have to do with illegal aliens?
Correct. So here's the problem. After Nick Shirley came out with the video, that's when J.D. Vance and Donald Trump jumped on it, and then they descended the daggone ICE agents to Minneapolis to scare this Somali community. So those people that were there, right? What happened when they came? They are infringing on rights. Okay, they're going door to door. I'm proud to tell you, they're going door to door in Minnesota, right? Coming to people's homes, asking people to point out black and brown people in their community so they can go in.
Where the fuck did you get that lying ass rhetoric?
He says, can I talk?
No, not when you're lying. Blatantly lying. Are you in Minnesota, sir? Are you in Minnesota, sir?
Are
you in Minnesota? Why are you lying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe him either, but just let him finish.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. So now, we know this for a fact. We've heard this on the ground before. Many people in Minneapolis have said this. Not only that they've been walking up to people and basically pulling out people that they say, oh, they talk different or they look different, and these people are American citizens. They've been doing this day especially since the situation where the lady got shot. Whether you like the situation going on, whatever. But they had been organized and trying to keep the community safe. Now, when we turn on the video and see Alex Freddie in the situation, he's directing traffic and cars coming down the street, right? He's filming the ICE agents. He never aggressed any of these agents at any point. Remember, the agents came over pushing the lady down coming across the street. Alex Freddie tried to help the young lady up. Hold on. Alex Freddie tried to help the young lady up. He was pepper sprayed. He has one hand, right hand on the phone, the other hand in the air because he can't see. Now he gets pummeled to the ground. They remove his gun. After they remove the gun, they shot this man fatally. That is called murder. What I am saying is these ICE and Border Patrol agents are running out of control in Minneapolis. So you ask me, why do I not want them in there? It is because these things happen.
I agree that it's about unjustified shooting, but this is one incident. They still need to be there, though. They still need to deport.
I'm actually gonna call it justified, and I'm a Minnesotan. I'm a lifelong, born and raised, still here Minnesotan in the metro, who have literally walked every block they own. I have interacted with the ICE agents, never had a problem. Actually, they treat me better than every state and city fucking law enforcement ever had.
But this is
very clear. I heard you're lying. Let me put the facts on the table. They're not harassing every black and brown shit. I'm gonna say it again. Go look at who's being picked up. They have a website. Okay? Go look on the website. They post all their immigrant detainees. Most of them are Laotian. So they're not black. They're not white. They're Asians getting deported. Not Africans, not Australians. So that's lie number one. Lie number two is they're not going randomly to every door in the motherfucking state. That's some bullshit. They are literally, they got one of the most state-of-the-art technology. So whenever I hear people go, I don't even know why they stopped me, bitch, you a lie. Clearview AI tracks you just like Enemy of the State, the movie. They know who, they know why, and they're coming. For whoever they're coming from, but I know it ain't me. Now, I live in a building that's heavily immigrant. Yeah, they raided my building already. They raided it the day before Thanksgiving. We were given 15 minutes to come out with our hands up. I had enough time to get up, put some clothes on, make some coffee, and walk out the door before they ever changed their 15-minute message. When I opened my door and the ICE agent was there with a gun, was I scared? Absolutely. Did I freak out and start yelling and blowing motherfucking whistles and shit? No. I understand why they're here. Operation Metro Surge happened last October 25. So if you think that they just came today, you have been under a rock. Because Operation Metro Surge is the special op that they're here under. They've been deputized for multiple pickups. Pickup number one, illegal immigrants. Pickup number two, fraudsters. Pickup number three, sexual predators. Pickup number four, human traffickers. So if you fit one of those four categories, they're coming. I don't want a motherfucker to act surprised. Oh my God, why you? Because you fit the category. They're only looking for certain people. When I see citizens getting picked up, you know what my mind says? Okay, you're either a fraudster, a sexual deviant, or a human trafficker. It's very simple.
This is practical. I don't see why anybody would be against this.
I don't see why anybody would have their goofy ass outside impeding Operation Metro Surge. Why would you stop them from getting illegal immigrants? Most are criminal, right? These are not most of the warrants are not administrative. They are criminal deportation orders by a judge. One of the ones I seen was from 1996. Yeah, motherfucker been in Minnesota since 1996, committing multiple crimes, and Minnesota did not deport the Laotian motherfucker.
So
let me put his picture back up. Let me put his picture back up. No. See, listen, because you told a lot of lies. Let me show you. Now, if you didn't know the last part, let's go ahead and throw the last part in. Due process happens only in an NGO. Look at my PTR and take your time to read the inscription on my PTR. Here's the final thing. All this, and then, why don't you click the things?
My bad.
Thank you. So here's the final piece. Everybody that's outside, don't mess with our neighbors. ICE out. They support the following: illegal criminal aliens, fraud, human trafficking, and sexual assault of even children. Renee Good, from what I'm hearing in my government contacts at DHS, DHS, she actually was the target. The baby in question, let me explain. The child in question, they did not believe was her child. They believe she stole that child. They can't do anything about it today. Why? Because she's dead. Right? Another thing, I know that sounds infuriating, but do you think people don't steal children? Let's talk about black people who steal children. There's a young lady by the name of Kenesha Jenkins, who was, not Kenesha Jenkins, what that little girl name is. She was stolen out the hospital. She didn't find out until she was 17, 18, that her mother, quote, mother, abducted her as a brand new baby out the hospital. This is the topic, because there were brand new babies. There were brand new babies trafficked into my state. Children trafficked into my state. Yes.
All right, so listen, I just want to say one thing. She's trying to make it seem like we have a problem with ICE. Regal, you asked me already that I have a problem with ICE in Minnesota. I said no. We're not talking about ICE and Border Patrol doing.
You said 3,000. You had a problem with 3,000.
Correct. That's not what we're saying. See, this is when people try to make up these straw mans, right? That's not the issue. The issue is that little boy, little Ramos, 5-year-old boy that they picked up is a U.S. citizen. The father is here legally. I'm sorry, let's not use the word U.S. citizen. Let's say the word legally. Right?
Is this the one Cypher was talking about?
To have an asylum claim. Huh?
Is this the one Cypher was talking about where the father ran off and some
yes, father left the child and he is not here. He is not here legally.
Hold on. Nobody's asking.
TPS status, my guy.
At the end of the day, nobody ran. Right? The mother was at the house.
They so fucking line.
She was pregnant.
They apprehended him down the motherfucking layer line again.
I know you want to make up conservative lies.
Hey man, we just got irritated with your line.
Nobody ran anywhere.
And you're not from Minnesota.
Did the father did run off.
Listen,
you think how important that ICE was coming, and so that I didn't get apprehended. Because he got left behind by the dad.
Nobody would even take the child, not even the mama. Why wouldn't they get their baby?
1 second. Why do I got?
Why wouldn't they go get the baby?
Let me finish talking. I can't let you finish. It was all that sermon. Let me finish talking.
Let him finish talking. That's it.
Hold on, brother. So listen, what I'm trying to say, right? These are people here legally. Not one person, not the mother, the father, or the son was doing anything illegal. But yet, this 5-year-old is detained by ICE.
He wasn't detained, you goddamn dipshit. The father fucking ran off, you dumb motherfucker. Literally, what were they supposed to do when the father ran off to go to tell the rest of them that they were there? To tell them that ICE was there to get them. You fucking retard.
And he was told to wait. This guy, right, was also a U.S. citizen. That ICE came in his house, took him out the house. This is invading people's rights. Now, people acting like, ain't nothing going on. Well, we can tell you, this situation, the 2 people that was also picked up at the Walmart. Hold on. picked up at the Walmart. Let's not forget about them. You see the people when they walked away? I'm a U.S. citizen. They took this dude, detained him, dropped him off in an undisclosed location. Didn't care about the dude's injuries or nothing. This is what these Border Patrol agents and ICE is doing, and people acting like this is some normal stuff.
Yes,
Imagine a cop acting you up, dropping you off at this disclosed location, don't even give you any type of care. And they, like, what is this?
Fascinating that this nigga still ain't answer if he was a U.S. citizen or not.
Hold on.
Fascinating that this man did not answer the question I asked 35 minutes ago if he was a U.S. citizen or not.
Who's a U.S. citizen?
You.
No.
You.
Yeah. I was born in Baltimore, Maryland. Are you mad or are you mad?
All right, check this out. Hold on. Are you American nationalist or are you naturally born here with your parents from here?
Baltimore, Maryland. What is your...
Where are your parents from?
Born...
Where are your parents from?
Bruh, move along, bruh. Cause you getting wild,
right?
Bro.
Right. So here's the real motherfucking question. Here's the real $100 million question. Why the fuck are you, as a so-called American citizen, worried about these motherfuckers doing their goddamn job to keep your motherfucking monkey ass safe?
American citizens. You do that.
No, they're not. You can't even confirm. You don't confirm. You don't have the ability to confirm if they were American citizens or not. You are a spectator, sir. You are a spectator on the other side of the fucking map. And the only thing that you got is the fucking news and your emotional ass led opinion.
It was.
And so now you're giving me your news talking points, but that's good enough for you, but mine's not good enough.
Natural.
Right, you can't have it.
Say two. Say quarter and two. That's all I want to say. Say two. Say two and say quarter.
The question is, were you there when little Dane Ramos got locked up? That's enough.
Just say two. Say two, quarter, and juice.
Were you there?
Just say two, quarter, and juice.
He has an accent, Cypher. He does. NGU still foreign, but he got the accent. NGU, hit the link in the chat. No. Stop right there. Hit the link. We're not gonna argue with you. Hit that link in the chat by CBS News. Read the link before you argue anything further. Read the link. No, listen, bro, before you argue further, I gave you a reason. Read the link. I did. CBS, listen, it's in the chat. CBS News, it's in the chat. Listen, NGU, in the chat. Just hit the chat. Listen, well, I told you, well, listen, I am, and I told you what happened, and you don't believe me. So now he backed me up. I'm there, and that's what he meant by, are you there? Okay, he just tell you he believes me. NG, what he said is, I believe the lady. He just said he believes me.
I'm just saying, let's get out the way. Let me talk to him.
Literally, he's telling you there's no need to argue with somebody who's not here. You asked him, like, listen, I'm here. I'm here, and you're...
I don't believe you. I believe the lady.
Thank you for just...
I don't believe you. I believe the lady. And I'm drinking on some juice while I'm thinking and talking about number two.
You can give a claim to any of what we talk
about. When I look at the news, it backs up everything she's talking to me about. And I believe her.
You know what, Cypher? You know what, hold on, MGU, let me say this real quick and you can have it. So, you know what I find interesting, Cypher? Is that there's so many lies about this little boy. I want him to click that link in the chat for a reason. Because in the CBS article, guess where the father and son are today? Together in a family housing facility that looks like a college campus. It's fucking boat. It's better than the projects, my guy.
Yeah. It's probably better when he was living at.
It probably much better than
when he was living. They took care of the little boy. They took care of him. They fed him. Everything.
And he's with his father, the same father.
They didn't put no cuffs on the little boy. They didn't put no cuffs on the little boy. They took his ass and fed him and made sure he was with his daddy.
Okay, you want to go live in Club Ed tonight, sir?
Hold on a second.
I've already been there, done that, little dude. I've been there, done that 20 years ago.
There is a significant problem with this, and one which we should take note of. The man was getting naturalized. He was following the process. Yes, the law allows the state, the Secretary Secretary of State to end those visas, well, they're not visas, to end that process. I think the part that NGU is upset about, and rightfully so, because we've never operated this way in 100 years, is ripping people's naturalization away, right? Like
that's an absolute lie. Obama did it.
He stripped it away?
He absolutely did. He did it worse. And on top of that, temporary status doesn't give you guaranteed permission to stay in the country. It's temporary.
I'm not talking about temporary status. I'm saying somebody.
That's what he is. He's a TPS.
He's a TPS who's in the middle of the process to be naturalized.
Right, because it gives him guaranteed rights to stay his ass in the fucking country.
And a TPS will be removed when it's safe to go home. So that is not the same as asylum, nor is it the same as natural immigration. So what happens when you get hold on, NGU, what happens when you get a TPS, temporary protected class status? It is because something happened so drastic you can't go home. Right? Usually give it, I'm trying to explain it. Because everybody doesn't know. Everybody does not know. Everybody doesn't know. You cannot be disrespectful enough to assume what other people think. That's that supremacy shit. Back it down and catch yourself. You are not the end all be all smart on. I'm talking to the room, not just you. I'm talking to the room, not just you. So again, temporary protected class status is given to people who have severe conditions in their home. I.e. be a civil war, i.e. be famine, natural disaster like floods and earthquakes and tsunamis. When the condition actually improves, TPS is no longer needed and you're going home. It is not meant to be your right into the U.S. by any means. It ain't even part of the class. Like, go read the 8 USC regarding temporary protected class. It was never meant to be your gateway into citizenship. So absolutely, if while you're trying to become a citizen, the conditions in your home have improved, the Attorney General is the one with the absolute power to turn you over. That would be Miss Pam Bondi, the one that everybody wants to continue to disrespect. The female that everybody wants to look down upon and disregard her authority. See, if people were a little more respectful and humility about it, then guess what? Maybe she'd be nicer.
So check this out. So since you said what you just said, let's go by Donald Trump's logic. Now he just said that all the Somalis should return, right, from TPS by March when he was deported. Now let's read. Somalia is in deep, multifaceted turmoil driven by escalating political tension over 2026 election plans, tense fighting against al-Shabaab insurgents, and severe climate shocks. President Hassan Sheikh Mohammed's administration faces internal opposition to electoral changes, while persistent droughts and floods have displaced millions. Is this the place that you're saying that the TPS is supposed to be returning to? Like, you see the stupidity that these people talk about? Like, this is stupid, bro. Now, you just said out of your mouth that TPS people are supposed to go back when the conditions are right for it, right? Is the condition right for the Somalis?
Can you click the link in the chat? Are you going to click the link in the chat? Are you going to click the link in the chat? Are you going to click the link in the chat?
Let me finish. Now, here's the point that I'm trying to make here. What we have known, right, and what we have from the United States government's website as it pertains to DHS is that they only arrested, as a percent, less than 5% of the people that they have arrested have violent criminal charges. Donald Trump swore to us he was going to get the violent criminals and the rapists. That's what he said.
He told you he was going to get criminals out, just in case you didn't know. Coming into the country illegally is a crime. It's usually...
Correct. But the person that he's swooping up didn't have a crime.
Hold on. It's usually prosecuted as a civil matter, but the statute said if you come into the United States without papers, you can be fined up to $250 and imprisoned for less than 6 months. So part of the claim of criminal portions of the immigration statute. They're no longer separating in the way they used to, but the law they're using still applies, and it's relevant.
Okay, so by your logic, Marshall, why is Liam Ramos in jail as a 5-year-old and the father if they're doing
He's not in fucking jail. He's with his daddy in the fucking housing unit.
Activity that they're supposed to be doing right now?
He's not in jail. He's not in fucking jail. So lying ass.
In the United States. So why are they being detained? Here's the question.
Well, so he doesn't have TPS. They ended TPS for multiple countries, about 20-something. The final country is Haiti, and it ends in February. So you're like, let's go ahead.
I interrupted you. Let me finish my statement, please. Thank you. The point I'm trying to make, if you're asking, repeat your question again.
So I'm asking you, why is the little boy and his father, Liam Ramos, I messed his name up earlier.
Why are they?
Why are they being detained if they're doing what they're doing legally? Because they have an illegal asylum claim.
Okay, just listen. They are in a detention center for two reasons. Number one, there is temporary protected status, and the president is revoking temporary protected status, which is what presidents are allowed to do, right? The other piece to this is Marco Rubio has gone through and said, we are going to yank his naturalization, something we normally don't do, and I think is a bad idea, right? But if they're going to yank that, that means he must then be held in a facility per federal law, right? I don't like it, you don't like it, but instead of complaining about it, let's complain about changing the law. Let's get that motherfucker changed. This can't happen. Because it doesn't matter how much you bitch and moan or holler about it, without a law change, the stuff you're mad about will continue to happen.
Alright, now here's my thing. The father and the son entered the U.S. legally via the CBP 1 Act to seek asylum. Remember, my whole thing is...
Jesus Christ, they changed their fucking status afterwards, you fucking moron.
He was actually going after people that he was going after violent criminals, rapists, and murderers. That's what he said. These are not violent criminals, rapists, or murderers. He's picking up people that are doing the right things in their community, terrorizing the community. This little boy, 5 years old. Are we serious?
They're picking up people most of the time who are not in the country legally. And that's their job. I don't
most of the time. Come on, bro.
See, this is where the lies jump in. The baby was not the target. Like, let me be very clear. The mama don't want the baby. Let's talk about how this actually happened, because I'm here. I'm here in Minnesota with the whole situation. The father was driving when he got stopped by ICE. He took off on foot and left his child in the car. They removed a 5-year-old from a car who was abandoned. Let's talk about neglect. He left his fucking child. No, fuck you. He left his child. Like, fuck you. He left his child.
That's what happened, bro. And then
why are you lying about this? These are lies.
You clearly...
It's not a fucking lie.
...to the house.
Nigga, you might as well, you know, you shut the fuck up, because you don't know shit, my nigga. You're on the other side of the whole damn coast of America talking about shit you don't know nothing about. This woman is in fucking Minnesota, nigga. She's on the ground, and she's backing it up with real motherfucking facts. Your goofy ass is sitting over here on some cartoon shit, and you're not in a position as a black man, nigga. You need to shut the fuck up and get the fuck up out the way, nigga, because this ain't got shit to do with you.
Bro, it has
you niggas are irritable as fuck. And then this faggot ass nigga in the motherfucking chat talking shit about another woman ain't got shit to do with the goddamn conversation. That faggot ass nigga, Solo Dolo's homo ass, is a hoe ass nigga too. You left leaner motherfuckers are moist as hell. I've never seen any of you niggas be masculine or even speak facts. All you niggas are led by is your motherfucking emotions. Y'all not even close to proximity to even have the motherfucking balls or even the information to even put out front and say, here's what's backing up what I'm saying. This woman has dropped numerous fucking links in the jam chat to back up everything she said. Why shouldn't we believe you, who is over there in Baltimore, and not her, who's on the ground?
I'm not in Baltimore, brother. You asked me where I was going.
Okay,
This is what happens when you say stupid stuff out
Nigga, are you?
Let's hear from Mike. Mike, did you want to speak?
Yeah, so, nigga, I just want you to understand this, bro. We're not trying to, like, I get you're getting it hard, but it's because we were getting it hard. We've been taking shit for like 12 years since Trump got elected in like his first term, and now it's enough's enough, bro. This isn't even hard shit for you to find out. This isn't even hard. This literally doesn't take any time at all. The father fled on foot. The agents took the kid to his house. It's not like what were they gonna do? Chase the guy down and leave the kid by himself? No. They, unlike the father, decided not to abandon the kid. Grabbed the kid, went to the kid's house. The mom wouldn't let the agents in with the kid. The mom's like, I don't want him. So now the agents are like, well, what the fuck do we do? So they finally got the father, and they're like, yo, the kid's gonna go to protective custody, or he's gonna go to like foster or whatever. And Dad's like, no, I'll take him. So now they have to leave the kid with the father, and like they said, they're in like a housing complex. They're not in jail. The shit you say jail, they're in jail because you want to feed off people's emotions. This isn't fucking hard to find out, bro. And enough's enough, dude. You're out here trying to stir people up. This is exactly what we've been fucking talking about. This is the problem. Oh, they arrested a 5-year-old and put him in jail. No, bro. No. You're fucking wrong, and it's despicable, and it needs to stop. This is the problem. Everything you're saying is absolutely wrong. The agents did exactly what they should have done. The father ran off, and the mother didn't want him. Like, fuck off. Enough's enough.
So, do I get a chance to respond to this, or?
But New, you can, but can you stop? New, you can, but can you stop being like you're acting like a light-skinned, sensitive bitch? Like, it's just really fucking annoying.
I'm the only person getting cussed out, and I'm acting like a bitch?
Yeah, definitely.
No, this faggot ass nigga Solo Dolo getting cussed out in the goo, so you can join his ass. You got a friend in the goo. He's a bitch ass.
Like, I don't know what else to say.
About ice, and I'm getting cussed out, and I'm acting like a bitch.
Yep.
Okay, right. So can I respond to that? How's that work?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. All right, so my point is that what the brother just said again, these are filthy, vicious lies. If you guys can keep saying it, keep saying it, keep saying it till you blue in the tongue. None of that stuff happened. That mother was trying to get that child. ICE took that child.
Show it. Just prove the claim. Give me something. I gave you enough receipts that I need to see where you got that information. Show me where you got it from.
I didn't know.
You absolutely.
I got called everything but a child of God.
I guess, Rascal, where'd you hear this from?
I need a receipt. I dropped receipts for everything I've actually said. And they're all in the chat. You can go all the way back up to start pulling shit out. I want to see the mother's statement where she's begging them to give her baby back because she still ain't said shit to today.
I just want to know where you heard this from in Nagoo. Like, where'd you get your...
Like, what are we doing?
CNN News.
All right, can I talk? Because even when you just
nigga,
drop any information when you spoke, Mike, nobody asked you for nothing. But as soon as I speak, I got to cut
Solo Dolo.
Let me talk, bro. That's all y'all gotta do.
Fuck you and fuck Solo Dolo.
That's all you gotta do. Mute up. Let somebody else talk.
Fuck you and fuck Solo Dolo.
That's fine. I'm not even mad at you. I understand you got problems at home. At the end of the day, right? This little boy, what y'all are saying is that crap that JD Vance hooked up on national TV that has been nationally debunked.
Okay. You can't. No, everybody told you what happened, but you just don't want. No, you're making up a narrative on the fly.
I'm trying to respond to you.
Okay, shut your slurp pipe. Shut your fucking slurp. We got a little homosexual.
Pepe, do you know you're modded? I'm modded you, just making sure you're aware.
No, I'm aware. I just,
Okay.
I know he can't help himself, but it's been said. You keep on changing the fucking narrative. I don't know why. Why are you even so interested in making shit up? Like you're trying to make it as if this boy they went out of their way to quote unquote detain this 5-year-old boy. He was stranded and left behind. It's not like they took him. The boy wasn't arrested. He was literally reunited with his fucking family. This is stupid. So like Nagoo, I want to walk through this with you, bro. Guys, please. He's right. We shouldn't interrupt him like this. But Nagoo, I just want to walk through this. Do you know the father fled on foot? Do you know that part?
Mother was trying to make it to the house.
Hold on. So like when they pulled him over, do you know that he got out of the car and ran
So the answer to my question would have been yes. Like, you know that. So the father got out of the car and ran away from his child and left the child there. So the answer is yes.
To the house. Right.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, you agree. The answer is yes.
Right.
Okay. So what are the agents?
The question is, why did all of that happen? See, this is where it becomes misdirection because this is where the lies are being told.
Like, at that moment in time, when they pull the guy over and he gets out of the car and he runs away, at that moment in time, let's pause right there. What are the agents supposed to do?
Actually, the agent was supposed to hand the child off to the mother.
Well, right. So they would take the child, right? Right?
Correct.
Oh, which is what they did. Then they put the child in the car and they take the child to the house. Yeah.
But that's not what happened. See, these are lies. See, hold on. Let me stop for a second before you go on. Let me stop. What actually happened at the home was the ICE agents was trying to use the baby to get the mother out the home. Remember? That's why
Holy shit, where do you get this fucking brain?
Hold on. Let's get to the facts. Right? Let's get to the facts of what really happened. The mother could have got the child. The ICE agents was trying to bait the mom to come out so they can snatch her too.
Okay, hold on.
That's why they got the damn child.
Let's pause there. All right. So let's pause there because I want to walk you through your logic to show you how flawed it is. So you're saying they're trying to use the child to bait the mother out of the house. How would they do that? Would they walk up to the door with the child and then ring the doorbell?
How did they get to the house in the first place?
Hold on. They drove the child to the house because the father ran away.
No.
Well, how did the child get to the house?
Run away from the situation.
We already established that.
Again, the way that y'all making this up, bro, it just makes the story weird, bro.
Dude, we already established this. When they pulled him over, the father ran. Yes?
To the house.
I don't care where he ran to. I'm saying, did he run? Yes or no? Yes.
To the house. Correct.
Okay, whatever. Yes. So okay. So we established that. So now the child's there, right? Because remember, after the father leaves, you guys are like, oh, they went to the house. There's still a scene. So there's a kid sitting in a car with agents. So the only people there are agents and a kid. No one that is responsible for the kid is there. So now the agents take the kid and they go to the house, right? Now, when they're going to the house, you can say, well, they were fucking trying to bait the mother out of the house. What we're saying is, no, they took the kid home. They rang the doorbell. The mom wouldn't come outside because because the way people like you think, oh, they're trying to bait me out to arrest me. Well, your kid's out there. So now the kid can't get in the house. So now it's stop there. So they're outside of the house. They won't open the door to let the kid in. Now what are the agents supposed to do?
This is not what happened, bro. And I don't like the position that y'all giving because to me,
we were at the part where they were trying to bait the mother out of the house.
I got you. What I'm saying
So
is
my PTR says Marcos Charles. I'm just putting the facts on the table. Marcos Charles is a top ICE official in Minneapolis. Accused Adrian Alexander Canelo Arias of abandoning his son Liam when fleeing from federal authorities in Minneapolis earlier this week. He and his child, where this is from the actual official ICE spokesperson. This is the official report from the police.
the lion that ICE that said that.
Okay, well, you're gonna have to show me. Well, here's the thing: a mother begging for her child. When they knock on your door, you open it and you retrieve your child. Again, she not only did she not open the door to get her child, she wasn't deported. He was. So why didn't they take her into custody with him and the baby if she had immigration issues? This is the logic.
Especially if they're barging into people's houses.
Yeah, like
you're not allowed to flee. He was fleeing from law enforcement. First of all, what he did, and even if this was local police, if you're to leave to just literally bolt from the police and leave your fucking child behind, you're gonna catch multiple charges. This is you're acting like what they did was cruel. Like the boy, what their father did. A normal father does not leave their son behind so that they can go dart off. But you're somehow acting like what that the ICE agents were the fucking problem. They weren't going after the fucking boy. The motherfucker ran off and left the boy with them. What are they supposed to do? Now you have a minor, a small child that left there with them. They have to make sure the boy is secure.
But let's get to the facts of this. Let me ask you a question. Where was the father arrested at?
He was arrested at his home. He was arrested at his home.
But he fled to his fucking
Hold on.
I know, Pepe, but let's walk his logic. Let's walk his logic, Pepe.
We gonna get to these facts. The father was arrested in the driveway at the home.
Getting there.
Right. So wait, into you. So he was arrested.
He was at the home. The boy
No. That's where you got to
doesn't matter.
Into you. Wait. Hold on. Into you. You jumped into a lie because you said where was he arrested? At his house.
At the home.
Okay, slow down. That made you assume that he was in his right. That's where you're false. The assumption is that he was always there. He wasn't. He fled to his house and left his child. No, he didn't flee in the car. He left the car. The car is impounded. He left the car.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
He left his car.
Y'all are worse than ICE, bro. This is why we can't trust ICE, and this is the exact reason why people need to be
I'm
outside.
literally telling you that I'm in the signal. Come on, I'll show you around.
You know what would be really funny is you end up interfering, and maybe your dumbass will get shot like those two dumb white motherfuckers. Nagu.
I ain't gonna lie.
Nagu, come on.
Cross my mind.
Nagu, I had good faith. I'm coming at you with good
He
faith.
doesn't give a fuck about his life.
Hold on. I'm in good faith, Nagu. We were at a park. Dude, I like that we were walking through this with you. Okay? We had already established that he fled the scene on foot. You'd already said that. You're like, yeah, he ran to the house. He ran to the house. We had already established that. He didn't drive to the house. He fled on foot to the house. We had already established that, bro. We moved on.
No, that's not how that situation happened, which is why I'm saying I disagree with y'all. And that's why I'm telling
Okay, so
y'all.
hold on. So then let's go back. They pull him over in the car. What does the guy do?
All right, so what I've learned is that when he pulled over, he ran from, like, he was going towards the house. All of this happened around the house. He didn't leave the car like 8 blocks down, a mile down the road, and get there. The car is at the damn house. How the hell did the car get at the house if he fleeing from a mile away?
The car was not at the house, baby. Listen to me. I watched the tow truck. I'm telling you, I personally watched the tow truck. Do you understand? The car was towed. Do you understand today? There was, hold on, stop. NG, no, it was on the street. You know what? Again, no, it was not. It was on the street. People have more than one car up here.
So you gonna sit up there and lie to me?
People have more than one car. Listen to me, into you. I am literally telling you, he left the car and the baby on the street.
Okay, so where's the video evidence of this that you're talking about?
Listen, it's out there. I don't know why. Listen, it's out there. It's out there. You know what's so funny? You wanna know so funny? I put 5 or 6, 7, 8 links in the chat. You haven't clicked one. I'm not showing you shit else because what I'm telling you, everybody knows that everybody has seen that I've literally proven my case. You have cognitive dissonance into you, and that is a problem for you, not me. I live here, sir. I get real triggered because this is my real life. This is not some shit on the internet. This is not motherfuckers out. Hold on, sweetheart. This is not me watching the news. I am literally boots on the ground. If you want to know how boots on the ground, the video of me going viral telling these nut jab ass liberals to go the fuck home is in the chat too. I'm telling you what I know to be true. That man left his child. You know what happened today though? Earlier this morning, a red vehicle was surrounded by 6 ICE vehicles when I drove past on Phelan and Johnson by the McDonald's and the Cubs. I was coming from Cub Foods, a grocery store, when I seen the car stopped by ICE. There was a child in that car too, as well as 2 adults. I was kind of like, whoa, they are pretty intense when they run up on these cars. But you know what happened? Those 2 adults complied. and they were very cooperative. They nor the child were injured. But you want to know what happened that heightened the scene? These nut job ass liberals came blowing their fucking whistles, screaming in ICE's face, all this other shit. They had to abandon the car, snatch these people out the car quick, and make a dash for it. I end up watching them go on a high-speed chase on the highway. This is not protest. This is insurrection. And I need y'all to stop lying because I'm living history right now. And I am getting furious, not with what's happening. These are events of folks who are making decisions for what they believe is right. But what I have a bigger issue with is people like NGU, who cannot look and see when they're being lied to, whose discernment is on zero, and when they have a primary source in their motherfucking face, they still reject truth.
Okay, so here's the question that we have on the table, right? We have the facts. We know that ICE is lying. And y'all can believe what y'all want to believe. But what we do know for a fact is that the father told the wife not to open up the door, which they do not have a warrant for.
The child is outside.
Hold on. This ain't even about the child. I'm trying to make a point here. So that way we understand why the woman never opened up the door. Okay, y'all making it seem like she just made a decision not to open up the door. See, this is what happened when you make errant facts in a truthful situation. Alright? He was taken at the driveway at the house. These are facts. Okay? The child was taken at the house. These are facts. There was no displacement and no abandoned child. That is a flat out lie. If you have evidence of this, show your video or whatever evidence you got. Show it. That way we know what it is. Tell us about
It's also in the police report.
It's in my PTR. It's been Cypher. It's literally been in my PTR the whole time.
Let me finish. Everybody got their time to talk. When it's my time to talk, y'all always cut me off. Like, come on, bro.
Cause you be lying, nigga.
I got you. I know you, man. I know you heard. We gonna work it out. Listen, at the end of the day, these are facts. Wasn't no child abandoned at any point. Matter of fact, what's crazy
That's not
was that
facts,
the
bro.
lady,
Not facts, homie.
the lady tried to actually take the little child, remember, to the school. And what did ICE take?
How can she
We
take
take
the
the
child?
child. So the child didn't even need to be detained. They wanted to detain this damn child.
How could the mother take him to the school? It's because I need clarity.
No, he's talking about the lady from the school would have taken the child.
God damn, yo. Like, I'm not
Unless it's the kid with the right.
But she's not the fucking parent.
But wait, was she even there? Was she even there? Where was the lady from the school? Where was she at? Was she in the car with the dad? Where did the lady from the school come in? Because it was a father and son in the car.
I guess she.
Yeah, she showed up later. She's an ICE disruptor. What are we doing? Like, this is where you think they're gonna give a child to one of these lunatic liberals? Are you serious? Do you understand Minnesota CPS has been under investigation for child trafficking?
What they do, Professor? You didn't know that? That's exactly what they do.
What do they do? Wait, what do they do? They do what?
That was definitely needed for them to get that child to the.
What?
Go ahead.
It's absolutely not legal to give the child to and not like the court can, but no job, no police officer.
Yeah, they would only give it to a family member, like a grandma or the mother or somebody else. They're not going to give it to some stranger.
Guys, I really want to walk down. The only way this is going to work, I swear to you, I've dealt with enough of these motherfuckers. The only way it's going to work is you have to let him work out his logic to himself. He has to do it like this. That's why I want to walk through this with you, Nugu. I promise you. I'll give him hold on. I'll give him no, he's going to have to figure it out. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, Nugu. All right? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. So let's say the dad gets to his driveway. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Let's say the dad gets to his driveway. The cops now are there. The dad gets out and goes inside the house without his child. Yes? Okay? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
Nowhere in any report did the dad ever go in the house.
You just okay.
I never said the dad ever went in the house.
Okay.
How did the dad tell the mom not to? How did he tell her that if he.
And she was out hanging out the window. Don't you got a window at your house? Can't you yell at the window?
So okay, so let's guys. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Please, guys, let me go.
They make it seem like we doing a puzzle.
Please let me do this with them. I swear to you. Okay, so now Nagu will go here, right? So now the car's at the driveway. The dad has gotten out of the car. He doesn't go inside the house. I guess he's just standing outside. The agents now have the kid and are trying to knock on the door. And the guy's just standing there, or is he in the backyard? Where is he?
No, the target was not the child. The target was them.
I get it. So
I'm trying to clear up before we move forward. The dad has already been scooped up before the child is scooped up. So that's how the child got abandoned. Let's make sure we understand that.
So how's the dad telling them not to open the door?
Wait, I got a question. So you're saying that the father, right, so you're saying that the father's in the cop car, but he was just in the house? You said they didn't have him in custody. They were using him as bait. I'm just.
Never went in the house. How many times do I need to say that?
Okay, hold on. Did they arrest the dad before or after they ring the doorbell with the kid?
No, this all happened. No. That's okay. First of all, I don't know where that came from.
You said they were baiting the mom.
I said
they were baiting the mom.
Let me explain so that way I'll clarify. When the dad was yelling at the door, they were trying to get in the house. This is before the child even gets detained. This has nothing to do with both. Like what you're saying is something that would be out of bounds in the story, because that never happened. All right. Well, remember, the child was supposedly with the dad. The child is not in the house. Remember, the dad's telling the wife not to open up the door, so the child never was in the house.
Where's the dad when he's saying don't open the door?
He's outside. This is before he's being arrested.
He's outside.
Right. This was before he's being arrested at this point.
Okay.
This is while the altercation is basically just ensuing at the house.
Wait, where is the altercation coming? What altercation?
At the house.
No, what altercation? Are you talking about Hold on, let's clear that word. Are you saying interaction or altercation? One requires violence, baby. I'm just trying to figure out, did we escalate here?
I mean, you can call it whatever you want to call it.
I don't want to call it shit. I just want to Okay, so you're saying they got into a tussle. Who got into the dad got into a tussle with the officers?
Look, I'm not answering.
We're here. Hold on, because we're getting somewhere here. So the dad's standing there. The cops have the kid, or the ICE agents have the kid. You're saying they're trying to bait the mom out of the house, using the kid as bait.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that what happened in the situation is that the dad, they was after the dad, okay? That's how this situation started. They were not after the child.
I get it.
So when they get to the house and the dad is there, they're trying to get them to go in the house. Dad is like not to open up the door.
Okay.
Right. So that's how that situation happened. Now the dad is being blamed. Now the child is being abandoned at this point. Okay? That's how the child gets abandoned. Remember, the child was with the dad.
Okay, I get it.
We all know that as a fact. At some point, that the child was with the dad.
Hold on. Go ahead. We're here. We're all at the house now. We're all at the house. Everyone's at the house. ICE agents, the dad, the kid, the mom, everyone's here. The dad's standing outside. They have the child. You're saying they were using the child to bait the mom out of the house. Now, did they go up to the door? Remember, there's that picture, right? So they're trying to get the mom. The dad's saying, "Don't open the door." So the mom doesn't open the door. They arrest the dad. So now the dad's been arrested. However you want to play it out, the dad's arrested. The mom won't open the door, and the kid is now with the ICE agents. At that moment in time, what's supposed to happen?
Well, at this point in time, listen, I'm gonna say this. I don't know what the actual status of the mom is. I believe she was in a legal asylum claim, but
is she a mom? Is she a mom as a status?
She is a mom.
So she's a mom. Okay, I just want to establish that. She's a mom.
She's a mom. They have another child in the house. As far as I know, I believe it was a teenage
and one outside of the house.
Right, and one outside of the house. So I believe that whatever was going on was, I'm not sure if the dad was doing it because of, the amendment rights, or he was doing it because somebody in there was illegal. I don't know that. I'm not going to sit up here and make up something I don't know. What I do know is that that's how the child got into the...
Meanwhile, the child's still outside the house.
Correct. Now, when the dad tells her not to open up the door, I believe this is where they're trying to use the child as bait to get the people outside or whatever would get them to open up their door. And remember, they don't have any warrant, so they have no reason to go into these people's home. And the fact that the dad and the child was here under a legal TPS status. So they weren't doing anything wrong. They have no criminal record. Nobody in the household, as far as I know, had any criminal record at all, not even a parking ticket.
We already went through the TPS stuff. I don't want to get back into it. Let's do the TPS.
So I'm trying to figure out, why does this need to go down like this?
Well, right, wrong, or indifferent, it's going down. Right, wrong, or indifferent, so it's going down. So now you're using the word bait for mom to get out. We're using the phrase, do you want your child? Right? So you're saying they're baiting her. But what we're saying is the ICE agents were like, well, we got this fucking kid here. Do you want your child? The mom won't open the door. So now, like I said, what do we do here? The dad's arrested. The mom won't open the door. What do we do with the kid? What do we do?
Well, first of all, there's two problems here. The first problem is, why is the dad even being arrested at all? He never did anything wrong.
Hold on, we already went through this, bro.
Right. So to me, this is
immigration status is due process.
This is what is causing the problem and causing the commotion in the first place.
No, what's causing the commotion is
who at this house that had
the father.
Record or wasn't illegal.
The father. So NGU, he had a. So let me give you some facts. So can you? I am answering your question.
No, I'm asking Mike the question.
Okay, but
we went through the TPS stuff.
He said he doesn't want to. He's already there. That doesn't matter because it was revoked.
With a person doing a crime at the house.
You don't have to do a crime under TPS for it to be revoked.
Answer the question. I'm answering the question to you. Can you do that, please?
The guy is now deemed illegal.
Now, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about they got to the house and arrested.
They revoked the TPS, right, wrong, or indifferent. You can agree with that or not. That's irrelevant to this. We can't just like call time out on this situation and be like, well, I don't think my TPS status should be revoked, dude.
I got what you're saying, though, but Mike, I'm just trying to understand that this had to be pulled up after he was detained.
What are they supposed? Look, this is all going back to when you use the phrase they put the kid in jail. They put the dad and the kid in jail. And so now I want to walk through this scenario with you because I think that rhetoric is what we're getting to. None of this there would be zero ICE issues in Minneapolis if people would just let them do their job. The lady would have never got killed in the car if she would just park her fucking car and got out and protested with everybody else on the sidewalk. There was plenty of people protesting on the sidewalk. She could have just parked her fucking car and got out and protested like everybody else. You can scream at them, you can flip them off, you can say whatever the fuck you want, but there's no reason to get in their way. Now, what I'm getting at is when you use the phrase they put the dad and the kid in jail, I'm just trying to walk through this with you. The dad's now arrested, they got the kid, the mom won't open the door. What are they supposed to do at that moment? What are they doing with the kid?
So, first of all, like I said, that the lady from the school, I believe her name is Garland or something like that. I can't remember her full name. But she came to get the child. So they had.
Hey, Mike, after he's done, can I speak real quick? He's been going in circles for like the last hour.
I think also that they never even tried to even, contact. Because this is what usually happens in this situation, right? You contact the family and let the child go with the family somewhere.
Like the mom.
This is not what happened in this situation. And it seems to me that some of these people
Suglo, let me jump in there. Mike, Suglo, you guys, there's nothing you can do. This is like what we're dealing with. Like this ideology, this man is set on being right. You can really walk him down and he's not going to admit to anything. Suglo, you have loaded the chat with verifiable information. You have changed your PTR multiple times. Mike, you have made common sense arguments. You've used the Socratic method multiple times. I think Pepe even left this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you cannot save everybody. Hey, Nagu, I want you to go to Minnesota. I want you to protest. I want you to get in their way. So then you'll be out of our way.
The point that I was trying to make to you, Mike, right, is that I don't get like the question I'm asking you, was was he illegal? Supposedly, as you're saying.
Yes, at the time of his pickup, he was not
I'm
legally.
trying to ask him the question, Professor.
Yeah, same way. Yes, he was.
So was this before or after he was detained that he was supposed to be illegal?
Before, that's why they picked him up.
Yeah, they went out.
What was the thing that he did wrong? Is what I'm asking you, Mike.
You don't have to do anything.
The point is, you don't have citizenship, so your ass gotta get the hell out. So you won't get detained. That is the point.
It's like a warrant. It's like a warrant.
He didn't do anything wrong.
So in jail.
Illegal in this country. That is the wrongness. That is the wrongness.
In jail, chill out. If you want an honest answer, you have
No, he doesn't. He wants to teach because that's what he do. He want to teach the whole room of grown ass people. We don't care about your interpersonal, sentimental opinion about you wanted to be like a little boy just went home and he was banging on the door from school and his mom is scared because they know she knows that ICE is down the street. No, this is not that type of situation, okay? You're talking about governmental fucking beings. This is not a high school, middle school, elementary school where the teacher from the fucking school is going to knock on the door and say, Miss Rodriguez, is this your son? No, nigga, that's not what the fuck is happening, okay? It's bigger than that. It's bigger than you. If you in the way, do you know that if you're just in the vicinity of an ICE situation, you'll get fucking rolled in? If you're just in the vicinity of the shit, you don't even have to be the problem. You can just be walking to the store and they're doing some shit, you'll get reeled the fuck in as a United States American citizen. And you have to state your claim. So you might want to be careful because people are trying to tell you what the fuck is going on.
Doctor, he literally said he doesn't give a fuck. He said he doesn't give a fuck about none of that. He said he wants to go. He said he wants to go to Minnesota. So let's. Hey, I will even buy you
Who got a plane ticket? Who got a plane ticket?
Yeah, I'm about to say no. Like no, straight jacket. I literally will buy you a one-way ticket to motherfucking Spirit Airline. On Spirit Airline, nigga. Listen, I'll put you on Spirit on a one-way, and if you feel safe on the ground, I'll even get you a Greyhound, my nigga, and you can go there and die. Nah, fuck the Southwest. He's not good enough for Southwest. He's not good enough for Delta. He's not good enough for American Airlines. He can go on Spirit. On Spirit, like no, that ass back telling me, my nigga. I swear to God, on everything I will use Spirit Airline and get you a one-way ticket. It's not going to be first class either, but you will get there. And when your ass is dead on the news, we can all say, got that nigga. You know what I'm saying? So you said you don't give a fuck about your life and get involved in that shit. Please be our guest, and let's change the subject, y'all, because this shit is draining.
So I can boost on the backpack. There you go. That's real easy. Okay.
Yes, I'll get you enough for your motherfucking backpack, big dog.
Hey, Cypher, we under. I think we're about to hit by morning. They're gonna tell us that we're under martial law.
Yeah.
Tonight they showed that.
Please don't put that out there. Thank you.
No, I'm not talking about the state. I'm not talking about
that bullshit onto yourself.
I'm not talking about the country. I'm not talking about the country. Ma'am, I'm in Minnesota. Ma'am, I'm in Minnesota.
Project that shit onto yourself.
Ma'am, I'm in Minnesota.
Your household.
Ma'am, I'm in Minnesota.
People, we don't want that.
Ma'am, I'm in Minnesota.
We do not want that.
She's not saying that, no love. She's literally talking about Minnesota. She's literally talking about Minnesota.
I'm literally in Minnesota, sweetheart. Sweetheart, don't get so crazy.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They already on standby. So look,
you can stay
we're gonna talk around that. So look, they're already on standby for that, and they're talking about going to another government shutdown.
Martial law bullshit.
So look, check this out. I believe what you're saying is true. So look, I believe what you're saying is true because they said they literally are saying that Donald Trump is saying that they're on standby and they're talking about going to man, could you shut the fuck up, please? Hey, listen, you get the fuck out the way and shut the fuck up. Nah, fuck believe in anything that you say. This is believe that your ass can beat the fuck up.
Your pussy ass nigga.
Yeah. Believe your motherfucking ass can mic the fuck up. You are annoying. At this point, then mute the fuck up, bitch. Eat a dick. Stop talking it. God damn. Get it off your chest.
sound scared. You sound scared, nigga.
Fuck you, weird as hell.
Get the pew pew, nigga.
At the end of the day, check this out. So yes, Trump said that he got the marshals and them shits on standby, the troops on standby, and the Democrats are threatening another shutdown. This is what these motherfuckers do.
That's what I'm saying. So, 2 o'clock in the morning, the protesters, I guess if that's what we're gonna call them, I like calling them terrorists and insurrectionists, decided to storm a hotel that they thought ICE was in. ICE was not in that hotel. They destroyed those people's hotel. When the people tried to call for the police did not come. Homeland Security had to show up, and they began to ask, where is the MPD? At this point, I believe by morning, by about 9, because it's Monday, right? We're probably gonna see a lot of action, and we're probably gonna be on lockdown. They're probably gonna go in and arrest him.
I just hope they lock your ass down. Have a good night.
I mean, I'm in Minnesota, sugar. I'm only talking about me, not you. You don't live in Minnesota, so I'm sure you shouldn't be triggered.
You fucking goofy.
Well, hey, look, I ain't gonna lie, baby was going off the handle a little bit. But here's the thing that I was gonna say, right? Is that just to get back to where we at before we fold that last tent.
Nah, man, fuck that conversation, bro.
Alright.
We gotta change gears, bro. That shit is weird. Nah, that shit weird, bro. We wasted 2 hours listening to your motherfucking ass. Nah, man, fuck that shit. New conversation. Trump is the best president in my lifetime.
Well, no,
Can I say something?
Turn that conversation. Somebody turn the channel on that shit.
Excuse me. The lady in Minnesota there, my heart goes out to you, you know what I'm saying? Now listen. It's real careful, right? Everything is on pins and needles. But listen, you know, I'm a man of God and I believe in God. But the thing about it is, man, all you gotta do is like, look, if your household is tight and you're good and they're not hitting on your front door, listen, you is safe, okay? So don't try to get too worried about something. So that's what I try to tell people. If whatever is going on someplace else, as long as it's not close enough to your vicinity and it doesn't have something to do with you, try to just know that you're going to be fine. You and your family going to be fine, and then you just move forward with the goodness, knowing that you're going to be okay. You can't do anything else about the whole situation. It's going to blow up however it's going to blow up. But what else can we do? We can just survive, okay? So if you're in a survival mode where you're good, just be okay, okay? That's all I've got to say, okay? Thank you very much for allowing me to talk.
I appreciate your sentiment, sweetheart. I've been through a Minnesota shutdown before, beloved. It was not fun. It was really not fun. And when you add military to a shutdown in martial law, a military state, that officially makes us a war ground. Now, here's what I will tell most people who do not know. Go check the Minnesota state flag. That was changed not too long ago. When they changed our flag, you will see me very livid to find out that's what they were doing. Not only was I livid, but I said the following things, and I continue to say it today. Flag protocol is very important. Without saying a word, a flag can denote several things, even declare war. For instance, a flag at high, flying high, what they call full staff, means that everybody who is abhorrent to that flag is happy, content, and occupying the land. If a flag is falling at half staff, which is halfway down, means that something happened and that those people are slightly in mourning. They have a little sadness going on. If a flag is taken down, that means that land is either unoccupied or at war. If a flag is erected in its place, the people who were already there are now going to have to make a decision. They're either going to have to be allegiant to the new flag and its parties, which means subjugated to, or the new party has now declared war on the old party. So that old party that's watching their flag come down and a new one erect has to make a decision. Either they will be the conquered or they are going to war. I have always said from the beginning, we are not a conquered people. I pray tomorrow they don't call martial law, but I will not be against it if they do, because they've already declared war on me and my people.
So, Mr. Who, I wanted to say, not only are the people going to be safe if this doesn't involve, like you were saying, people are going to be safe. Just be on your P's and Q's, whatever, blah blah. Not only are they going to be safe, ICE is actually protecting them. Like, it's actually going a step further. And this is what I wanted to say to Nagu, because this whole thing kind of started. Maybe shouldn't have walked over the Cypher. You're probably right. It was a waste of time. But the way he said it, and the way all these liberals are saying it, they're like, oh, I have no problem with them getting illegals out. It's just the way they're going about it just seems so chaotic and so crazy and so this and so that. It's like, yeah, no shit. Because there's people out there fucking causing a fucking ruckus. If no one would cause a ruckus, no one would even fucking know this is going on. Do you know the two states that are leading in the most illegal immigrant deportations and arrests? Texas and Florida. In Texas has like 27%, and Minnesota's at like 2 of all the illegal arrests and deportations in the country. Texas has 27% of them. Minnesota has like less than 2. I think it's like 1.8 or something, almost 2. And no one even knows. No one's even giving a fuck about the Texas one because the people there aren't fucking causing a ruckus. They're letting ICE do their thing, and they're arresting people. No one cares. Like, it wouldn't be chaotic if people would just chill the fuck out. You know what I mean?
Well, you see, there's an inbound thing to that whole thing that a lot of people got to remember. Even before Trump was in order, before a lot of this stuff, there are laws ruling from the past that built America to be the way it is today, with people coming from outside the country. This country was built with a certain standard, and no one is paying attention to those rules that were already implemented before now. If we go back a little bit to the start of how America was built, on the laws and rules under that immigration status, you would see that there's a lot of things that are being broken that are wrong right now that are with this whole situation. So, I would say that, everything is somewhat okay, but it's not right the way they're carrying about this whole thing. Because America was built with a certain situation of certain laws and rules that everybody has overstepped, okay?
Yeah, respectfully, I would disagree. You're right, there is rules and laws, and you got to go about it the right way. And, this whole thing about it being civil versus federal, so civil offense is like when you overstay your, visa. Or you come here and then, you're supposed to leave. Like, you come here legally, and then your time's up and you're supposed to leave, and they don't leave. That's the civil offense. Crossing the border through an illegal port of entry is a federal crime. Period. Like, full stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, this whole, being here illegally is not necessarily federal. No. Crossing the border through a illegal port of entry is a federal crime. And the TPS thing. Now, they revoked the TPS status. You gotta go. Sorry. It's literally called temporary. It's literally called that. So, I don't know, like you said, the way they're going about it, they've been going about it like this forever. I mean, CNN did a ride-along with Obama.
There we go. That's the difference. That's the difference right there, Mike. They don't have a Tim Walz. That's where the chaos came from. Like, can we blame the person who actually did the shit? The goofy motherfucker that called people to go out in the streets and fight ICE? Was his words? We must stand up and fight ICE for our neighbors. I can't, the only reason why Trump hasn't taken this goofy motherfucker in for obstruction and insurrection is because that's what his dumb ass wants, so he can garner support. And fuck him, we have elections to win for midterms, so he can suck one. Tim Walz is the nut job that got Renee killed. Tim Walz is the nut job that got Alex killed. And if you think anybody everybody else is responsible. Please explain to me why.
Well, I think that they're responsible as human beings, and the only reason why is because they made those sound decisions. But at the same time, I agree with everything you said. So it's just you're dealing with lunacy. It's literally fucking fundamental mental health issues. Some of these same people are having an argument that TPS and illegal immigrants and temporary immigrants, which is TPS basically, asylum seekers are under the same fucking guarantees as the Constitution. While some basic rights do align or are for them, right? Which is the reason why they would air quote come over here. There are other limitations. They're not guaranteed the same detention rights, representation rights, or any of that shit. There's a fundamental disadvantage to them being here temporarily.
Yeah, that Fourth Amendment shit is not their fucking Fourth Amendment.
Exactly, and there are many more that don't apply to them.
It's my Fourth Amendment.
The problem is that if I have a guest in my house and they feel entitled to talk shit about where they're coming to, then you're free to leave. Like, why would you come into a country or even sneak into a country fleeing from, and they're not fleeing, the majority of them are not fleeing. They just can't make it over there. They're lazy. They're, full of shit. And there are some war-torn areas. So the legitimacy of it, I say, makes up maybe a third of the people that are really coming over, right? Through the front door. But the majority of these motherfuckers was just lames in their own fucking country and they couldn't make it. So they'll take advantage. They have some family members that are here in the country and they'll tell them the loopholes on how to get on, and they'll even allow them to leverage them by living there and, saving their money up and doing all this other shit and everything else, right? Especially illegal activity like scamming, drug dealing, sex trafficking, and everything else, especially if they have a foothold and they know some people that can get things through. Yeah, they'll do all of that mule shit, right? But then you come over here and you complain. Get the fuck out. Go back to the country. You made enough money while you were here. Why can't you just leave? Or why haven't all these motherfuckers that came over here made their own respective countries great? Or invested over there? And Elon says something that I always keep bringing up that it was fucking funny. I had to snicker at it. He said, we know who the TPS people are not. Those are the people that come to America seeking asylum and then go vacation in the country that they were fleeing from. Get them the fuck out of here. They're costing American taxpayers over $1,300 a year just by existing here. Oh, you don't want to do their jobs. Well, we got AI, robotics, and there's other motherfuckers that can't find a job that would love to have their job. Right? I'm saying this to say there are people you cannot convince. There is no argument you can articulate. There is no process that you can get these people to see because they are anarchists. They are anti-American, and they're just as much of a threat as the motherfuckers, sleeper cells that we have in our country that we don't know about. And they're dangerous too. Shit, I go a step further. You motherfuckers is having these kind of arguments and marching and all this shit. We will round your ass up and ship you to another fucking country too, because I believe it's Honduras or whatever. They're taking them.
El Salvador.
El Salvador, that's what I meant, yeah. They're taking them cheap. By the way, Honduras just put a motherfucking tariff tax on Colombia for moving all that dope. So the shit is getting tightened up right now. And if, as Americans, we don't see that shit as a benefit and can appreciate that, then we don't deserve a president like Trump. We don't deserve a motherfucker that's really looking out for our better interests. This man about to have credit card interest rates at 10% on a one-year deal so everybody can get their shit together. He's telling niggas to buy housing swaps at $200 billion so we can reduce the housing prices. He's getting ready to get rid of Jerome Powell's bitch ass so he can drop the Fed rate down to 1%. Like how fucking crazy and how much of a dictator is this man when he's saying fuck NATO's 70% budget that we pay every fucking year, fuck the UN with all their bureaucracy and shit. You niggas don't do nothing but symbolize shit and don't get anything done. I got the world powers in my motherfucking back pocket on speed down. We're gonna set up our own board so we don't have to get, and they're gonna all contribute $1 billion or more to be lifelong members of this new council that was set. Come on, man. Like, what the fuck is basic any questions, and you see how fucking far off the average person is, and I'm not just talking about white, black, or anything, I'm talking about just basic Americans who don't know shit but got all the opinions in the world. We just saw it demonstrated on the stage. We have a person that's literally there in Minnesota that's dropping receipts, and we have a goofy ass nigga that wants to argue. Like, at the end of the day, with that much compelling information, it's just good to be like, you know what, let me look into it a little bit more. Even if you don't want to concede. But we're not dealing with that type of, humility. We're dealing with narcissistic malignant behavior.
A bunch of spoiled brats.
A bunch of dissonance, everything. And that's the reason why I'm not sending motherfuckers overseas. Send them overseas, Mike. That's what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? If motherfuckers, listen, I love it overseas. Don't get it twisted. I love America, but I also love Colombia. I love South America. I love what the free world has to offer. And as an American, I abide by their laws. I do the best. I almost overstayed my motherfucking visa by a couple days, and I busted my ass to get down to immigration down there to make sure I was cool. And they made sure I was cool because they will charge your ass $350 to $400 a day, and they will detain you. They'll do the same shit. So why the fuck should we be any damn different? And down there, you have to have motherfucking life insurance and health insurance policies because you're going to have to pay to go to the fucking hospital. They're not just taking. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I love my country, but my people, man, I be giving these motherfuckers a side eye.
Hey, Dominic. Hey, Q. How y'all doing?
Hey, how you doing? What's going on? I like this title, man. I got a perspective for y'all, right? Because a lot of people get upset with ICE. I don't think ICE is doing anything wrong, but this is just an ideal. There are signs that you can buy right now on Amazon that say something like no trespassing for residential properties now, right? There are other signs out there that you can buy right now on Amazon that say no soliciting, right? Now, for every homeowner in this room or anybody that's renting a property, if you have a sign in your front yard of your 2,000 square foot property and it reads no trespassing, and I step into your grass with my cell phone out, what am I breaking a law? Because legally you can call the local PD, correct? And hey, the police is going to enforce your sign that says no trespassing. I have violated a law. I could get arrested for that. Like, I could go into a country illegally and do the same thing and expect a pistol not to be put in my face.
It's batshit crazy.
It is. It is. And
can you imagine,
themselves.
Can you imagine, like, wanting to go live in another country, and the first action you do when you step across that border at a illegal port of entry, right? You don't go through a port of entry. When you step across that border or swim across the Rio Grande, whatever the fuck you do, you want to go live in that country, and your first action is to break the law. That's the first thing you do. Your very first action in that country is to break the law that you want to go live into. Like, think about that for a second.
Hey, yeah, you're right. And I can tell you what, and when I do break the law in another country that I snuck into, guess what's not going to happen? The citizens of that country is not going to stop their law enforcement from apprehending or disciplining me in public. There are countries out there where their military, their local PD are walking around with full assault rifles. If I go to Russia with a blunt in my pocket, I sneak in there with marijuana. This is just
that's a decade.
That's a decade. You think any of them Russian people are gonna stand up? Leave that American alone. They have their no. My ass is grass, and nobody here is gonna come save me.
And you know what the shame is? The shame Cypher lives in a different country most of the year. So Cypher's like, yo, you know what the fuck they do in fucking Colombia if you fucking overstay a visa or you're here when you're not supposed to be here? They come get your fucking ass. Like, that's what they do. It's like the people that went through it, right? Like, think about that, man. Like in the 80s and 90s or in the early 2000s, like dads would come over, send money back, bring one of their kids, and then bring another kid, then finally get to bring their wife. It took them like a decade. And now motherfuckers are just like, oh, I'm here. I got a kid. I'm seeking asylum. Asylum claims are being shut down at like an 85% clip. They're being denied at like a fucking 85% clip, bro. None of these motherfuckers are seeking asylum. Coming here for a better life and a better economic life is not asylum, bro. That's not how that works. You want to come here, you do it the right way. We have no problem with immigrants. We fucking love immigrants. We'll make this place great. But do it the right way. Just do it the fucking right way.
That's not what's going on, though. What's going on is they're saying, you just keep saying, do it the right way, do it the right way, do it the legal way, do it the legal way. But we're going after people who are here legally. They did it the right way, and we're still going after them. What's going on?
No, that's where you're wrong. The people that the people that are getting themselves involved in ICE situations are legal. These are citizens. That dude that just got shot, his dumb ass, he involved himself in something he had no business involving himself in. Those ICE agents, all of the videos that I've seen with anything that people saying that these people are thinking irrationally, they're acting out irrationally. These people are calmly saying, "Stay back." Don't.
Do you know who the ICE agents are never fighting? You know who they're never fighting? They're never fighting with illegal immigrants. Ever.
Exactly.
They're only fighting with fucking dumbass fucking citizens.
Well, we're no 8 white people, the first immigrants in America.
By immigrants, you mean legal, first legal immigrants.
Yeah, but you know what's funny though? Despite that,
asylum is a legal port of it.
Yeah, but you know what? You can say white people are the first immigrants. I don't really care, even though it's not accurate. But I would say this: it's white people. You know, at least this is what's kind of funny about us right wingers. Is we're at least somewhat logically consistent. You don't see us bitching about these crackers getting shot. Like, we really don't care. I think it's kind of funny, to be honest.
Goddamn. Anyway, I ain't agree with you in a long ass fucking time. Happy 2026. But wait, that the fucked up.
Look, somebody else gonna bring race into it. This has nothing to do with it.
God damn.
When those guys say stay back, stay out of it. When that girl got shoved, she wasn't shoved because they just ran up on her and said, "Ooh, here's a pretty one." Let's push her to the ground. She crossed a line. There's a real thin line between love and hate. If you cross that line and you get up in these people's face, they gonna move you about it and wait. And him being a man, hey, don't touch that woman. You crossing the line. And see, now you're doing it. You're a man. You're a lot stronger than she is. And you're approaching 5 or 6 more agents with Kevlar on and weapons. So now you're doing this with a weapon on you. What happens? You know, all the black Americans know what happens when the police tell you to keep your hands where they can see them.
But see, this is the crazy part, though. Hold on. He didn't even have his hands on the weapon. They snatched it out of his holster.
See, but
So what, nigga? Get the fuck off of that man ride, bro. Stop. Why are you even, hold on, you talked about white motherfuckers, this white motherfucker. Why the fuck are you defending this motherfucking white motherfucker?
This was weird. Yeah.
That ain't your fight, bro. That's weird as shit.
Yeah, Woo, say white lives matter. Now here, Woo, I want to ask you this. Carrying a weapon, now listen, they have the Second Amendment,
And your fucking phone is underwater, my nigga. Nobody even can hear your ass.
Yeah. Watch, smiles.
I didn't even know he was talking. So, Woo, here's what
we don't give a fuck about what you talking about.
You can still carry, you can have a firearm on you. No one's bothering that. You can go to the protest and have your firearm on you. But you cannot commit a crime and also be carrying a firearm. When he impeded the ICE investigation, he was committing a crime. Once he impeded, he committed the crime.
ICE officers aren't police officers. What are you talking about?
They're federal agents.
They're not police officers.
They're federal agents.
Or are they not law enforcement?
Everything they say, if it doesn't have to
Dominic, are they not law enforcement?
It's the problem, Dominic. What you just said, you don't have to obey anything they say. This is the problem.
Let me get him. FBI not cops neither. And see what CIA. You're trying one of them.
No, they're not, babe. Yes, they are. Literally, they're agents that are entrusted to enforce the law. Not. Okay, so yes, they are. They literally. Okay, so you have federal statutes, you have local statutes. The police they can enforce both some federal, but mostly local laws, and then you have federal agents who can just do federal laws, but they generally have areas of expertise. Now, where they'll focus on, like, for example, the DEA does drugs, the Secret Service will do, when it comes to counterfeiting and that kind of shit. But they are federal agents, and so they do have powers to arrest people, and they can both give you lawful orders. But Dominic, when you said you don't have to obey, you don't have to listen to anything they say, like that's an insane statement.
If it doesn't concern anything about immigration, you don't have to listen to them. If I'm an American citizen, and
that's the only reason why they're interacting with each other.
Approaches me, I don't have to listen to him.
No, ICE doesn't. This is when it comes to ICE, they do a wide array of things. So when it comes to internet, when it comes to things like drug trafficking, even when it comes to counterfeit shit, when it comes to things like kiddie pornography, internet crimes, they actually run the gamut.
So fuck that, dude. When you put your car in front of their car, and they're like, "Hey, move your car," you're saying you don't have to.
You have to move your fucking car.
Yeah, like what are we talking about?
Well, Dominic, is he even still here?
Yeah, I'm listening.
So Dominic, what does the acronym for ICE mean?
Is it immigration? What is it?
Immigration, customs enforcement.
Okay, what's the operative word in that E? Enforcement.
We can.
Are they federally backed? Hold on. Are they federally backed by the Department of Homeland Security? Yes. Are they a federal agency? Yes. Emphasize on the key word in that E.
Do they got fucking guns? Yes.
Are they allowed to use them? Yes. You die? Yes. The cameraman is not going to save you from answering and saying Black Jesus. Yes, you will die. So if motherfuckers see that these three idiots are people that have interceded with law enforcement, call it whatever the fuck you want, but they are an enforcement order by the federal government branch, it covers the whole United States, right? Then you're going to fucking lay down or get down, right? So at the end of the day, you have to abide it, bro. You could bypass so much shit. Somebody should look at this and be like, hey, maybe I shouldn't go out and get interfered. If you don't like it and you want to be dumb enough to go out in the cold and march, fine, shoot yourself. As a Black American, I urge all you chocolate niggas, stay the fuck out of the way. Like, you have no motherfucking business being involved in this at all. Dumbass white people, what the fuck wrong with you? Man, shut your under the water motherfucking ass up, bitch ass nigga. You don't offer no value to the conversation, hoe ass nigga.
We're fucking awesome.
Man, shut your dick eating ass up, nigga. But you's a hoe, nigga. You want to talk and can't even be heard, nigga. Your mic don't work, bitch ass nigga. Get a new phone. Fuck, nigga.
Get my back. Let me smack back real quick. It says, distinctions and rights, authority. ICE has
Man, tell that under the water ass nigga to shut the fuck up. We can't hear you, Dominic. Dominic, you gotta tell that other motherfucker to shut the fuck up.
He good. Let me good. But
I can't hear you.
Fuck up, ICE has
bitch ass nigga, shut your dick liquor up, bitch ass nigga. You ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. Go ahead.
ICE has jurisdiction over immigration matters, not general criminal law enforcement. I just Googled it. A quick Google.
But Dominic.
They're not released. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Dominic.
Yes, sir, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, man? It's sick. So check this out. The thing is, if you watch all these videos, 100% of these videos, these people are coming up to ICE. ICE is doing their immigration shit. They're not arresting anybody for anything else but that. These people are coming and interjecting themselves into ICE operations. So it's not like, again, someone brought up that Texas and Florida, ICE is operating strong in both those states. You're not hearing these incidents. Why? Because people aren't running up on them, fucking with them. It's only in these places where myself anyways. And then that's when they have legal authority to stop those people from obstructing. So ICE isn't just going around stopping anybody, fucking people, traffic stops. Oh, you stole Snickers out of fucking, Walmart. They're not doing that, bro. So
yeah, no, I never said that. I never said they were.
Okay, so then your argument, then common sense is
you guys were saying that they had the same powers as regular police, and they don't.
No, so here's the thing: when you nobody said that, but here's the thing: when you obstruct what their mission, what their legal obligation or mission is, then they do have arresting authority. Because at that point you're obstructing, and that is against the law, and they do have that authority to arrest you over that. And if you resist that arrest,
maybe I'm misheard.
Yeah, well, thank you. At least I appreciate your honesty on that one.
Yeah, but
I was gonna say, yo, Cypher, Pepe, Mike, this is called natural selection, man. We gotta stop talking these idiots off the ledge. We gotta stop intervening with evolution. We just no. If these motherfuckers want to test and they don't think ICE are real police, and not fuck it, man. This is nature, bro. We need to start letting these motherfuckers weed themselves out, man. Quit trying to talk the idiots off the ledge, man. We need to get rid of them, man. Let them get rid of themselves.
Facts.
Yeah, it's almost got to that point.
Imagine the woo-saw that all the illegals got. If I was an illegal, I'll pick a random country. If I was an illegal African, I'm not worried about them getting me right away because I don't have to. African, let's say I'm illegal from Kenya. I'm illegal from anywhere. If these people, me personally, I'm telling my family, an American is gonna deal with them before they come deal with me. See, a lot of the illegals here, they don't have the smoke that the Americans get. The one thing that's designed to protect the Americans is one thing that the Americans are dealing with the most. Them people are getting they're getting a lot done, but it seems to be more propaganda around Americans dealing with ICE than the thing that ICE is supposed to be going after. Being an ICE agent, if I was an ICE agent, every day I'm worried about what dumbass American go intervene with us today. What we gonna have to deal with today? I can only imagine what their safety measures are like. And at some point you're gonna have to say, hey, somebody get in your face with your camera, ignore it. Somebody get up in your face and do this, but if they touch you, they cross that line while you're doing your job, muscle them. That's what I was
saying. Let me tell you this, big dog. I'm living between Cartagena, Colombia, and Medellin. And when I was down there and this shit was kicking off, motherfuckers was having conversations with me. I said, what would you do if 42 million American niggas, 10 million of us came down here, right? Well, we got the bag, but just 10 million niggas from America came to Colombia and we overstayed our visa, we were committing crime, we were raping your women, we were selling dope. Some of us fled because of police brutality and Black Lives Mattering. And we wanted to create a better life because our dollar is 4 times your dollar out here. But we're not really buying shit. Matter of fact, let's flip it. We're not even doing as good as you motherfuckers are. Right? Even though we would be the 8th richest people on the planet out of 226 nations by way of spending, let's just reverse that. Let's just say we would be the 220th. And we came to South America and they said, hey man, we don't know how all this y'all niggas are becoming problems. We gotta get y'all up out of here. Y'all need to go back to America. We like, no, let's protest. We're gonna hold up traffic. And not just regular traffic. We're gonna hold up the ambulances, emergent response vehicles. We're gonna also demonstrate and protest and get in front of your military police's face. And we're gonna set cars and shit on fire. Before you even got to the protest, they would have killed us.
Instantly.
And I told them this, and their faces, the way that their face looked when I told them that was like, damn, you got me. Because this whole passport bro shit, for instance, the original passport bros were Canadians, Italians, Germans, and Indians, right? Those are the main ones. And some Jewish motherfuckers. But when niggas started coming to Colombia and really spending the bag, really buying money, spending money and all this other shit, they got like whole hotels and sex trafficking things out of control. It was never a problem until niggas came down here, right? Okay. So imagine those same niggas started to protest. Imagine those same niggas took their money and left. Right? Imagine niggas didn't come back to the country. So, I mean, when we put it on them in their backyard, they don't like that. And I'm like, as much as you see this crackdown shit, he is absolutely doing what we need to make it uncomfortable for you to come in here and do fuck shit. Right. If you want to come in, go through the front door, because even their cousins and family members and people that they have in America that came the legal way went an average of 10 to 20 years of compliance. And you mean to tell me you just snuck in this bitch and then like that's a slap in the face to them? It's so many forms of disrespect that when you really unpack it, you really have to have the type of mental health issue challenges that, my brother Sig was just displaying. And to his point, he is absolutely right. Let's get out the way. If niggas want to go out and ran up in a church and do the face federal charge and disrupt a fucking church and stalk a goddamn pastor, would be okay with their children reading pornography at school, or be okay with these same motherfucking political figures lessening the years of the year of fucking sexual consent to 10 and 9 and under 16 in their countries, and letting anybody in your country with sleeper cells and they could actually blow this motherfucker up. I mean, if these motherfuckers are like that, then my thing is let them die in the streets like at home, or get them the fuck up out of here too.
Hey, Cypher, you right. Let me give you another perspective, right? There's signs that you can buy, dude, right now, like Renee dumbass, right? There's signs you can buy right now that say stop. They real big, red, octagon shapes. You wouldn't run that sign with your vehicle. There's school buses that got these signs that pop out on the side of it. You're not allowed to go past that stop sign. For some reason, I don't know, I think they call it a law, right? But if a human being, if a police officer is standing in front of a vehicle and they're telling you to stop, you know what happens if you don't listen to a human in a uniform telling you to stop? There are signs out there that says duck crossings. People stop their cars for ducks, little geese to cross the street in certain communities throughout the United States. You know what happens if you fucking kill an eagle in the United States? But you telling me that if a human being is standing in front of a vehicle, whether you are avoiding colliding with them or going towards them, no collision at all, and they have a weapon, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, and worse than that, Q, in what situation would you have your car parked across the double yellow? Like it was a 2-lane place. Like there was one lane on one side and one lane on the other. She had her car parked across the double yellow. In what scenario ever would you have your car across the double yellow and a law enforcement officer wouldn't ask you to get out of the car?
It's against police protocol to put yourself in front of a vehicle.
No, it's not.
Are you talking
about?
So you're saying, wait. So
I blame Kobe.
Oh, I thought that he wasn't a police. I thought he was a police. My bad. He's just a officer. He's not police.
Got him. Okay, got me. Law enforcement protocol. I don't care what you call it. It doesn't matter. It's against protocol.
So what you're saying, they should let her drive away and they have a high-speed chase through the neighborhood?
What?
Like, so let her drive away. They get in their car and now all of a sudden there's a chase through the neighborhood.
Sure.
Look, there was protesters there at that day. You know, there's protesters all on the side of the road with their phones and their bells and all their fucking dumb shit. Why didn't you just park her car, get out, and protest like the rest of them?
Wait, are you disagreeing that it's not against police protocol?
But, okay, against police training doesn't mean he did anything wrong.
I didn't say he did. I'm not saying he did.
Right. Okay.
I'm saying that if he knew his training, he would have not put himself in front of that vehicle. Right?
So you're okay. So this is what I have a problem with, Dominic. Mm-hmm. So you're like, well, if he's never standing there, then when she drives her car, there's no threat, and she wouldn't have gotten shot.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Okay, but we're saying if she doesn't put her fucking car in the middle of the fucking road, there is no reason for him to forget his protocol. Why is her car there? Why don't you just park her goddamn car, get out, and protest like the rest of them? You can protest on the side of the road. You can flip them off. You can scream whatever the fuck you want to at them.
You can talk
You can do
all
whatever
the
the
shit
fuck you want, bro.
Right.
Just stand the fuck out of the way. That's it. You can flip them off. You can say fuck you guys, fuck y'all. I mean, there's white liberal dumbass, which by the way, the white liberal women, white liberal men too, they're the most racist, dangerous fucking threat to this country that we've ever fucking seen. They are fucking dumb. So what? Like they can stand there and do whatever they want, bro. No one's gonna bother them. Just stay on the side of the fucking road.
Well, also too, Dominic.
There's the white liberal lady who was yelling at the black guy. Y'all see that? The white liberal yelling at the black ICE agent. She's like, you betrayed your race. How dare you? Like he spoke. Like how dare him think for himself, right? How dare that black guy have his own mind, right? These racist fucks.
But you know what's fucked up though, Mike, is these same white little women that are trying to shade, because the blacks do it too. It's, as a black person, when you stand up for truth and principle, what's right, they say you're shaming your race. And you got a bunch of white women caping for black and Hispanic dick. That doesn't, like, literally the same people trying to accuse you of being a race traitor are literally going against their race to support.
Dude, the irony of the whole thing is insane. You know what the worst irony is, Sig? The worst irony is that the immigrants, illegal or not, they could be looking at this from the outside and be like, damn, look at those people trying to like literally fight their law enforcement for us. They're standing up for us. They must care about us so much they're willing to fight their law enforcement for us. When in reality, they are the last people you want on your fucking side. These people that are out there, they don't give a fuck about immigrants.
Do you know the interesting thing? The interesting thing about I work in psychology. The interesting thing is these shootings are going to continue, and it's not the fault of ICE. I'll tell you why. The reason these shootings are going to continue is because every single ICE agent, in their own mind, is waiting for that one nut job who comes out of the crowd and starts shooting in their direction, and it will probably happen. But they are on hyper alert for when it does. They know after what happened in Washington with the National Guard. As for that guy who shot the stupid woman in the car, as for him, he'd already been hit by a car. Now we can talk about this incident. We've got the benefit of watching the videos many times as we want. He was in that position at that moment in time. He saw a car rev its engine, move toward him. He reacted in that instant. Those 5 guys who shot the other guy, again, they reacted in the instant. They were probably they just dealt with or were dealing with an armed man. Again, it plays into the psychology. They are waiting essentially for someone to attempt to gun them down. They are in their own minds. They are in fight or flight constantly because there is crowds of people that they know these crowds would kill them if they could. And it only takes one crazy person in that crowd who might just try. That is why they are hypersensitive, and that is why these shootings will continue happening, I'm afraid.
Thank you.
I think canines listen to
I think that you're wrong.
Humans.
Yeah,
I think that you're wrong. I agree that we need to stay the fuck about their way, right? As far as this has nothing to do with us, but a lot of these people are severely untrained. They're unprofessional, and they are people who were bullied in school and through life, and they're not respected in life, and they're looking for a reason to take out their frustrations. Right?
What does untrained have to do with it? You know how many rookie cops is out there?
Bro, I did not interrupt anybody on this stage, bro. Please give me that same respect.
I'm asking you a question.
Please give me that same respect. I'm not finished with my statement.
Q, just to be fair, let's give him a chance to finish his submission, and then he can ask a question after that, please. I just want to give him a chance. That way he can't say, oh, you cut me off. So let's just let him get it off his chest. All right, go ahead, something you got it.
Thank you. Look, I don't agree with the woman being shot in Minnesota, wherever it happened, right? But that lady was wrong. This last shooting with
shit. So if they doing this to white people, just imagine how much worse it's gonna get for the rest of the nation. Look, again, I'm not sympathizing with illegal immigration, right? But I'm damn sure not gonna be empathizing and sympathizing and justifying fucking race soldiers going out there and willfully killing people because they having a bad day. So that's where we disagree at. That's what we're gonna always disagree.
All right, so Q, did you have a question for me?
Yeah,
it's like, okay, no, I'm not going to get it.
No, when he said untrained, these people have an order. If anybody ever served in the military, when he used the word jump that guy, it's like this is a fragile male that's intervening with a operation. I don't give a fuck what he had on. When you are in the middle of a war zone and you're with your platoon, everybody sticks together. You don't cross that line. New rookie cops, new rookie FBI agents, new rookie CIA agents are out there every year, year after year. There's rookie air pilots in the sky right now who qualified to fly an aircraft. You're not questioning whether or not that guy in the cockpit knows what he's doing. You just know that you're getting from San Diego to Los Angeles. That's all you know. You really don't care about anything else. But you're not going to intervene with that person's operation. And if you go approach one, you're going to get approached by multiple. And if you have a weapon on you, anybody on this stage that's a color, if a cop tells you, since the police seems to be the thing we want to go to, since it's the thing we've been arguing our whole lives, right? If a cop tells you to keep your hands where he can see them or her, and you don't do that, you're asking for some smoke. So whether you have a uniform military agent or an ICE agent that has all this gear on, and they telling you stay over there, you can talk your shit, you can scream, you can yell, you can pull your dick out, you can show your titties, do whatever you want to do. I don't know who you are, what you do, but if you come over here, you're asking for some smoke. Because all of us, we go home to our families. You might not go home to yours. That's just the name of the game. But try that shit. See, this is spoiled Americans. Take this same operation and put it in another country, and it's, oh yeah, well, then all of a sudden it's justified. Oh yeah, well,
thank you.
Don't know their laws. You don't
understand. Nothing will happen to them.
Yeah, they think nothing will. Hey, that's great. Try that shit in one of them Jerusalem countries. Go to Qatar. Go to Egypt. Go to Turkey. Go to Istanbul. Go to Athens. Go to Greece. Try to disrespect one of them people.
You know,
see if their citizens stand up for you. It's not happening.
Hold on, let me get in there at the big dog real quick. I just want to say something real quick. My brother used the word race soldiers, right? I'd be damned if I let these race soldiers go in here and start killing, bro. They're killing white people. They're race soldiers. And they're killing their own. Why the fuck are you even coming up and saying any goddamn thing as a black man since you're talking about our trauma? Let them do what they're doing. You should be at home. That way, none of us are counted in those people getting arrested, shot, or assaulted. It's just that fucking simple.
It's literally that simple.
Correct. I think
I agree with you. I want to say this real quick. Even crazier is this. Everyone talks about how they're murdering people in the streets, they're rushing into houses, they're going around just randomly shooting people, the race soldiers, the Gestapo, the shit like that, right? And they point to Minnesota and places like this. Like I said earlier, of all of the illegal immigrant deportations and arrests that ICE has made, Texas has the most at 27%. Florida is number 2. And I think they're like 13% of all the rest. Minnesota's at like less than 2. Less than 2 of all of the illegal immigrant arrests have been made in Minnesota. Less than 2%. And you don't hear any stories coming out of Texas. Zero. You don't hear any stories coming out of anywhere else. All of these operations are peaceful. They're fine. The citizens are letting ICE go do their thing, and ICE is gone. But if for some reason, in places like Minnesota, they cause all this commotion, and now the entire country is bitching about less than 2%
stay your ass at home, right? But there is this gentleman by the name of Keith Porter Jr., right? He was not a protester. He was minding his business, and he was murdered. Nobody's talking about that. And I believe and I fear that his murder is going to get fucking swept up under the rug, and he might not get the justice that he deserves because they're going to try to mix in these two murders with that one to try to justify his, even though he was completely innocent. Look, I'm with y'all. And you ask, how is this
Real quick, something. What was that guy's name again? I'm just gonna look him up while you're talking. What was his name again?
Facts. Keith Porter Jr. He was murdered on New Year's Eve 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Look, when bad people decide to do things, right, they usually start off by hurting somebody close to them, right? Serial killers usually start off by like murdering cats and stuff. If you didn't know, that's how they start. And look, I don't think that we should just let this behavior go unchallenged. These people have to get consequences, right? I'm not saying that we should obstruct their job, but if you go out there and fucking murder somebody and you've only been trained for 48 days, then you need to fucking go to jail.
So let me chime in about Keith Porter. Keith Porter was in a air quote affluent neighborhood outside the outskirts of a rowdy ass neighborhood, shooting an assault rifle in the air. In LA, it's illegal to have assault rifles. And when confronted by the other person to put the gun down and stop shooting in the air, because logic will tell you as a 43-year-old man shooting a fucking AR in the fucking air, bullets go up and they come down, which has been known to kill innocent people. When approached, Keith and the guy had a word exchange. He aims the gun. Supposedly, he shot 3 times at the ICE officer, the off-duty ICE officer, and he was terminated. At 43 years old on New Year's, why the fuck aren't you with your family? At 43 years old on New Year's, why would you be shooting an assault rifle, which is an illegal weapon to have in LA, in the fucking air? And then when asked to stop, why would you aim the gun at the person you're having this conversation with and then shoot at him?
And you know what's crazy? He was an off-duty ICE officer, and they're gonna say ICE killed him.
Yeah, that's why he brought it up. That's why the good brother brought it up, is to draw a nexus to that. And clearly, I don't think he has all the details on that.
We don't, and we're gonna figure out the details once we get it. But
I just put the link in the chat to the article. Yeah, that was totally disingenuous how you tried to rope that in. Something that
it means that I didn't have the evidence, bro. I'm just saying.
Okay.
We gotta presume that you're innocent until you're proven guilty.
No. That's not. No. Don't move the goalposts. That's not what the topic is. You tried to use him.
You want to think you're a little.
Sir, we're not. Something. No. Don't do this. Let's be adults.
The goalpost has been moved in 7 times, by the way.
Okay, Dom.
I just said I didn't have the evidence.
Yo. I'm not gonna compete for mic space. All right. So something what you just did was completely disgraceful as a grown ass man to try to bring him up, to try to link him to Cypher says, to make it seem like ICE is killing innocent people. I just put the link in the chat. Everybody can read for themselves. That's exactly what he said. He was shooting a fucking AR on New Year's. That is 100% illegal. You're not allowed to discharge a firearm within a certain amount of feet of an occupied dwelling inside of city limits. And LA at that, out of all places. So yeah, if you have goddamn man, what's the an unslung weapon that you are actively firing, yes, that is grounds for motherfuckers to show up with guns drawn. That would be anywhere, whether it was ICE, whether it was LAPD, whether it was fucking the goddamn CIA, whether it was the fucking Capitol Police. They would respond in the same way, guns drawn, because now there's an active shooter. That's how that situation would be treated. So, yeah, that's poor form, sir. Like, just quit doing that stuff, man. Quit doing that shit.
Bro. No, bro.
Don't be no, sick. Don't be soft, bro. People should be allowed to shoot guns wherever they want. Come on.
Mike, you been silly. Again, I didn't have all the evidence, bro. And
brother,
I still have yet to see, the incident, right? So I would still like to see the video, just like how the lady in Minneapolis.
There's no video. Read the article. There's no video. There's no video.
But that's again, right? Just like
sounds like you brought up something you didn't even know.
Hey, bro.
That's what I'm about to say.
Exactly what it is. Something. Come on, we're grown ass men here.
Just like the lady in Minneapolis, right, or Minnesota, they was like, oh yeah, she didn't hit nobody. Then we seen different angles of her. I would like to see myself what happened, right? And thank you for presenting that, because I'm not gonna just discredit your information, but I still would like to get all the facts for myself instead of letting somebody tell me what happened. You know.
But you should do that before you make those statements, though, brother, and take that position. You should probably look into that before you just accept whatever you hear on the news. See, this is how these motherfuckers get you. See, they'll emotionally trigger us Black Americans too, and get us to fight for a cause that they don't even fucking really believe in all the way. They just leverage us just for the optics, and then we get caught up too, right? And then we get on into this race talk about this, that, and third when they're unaliving their own kind. So clearly they're not giving a fuck about race. They're carrying out their duty and going home fucking safe and eliminating anything that's in the fucking way. If you have a job to do and your life is at stake and you have the balls enough to at least attempt to be law enforcement, you're going to want to go home to your fucking wife and kids or the people that love you, right? So at the end of the day, my brother, you got to be a little bit more. I mean, and all this thing, especially I'm talking about Black folks, y'all always talk about the race shit, the white man, this, that, and the third. Now, there's other motherfuckers on this stage. We had some crazy ass fucking arguments, and I be shitting on these motherfuckers too, because I believe in what I believe in. But then there's a point of accountability that we have to have. We also play a part in our own demise and fuckery and the side eye that people give us because we're emotionally misled, emotionally manipulated, and emotionally charged. That type of emotion, when unchecked, never won a war. It never even made fucking sense, and it validates the way that we get treated. Okay? So we have to start taking things at a different lens, and getting the facts would help. Being open to nuance of the facts would help. Don't get so caught up in, oh, it's happened to us, so we know what it's like. That's what they're leveraging. They're leveraging our trauma and then trying to shame us into not agreeing with their fucking goofy ass so we can go out there and die and go to jail like their silly, degenerate fucking weird asses. And the majority of these motherfuckers are soft, moist, and effeminate as hell, and they are forcing shit that you wouldn't be a part of in the fucking first place. So let's just really just get all the facts first before we even stand on an opinion. Now, I'll give myself as an example. When I heard about the 5-year-old, it was brought to me. I didn't even hear it on the news. It was just in the chat. Not in the chat, but on the stage. I was asked about it. I said, hey, if what you say is true, then that's fucked up. I don't agree with that. But that would be one out of many different cases. Further investigation, and this is what even J.D. Vance said, further investigation revealed the boy was abandoned by his motherfucking father running away from the motherfucking police. ICE. So we start unpacking shit. We gotta stop being so quick to respond to things and believing that everything we see on the fucking news from these idiots and the down limit squeezes of the world is actually fucking true. When that motherfucker be talking about white man this, white man that, and go home to a married ass faggot married to a white man sucking his dick.
Right. You know what's crazy? It's the brown ones that are married to white people that want to come out and advocate for how brown people are being treated when you're not living that life by no means.
At all.
So what's wrong with Don Lemon being gay? Like, what's the discrepancy? Like,
yeah, he missed that. He
missed all of it. Let me.
Wait. His brain. Calm down.
Hey, JT from 5 Heartbeats. Let me tell you like this. When you do look like JT from 5 Heartbeats. When Don Lemon's motherfucking baggedy ass is talking about the white man this and the white man that, yeah, because he is. And why are you offended? Are you gay?
He's a homo. My brother is homosexual, so I defend.
Okay, my uncle's homosexual, and my uncle's chime in. Because I don't give a fuck. Because I'm saying I have the right to speak, free speech.
Yeah, of course.
And I feel, and I don't agree with that lifestyle. It is anti-black. It's anti-black family. It's not our fucking culture. Yes, I don't have to do anything. I just did it because I wanted to. But if you're going to focus on it, my guy, go ahead and focus on it. I'm going to tell you the reason why I said about him being gay. I'm not going to argue with you, though, bro.
No, it's not an argument.
I'm not going to argue with you. I'm not going to argue. You're trying to argue, and I'm not going to do that with you. So what I said was respectfully, brother. What I said was is that when this motherfucker sit here talking about the white man this, the white man that, and he go home to take his faggoty ass home to a white male that he's sucking his dick, that is a direct contradiction. Don Lemon ain't did shit for the black community. All he do is talk shit and suck dick. His ass has also been accused of sexual assault and all kinds of devious sexual shit. And the core of that motherfucker community is anti-black woman, anti-black family, and motherfuckers got mental mass fucking health. Okay, you have to be one believing motherfucker to believe that you're a girl on Monday and a dude on Tuesday and a cat on Wednesday. Okay, so that whole community to me is mental fucking health. Are they human? Yes. Should they have should they be assaulted or denigrated and stepped on? No. Do I agree with that community? Fuck no. So I have my opinion and the way I want to speak about it. There's nothing that anybody can do about that shit. That's just how the fuck I feel. Don't get hung up on that. What I was trying to tell you is it's showing you the banana in the tailpipe. No diddy. Pause. This motherfucker is sitting up here telling niggas to be upset and outraged on some shit he himself partakes in the most egregious way. The most unnatural fucking way. So for him to sit here and talk to all this motherfucking liberal leftist moist ass female, effeminate, jellyback Negro shit, and then live a life total opposite to his beliefs, then that to me is the mental manipulation that a lot of brothers is falling for, and you shouldn't either.
Alright, bro. I mean, my whole point was, I was responding to one of your points because you made a lot of points, which is, this is cool. My whole point was, there's no reason to be like derogatory towards gay people by calling them faggots. But yeah, you got it, bro. You're good.
They are faggots, and if you understand what the word faggot is or the word punk, and you look it up, it's not even necessarily a derogatory word. The most appropriate word would be something like it's the same fucking thing. Like I said, which is true. It is anti-black culture, anti-black family. It's anti-black woman, anti-woman period, but specifically black, because the majority of the flamboyant faggots, you know what they do? I don't give a fuck what ethnicity they're from. They always emulate a ratchet ass black woman. So our women, our degenerate black women, are the epitome of what these motherfuckers think femininity is. That should be an insult to you as a black man.
I don't think it's an insult. Like I said, I got people that's close to me that identify with that type of lifestyle, and there's nothing wrong with it. I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. I don't know. You have a different outlook. I'm a heterosexual black male. I'm married to a woman, and I don't to each his own is what I say.
The lesbians out there bumping clams. And they
what's wrong with that?
So you okay with a man using the bathroom with women? You okay with men competing against women?
I do it every day.
No, we're not gonna do semantics. Are you okay?
I use the same bathroom as my wife.
No. No, nigga, get out. I can't even do that with you. I can't even do that with you, bro. I can't even do that with you. I ain't gonna even disrespect you, my guy.
Hey, Cypher, I'm convinced, man. I really think that people's brains have went left. Their brains are fucked up after COVID, man. I don't think the United States has ever been this retarded, ever.
Yeah, so
in my life, bro.
So your question about women competing with men. So like at a certain age, well, like go ahead. So what age would you cut it off? Like if let's say 12-year-olds.
Man, listen, I'm not listening, bro, on no level, because you know what I'm getting at, and I think you're just trying to play wordplay with me.
No.
I don't think that
sensitivity is so high that they can't process things. Ultimately, that was his message. It's like you are so emotionally involved in certain trigger words, and it's not that it's wrong. It just bothers you, which is fine. That's okay. You got a problem with ICE? Live in it. It's not gonna stop because it's what they're doing is right. You just view it to be wrong. Go somewhere else and do what the United States is claiming these people is doing, and see what your outcome would be. If all the other nations on this planet, if all the other countries on this planet have the same universal language when it comes to, just come on over here. There's no point of having a passport. The passports if you got a passport, throw it away. You don't need it. Just get on a plane, see if they let you on. Hey, go to a country, and say, I'm home, honey, I'm home. Go find a woman whose language you don't speak, or a man if that's what you're into. And then go love her and see what that do for you.
Do all that shit over there.
Yeah, do that shit over there.
Try that faggoty shit over there and see what happens.
Q, can I ask you who you voted for?
Oh, it doesn't matter. If I tell you who I voted for, your sensitive asses.
Just answer his question.
I voted for Trump twice.
I was just curious. I got nothing to say about that.
Yeah, Kamala said she wasn't giving black folks no fucking reparations. Kamala said she was washing greens in a bathtub, smoking weed in 1985, listening to Tupac. Kamala's motherfucking ass, definitely would have had us in World War III. And Jim Crow Joe told you if you had a hard time figuring out voting for him or Trump, then you ain't black. Jim Crow Joe also called you niggas monkeys. You niggas, y'all niggas, man, listen, man. Malcolm X is one of the most prolific leaders of our time, and one of the things he said was the white liberal is the most racist, sly, foxy motherfuckers out there, and Democrats, especially black male Democrats, are chumps. And we ain't got shit from them motherfuckers since that man died. We really ain't get shit out of them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask you?
No, you can ask me after I'm done.
Right.
Thank you, brother. So, at the end of the day, as black Americans, you shouldn't be beholden to either or. You know what I'm saying? Now, we are and have always historically been conservative. In fact, the Republican Party was forwarded by black Americans. And those were the motherfuckers that urged to fight for the fucking, goddamn Emancipation Proclamation. We were never really even free. But either or, at the end of the day, brother, it doesn't matter who the fuck you voted for. You're in a world that you can't change right now by yourself. How will you live and navigate in it without dying or degrading yourself as a man? That's the real question. Now, what were you about to ask me?
Why do you think? Why would you bring up Kamala Harris after I asked him who he voted for?
Because she would have been a worst case scenario for a vote. Since you asked him who he voted for, the opposition, the alternative, which would be her and Joe, would have been far worse. And was far worse, actually.
Hey, Cypher, let me tell you something.
Whoa. You don't believe in third parties?
Oh, shit. This dude crazy as a motherfucker.
Yeah. What was you about to say? Somebody said my name. What was you about to say?
Yeah, this Q again. So look,
What's up, Q?
I read 107 Days. For some of y'all who don't know what that is Kamala Harris's book. When she breaks down what her last 107 days in office was like. And I want to give y'all a snippet of something in the book. And if you don't believe me, go buy the book. I voted for Trump and I bought the book. Not to support a black woman, but I wanted to hear her side of it because my brain works on it when it comes to politics. Systemic racism was presented in full force when that woman was in office her last 107 days. See, Joe knew 2 years, his second year in, that rerunning may not be a thing for him, but he kept that going. When they told him, her husband's wife, Kamala and everybody else told Joe, let her get the wheel. You wouldn't have had to vote for Kamala had he stepped his dumb ass down 2.5 fucking years ago. Her needing to be president, when the whole thing for using her in the first place to be a VP was for that if something happened to Joe, she gets the wheel. That was his whole campaign. The first black VP president, or the United States, and blah 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 this, and everybody, we got the first black this, we got the first black that. But you didn't give her the wheel. You wouldn't have had to vote for him, bro. You wouldn't have had to if she'd have had the time she needed. But here's the crazy thing. You know, the Obamas didn't endorse her even after Joe stepped out of it. They didn't endorse her right away. She said that in the book. And then Joe Biden's wife approached her husband. These are two white people now, Joe Biden's wife and Kamala's husband, inside of a press conference room. And she was like, we just want to make sure you guys have our support. And her husband said, and I quote, what type of fucking support do you expect? Y'all hired my wife, gave her bullshit jobs, and then gonna antagonize her integrity on whether or not she supports this. Y'all are using her. That's what she said in the book. Her husband said that. So it's like, you want to see systemic racism? Joe was like, no, we don't want you. No, I'll shake my old ass until the end.
And they didn't even rock with her during the convention.
And they didn't even fuck with her, dog. They didn't fuck with her at all.
I agree with y'all that if Kamala was in presidency, it would have been worse. The Charlie Kirk shooting would have been a debacle, and she would have definitely folded and gave that motherfucker a holiday, but she wouldn't have gave us reparations, and that would have started so many problems. We already know.
What holiday? What?
Yeah, it comes
The
out.
Kirk shooter?
Let that shit come out. Yeah.
Yeah, you know that they was trying to get Charlie Kirk a holiday.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the shooter. Oh, Kirk himself. Oh, nigga, bro, I thought you, bro. I was like, what the fuck?
Nah, I mean, we already celebrated enough terrorists with like Christopher Columbus and shit. You know what I'm saying? They ain't making that mistake again. But not like just Trump being in positions of power and the white people having to look at themselves and have like not having anybody to blame. That saved the nation. You know, I believe wholeheartedly if she was a president, we would have broke out of civil war again. That's just my.
That was on plan. That was on stand. But here's the thing: what is Trump doing that's fucking up the country, bro? Because I mean, you know, GDP is up 4.4%. You know, price of eggs is way the fuck down. Price of gas is way the fuck down. It's $1 short than what it was last year. We have over $18 trillion in new investments pledged into the United States of America. We're ending wars and stopping wars. I mean, and we're preventing, you know, I mean, the border crossings are at a record low, since in the last 50 years. We're getting control over our hemisphere. I mean, we reached a trade negotiation with Greenland without even military force. We went and acted fucking Maduro and didn't kill him like Gaddafi.
Don't forget how many American lives have been saved, cut the drug flow too. Fentanyl.
Absolution.
Yep.
Absolution. That's 83,800 people that died every fucking year. And we're sending $200 billion plus to fucking Ukraine to piss off China and Russia. So I mean, and Ukraine is Nazis. so what bad things are Trump doing?
He's doing a way better job than he did the first time. I give him that.
So
what bad things are he doing? If you don't mind.
He killed like 1 million people.
I can't hear two people at the same time. Let something go first, and then Dominic is on you.
Well, he killed like 1 million people with that COVID scandal. You know that.
How did he do that?
Letting the person with COVID come over here. That started the outbreak.
Letting them?
Yeah.
I need you to check this out. Google on YouTube. You have this. What kind of phone are you on? Apple or Samsung?
I'm on the Apple.
Okay, you need to get out of the Apple. That's another thing. But here's the thing. Look up. Are you able to do two things at the same time on your Apple phone?
No, he's not. His brain is not there, bro.
Check it out.
That's how you want to talk to you. Just don't mean that you just touch the world like that.
All right, well, hold on. We ain't got to do all that. Let's just go. Do me a favor, and I just want you to cue it in. Go to YouTube and type in Event 201. This came out October 2019. Just cue it in and watch all 5 segments. It's about 3.5 hours long. And watch that shit. So if you do that, that'll give you a great insight. That was right before it broke out in China, a month before it broke out in China, and it didn't hit us until February of 2020. Okay, so he didn't let anybody go do it or anything. That was mainly Trump. America had a role in it, but Trump didn't. That was Brazil, China, and a couple other partners like Charles Schwab, Bill Melinda Gates Foundation. A lot of like 12. I mean, you're going to see who's at the table. These are real people that are the heads of these companies, including the Marriott Group and a couple others. But watch the whole thing first before you make that statement. But he didn't kill 1 million people because 1 million people didn't die worldwide. Only 600,000 people died worldwide.
Hey, Cypher, you know why that conversation not worth having with that dude, man? He spoke as if the United States is the only country that had COVID. And that's when my brain lost it. It's like, you know, I'm not even going to go there with him. Like,
I get it, bro. I get it 1,000,000%, bro. That's why I was like, we don't got to do all that, but this is the thing. I mean, earlier he made a statement about some shit that he didn't know. I mean, he was at least wise enough or honest enough to say that he didn't know. So I respect that, but it's just, this is what we were talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of brothers have, opinions about shit that they don't really know that much about, man. And it's because they're been misled by the media. Now, Dominic, what were you about to say?
Yeah, so almost everything you said was not true. I don't know who said it, but all those quote-unquote facts you just spit out are
like what? Name more.
Not true. The Bureau, he tried to replace the Bureau of Labor Statistics because they had a bad job report. He is against everything.
What did I say? Hold on, slow down, brother. I'm trying to follow you. No, you're gonna slow down. I'm trying to follow you. That's what I need you to do. Slow down. So what is it that I said specifically?
It wasn't you.
That I was wrong.
You or somebody else. It was somebody else, right?
What did I say? What did you hear said? So I can tell you if it was me.
I don't know if it was you. Your name's Cypher, right?
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if you said it or Q said it. I don't know which one of y'all said it, but
just say what was said that you heard said.
He spit out hella. Like everything's up, everything's good. Like
no, you didn't hear what I said. That was me talking. You didn't hear what I said. What did you hear me say? That was wrong.
Everything you said was fucking wrong.
What did I say specifically? If you heard it and you're trying to refute it, then tell me the specifics. At least one.
One of what you said is the price of groceries, or the price of the price of eggs. Okay, eggs. Specifically eggs, just eggs.
Yeah.
All right. So you think the price of eggs being down is a sign of what? Like economic growth?
What else did I say? Because you clearly wasn't listening.
So the price of groceries are not down. They're not down. The price of
did I say groceries or did I say eggs?
Okay, nigga, listen. I'm saying the price of eggs are probably down, but the price of groceries.
No, probably they are down. I just went and bought some when I came back to America. My nigga, they were $2.89 for 18.
The price of groceries.
The gas prices are in my PTR. It's $1 short.
Gas prices.
Dude, listen. I can't even argue with you. No, you don't know what the fuck you're talking. What do you do for your vacation? Let me just ask you this. Hold on. Slow down. Calm down.
I'm good, bro. Go ahead.
What do you do? No, you're not. You're passionate about shit you don't know about. What is your vocation? What do you do? What is your area of expertise? What do you do?
Why does that matter?
Because I know you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm just asking you. That's fine. I just asked you, what do you do?
It doesn't matter what I do. I can read.
Okay, what I know is because you're evading that question, you don't do anything that has to do with economics.
Yeah, I don't care.
And you don't keep up. You don't have any reason to keep up on it. And the only thing you do is recite opinions and shit you think you hear on the news. Sir, I want you to Google gas prices this time last year and gas prices right now.
Hold up. I'm on mute up. Hold up.
That's what most of y'all niggas need to do is mute up. Don't talk too much. And y'all don't know shit that y'all talking about.
I'm at work. I gotta do my job, and
yeah, and you shouldn't be on the fucking phone. You're wasting your boss's time. If I were there, I'd be firing.
I'm getting paid to do this.
Yeah, and I will be firing your motherfucking ass.
No, you wouldn't.
you shit that you don't know.
Wait, hold up. Let me do my
out here, bro.
Wait,
These niggas, man. Am I making this shit up? Is it me, my nigga? Is it? Am I musty or something?
Yeah, you are.
Something fucked up with me.
You are.
No, it's you know when you talk to people like that, man. You don't. You ever had a conversation with a woman you knew was wrong? Hey, it's something in your spirit just said, you know what, you're right, you got it. You just let it go. This is that moment with this dude. Like, let him have it.
This nigga's okay with men competing with women. He competes with women every day. He uses the same bathroom as his wife every day and thinks that that's a part of the conversation.
Yeah.
We're not having a real conversation with a grown ass man. We're literally having an emotional outburst with a nigga that don't know shit about what he's talking about. And can't even follow along in the conversation enough to even refute or dispute the shit that I'm saying. What the fuck is wrong with these weirdos? And then nigga at work talking on this motherfucking company time, man. What the fuck is wrong with these niggas, man?
I learned a lot tonight, man.
You don't like it because I get paid to do this dumb shit that we do.
Nigga, you're not getting paid. You are really wasting the company's time. I'm wondering what the fuck you do for a living, my nigga.
You should be congratulating me that I could do it.
No, not at all. No, not at all. Not at all. I'm an employer, sir. You're an employee. I'm not congratulating you wasting your company's fucking money. That's the reason why I replace you with AI. Like the people that I fuck with, nigga, like we ain't doing that shit. They're not gonna be doing this.
Look, I've been doing the same shit for 14 years.
What value add are you to your company?
I've been doing the same.
What value do you add to your company? What boxes or some shit? Still in boxes?
Same company.
Unpacking boxes?
Yeah, cool. Whatever you want to say it is. It doesn't matter.
All right. Well, I'm just waiting for you to Google. Did you Google up the gas prices, my guy?
Oh yeah, no. I haven't.
Why the fuck is you? Come on, man.
Because you keep
talking
about my
like nigga, my PTR is in this month. Listen, my PTR is from this month, nigga, in Ohio.
Hold
okay?
up. I can't hold up.
My PTR says what? What's the gas price?
Hold up. I mean, you can keep talking, but I can't look at it right now.
No, I need you to hold on. I need you to see some shit for yourself, my nigga.
Dominic, I need you to stop talking and do some typing. Since you at work and you get paid for the past 13 years, type, Google, use your smart device, your Android, your Apple, whatever you got over there. Your boss won't care. You've been talking on Clubhouse for the past X amount of hours. Yeah, log on, ask Facebook. What was gas price last year?
Ain't taking this long to figure it out.
I'm not even clicking on that.
Gas prices are down. I said that he's cutting the interest rate, which he's already cut it twice. He's trying to get it down to 1%. I said that he's also reducing the credit card interest rate for a year schedule for 10% at the cap. So your interest rates won't be no 20, 30% interest rates on your credit cards anymore. How much of a relief is that? He also said, hey, he's getting on the top fucking institutions that are buying all these desolate houses and building communities and raising up the rent prices outrageously for people that can't afford to live there. That's why we have an affordable housing crisis. Like, what name one thing I said that was wrong?
Hey, what did Trump say about affordability? What did he say about it? Hello?
You tell me.
Oh, okay. You didn't hear what he said about it?
Nigga, you don't do. Listen, bro. Listen.
Wait, no.
Just tell me.
Honestly.
No. We're not gonna do that. You're not smart enough, bro. You're not intelligent enough to do that with me.
He said affordability is a democratic hoax.
In what context?
He verbatim, he said that. In
what context? Do you know what context means?
What more context?
Do you know what context means?
What are you talking about?
This is weird, bro.
He literally said affordability is a democratic hoax. It's a hoax.
This guy right here, man. y'all said he was racist for that, right?
My God, bro.
No. This is what I mean by context. You said, he said there's fine people on both sides during the Charlottesville shit, right? Yeah, and everybody called him a racist, right? Including Obama, bitch ass, right?
I like how
Including Obama's faggoty ass, right?
What about it?
Yeah, no. I'm giving you a comparison. I'm giving you a contrast so that you can understand what the definition of fucking context means.
Did he not?
Do you remember what I'm asking you? Yes or no? Do you remember? Do you remember the conversation we had? Okay, thank you. Okay, so remember everybody called him racist for that, right?
That's not
What they did not know is that out of the 2 minutes, there was 4 minutes and 30 seconds that he was talking. 2 minutes of it, he was saying that it was 5 people on both sides. The next 2.5 minutes, he literally ran down white supremacist groups and said he don't fuck with them. In fact, you probably didn't know that March 2019, the Joint House resolution led by Trump said that white supremacist and white nationalist organizations were deemed as domestic homeland terrorism.
Hey, Dominic, can I expose you to your thought process?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Let me try this little experiment with you. I just want to see where your brain go real quick, all right?
Yep.
All right. I'm a man, and I was trapped in a woman's body for quite some time. What's funny?
Are you? I didn't say nothing.
That was me. My bad, bro. I just snickered. My bad. Go ahead.
So you about to bring up transgenderism, right?
No, just let him go. Let him cook.
Go ahead.
Well, now, I'm asking you, like, how do you feel about that? What did I just say? How
Is that transgenderism?
Well, no, it's not.
Okay.
Thank you for asking. You see, I was trapped in there for about 9 months, and then I came out, and now I'm straight.
Wait, hold on. What? Say it again.
See, your brain just glitched. I just wanted to see.
No, you gotta repeat what you said, because
I am. I'm gonna say it slow. I'm a man, and I was trapped in a woman's body. You said you about to bring up transgenderism. And I said, well, no, I was in there for 9 months, and then I came out. So you see how your brain
came out straight.
What the hell? Hold on.
See, this nigga's remedial, bro. You can't have a conversation with this nigga.
So this tells
you he don't get it still.
He still don't get it. That's why people.
He still don't get it.
You can't talk to him about politics because it's only gonna go. Oh, but this is
one way.
What you saying?
That's not a political point. That's a social. That's not.
That's not even about political. It's literally a mental fuck. You expose how your brain works, my guy.
No, yeah, my brain works. I'm a liberal, bro. I'm left, bro. I'm all.
A lot of you niggas are effeminate. I have yet to see a masculine leftist male. I have yet to see that. And it's sad.
Can you define what a masculine leftist would look like? Can you define that?
A man.
Okay, I'm a man. Okay.
You're not. You're a male.
Okay.
No, he's like
you are born a male. You are born a male, and you become a man.
You say I'm not a man. Okay. So then I say I'm a man. Then we just going. I'm a man. I'm not a man.
And we disagree. We disagree about your masculinity. That's all I'm saying. You're not a masculine man.
How about that? It's like
okay, that's your opinion.
Exactly. That's your opinion. Nigga, that doesn't. You're not saying nothing.
Cypher, he's a boy at best.
I'm probably older than both of you. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm probably older.
You older than us now? Okay. How old are you, young man?
Call me young man. Young man.
How old are you?
Take a guess. If you guess how old I am, I promise you I will cash.
Why would I fucking want to guess? That's why I say you're not a man, bro.
$20 if you guess how old.
Nigga, I don't have Cash App. I only do bank wires.
Oh shit. All right.
What is wrong with you?
So you old as fuck, ain't you? I would guess you 45.
I'll be 45 in May.
Got you.
You ain't got shit. You ain't got you.
Guess how I am.
No.
Alright, what's his name? Q?
We're not doing that.
Y'all niggas so serious, bro. God damn, calm the fuck down.
See that shit? How long you been married, my guy? Cause you in your mid, early 30s, I mean, for sure.
I've been married 7 years.
You been married to a woman or a man?
Woman.
What is a woman?
You mean gender or like biology?
See that shit right there.
I told you I'm a lefty, bro. We don't get into those fucking. What is a woman? What the fuck? That's just.
So you okay with your son coming home being a fag? If you have children, bro?
Yes, I do. I have a son. Yeah.
Okay, would you be okay with your son being a faggot?
Sure. My cousin, and my brother-in-law are both homosexual. Yeah.
So can two men make a baby biologically?
No.
So what would happen to your blood, bro?
I don't care.
You're not a man.
That's fine. That's your opinion. You think your opinion trumps mine?
It does in a lot of different ways.
How?
What do you opinions based on facts? It does, yeah. Absolutely.
Based on what fact? What fact? Name one fact.
This whole conversation's been facts.
Name one fact. You can't name one fact. Look at you. You can't.
Gas prices $1 cheaper. Egg prices went down.
Prisoners are being released. We have improved.
Right.
Drug flow stop.
GDP is up 4.4%.
Right.
Girls in jail right now.
That's a fact. Yeah, that nigga.
We made $300 million off of it. Like, nigga, you're talking about not facts and you don't even fucking keep up with this shit. You don't have a reason to do anything that's related to this.
Not facts. Not facts.
Prove it. Did you even look it up? Did you look it up yet?
Come on. I gotta prove it. I gotta prove you wrong.
Yeah, my nigga. Like, I can prove it. It's in my PTR.
Do it.
It's in my PTR. It's in my PTR.
Hold up.
You've been looking at my PTR, trying to look at my PTR for the last hour.
No, I haven't. I told you I'm at work. I'm doing something. I can't do. Like,
man, why the fuck is you on this motherfucking app? Arguing with niggas.
Give me a minute and I'll do it. I promise.
I ain't gonna give you no minute, nigga. You've been talking for 30 minutes, nigga. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Alright, then I'm gonna mute up.
Ain't no facts, bro. Like, you a weirdo, bro.
Who the fuck else is talking? Who else wants to talk?
You know what this is a result of? This is a result of
booty clap each other.
Hold on, Dominic. Calm down.
He's gay. There you go.
Calm down. Okay, relax. I'm talking to Cypher. Real quick.
Alright, go ahead.
Relax. 2 minutes talking.
That was good.
You know I'm gonna talk my shit, Dominic.
Yes, sir.
Good. It's all fun, man. It's all love, man. Look, at the end of the day, bro, we're all Americans. That's all I give a fuck about. If you ain't out here robbing, killing, stealing, infringing on other Americans' rights, I have a beef with you. You have a right to think and believe any way that you want, right? But we're all on the same fucking team at the end of the day, man. And it's for a better, stronger America. That's what we should all be rooting for. But I was going to say, Cypher, you know what this is a result of? This is a result of the 19th Amendment. You're starting to see now the effects of having an ultra-feminine society where we've allowed women to have a very, very loud voice without having to prove themselves or without having to build any her 60s, man. And she was very reasonable. And she was explaining to me why she left the Democrat Party or why she doesn't support the Democrat Party anymore. And I'm realizing that older generation of women, I think the women in their 50s and 60s, that's the last good generation that we have, especially when it comes to liberals, classic liberals. She was explaining to me that this new generation of liberals has gone way too fucking far and that she can't support it. So what I think has happened is that old generation, they were able to win some and lose some. They understood that, hey, we're going to go to the polls. If we win, we win. Victory. If we lose, okay, we'll just go back to the drawing board and we'll get them next election. But we understand that we're going to win some and we're going to lose some. This generation, it's I just want to win 100%, and if I don't get my way, I'm going to throw the biggest fucking temper tantrum. I don't care what it destroys. And I think that's what we're seeing, Cypher.
Absolutely, bro. And also by having fatherless homes and all that shit, man, we produce a feminine generation of males who think that themselves as men, but they don't function and they don't have a leadership. It's the reason why a lot of the sisters are talking about a lack of male leadership and feeling unprotected, because you have a lot of moist and feminine males who are effeminate, literally, in their talk, their voice, their walk. Half these niggas don't even do push-ups and shit. They got a whole bunch of skinny ass tattoos, and you know what I'm saying, and just the degeneracy, and a lot of them, really what we're seeing too is toxic femininity, like all the emotional outbursts and shit, and talking about things with no motherfucking evidence, no standing points, or you know what I mean, and little sassy sissy shit. It's really the reason why a lot of sisters are talking about these niggas are gay, but they're producing it. They're also backing it so much to the point that they're emulating them. You know what I'm saying? It's really a degenerate culture. And like you said, I believe in the natural selection piece because it will. I mean, like, you know, racist white folks are killing each other. You know, niggas, sassy, sissy niggas are breeding each other out of existence because they can't make kids. You know what I'm saying? They want to compete with women and shit too. You know, they want to fight women. You know what I'm saying? They want to, you know what I mean? Like, not to say that you defense is that, but I'm saying, like, when it comes down to it, they want to compete with them in track, wrestling, and basketball, and all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? This is an unnatural society.
just grasp at anything to try to stuff and fill that void, but they're filling it with the wrong shit.
Yeah. You know? That's real. I mean, literally the wrong shit.
Well, you know what's crazy? To go back to your point, Sig, like the older ladies that you met that were Democrats, the Democrats from like the 80s and the 90s would be conservatives today. They would all be conservatives today. Like, and like you mentioned, the real gays, like you said, that's just really funny actually. The real gays amongst what's happening now. I have some in my life too. Where like I know a gay couple I used to work with, and I also know a gay guy who he's not with anybody right now, but they're conservative, and they're like, this shit is nuts. Like, go look at a gay pride parade from like the early 90s. Go look at a gay march from like mid 90s and stuff. There's people there wearing normal clothes, walking down the streets for their rights. That's it. Now go look at a gay pride parade. You got like people in fucking bondage gear on sex swings. Like, what are we talking about? This is
Mike, have you seen the motherfuckers riding bikes naked?
Yeah, they're fucking
like that's
nuts.
The thing that in different across the country, these motherfuckers like literally be taking over whole areas riding their bikes ass naked. For what? What is the fucking point, and why should children be exposed to that?
Right. Why should you? And not only that, like, by the way, fucking like like the new age gay people, y'all don't have a fucking monopoly on fucking kink, bro. Us straight people do some wild shit too. We just don't fucking flaunt it out in front of fucking everyone. It's fucking weird. And it's like,
that's true.
Like you said, Sig, they moved so far left that now the middle seems right. Like, that's what Elon Musk was saying. Like, he put that timeline thing out. Like, he's like, I've always been here in the middle. You guys went so far left that it makes it look like I'm right, but I'm still just where I've always been. Y'all just went so fucking far left. They're past the point of no return now. They're like, what are they supposed to do? Like, if you think about it, the Democratic politicians, they can't abandon their base now, and they can't go back on what they did because now we all know they're phony. Like, they're fucked. They're fucked.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, it's a cultural sin. It's a
So
cultural
y'all
sin.
voted for felon.
Probably three times.
You got a bunch of felons on your spot.
What are y'all talking about? Like, what is happening right now?
Dominic, that's so fucked up, dude. Like, and look, this is how we pick apart your stuff, bro. And I like to walk people through their logic. I tried this earlier, but this doesn't work with you.
He wants to be a target.
What crime did he commit?
What crime did the felons commit?
Yeah, that's what I asked you. What crime did he commit?
Yeah, adjudicated. Yeah. Did you want to look up the file?
I know the file. The 34 felonies. The 34 felonies. What?
Yeah. Is he a felon or not? Are you saying he's not a felon?
It should be a very simple question.
Is he a felon or not? You gotta answer that.
Yes, I answered your
question. Oh, he is a felon. Okay, so what are we talking about?
Dominic, he was convicted of 34 felonies. What crime did he commit?
Why does that matter? He's a fucking felon, bro. What the fuck?
So you don't care if people are just convicted of crime.
This motherfucker right here is comical.
You want me to name the felony?
Well, if there's 34 counts, I feel like
God damn, well, you guys are just doing like.
Wait, Dominic, that doesn't bother you? That doesn't bother you that you're
It bothers me that you think that you have a point when you say, oh, you can't name the felony he committed. That bothers me.
Well, hold on, Dominic. So here's
you already admit that he's a felon.
Hold on. Here's what I posed to you.
Oh, it matters what felony he committed.
Here, I'll ask you. I'll let you know why he asked the question, Dominic.
Yeah.
Because it's gonna let us know whether you read past that headline or not. That's what.
There's no headline. This is going on. I'm not reading nothing.
Hold on, Dominic, relax, bro, relax.
I'm relaxed. I'm not reading nothing.
Dominic. So again, that's how we differentiate from headline readers to people who actually dig deep and do their research. Because the headlines say he's a felon. Anybody can walk around and say that, but we want to know: did you actually do a deep dive and dig and research?
Now he already admitted the book.
So the best way that Mike can assess that is by asking, okay, then name at least one of those 34 felonies. What crime was he charged with? Can you please name that, sir?
Okay, cool. So you want me to look at it?
No. Either answer the question or you don't. That's it.
Man, can I talk? Goddamn.
Can you name the crime?
Nigga, I'm not looking at the crime. I'm not looking it up. I'm not
Dominic.
No, he already admitted that he's a felon. Why would I have to support that? We already agree on that.
Dominic,
why would I have to support that?
Okay, Dominic, here's what I want to say to you.
And y'all talking about Democrats like they did something worse. Who can you name anybody on the Democratic side that's a felon?
So Dominic, here's what I want to say to you.
Hello?
Hi. So here's what I want to say to you.
Can you name anybody on the Democratic side who's a felon?
Sir, you have to answer our question first.
Hold on, I said that. I answered your question. Dominic, I'm coming in good faith, man. Hold on, I'm coming in good faith. So the answer to you asked me, you posed me a question. No, I can't. So here we go. So now here's what I want to say to you. You mentioned about 10 seconds ago, you were like, I find it crazy that you guys voted for someone that's a felon. You're like, I can't believe that happened. And here's what I'm going to ask you. I find it crazy that you're just going to go around being like, hey, he's a felon, but you don't even care to know what he was convicted of. And here's another thing. People talk about how egregious the judicial system is and how the judicial system will just railroad people and the judicial system's unfair. But for some reason, you guys turned a blind eye when a president got fucking railroaded. So again, dude, and if you want to go around saying he's a 34 time, think about that, 34 felonies, 34. He would be the most. His sentence was like 300 years. He would have been the worst criminal in U.S. history. Think about that. And I just want to ask you, can you name one of the 34 felonies, one crime he committed?
Well, he's had time to chat GPT by now.
Well, good. Let's talk about it. One crime. That's even better, dude.
Y'all laughing. Looking
it up is actually
crazy.
This is why you don't know about
Is he not a sexual assaulter? Is he not a sexual assaulter?
No.
Oh shit.
When was he convicted of sexual assault?
Oh shit.
No, we can break this one down too, Dominic.
Y'all don't even fucking read.
Yeah. Oh, yo, trust me, we did.
Fuck out of here. What?
Dominic, I'm in good faith, buddy. When was he
Good
convicted?
faith, yeah. He's a sexual assaulter.
Dominic, when was he convicted of sexual assault?
Y'all are ass biters, bro. This is what y'all are.
So
Y'all
Dominic,
don't even care about what he did.
No.
All y'all doing is like lambasting what Democrats do.
Dominic,
And I can agree with y'all. I can agree with y'all on what Democrats do. Because I'm not a Democrat. I don't vote Democrat. I've never voted Democrat in my life. I'm saying that y'all have to look at yourselves too. Like what?
Dominic, I do read, Dominic, and here's what I'm going to tell you. So you're referring, hold on. Again, I asked you, when has he ever been? Now, you're referring to the E. Jean Carroll case where he was found liable, right, in a civil case. But I want you to hear this out, Dominic. Listen to me very closely here. Listen to me very closely. E. Jean Carroll couldn't even tell the name of the department store that it supposedly happened at. And do you know what she sued him for? Now, I want you to listen to this very closely. She accused him of sexual assault. He said that she was a liar, and he denied it. And so she sued him for defamation. I want you to think about that. So if some woman accuses you of rape, Dominic, and you say, no, that bitch is a liar, I didn't rape her, and now she sues you saying that you ruined her reputation because you denied her claims. That's what happened. Think about that for a second, bro. So now she couldn't even tell you the name of the department store. She couldn't tell you the year it happened. And she couldn't tell you anything else. They couldn't get it criminally convicted. So she sued him in a civil case, claiming defamation because it ruined her reputation by him denying the accusations. Think about that. That's the judicial system you're arguing for. And again, name me the crime he committed in his 34 felonies. Just tell me the crime, buddy. And by the way, you looking that up is actually going to be worse for your case. It's actually good that you don't know, because if you were to present it, it'd make you look even worse. That's the problem, dude, and you're on the side of that. It's fucking nuts.
Well, there's another point of hypocrisy, Mike. That was a really, really good point you made. Is that these people are crying over ICE killed people, ICE killed people, ICE killed. Yet all these people that are arrested have killed so many fucking people. You understand, the people that are being taken off the streets, you're saving more lives that way than even the handful of people that may have been killed by ICE. Whether you think ICE is guilty or not, still, if you go pound for pound, life for life, ICE doing their job is still saving more lives. So
the story with the guy who was walked out in his underwear? freezing cold in his fucking
Hey,
underwear.
guys, I pulled it up.
Go ahead.
Fucking. Alright, y'all ready for this?
Oh, hit me.
Count 1, guilty. February 14th, 2017. Invoice from Michael Cohen, marked as a record of Donald J. Trump, revocable trust. Do you want me to post this in the chat, or what?
No, I'm just going to say, like, what?
I'm not going to read all these
No,
counts.
you don't got to read all the counts. Well, they're all, by the way,
They're all here.
Hold on, Dominic. They all stem from.
Found guilty. Found guilty.
Of what? Of what? Of what?
So you want to read all of them?
Dominic, they all stem from one charge. What was he found guilty of? Like, if someone's found guilty, you're like, damn, you have a felony count of you did
34 felony counts.
Of what? What crime did
you want me to read all of them?
What crime?
This nigga is loud.
Do you want me to read all of them? Like, I'm not gonna read all of them. It's a lot to read.
Why are you yelling at work? You should be whispering, boy.
Don't worry about what I'm doing at my job, nigga. You wrong. You are wrong.
Get your ass back to work, boy.
And they're all listed right here.
Yeah, I know they are, Dominic. They all stem from one accusation. Do you know the accusation? Do you have any idea what this is about at all? Stormy Daniels, you have no idea what this is about.
Is Stormy Daniels the only one in this 34 felony count?
It all stems from Stormy Daniels. Every single one. Every single 34 felony is about Stormy. Do you have any idea about this case at all?
Mike, he doesn't read. Literally every single point that he's been challenged on. He has never held up a fucking point or proven anything. I'm still waiting on this motherfucker to come up with the gas price from last year versus this year. Still haven't looked at the PTR. Like, this is just a sissy nigga on the track. Just arguing early in the motherfucking morning because he ain't got stuff to do at work.
They took a misdemeanor charge up. By the way, it's only a misdemeanor because of what Cohen did, by the way. But they took a misdemeanor charge, upgraded it to a felony in the state of New York, in a state where they take felonies and downgrade them to misdemeanors to let criminals go. But they took a misdemeanor, upgraded it to a felony because they said it was a federal election. They claimed him for a federal election, which, by the way, New York is a state, so I don't know why they're fucking bothering with that. But they're saying he misused funds. All he did was pay the lady off. There's a what are they called? Do not DNA, what is it called? The disclosures. Where you can't talk.
Non-disclosure.
Yeah. NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. That shit happens all the fucking time, bro. All the fucking time. Cohen said that, so he paid Cohen, which this is where the problem was. Trump gave Cohen the money, and Cohen was supposed to give the money to Stormy Daniels. Cohen instead went and put it on the books and said he took it out of campaign funds. So he paid Stormy Daniels with campaign funds. Right? So it all stems from Cohen and Stormy Daniels. And they took 34 different payments. So each payment they counted as a felony. Which, by the way, the actual charge would only be a misdemeanor. But the reason they got it as a felony is because they claimed it was they used campaign funds, which now made all of a sudden upgraded to a felony, which is all bullshit. And by the way, Dominic, it's going to get thrown out in appeals court. Not only is it going to get thrown out, the judge is going to get disbarred. So the shit's going to get thrown out. Just like the Letitia James nonsense, it's going to get thrown out. That Letitia James shit was bullshit. No one talks about that. That fucking asshole, Letitia James, not only did she go after him, she said Mar-a-Lago was only worth $20 million. Go ahead and look up Mar-a-Lago on Google and pit images. She said it was only worth $20 million. Then she sued him in the circuit in New York. Think about this. The circuit she decided to go after him in New York, she knew she was going to get him guilty because of the judge. And if you want to appeal it, you have to pay the entire fine up front to appeal it. So she fines him $400-something million, knowing that he's going to have to liquidate some assets in order to pay the fine, right? That's the only way he's going to have to do the appeal. And she didn't give a fuck. She knows she's going to lose the appeal. Trump's going to win the appeal, but she didn't care. He would have to sell some of his assets. Now, luckily, they knocked the fine down to only $100 million, so he was able to pay it.
Hey,
that's what that fucking.
Real quick, Mike, let me slide in there and say this. We raised the $450 million by selling the goddamn shoes.
Well, yeah, that too.
We sold a million shoes for $450.
You know what's funny? People bang on him for that. People are like, "Oh, he's selling stuff. You have to buy stuff." Name another fucking candidate.
They call them racist for it.
I can donate to their campaign and actually get something. Name one candidate.
Fucking shoot, yeah.
Name one candidate where I can donate and actually get a card, a coin, a fucking pair of shoes, a poster, a hat.
He said he raised $450 million plus by selling over 1 million of his own fucking. He's the only president in the United States. He's the only fucking president in United States history that actually had his own goddamn shoes, and they're worth something.
He's a fucking gangster. I don't know why people can't come on that, bro. He's a fucking gangster. That motherfucker in Mexico, Trump was saying he's going to make him build the wall. Yeah, you're paying for the wall. Which obviously Trump wasn't going to make him pay for the wall. It was just Trump being Trump. The reporter goes and asks the Mexican president, hey, Trump says you're going to pay for the wall. And the president's like, I'm not paying for the wall. So the reporter goes back to Trump, and the reporter's like, hey, Trump, the Mexican president says he's not going to pay for the wall. And Trump goes, well, you tell him that wall got 10 feet taller. That's exactly what I want my president to do. He's on the fucking, about to get on his helicopter. He's like, yeah, these two leaders over here, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. He said that shit. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. That's exactly what I want my president to do. He tells fucking other motherfuckers, shows them pictures of their compound. Yeah, if you fucking harm an American, bro, I'm gonna bomb the fuck out of you. Do you remember when Biden was president and Pelosi was flying and the Chinese said they were gonna shoot down the plane? And Trump goes, look, I don't like Pelosi, but if China ever said they're gonna shoot down one of our fucking congressmen's planes, you should fucking have said something. There's no way you're shooting down one of our fucking politicians' planes, you motherfuckers. But he wasn't president. Biden just let that shit go. He's a fucking gangster. Get on board, bro. Get on board. Just time.
Half a percent.
Yeah, when they indicted Trump on those charges, that was just a tactic to try to get him as a felon so he couldn't run again, man. This is all look, Dominic, you gotta ask yourself, have you seen the Donald Trump when he went on The View before he ran for president?
Who was in charge of the government?
Dominic, have you ever seen President Trump's appearance on The View?
We have Republican ran.
Dominic.
Congress.
Yo, where's the Dominic?
I'm ignoring you. I hear you, but I'm ignoring you. Because I don't give a fuck about what they talk about other views.
Okay, well then you get.
I don't care. Those bitches are fucking old. Whoopi Goldberg.
Okay, so again, the reason why I asked you that question is because shit, I didn't go into the Matrix. No, the reason why I asked you that is because everybody loved Donald Trump. And if you look at that episode where he went on The View, Donald Trump was talking the same exact shit he's talking now. Everybody stood up in the audience and applauded him. All those ladies in The View applauded him. And he was talking the same, nothing in his rhetoric or his policies has changed. He was saying the same shit. And he even had his hands on their legs. They were touching them.
They asked him when he was going to run. They're like, when are you going to run for president?
Right, exactly, right. Yeah. So you got to ask yourself, why is it that 1 second everybody fucking loves Donald Trump? They're standing up, they're applauding him, and you say the same thing about immigration, everything, and they're applauding this man after everything that he says, which he hasn't changed up anything. Why is it all of a sudden that the switch is flipped and they all hate him now? You got to ask yourself. That's weird, Dominic. People don't just love someone.
You got to ask yourself.
And then hate him just because they announced they're running for president.
Why are you using The View as your measuring stick? You think that's the majority of American people, or even the overwhelming?
No, the majority of American people love Trump.
Yeah, so look at actual polls. Look at actual polls. We don't have to look at The View.
So the reason why I'm using that is because you have to ask yourself, why is it 1 second everybody loved him and was on board with him? The next second,
repeating yourself is not gonna make it one more pertinent, bro.
Will you keep cutting me off?
I did. I'll let you finish. What are you talking about?
Because you asked me a question and I'm answering your question.
No, you're just repeating yourself.
You asked me what the point of me bringing up The View was, and you keep cutting me off. I can tell you weren't raised by a father. Was your father involved in your life? Because you conduct yourself like a fucking woman, like an emotional, angry lesbian.
Ugly, sassy.
It's the point of the question, Dominic. Why do you think the whole entire narrative changed on Trump the second he became a Republican and president? Why? Why would they do that? Why? And think about this, Dominic. We all talk about how we hate lifelong politicians. We We hate the Pelosi's. We hate the Jerry Nadlers. We hate the Chuck Schumers. We hate the Mitch McConnells. It's not just Democrats. We hate the Mitt Romneys, the Lindsey Grahams, the Cheneys. We hate all the lifelong politicians. All of us. We all hate them. And those lifelong politicians, they all hate Trump. So now you're actively siding with it's like you want Trump gone and you want the status quo back.
I don't.
Shaking shit up.
No, I don't. What are you talking about?
They tried to
you can't. Wait, hold on. You can't defend your position. All you doing is attacking me. You don't even know my position.
Well, I'll defend Trump all day.
What do you think my position is?
Your position.
I'll take the status quo any day.
You actually don't have a political position.
You love gays.
Anti-Trump. Yeah, I'm gay. That's okay.
I just thought you beat Yard, bro. Yeah, you do look a little zesty, bro.
That's fine. You can't still ban my position. You can't still ban.
I don't think you have a political position.
Exactly, because you niggas don't listen. All you do is fucking,
okay.
Y'all just booty clap for fucking Donald Trump.
Alright, politically.
Listen.
Alright, politically. Policy-wise, what policies are you thinking is harmful? Like, what policies that Trump is trying to put in place would you like him to stop?
His immigration status. Immigration. The fact that he's emboldening the fucking ICE officers, we were talking about this earlier, to do whatever the fuck they want to do, basically. I hate that shit. And also, I didn't vote for this nigga, by the way. He fucking sucks. All his policies that he quote-unquote stands for, which he doesn't. He doesn't have a policy. He's a fucking...
You should leave to another country.
So again, the immigration...
Wait.
Go to Somalia. Go to Somalia.
I should
Like you
move out of the country because I'm an American.
You should move to Somalia.
You know, Donald Trump said that... Wait. You know, Donald Trump said the Constitution should be revoked.
When did he say that?
You should move to Somalia.
He said that.
Move to Uganda with that
You
case.
don't need to go to other countries, nigga.
I do live out the country. Sig. Hey, yo, Sig and Mike, where the fuck do I live at part-time?
To let him guess? Colombia.
Yeah.
Where
I do. I'm already doing that, buddy.
Where Cypher's most of business
Your president thinks the Constitution should be revoked.
No, you know what he said?
You should move to Somalia, nigga. Like, why stay in America?
I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine, Dominic. Trump actually said the Constitution should be abided by the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Dominic, can you post a link to that, please?
Yeah, you're just saying that.
And then y'all not gonna do it.
Said 100% wrong shit this whole damn time.
Y'all gonna turn back and be like, yeah, he did that. Okay, but what about this? But what about this? But what about that? And then y'all gonna keep getting home and saying it's just barely here.
But not Dominica, you have been 100% wrong about everything you said. Dominica, you literally have been wrong about everything you said, and you haven't proven facts about anything.
My name is
Dominica.
My name is
Dominica. And now you're trying to put some bass in your voice. Dominica.
I'm about to get the link for you.
Your name is Dominica.
Yeah, everyone. It's actually abided by the Constitution by every single time it's happened. When all these dumbass judges that put these injunctions on his executive orders, and by the way, the injunctions, the judges say likely unconstitutional. That's literally what they say. His actions are likely unconstitutional. They don't even know. And it goes to the Supreme Court. And by the way, what does Trump do? He puts a halt on the executive order because the judge made the injunction. That's what he's required to do. It goes to the Supreme Court, and he's like 95%. Supreme Court has ruled in his favor. The only time they did it was that Abrego Garcia thing. But remember, the Garcia one, it was 9-0. They said you have to facilitate the return of him, which, by the way, Trump did. He brought him back, by the way. So, name one time Trump has gone against the Constitution. Name once. This is stuff, man. Dominic, we're trying to help you, dude. Stop listening to shit. They're lying. They're straight up lying to you.
Yeah, bro. They're relying on useful idiots. It's all a corruption cover-up. And the point I was making with the View, Dominic, is the fact that these politicians have been buried neck deep in corruption, and you're talking billions
Dominica, let him finish, Dominica.
But the more you keep cutting people off, the longer that it takes. So what I'm saying is they're going to rely on useful idiots like you, Dominic, to go out there and fight the battle for them, to cover up their corruption, and you're going to end up dead. People like you are going to end up dead that buy into this shit, and then you're going to be forgotten about 5 seconds later. Because I guarantee you by next week, we're not even going to be talking about this fucking idiot that got shot yesterday. Just like Renee Good, her name's died off, and it's only been a fucking week. So keep it up, man. Do what you want to do.
I disagree. I think we're definitely going to be talking about this guy who just got shot. Because the Republicans are starting to come forward and question what the hell really happened because it's clear.
So I said when I get the link and I'm posting it, y'all not going to even address it. They're just going to move on.
Post it first before you make your social. Can you even just post it first and then you can rag on us? Jesus Christ, you haven't even posted the link yet. Man, these dusty niggas gotta go. Fucking, hey, these fatherless niggas, man.
Yeah, that nigga definitely
should just say who fathers these.
I said it's white liberal women and a bunch of soft ass, effeminate, fatherless men. That's
man, I'm sorry, I fucking father. You probably don't even know who your fucking father is.
That's who we're.
You don't even know who your fucking father is, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah, there's that. There's another one.
Do us a favor, go run a blind, please. Please go run a blind. I'm gonna start encouraging y'all. ICE ain't no real cops. You guys, please go take care of them.
Hey, do yourself a favor and go fucking run a mile or some shit, damn.
That was gay.
What'd you say?
No, it's even worse. They won't go run up on ice. They'll
go run, go work out.
What'd you say? I could hear what you said. What'd you say, Alexander?
They go for a run, bro.
Oh yeah. Once I get over the floor, bro. Yeah, it's about 4 inches of snow outside. They don't run that shit.
Yeah. So
according to all y'all parameters of what makes a man, I'm more of a man than all you niggas in my top.
I knew you were gonna say it.
I promise you that. I promise.
Hey man, there's no such thing as being bisexual, Dominica. You have to be gay to be bisexual.
I don't even know what the fuck you talking about because I'm not bisexual.
You're the gay now, bro.
On Monday he's bisexual, on Tuesday he's gay, on Wednesday he's straight. Yeah.
And on Wednesday I fucked your mom.
Like, I mean, how was that supposed to be?
Seriously, Dominic, bro? So you're referencing that?
That was offensive. God damn.
No.
I was just asking you. I mean, I thought that you had better kickback than that. Like, that was weak as shit. It's about as weak as your mic is.
Okay.
So you think Donald Trump is doing well with the economy?
This nigga's married to a tranny.
I was looking at Alexander's PTR. He's a zesty ass nigga taking bathroom fucking selfies too, bro. What the fuck is up with these niggas, man?
I told
Christ, man.
you.
He got a bathroom selfie, bro. Get the fuck, y'all was that. Yeah,
you have a car sick. What did I say earlier?
You have a car
sick. What did I say? I said I've yet to see a masculine leftist male. I have yet to run into a masculine left male.
Wait, who's doing bathroom selfies? Like, what are you talking about?
You definitely got those, nigga. You probably do duck lip pictures, nigga.
Right, look at your homegirl next to you, Dominic. Look at your homegirl next to you. He's posing for the bathroom.
He got the squinted eyes and shit like, yeah, let me look sexy. That would look like JT and Viper beats.
So Dominic, before you start crying, before you start
you don't have a fucking picture. How you gonna talk, bro?
All right, then we won't start. We're not addressing what you said, Dominic. The link you posted.
Yeah.
I looked through the whole thing. I don't see the quote. I don't see the quote there where he said he was for the Constitution. But the article is referring to when he sent troops to LA. And I guess you're saying it's unconstitutional for him to send military force against civilians. But again, like all the bullshit propaganda that you read, he didn't send the military to police the civilians. He sent them to federal buildings. The military didn't go anywhere else but to protect the federal buildings that were in LA. And the only guy that got arrested by the Marines was the dickhead who was trying to walk onto the property. They were like, yo, get back. You can't come on here right now. And the kid walked again. They're like, yo, please leave. And he stepped another step forward. see, they're arresting guys, they're arresting people. The military's arresting civilians. You know why they didn't get any traction? Because they were sent there to protect the federal buildings. There was nothing unconstitutional about it. Zero. So you're 0 for 1.
He hasn't been right the whole damn time since he's been on the fucking stage.
0 for 6.
Yeah. I don't see a quote from Donald Trump in this article, man. Yeah, where's the quote that
he hasn't.
Hold up. Y'all niggas
This zesty ass nigga has not been right about a fuck thing yet.
I think he feels like Donald Trump said that. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, his feelings. They're misleading.
You felt like you said it, Dominic? Is that what it is?
Nah. So, do y'all remember what my claim was?
Whose cricket phone was that? I don't think we really
Yeah,
give
he
that
wants
much
to
of a fuck.
dismantle the Constitution.
What was my claim?
He wants to dismantle the Constitution.
You said Donald Trump said he wants to dismantle the Constitution, do away with the Constitution. But you said he said it. I'm looking for the quote in this article, and I don't see a quote where he said it. If you could just show us a quote where he said it, then that would match the claim. I'll give you credit.
Alright, I'm gonna post the quote.
Alright, well, that's what we're waiting on. Not only is he not going to dismantle it, he's a Biden.
I posted the link, but I'm gonna post the quote that's in the link, right?
Well, okay, but we need to, okay.
We just read through the link. There's no quote.
No, you didn't.
There's no quote saying where Donald Trump said, "I want to dismantle." Yeah,
There's quotes in the link. It's just not the quote you're saying.
Right.
I'll be right back. Hold up.
And not only that, just the way this shit's written, bro. I mean, it's so fucked up. We're witnessing military force and civilian life. The president deploying Marines and National Guards to crack down on protests in Los Angeles. No, like just wrong.
I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
This nigga's on the bathroom break.
Well, Trump did sign an executive order to ban birthright citizenship. That is literally a direct violation of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, so we can go break that one down too. There's no such thing as birthright citizenship. It's not a thing.
Right. And that was for black slaves, bro. That was for everybody.
It's not a thing. Birthright citizenship. There's nowhere that the words birthright citizenship are used.
It doesn't have to say birthright citizenship.
What is that? Well, what?
Then why the fuck would
It
you
doesn't have to
say
say birthright.
birthright?
Doesn't have to say that exactly. Birthright citizenship in the Constitution.
Well, what's the context? What was the context of that amendment, Alexander? That's what you got to research. That was for black American slaves.
Why do you think it only applied to black American slaves?
Yes, because that was the context of when it was drafted. Yes. God,
literally what it's about.
God can't be this fucking stupid, Tom. This is
literally what it's about. This was the problem with having civil rights. Civil rights was for black Americans also. And now people are saying civil rights are for gender equality. Civil rights are for women. Civil rights are for this. No, civil rights are for black Americans.
Say, Mike, this is
Where does it say? Where does it say in the 14th Amendment that it's for black Americans?
Mental health.
That was why it was drafted. Look up why.
No, I want to see
context around it.
That's an assumption. I want to. You're asking me the same questions I'm asking you.
It's not an assumption. It is history.
No, you're right. It was for all the immigrants coming over here having babies. That's why it was written.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, shouldn't it be for white people too? What the fuck? What are you talking about? It wasn't just for black people.
No, it was for freed slaves that were having babies. And now the freed slaves were here, so their babies are now American citizens because they are now American citizens. It's not for a person who comes here when they're 5 months pregnant, overstays a visa, and then has a baby, and all of a sudden their entire fucking family's a citizen. It's not what it's for.
Where does it say that it was for it was for the slaves? I mean, where does it show that it's that specific?
Okay, so I'll drop the links in the chat since we got an education, bro. You know, spend less time in the mirror looking at yourself and more time reading books, bro.
No, you said it was just for free. It was just for the slaves. It could apply to the slaves, but it applied to everyone also. You're saying it only applied to the slaves?
No, you're making it now apply to everyone.
Right.
No. So okay. So then what you're saying is it was for the slaves and for everyone else too, right? Because you're not just saying it was just for the slaves.
No, you're saying it was for everybody else. We're saying in the context of when that amendment was drafted and codified, that was the discussion. Because Americans, black American slaves were being freed, and it was a way to guarantee that their citizenship for them and their children that they bore after. That's what the whole conversation around that amendment was for. That's the whole context of it.
And y'all do this for the Second Amendment, by the way. You're like, oh, well, when they wrote the Second Amendment, they weren't talking about like ARs.
understand. Okay, I understand. All right. Well, let's fine. Let's just say the 14th Amendment was for the enslaved African Americans who were now free, right? The fact that it's written in such a way that it doesn't say anything about slavery, it doesn't say anything about race, it doesn't say anything about Black Americans, that it was purposely intentional with the wording to be broad enough to apply to everyone. That's how it gets interpreted.
Okay, so fine. If you want to stick with that by that same logic, then we can use the Second Amendment. Then everybody can own a fucking rocket launcher and a nuclear bomb. Then how about that? Since we're gonna open it up to everything. Since we're gonna open it up to every fucking thing. Second Amendment, then you can have a rocket launcher, grenades, fucking nuclear bomb, biochemical weapons, all that shit. No,
I mean that's quite a jump.
Right, and that's what we're telling you. That's what we're telling you. These
they're slow, man. You guys, they're slow. They're fucking slow.
How did you make that logic?
The context of that amendment, you're trying to open it up and be broad. I said, okay, fine. If we're going to use Alexander's logic and open it up and just broaden it up for any old Tom, Dick, and Harry to come in and have fun, then let's do the same thing with the Second Amendment. But we don't. We don't, because we understand the context of the Second Amendment like we understand the context of the 14th Amendment. That's the whole point, Alexander.
Whoa. I mean, like that's not what its intention was. The intention of the Second Amendment was to give. Hold on, but the intention of the Second Amendment was to give people the right to bear arms, not the right to fucking destroy the fucking world with a nuclear weapon.
Exactly. So let's keep that same logic, Alexander. The context of the 14th Amendment was to allow citizenship for slaves and their children that they bore after they were free, and that's it. So we're on the same. We're walking the same.
But it also allowed citizenship for other Americans too.
Wait.
Other Americans?
Or soon to be Americans. I mean, you don't. If everyone's an immigrant in this country at one point they weren't Americans, right?
Not everybody was an immigrant. There were some people that were always indigenous, and then there was the issue of race where it came to people that were kidnapped from a fucking other country that came over here. So certain laws had to be drafted for their protections on a basic level.
I mean, quite literally everyone's a fucking immigrant.
You know,
Legal.
this motherfucker right here.
By the way, I'm a fucking immigrant.
Hey, I just
am.
Alexander, I really just want you to go to Minnesota in March. Do something about what you feel about it.
We don't need to do that. I mean,
How many generations do I need, Alexander?
what's that?
Well, like my great grandfather was brought here, right? And he was a kid. But like my grandfather was born here. My father was born here. I was born here. My children were born here. So I got four generations of motherfuckers born here. How many generations do I need until I get to call myself American?
Technically, from what I heard, it was 5 generations.
I mean, you're an American, but you're
damn right I am. I'm an
immigrant too. You're an immigrant too.
I was born in Arkansas. I live in Florida now.
I mean, your family's definitely come. The family of immigrants.
Alexander. Here's the thing. With everything you dislike about this administration, what can you do about it?
What can I do about it?
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now.
What's that?
I'm trying to explain why what they're doing is wrong and voicing my opinion. I mean,
and how effective is that actually?
We'll see. I mean, that's a ridiculous question to ask. How do you know it's not?
Here's the thing. Well, because shit's not changed.
You don't know that.
In your direction.
I mean, you're
I know that because we can see that.
Hold on,
no, it's not an assumption.
Ridiculous assumption.
We can see it though. It's ridiculous for you to assume that it's not. Legitimately, there's nothing that you have said.
Hold on.
Nothing that people like you that are marching or complaining about this shit that can do anything. With all due respect, you can mic up and let me finish talking because I didn't interject.
All right, go ahead. Well, you asked me a question.
Yeah, thank you. I can appreciate that. I'm explaining it now. You can't answer it right now. So let me go ahead. Yeah. Got you. Yeah. So the way that it's possible that what you and people like you think that there's not going to be a change about it because there's no laws being actively changed to go against what you want to see happen. You have an administration with an agenda. You're going against your better interests, actually. You just don't like the way that they're going about it. There's nothing that you specifically feel that way doesn't mean that Americans, necessity is to have that going on here. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you can say, you can march, you can do whatever you want to do. I mean, hell, you can go out and interfere with ICE agents and be the next motherfucker on the news. I don't give a shit.
Please,
I just would say this, that you talking about it isn't going to do a goddamn thing.
So, yeah.
Alexander, do you think
hold on, I'm going to answer.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
That shows your ignorance right there. Because talking about it is fucking doing something and actually does have quite a bit of impact. Actually, you brought it up yourself, talking about the midterms, right? So, speaking right now might influence shit. 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 people, even if it influences 1 person to change their mind. As you know, vote matter. We know because your fucking so-called president right now, or I guess our president right now, tried to overturn it illegally.
He's 100%.
Clearly, I don't know how many he needed extra, some like 5,000 votes or whatever. Find me 5,000 fucking votes, whatever the fuck he said to that fucking what was it, governor in Georgia, whatever. Second thing, if me talking right now about politics, you really truly believe what you said, then you're just a fucking hypocrite because you're doing the exact same fucking thing. Unless you really are practicing what you preach, which it doesn't sound like you really do that much of. I don't think you talk about the shit. Third fucking thing is what really matters is our local government. So yeah, maybe I can't affect your America over there where you live over the fuck there. But every single fucking day I make decisions that actually have impact on this country that we live in, especially where I live. So do you. So everything you just fucking said shows how fucking retarded you are. Hope you understand that.
Alright, so real quick.
Man, I was just wanting to do this, bro. I wasn't even listening to the bullshit you were saying. I'm glad you got it off.
So, Alexander, here's what I would say to you, buddy. By the way, I do agree with you. Local elections are far more important than the federal elections. Some people don't even know who represents their district in Congress, and I'm guilty of this too. It took me a while. By the way, it's fucking hard to figure it out, by the way. You gotta go to this website, you gotta put your zip code in, blah, blah. But either way, like some of these school boards or these city councils, they run unopposed. No one even fucking runs against them. They win some of these elections by like 30 votes. They're just like there. So I agree with you. Local elections are far more important than federal elections. So everyone needs to vote their local elections. If you don't want to vote for the president, fine. But everyone should vote for their fucking aldermans, their mayors, their city councils, their school boards, their judges, their shit like that. I totally agree with that. But here's what we want to try to tell you, Alexander, is you've got this whole thing twisted. Like nothing of what you're saying, and you're putting this stuff onto us like we're the bad guys here. We're trying to point this out to you that he's not the bad guy. We're not the bad guys here. This shit's been brewing for like decades of fraud, of them taking advantage of the system, of politicians just being fucking piece of shit politicians. And now like the guy comes in and he's throwing a wrench in it, and then y'all are like, no, whoa, and you're just being told to be like that. He's not doing anything wrong, like literally nothing. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild. Sorry.
Yeah, it's like you guys are bitching about the rich and billionaires and this and that. He's literally cutting off the source of money that these people are enriching themselves, and they're taking your money, Alexander. You got Trump literally. You understand what's about to happen with health insurance. Health insurance is about to go down. Why? Because he's cutting off the taxpayer money that's funding these fucking insurance corporations. It's just like college education. You understand? You used to be able to get a 4-year degree and pay it off with work at summer jobs and be done and walk away with your degree debt free. Once the government, excuse me guys, I got the flu. I'm sorry. Once the government started writing blank checks and they got involved, that's when tuition went up. All right, same thing with the medical industry. Once we started subsidizing and writing these insurance companies blank fucking checks, it went up. There's no competition because they got an influx of billions of fucking dollars. So what reason do they have to drop their prices to be competitive, which ends up helping saving us money, which keeps us alive and keeps us in better health conditions? So again, everything that you guys claim, the evil billionaire, Trump is literally trying to stop this shit, and he's taking money away from them and trying to put it back in your own money, back in your own fucking pocket, and you guys are fighting against this, and it's the weirdest fucking shit. That's why we're looking at you all screwy-eyed, man, because we're like, wait a minute, you guys are talking about how billionaires off of your hard work. It makes zero sense. But I got the proof for you here in my PTR, Alexander, for the 14th Amendment. So if you click on my PTR, southern states passed black codes that denied free slaves basic rights. They blocked them from owning property, restricted travel, work, and voting, and treated them as second-class people in all but name. So Congress realized that ending slavery wasn't enough. States could still strip rights away unless the Constitution explicitly stopped them. So the 14th Amendment was written to force states to respect civil rights, not just the federal government. And it's there in my PTR. So that's exactly.
Yeah, that's fine, and I think we both agree that was the purpose of why they wrote it, right? Why it was written. However, its intent wasn't only to be for black slaves and who were freed in America. It was clearly at least I would hope so, they had the forethought that this country would go on for a lot longer than any of their lifetimes, children's lifetimes. So clearly, it had to apply to other humans.
Yeah, but not to be taken advantage of, and that's the problem, Alexander, is that people are taking advantage of that. You can have a rule, it's just like the tax code. Tax code has certain rules and regulations, but what do? People take advantage of it. So what do? We got to incorporate ways to where we can cut some of these loopholes out. What's happening is that these people come in, like Mike said, they'll come in 8 months and 29 days pregnant, cross over that border, drop the baby. Oh, now we get to stay and we get to suck on taxpayer dollars, taxpayers' resources. That's not how the system's supposed to work. They are exploiting the Fourth Amendment. And what that does too, Alexander, me as a black person, right here in America, that's a slap in the face to my ancestry who actually had to survive the slavery and had to go through that shit and had that 14th Amendment afforded to them. Now we got a bunch of illegals trying to exploit off the backs of black American slaves and ancestors. That's a slap in the face to FBAs.
Well, if that is how you feel, if you really are going to take it that literally, then that also means no white people who have babies in America are American citizens either, since apparently it only applied to black slaves.
That's not true. So again, here's a caveat, and I hear what you're saying. But here's a caveat. When you cross over illegally, that's the loophole that they're trying to use. That's what they're trying to exploit. We don't have a problem with someone coming over here legally and then having a baby, and then that's what happens. But the thing is, they're coming over here trying to exploit it. So there's illegal people who are trying to exploit what was meant for black American slaves, Alexander.
I understand that.
In order to establish citizenship in this country, it's just not going to work out. But go ahead.
Okay, actually, no, I agree. I actually agree with you. I'm not a fan of being smuggled across the border and pregnant and then having a baby on American soil. So that I guess your baby can be an American citizen, and then by proxy you are also, I guess, a citizen as well. But yeah, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. But in terms of talking about the 14th Amendment, it is granting liberties to. It's either granting, I guess, according to what you're saying, it's either granting liberties and freedoms only to black people, or it's granting freedoms and liberties to everyone.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's only for black people, but if we're going to talk about natural-born citizenship, we gotta talk about the context of when it was delivered, and that's why we brought up the Second Amendment as an example, because the Second Amendment has limitations as well. Right to bear arms, but we don't want people exploiting it and now having rocket launchers and grenades and weapons of mass destruction. That would be going overboard, right? We gotta have limits, and we gotta act within reason when we're talking about these certain codes and these certain laws and these certain amendments. So that's all I'm saying. We gotta have some form of reasonableness when we're discussing this and we're talking about that. And what happens is out there, a lot of people just like to throw reason out the window and open the floodgates. Well, when you open the floodgates, it's gonna be nothing but chaos. Then what's the point of having rules and laws and codifying anything if you're just gonna let any Tom, Dick, and Harry do whatever the fuck they want? That's just anarchy and chaos right there. No country, sovereign country, can survive that.
Hey, Alexander. Hey, Faye. Good morning, sweetheart.
Hey, what's going on, Professor? Good to see you.
Hey.
Well, hey, I appreciate you at least having the conversation, Alexander.
I definitely appreciate having the conversation. Hey, Alexander. Have you ever looked at what the 39th Congress had to say about the 14th Amendment? Have you ever looked into the actual context of the argument?
What were they arguing exactly?
So the 13th, together by Senator Trumbull. Senator Trumbull had put it together twice. He changed it 3 months after the original. The argument that was being made is actually Sig's argument, damn near verbatim. Senator Trumbull never intended that to be anybody can come into America. He also never intended it to go to just anybody who could hop on American soil, even other American Indians. He specifically said that he wasn't willing, even if other senators were, to penalize or reward the poor versus rich Indian. And that the word Indian not taxed was not specific enough because he didn't want reservation Indians to leave their reservations and have a baby outside the reservation, and that baby gets citizenship without this one small thing, allegiance. The very difference in the context of the framework and the very part that has been exploited and misinterpreted on purpose is the simple saying all persons born and are naturalized in America, there's a sentence everybody takes out, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Subject to the jurisdiction thereof requires an obedience, a submission, and of allegiance. Allegiance. The slaves who stayed and the Indians who aligned with the U.S. had allegiance that no one else had. So when Sig says that his folks is the most loyal, it's written in the 39th Congress. Shout out to you, Sig. I'm going back on mute.
So, yeah, the slaves who apparently had allegiance, and I guess the Native Americans who allegedly had allegiance, they had no choice. There wasn't about allegiance. It was either die or do as I say. And as a matter of fact, that doesn't sound too dissimilar from what many Americans are going through right now. So I would kind of tone down that bravado when it comes to allegiance, and it just sounds like that senator actually wasn't very smart if he was wording it in a way that could obviously be taken out of context.
Well, it was never obviously taken out of context, beloved. There's no way you can take the words and subject to the jurisdiction thereof out of context. It's not that it's being taken out of context. There was a situation with an Asian kid who actually got it moved in law by the judiciary, right? So the one of the Supreme Courts decided to do that, mis-fucking-interpret. Yeah, it was a Supreme Court decision much later. And there's where the misinterpretation came because they did not apply the context of and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And so there's the break. It also is false to think that we had no choice. Let me be very clear. The history you know today is not the one written then, and I read both. So when it comes to the families then, they did have a choice. So much so that African families have been able to go back to Africa since 1812 via the American Colonization Society. You know the product of that ex parte today as Liberians. Liberians are the Americans who left here and went back to Africa. Yeah, so there was a clear choice of allegiance. The exportation or the repatriation of Africans to Liberia didn't stop until Liberians decided to go independent in 1968 or something like that. Yeah, so people have had opportunity to garner their land and money and go to Liberia. Africans never had to stay. So much so that allegiance was given only because you chose it. In 1830, my tribe, my American Indian tribe, became the first non-European citizens of the United States of America before slavery ended. So we definitely had a choice, and our choice was to align with the United States. It is just very interesting how people see our options back there. I think there were quite a few.
Right, I think you had the illusion of choice, and you chose whatever choice they gave you.
that's the point. No. That's the point. It's grossly misinterpreted exactly like you did. Because when you take that very second sentence out, it becomes not the same, right?
Okay, well let's add that part.
So that part is very key. So it says all persons born or naturalized in the United States. There's a comma at the word and. That means that these things have to go together. Okay. And they're different. They're different because the comma denotes a difference with a similar. So that and subject. So this right here, there's literally a caveat between the commas. When you see something between the commas, it's literally an underlying subset. So it's all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. That part right there is very important because if it were not there, anytime they can slow-mo, including our enemies, could come in here and just say, oh, I'm a citizen. Just if merely standing on the ground was literally that much, anybody could do it. Why would they purposely say and subject to the jurisdiction thereof? See, that word subject is very important. Do you understand what it is in context in that time?
Yeah, I'm a UCLA graduate, so I probably have a better degree than you do if you have a degree.
Well,
so,
I have a master's in business administration.
Yeah, you don't have to do this.
I'm actually not being. I'm just asking because I don't assume. No. That's not. Here's the thing. I know something. I am not gonna assume.
Yeah, you know something that a lot of people know. So just.
No. Here's the thing. I don't want to assume. Here's the thing. I don't want to assume you know anything.
So assume I do.
So when I ask,
I'm telling you, assume I do. Subject to the jurisdiction.
I don't want. I'm never. You can't tell me how to take a.
You have to be under the legal authority of the United States government, right?
Wait. Well, first of all, I don't want you to feel like no one's being condescending. There's more than me and you in the room. Two, I asked because I don't know you, Alexander. This is the very first time you're meeting me, and the very first time I'm meeting you. I don't know your education. You don't know mine. I don't make assumptions because guess what assuming does? It's asking you and me.
Right. So just assume I'm an intelligent person. You don't have to.
I assume no. I would prefer to ask you and allow you to answer for yourself.
But it comes off as condescending.
Well, that's your perception.
No,
I think it's
everyone's perception.
No, I take it as courteous.
Don't assume, not everybody.
There you go. I take it as courteous. I take it as a sign of respect and courteous if you ask me where my knowledge base is, especially if you don't know me. I actually feel it's a huge sign of disrespect if you assume you know what I think. Because I'm a person, I know you can't think for me. You can't read my mind. And I am such a unique individual that I know you'll never have a clue.
I don't need to read your mind. I can hear how you speak. And I can tell by the very argument you're making that you have some sort of intelligence. That I don't need to ask you if you know the definition of what jurisdiction is. See, that's
I didn't actually. I said, Alex, that's half of it. I get rid of the trigger, right? Take a deep breath. Emotionally, I have no idea where you're at. The question was asked because I said, do you know it in that context? In that context. See, that is a very clear difference between a definition and the context. How something's used. Because our words in America have multi-different definitions of use, right? You can have a word that has the noun A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, and these are all very valid definitions for one word, which is why the second part where it said in context, and this is exactly the gross misinterpretation that happens when people go in that courtroom and say, no, anybody born here is subject to, anybody born here. And you have to start taking your time and self-assessing. Offense is something you personally have to take. I can't give you any emotions. Those are yours. And when we're looking at the context of the law, emotion doesn't go. And neither does assumption of your knowledge base. Because the law says knowledge of the law is not an excuse of it. So they don't care if you know or not know. The law just stands. Right? So as this moment, I ask because I'm not a harsh person like the law. I want to actually give you the respect to say, hey, this is who I am. Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with that. From my understanding, this is what it means in this context. Would have been a great discussion, right? There's no condescending to that. It's how you begin to perceive things and move in that moment. And so even with the 14th Amendment, that is what's been happening. this very moment is what happened with that actual law. Senator Trumbull never meant it the way it's being used today, and he's the author of it. So anybody who interpreted it any differently than how he did, they're the ones in the wrong, because the author has a meaning behind it. And he never, ever, 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 ever intended anyone to be able to just jump into America and have a baby. Matter of fact, in the arguments of the 39th Congress, he specifically spoke against it, which is why 3 months after the original, they changed it and put the words "and subject to the jurisdiction thereof," because prior to that, it was very specific to Indians, non-taxed, and descendants of enslaved. Yeah, let me say that again. Prior to the change, 3 months after the original writing. So what was the original writing? Babies of slaves and assimilated Indians not taxed.
Thank you for that. So your argument was that allegiance is an important factor, right? I guess according to your opinion, is a massive factor in their loyalty and their allegiance to the United States of America, because for various reasons, maybe they could be spies or foreign adversaries, etc., etc. Don't you think that contradicts with the word jurisdiction? So allegiance is more of like who you feel loyal to, right? I pledge of allegiance to whoever the fuck I care about most or agree with the most. Jurisdiction doesn't have anything to do with allegiance. Jurisdiction is about who has legal power over you. So that part right there with jurisdiction, we could take out allegiance because it doesn't have anything to do with jurisdiction at all. And I don't understand why you think that wouldn't apply to, let's say, a child of parents who weren't American citizens, because the Supreme Court already ruled that. Actually, I think here I pulled it up. United States versus Wong Kim Ark in 1998. Born in San Francisco, parents were Chinese nationals, not citizens of America. The court ruled he was a U.S. citizen at birth. Why? Because his parents were subject to U.S. law, even though they weren't citizens.
Yeah, so were they here illegally though, Alexander?
What's that?
Were they here illegally?
He actually had no basis to be a citizen. The case he's bringing up is the very case that grossly misinterpreted the law. That Supreme Court decision is actually in review today. Not only is it so far in review that the decision is due to drop in a couple weeks, like 2. And so we are interested to see what happens with that. Would you like to actually, one, take a quick gander at my PTR? This is the oath of allegiance. If you are not a natural born citizen, this is what you have to say to become a naturalized citizen. Depending on how this goes on the 14th Amendment, those who have not sworn this allegiance but came here and were born here, like their parents were illegal or non-citizen, and they were born here because they were born here, they were a citizen. If this verdict goes the way that FBA, American Indians, the Black tribes, the ADOS, and all the different alike, so on, they're going to win, the Heritage Americans, and when they win, a lot of people's subject to the jurisdiction is about to be in question. And that is one huge reason why Tim Walz and these crazies up here are fighting really heavily. We have a lot of people in Minnesota who are anchor babies. Literally, I know one, got to argue with one, love them to life, been part of my family for over 30 years. I know that they have an anchor baby. I know for a fact, I can give you the scenario. This person has been very close with my family for over 30 years, and I know that they eventually got citizenship, but that whole situation is predicated on an anchor baby. This person boarded a plane 9 months pregnant, hid her pregnancy in the airport because you can't fly that pregnant. She left Guatemala with her husband. She's a Costa Rican, he's a Guatemalan. They get on a plane. They're praying that their plane trip from Guatemala to Canada has a hiccup in the U.S. so that they can have an American baby. And what happens? That plane comes down at the MSP. This woman went into labor over Minnesota over 35 years ago. That baby became became a Minnesotan jurisdiction subject and a citizen, and the parents used that anchor baby as their tie to a U.S. citizen to garner citizenship. She jumped the line. Illegal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, but you know what? According to how it was written in the Constitution, that's actually legal. Because if you can be arrested by police, if the U.S. courts can judge you, that means that U.S. laws apply to you. That means you're under U.S. jurisdiction. It doesn't say anything about allegiance at all. It says jurisdiction. That means if I illegally come into the United States of America, I am therefore legally under United States jurisdiction and law, which means that this applies.
Hey, Rome, do you mind if I play like a little 5-minute clip from the Congress arguments that's taken the 14th to the Supreme Court? Would you like to hear the one really specific argument that applies to me? It's about 5 minutes. Let me play it here for you all, okay? Because that little small caveat is very important. I think oftentimes we sit back and we have these arguments, but we don't really listen to what's being said in Congress. So let's listen to Mr. Cooper. Okay, Mr. Cooper is arguing the point.
I'm especially pleased to be here to explore with you the meaning of 6 words of the Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. The recurring debate over the meaning of these words boils down to a choice between 2 alternatives. Does it mean subject merely to the regulatory jurisdiction of the United States? That is, subject to the laws of the United States, as is virtually everyone on United States soil, including aliens who are here illegally, or are here for the purpose of bearing a child to make it an American citizen? Or does the jurisdiction of the United States mean something more than that? The full and complete jurisdiction, requiring an allegiance that comes from a permanent lawful commitment to make the United States one's home, the place where one permanently and lawfully resides. I believe that this latter interpretation is compelled by the Citizenship Clause's text, structure, and history, as well as by common sense. I have time for just a couple of brief opening points. First, the text of the clause. If subject to the jurisdiction of the United States means nothing more than the duty of obedience to the laws of the United States, why did its framers choose such a strange way to say that? Why didn't they just say, subject to the laws of the United States? Doing so would have been quite natural, given that this straightforward, unambiguous phrase is used in both Article 3 and Article 6. The clause also ensures that birthright citizenship makes newborns citizens of both the United States and of the states wherein they reside. That is, where they live, their home. This word standing alone implies a lawful permanent residence, and it plainly excludes tourists and other lawful visitors, as well as illegal aliens who are prohibited by law from residing in a state, although they all must obey our laws. Second, the history of the clause. The clause was framed by the 39th Congress to constitutionalize the Civil Rights Act of 1866, which had been passed by that same Congress just 2 months earlier. The 1866 Act explicitly denied birthright citizenship to persons, quote, subject to any foreign power, close quote, and to, quote, Indians not taxed, close quote. It is clear from the debate in the 39th Congress that Congress decided to replace this language with subject to the jurisdiction thereof, not because Congress suddenly and without any comment decided to broaden the scope of birthright citizenship from the Act. Rather, Congress was concerned that the phrase Indians not taxed language generated uncertainty about the citizenship status of the children of Indians, primarily rich and poor Indians. The dispute is best captured, I think, by this comment from Senator Trumbull, who wanted to replace the words Indian not taxed, even though he was the principal author of the 1866 Act. He said this, I am not willing to make citizenship in this country depend on taxation. I am not willing, if the senator from Wisconsin is that the rich Indian residing in New York shall be a citizen and the poor Indian residing in the state of New York shall not be a citizen. This comment reflects two important points about the intended meaning of the clause by its authors, I think. First, they intended that the children of tribal Indians who resided on reservations and owed their direct allegiance to their tribes would not be entitled to birthright citizenship, but the children of assimilated Indians who had left their reservations and had established permanent residence among the body politic of the states would be entitled to birthright citizenship. Second, it is not at all plausible that the framers of the citizenship clause intended that tribal Indians to be able to evade this limitation on birthright citizenship for their children by the simple expedient of leaving the reservation long enough to give birth to a child. The key distinction between tribal Indians and assimilated Indians was allegiance. Tribal Indians owed their direct allegiance to the tribe, while an Indian who established a permanent domicile within the state and assimilated into the body politic committed his primary allegiance to the United States and thus entitled his children to citizenship at birth. The Supreme Court's 1884 decision in Elk against Wilkins confirmed this understanding essentially, ruling that the clause requires persons to be completely subject to the political jurisdiction of and owing direct and immediate allegiance to the United States. Make one final point. The Supreme Court's 1898 decision in Wong Kim Ark had nothing to do with the children of illegal aliens or aliens lawfully but temporarily admitted to the country. The court carefully framed the issue before it twice in verbatim terms as involving, quote, a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who have a permanent domicile and resident in the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Alex, what you think?
Yeah, it's funny because that's from someone who spoke at length about making assumptions. This guy made some massive assumptions. Let's take a simple one, for example, of the so-called assimilated Native American who, how assimilated could you really be at that time when only maybe one generation, if that ago, you were walking the Trail of Tears. So, is he really assuming that because the Native American Indian is putting on blue jeans and working in New York that they suddenly have complete allegiance to this country that took their homeland from them? That's ridiculous at best. So, in my opinion, because that's what I just listened to right now, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just making his own assumptions based on his own opinions and feelings and his reading of this 14th Amendment. But if we look at it by the words that are in the Constitution, it is clear that jurisdiction has nothing to do with allegiance at all. That's what I got from what I heard.
You proved that in legislation because Mr. Cooper's argument actually sent that into a decision. So now you have a conversation because your very argument is what sent it into decision. Him presenting this legally and lawfully and framing it with the very first non-European U.S. citizens, it literally debunks everything you just said. You would never know that Sigma got a grandma that's an Indian. You would never know I'm an American Indian. I believe a lot of heritage Americans, if you ask the old stock whites, hey, do you have an Indian in your family? Most of them have at least a Cherokee. There is something very clear that people do not know. The assimilated Indian is the American you don't know about. You will never know what we look like. You never know us unless you ask. And back then, by the time these rulings came out, my family had been citizens for 40 plus years at that point as the first non-European U.S. citizens. Yeah, my family are the Choctaw who became non-European U.S. citizens in 1830. I'm an American Indian. So when you have these assumptions, it's pretty dope to kind of be able to say, hey, you're talking about me, I'm in. Hello. And they didn't just take land. Treaties were formed. Sometimes that wasn't so nice how they came about because they were warring and the war had to, eventually come to a resolve, right? War is never fun. Minnesota is currently at war, right? So today I'm in a war zone. So we can, it's not fun, right? If any agreement comes out of this, it isn't that someone took it, right? There will be an agreement of understanding one way or another. And back then, that's kind of what happened, right? There was an agreement of understanding. And in these treaties or agreements of understandings of peace, Indians gave Europeans land. Hey, okay, if it says here, it's cool. You to take that part, I'll take this part. The Trail of Tears is really interesting, right? Because they weren't allowed to take anything. But that wasn't all of the American Indians. Matter of fact, there were 4 Trails of Tears. And many people don't even know that there were 4 different, literally, progressions like that. One of those progressions put people in Mississippi. That's how I know that there were more than one. And everybody didn't go to Oklahoma. It's a lot of history that is never told in this country, Alex. And I'm really, the one part that the foundational Black Americans get to sit back and laugh at is they're the only true non-voluntary, they're the only involuntary allegiant in this situation, right? Because those who did come from elsewhere out the country as slave into the country, well, and it was involuntary, right? So not the ones with the indenture contracts. I'm talking about the actual slaves. They were involuntarily made citizens, right? They didn't really have a choice outside of being able to go home. So if they didn't want to go back to their home country, which is deportation, and they chose to stay, they had to choose allegiance. You did. Didn't have a choice. Either you're allegiant in this jurisdiction, or you can deport. We're having the same conversation. What's this? 150 years later. So again, where's the disconnect? And we're still saying the same thing 150, 20 years later. Do you think it's going to change? There has to be an allegiance. There has to be. We can't just let folks say, no, that's not allegiant.
Well, I can tell you exactly why. First of all, before I respond to the allegiance part, which I do think is important that we speak about, I'm also actually Native American, indigenous American, whatever you want to call it. I'm part of the Chumash tribe, which is Central California. So you say you're Choctaw, and yet you you're harping on allegiance. Okay, allegiance. If it was about allegiance, if allegiance was truly what was implied in the Constitution, everyone should be fucking terrified then, because nobody's citizenship would be safe. Children could lose citizenship based on parents' beliefs. Congress could revoke citizenship politically. Americans abroad could lose status. Your loyalty, it could be tested, for example. That would be the most bullshit reason to be an American, is because of allegiance, because allegiance is personal, subjective. And then it can never really be objective. I can't objectively say anyone's really allegiant to America. You can't say any Native American was ever allegiant to anything. Can you even say anyone's really allegiant to any fucking thing at all? People's whims and opinions change. People change their opinions on whims, like at a moment's notice. You can be Democrat one day, Republican the next. We know that to be a fact. You can vote for blue, you can vote for red. Allegiance to what? To the Constitution or to the flag? Or to the person sitting in the Oval Office? It's a very scary thing if you're going to pin your argument on allegiance. I think it's better to think about it as jurisdiction and following the rule of law.
my PTR is the oath of allegiance. Would you like to read it out loud for the people for us, please?
You talking to me?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. What did you ask me to? You asked me to read something?
Yeah, I said that the ruling 8 USC 1451A allows for denaturalization even if you're a citizen because one, your citizenship was either procured illegally, procured with concealment or willful misrepresentation, or provably at the time that you did not genuinely renounce prior allegiance or secretly owe allegiance to a foreign power organization or ideology hostile to the U.S., or you lied during your oath of allegiance. In my PTR is the oath of allegiance. Can you read it to the room?
Yeah, 1 second. Hold on. Naturalization oath of allegiance to the United States of America oath. I hereby declare an oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, or of whom or which I have therefore been a subject or citizen, that I will support and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States of America against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will bear arms on behalf of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform non-combatant service in the armed forces of the United States when required by the law, that I will perform work of national importance under civilian direction when required by the law, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God.
Thank you so much. So the very first iteration is I provide all my allegiance to America. If that was not required to be a citizen, allegiance, then why is it in the naturalization oath?
If that was not required to be a citizen, then why, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
So the argument is allegiance is not necessary for citizenship.
Okay.
Right? That was your argument. That's not the portion. You just have to be born here. Well, then why in the naturalization oath is it specific opening cadence about allegiance?
In this case, you would be essentially giving someone naturalization, or giving someone citizenship who's already a citizen of another country, right?
Well, everyone should be a citizen somewhere, right? I mean, unless, what are we saying? People aren't citizens. Are there people with no nation? Well, where are the people born with no nation?
American citizens are born American citizens, so they don't have to take this oath.
No, listen again. To be because no one was an American citizen prior to this understanding, right? Not one person.
But they didn't have to take this oath.
So, whoa. When they established the Constitution, we the people, in order to form a more perfect union, to establish these justices, like, have you seen that? Like, they literally created their first oath of allegiance with the Declaration and the preamble. And so, even from the very inception, allegiance to the United States and disavowing foreign government has been the very beginning of understanding. What I mean by that is when you look at the very foundation of the United States of America for ourselves and our posterity. So they didn't say for the world. What did they say? We do establish these justices for ourselves and our posterity. So it was not even inferred in the original iteration of any of this that any foreigner could just come and put it on. It was always intended for themselves and their descendants in time immemorial. So allegiance was always the first right requirement. Literally. It's in this oath is literally as old as the Constitution.
Wait, but no, because you're talking about two different things. Birthright citizenship is nothing to do with naturalization. So this oath, the 14th Amendment is about who is a citizen, and the naturalization oath is about how you become a citizen, which is why I
establishes the who, right? Part two, how do you become the who, right? And it isn't simply by birth. Remember that one little line that nobody wants to address, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof. And when you look at the naturalization oath, this is your mirror. What do someone need to do in order to be an American? Well, renounce any other allegiance to any foreign state president, prince, or potentate. So there, it is in the very beginning of the actual oath to let you know exactly what makes one a citizen. And all right.
That's not no. That you're talking about two very different things. You don't. If allegiance applied at birth, then babies would have to swear to a political party. Your citizenship could depend on what your parents believed in, and your your rights would fluctuate with whoever's, I guess, in office. But that's not what allegiance. That is allegiance applied at birth. But the oath is about renouncing your sovereign allegiance to whatever nation you're coming from or you're immigrating from, and committing yourself to the Constitution. That has nothing to do with citizenship, birthright citizenship.
I'm not understanding how you're tying those two things together. I like to kind of rephrase it. Trying to catch up. I'm trying to understand your point.
Yeah, so she's talking. She made me read that naturalization oath, and she was saying, why would they make them take this oath if allegiance wasn't a factor in citizenship? And I said because naturalization is optional and voluntary. Being born in America on American soil isn't optional or voluntary.
It's actually both optional and voluntary.
Not for the baby, it's not.
Well, it is. It's optional and voluntary. Because
the baby don't get to choose where it gets to be born.
Well, let me explain. So it's optional and voluntary because until a certain date of emancipation, or what we call age of majority, all decisions are made by thy guardian. Thy guardian makes that decision, so it is still intentional. You don't have a will until the age of majority, until emancipation. You even as like there are people who are grown as adults who are still without their will and unemancipated for various reasons. So when you're trying to bring that part up, it kind of doesn't hold weight because it's still a choice. The parents who are the guardian makes that choice. So that you don't have until you are an emancipated person in our nation from your parents, you don't have your own will. You just don't. So I'm literally addressing the point. Any person in America who has not either reached the age of majority without contested, or have not received or are emancipated, right? Because we have people who are not the age of majority but are emancipated in the United States. It's called an emancipated minor. An emancipated minor actually can move as an adult on this land even though they're not at the age of majority, which is why I was very specific about being either emancipated or reaching age of majority without being contested, because reaching age of majority with the contesting would actually put you into a civil court where they could talk about your mental state and potentially why you should not be emancipated and keeping you subject to the jurisdiction.
Hey, Super, could you do that with the unborn baby though?
Well, all of our babies in the U.S. are automatically under the guardianship of their parents.
Yeah, but I think his point is you can't.
Again, no, there's no.
Baby has no decision.
No one who is not emancipated and age of majority without being contested can speak their own will. No one, which is why people can be civilly committed, right? So you have to actually be a person who can have that standing.
I got you. So what does that have to do with ICE?
Well, ICE actually is about all of that. So who are you subject to the jurisdiction thereof?
Not ICE, the United States.
Well, immigration and customs enforcements are automatically talking to internationals. who are subject to a foreign body, state, potentate, or prince, as denoted in the naturalization oath. And so, if a foreigner is here, even DACA children, and they are still allegiance, like Ilhan Omar, to their former state, they are in violation of the oath of allegiance and can be denaturalized.
Okay, wait, hold on. That part that you just said right now, they're in violation of their oath of allegiance. I'm a born United States citizen. I can say legally with 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 impunity, fuck America, fuck Donald Trump. I fucking hate this country. I hope this fucking country goes to hell. And guess what? My citizenship cannot be revoked. I can't be jailed or tried.
You're okay, but I'm
I'm giving you. Hold on. I'm making a distinction.
as of today, you would be right. But after the 14th Amendment decision, that will actually be, if it goes the way of FBA, that will get you denaturalized. And so the way FBA has,
Wait, hold on.
so the way FBA has been fighting this, and shout out to FBA because this is
the Foundation of Black Americans. Why would they have it? What the fuck would they have anything to do with changing the Constitution?
The white people are using black people to
no, I think Lonzo, you're not FBA. You're not FBA. Hey, Sig,
this is slower black people falling for it.
Lonzo, you're Haitian, baby. Go on mute because this definitely is going to trigger you. So, Sig, do you want to explain why FBA is fighting to narrow the scope of 14th Amendment and how you all got that far?
Well, yeah, it's a slap in the face to FBA ancestry. Like I said, the context of it, it was created to reverse the Dred Scott decision, which denied black slaves any rights or any citizenship. Like, this was the whole point of it. But I was going to say, Alexander, I would go as far as to say, because even if you came in and you took that oath and you became a naturalized citizen, you still have the First Amendment right to say fuck America, fuck whatever. Everything in that oath that's in Professor's PTR, that's all action, that's all calling
which is denouncing their former leadership. Then they set out the precedent to say, if you want to be like us, you can't be with them. You have to be with us. And so the continuation of allegiance for citizenship, right? It started in the beginning of the framework. That was my premise in pushing this. And then the continuation onto today has not changed, right? Allegiance is forthcoming today in the naturalization mode. Just like when the original immigrants, the founding fathers, declared their allegiance to the Americas when they created this nation state, that they were allowed to do through the Articles of Confederation with the Iroquois Confederacy founders, the Haudenosaunee, and they were given permission by the Indian and military support.
Okay, but what's that to do with being born in America?
That's the part that's the argument. A lot of people want the argument to be all you have to do is be born in America, and I'm showing a continuation of a criteria that still has to be met from the inception of this nation. From the beginning, before there even was a United States of America, there was an Articles of Confederation that established the body politic that was established with the American Indian, right? So there is not, listen clearly, that oath of allegiance was originally taken with the Haudenosaunee, the American Indians that allowed these folks to stay, who did not want to go back to Europe. They did not want to be subject to that king. They did not want to live that type of life for their children and their grandchildren, which is why the Declaration of Independence comes out. And you did all these things wrong. And when people look and all these things are fucked up towards their people, they no longer want to align with you. That is in the Declaration. They gave a list of reasons why they don't fuck with Europe, and they will never be back.
Okay,
no matter what the topic is, no matter what the topic is, right? No matter what the topic is, the American Indian Pretendian FBA conspiracy theorists will find any way to try to relate it back to the narrative of history that they identify with. What the fuck does being Pretendian, even if that shit's true, what the fuck does being indigenous have to do with the fucking topic? What the fuck does it have to do? Because I've been listening to this shit every fucking stage, Sukla. Every fucking stage, you start ranting about, but like every day, and then you go on these 45-minute rants about this Pretendian shit every day, no matter what the topic is. How can you tie in Pretendian online retard rhetoric, FBA, half-Adosian rhetoric to ICE? How does it make sense?
Alex is literally just, I mean, it is Indian too, so Alex is Indian.
Indian?
I'm not like FBA.
No, we just have it. I'm not none of that either, beloved. What did I tell you? I'm an American Indian. He's an American.
But what does that have to do with ICE? What does that have to do with the topic?
Yeah, what's that to do with being born in America? Like, you're talking about natural.
What does that have to do? What does that have to do with modern American foreign policy, which is people who are born in the United States are citizens? What does that have to do with that? What does that have to do with the current events that the room is about? What does being an American Indian have to do with that? Yeah, I know. It's part of the Constitution that's still modern American foreign policy. It's not yelling. You like to yell to the world about being indigenous every second, no matter what we're talking about. This shit's annoying.
Well, I'm not gonna speak as a foreigner. I'm not. So
it's not as a foreigner. How does being an indigenous? What does that have to do with the topic?
Listen, I don't care how long of a foreigner you are. The Indian is the only rightful heir to this land. And it is the Indian that makes us first American with no anything. And then they have the naturalization of the European founding fathers. So I give you a natural order of chronological allegiance and American citizenship. And it starts with the
Sukla, I'm gonna have to shatter your window a little bit. I've heard you speak. I don't even dislike you. I actually think you're entertaining, but sometimes it's just a little bit too much. To be honest with you, I don't know if anyone has ever told you this. You're black. You are a black. And if we took your DNA, spun it around in a petri
majority of your DNA would have came from booty scratcher land. I'm sorry to tell you this, man. You might have like maybe one or two, because African Americans do have an admixture of Native just because of the situation of being brought here and having some white DNA, having some Native DNA. But if anything, you're probably as Native American as Elizabeth Warren. So I'm sorry to tell you, you're black.
So,
Sorry.
MPC, let me ask you a question. Who do you think I should? I'm gonna just see how crazy you all are. Who do you think I should believe about who I am? My mom and dad, or you?
I think you should. I choose neither of those options. What you should do is you should take a mirror, look at it.
So
When you take the mirror and then look at it and then start to use critical thinking, then maybe you'll realize that you're black, that you're a black person,
So can I ask you a question?
African descendant, majority African.
How do people?
Most likely.
So quick question. How do humans come to be? What process is it that we create a human?
That's a really good question.
How do we create a black? Where do they come from?
So human beings come from all human beings of all ethnicities come from Africa.
No, I asked you, how are they created? See, this is where.
I mean, that's kind of a question for God or natural selection or the Big Bang. That's.
You don't know how humans are created. See, this is why.
But no one knows how life is created, because to know how humans are created is to know how life is created.
I created 4 humans. I can tell you how I did it. I can tell you how I did it. I opened my legs and a penis went out. My husband's.
Oh, you mean how babies are born?
Back and forth. No, they're not born that way. They're created that way. They're born after the fact, many months later. But the creation happens in sex. Yeah, 2 people get together and they start doing the horizontal hokey pokey. And sometimes, guess what? Boom! Some shit comes together and we create a baby. Right? I did that 4 times with live births. I did it a couple more times. It didn't make it. Rest in peace, those babies. But yeah. So the idea that 2 people who came together and started hunching, they was in there getting it. My mom and daddy was getting it in St. Thomas. They was like, yeah, Valentine's Day, baby. We gonna make us a baby. Ooh-wee. And when they came back to the States, about 5-6 weeks later, my mama found out that I was in her belly. So now I'm gonna ask you again. Who do you think I should believe about who I am? The 2 people who created me? Or some random stranger on the internet who don't like me?
First of all, I don't dislike you. I just think that you're ridiculous. Second of all, just because my parents tell me that the earth is flat, it doesn't mean that they're flat. A lot of family members of Black Americans tell their Black American children that they got some Cherokee or some Blackfoot or some Chickasaw Indian in them, right? And that can mean a lot of things. You can very well have Native American ancestry, but how come the minority of your genetic profile is what you decide to overrepresent for yourself? And by the way, who cares? Identify as a Native American. But I don't know how we're talking about your parents having sex and the birds and the bees, and I don't understand how, even if you are Pocahontas, I don't understand how that's relevant to the topic. How's being Pocahontas relevant to the topic?
Well, one, you're being quite disrespectful. I'm not Pocahontas. You mentioned plenty of tribes. That's not mine. And, well, relative to the topic is, who's a citizen? My tribe became the first non-European citizens in the United States in 1830. And so when I'm talking about this natural progression, and we're talking about the oath of allegiance and what it means to be subject to the jurisdiction thereof, I played a 5-minute video of Mr. Cooper explaining the 39th Congress's argument and why it was very specific with being subject to the jurisdiction thereof. I know you missed that NPC, so hey, it is what it is. I also spoke specifically of the founding fathers and the fact that people had put a lie out on them saying they stole land that they never stole. I also put on the table that the founding fathers didn't just create some shit out of their willy-nilly, that they sat with the Iroquois Confederacy, the Haudenosaunee, and they created the Articles of Confederation, and they created from there the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, etc. There is none of that without the Articles of Confederation, which gave them the permission to even do so by the Indians. So the fact that everybody wants to remove the original landowner who gives all of you permission to even be here is interesting. It's also interesting some random people, but rather to the Americans who were allowing them to stay. The Americans who were the army that defeated the British Army in the Revolution with the European settlers. There was no way those settlers could have won that war without the Indians, right? So we have a lot of conversation about these things, but somehow you think everybody was the Avengers and Hercules and shit, and it ain't worked that way. There's always been agreements on this land, and those who were from this land and did not want to participate, they went to the reservation. No, they were not happy that that was the options, because they would rather all the Indians say no, right? But they were not in leadership. And so those in leadership was like, cool, I guess you can stay. It is not the demented ass white man bad story y'all love to say. It was not that fucked up. There were parts.
Wait, it actually kind of was that fucked up though. I mean, they didn't just almost make American Buffalo extinct for no fucking reason.
Why argue with her about that history? Why even argue that? That's not what the topic. Why are we talking about tension? Why fight you? Why?
You're right.
So it is actually that very, very caveat, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, right? As I stated, in 1830, my tribe was subject to the jurisdiction thereof, when other tribes were not. There were no other Indians that were Americans. So when we listen to Mr. Cooper describe how the assimilated Indian was the one with the protection, he's talking not about the Cherokee. He's not talking about the Nottoway. He's not. This is the one in my PTR right here. He's talking about the specific Choctaw Nation of those who.
Wait, you're incorrect though. You're incorrect. You said.
Can we talk about the topic, please?
Yeah, but hold on. But you said.
What do you mean, hold on? It's never gonna happen. She does this all the time. The RGB. It's never gonna happen.
Y'all see how Ice killed the crap out of
That's what I'm saying. They come in trying to be so entitled, thinking they can bring a gun and all that stuff. I'm glad ICE doing what they need to do.
They're killing white people on TV.
Start doing it to you.
Killing white people on TV. I know that's right. I'm celebrating it.
Good. Listen, I feel good as an American. This is what we fought for. Listen, they
Good.
killed white
That's it, Pedro.
man. They killed the blue-eyed, white-blooded man with gun license. And he served this country. They killed him. And they never told me this was gonna happen. In all my motherfucking 36 years of living on this bitch,
They standing on business and they getting illegals out of here.
they standing on business, bro.
Well,
If Trump would have campaigned on killing white people, he would have got a lot more black votes.
Good thing he don't got a campaign no more. Good thing he don't got a campaign no more.
here's the thing. I don't think it's about killing white people. I think it's more about equal treatment under the law. I posted on my Facebook, I said that welcome to being black in America. I just want to know if everybody watched the treatment of the Negro since 1970, and that this is civil rights when they were able to come in, and they came here anyway. Then they like police brutality, and they think it's better than where they came from. It's very simple to me.
That's it.
Why are people putting their bodies out there like that? I just want to know why would you risk your life for somebody who thought police brutality was better than their home country?
Because even still, we got to talk about the white people. Remember, I keep telling this, yo, get some money, get your land, know your family, know where you come from. Because all this shit is almost over with people thinking this shit is white and black. White and black people in America are cousins. These things is the same. So now,
Yes, sir.
jewelry
Is it even possible? We looked into a bunch of different scenarios. It's very possible he could be the VP. There's nothing that says that the president, there's no law that says the president can't then run as a VP. There's no law.
It's the 12th Amendment. Yeah, it's the 12th Amendment. Y'all should read it. Anybody who is ineligible to be president is ineligible to be vice president. All right, so if y'all want to go that route of Speaker of the House and then president and vice president, resign, maybe. But no, he cannot be anybody's VP on the ticket because he is ineligible to be president. So he's ineligible to run as vice president.
He has plans on trying to be in office.
Read homework.
But like I said, he'll do everything he said he was going to do in the next couple years. So I don't think he's going to even need to do that. Only thing he needs to do is pass the torch to the right person. Now, I do think that the pendulum's going to swing left. So I'm more interested in knowing who the candidates are going to be for that side.
They ain't even grooming nobody. The electors shall meet in their respective vote by ballot for the running vice president at least. Wait, hold on. One of whom at least shall not be an inhabitant of the same state with themselves. They shall name in their ballots the person voted for president and distinct ballots on the person voted for a vice president. And they shall make distinct with all persons voted for vice president. And of the number of votes for each which lists this, they shall sign and certify and transmit sealed to the seat of the government of the United States, directed to the president of the Senate. The president of the Senate shall, in the presence of the Senate and House of Representatives, open all certificates, and the votes shall then be counted. The person having the greatest number of votes for president shall be the president. If such number be a majority of the whole number of electors appointed, and if no person has such majority, then from the persons having the highest number not exceeding 3 on the list of those voted for as president, and the House of Representatives shall choose immediately by ballot the president. But in choosing the president, the vote shall be taken by states, the representation from each state having 1 vote. A quorum for those purposes shall consist of a member or members from 2/3 of the states, and a majority of all states shall be necessary to choose. And if the House of Representatives shall not choose a president whenever the right of choice shall devolve upon them, birthday of March is following, then the vice president shall act as president, as in the case of the death or other constitutional disability of the president. The person having the greatest number of votes as vice president shall be the vice president, if such number a majority of the whole number of electors appointed. And if no one have been the majority, then from the 2 highest numbers on the list, the Senate shall choose the vice president. A quorum for the purpose shall consist of 2/3 of the whole number of senators, and a majority of the whole number shall be necessary to a choice. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president shall be eligible of that a vice president of the United States. So where in the Constitution is it ineligible? For Trump?
Okay, for Twitter, so she got the receipts. She got the receipts. It's a mic drop.
Did you hear the last sentence that he just read? Are y'all listening? Or are y'all just...
Did you hear that last sentence by Professor?
It says no one who is constitutionally ineligible. Trump never ran a consecutive 2 terms.
That's what I thought he was going to go with.
It says nothing about consecutive. Y'all are just making shit up.
I'm not. I literally read it verbatim. And so if you can go and show me.
What does consecutive terms have to do with anything?
Because that's the way it's written. And see, that was the thing that fucked me and Pedro up. Because we thought it was saying no president has shall written 2 terms, right? It does not say that.
But no person constitutionally ineligible.
Right.
Why are they speaking over me? Why are they speaking over me? But no person constitutionally...
I was explaining what I saw in the Constitution.
I'm looking at it too. But no person constitutionally ineligible to the office of president. He is constitutionally ineligible for the presidency.
Meshi, you know I fuck with you, but you gotta listen to Sukla on this one. She knows more than every single Supreme Court justice. She knows more than 400 or 300 years of constitutional law in the application. For some reason, through Sukla's lens,
he can make an argument that presidents can have more than 2 terms, even though it's never happened by any political party since that's been ruled. It's just been something that all the white people have been overlooking because they don't love money and power. They don't want to be there for long. So Sukla found a loophole for the first time that every single other person has overlooked. Meshi got
Roosevelt served 3 terms. Roosevelt did serve 3 terms. I want to talk about
Sukla, I think, okay, so again, he can't, this is my understanding. I heard that he's going to try to do the loophole where, like, you can't run 2 terms, but let's say consecutive, because technically he hasn't run 2 consecutive terms. So the first loophole was that he's going to be like, well, my first term was.
There's no consecutive loophole. Y'all are making shit up.
I'm not making shit up. I'm saying that's what I heard the first loophole is going to be, but he's not going to be able to do that. Then I heard the vice president one. But again, guys, I'm telling you, if you can't be eligible for president, you can't be a vice president because you're basically running for president because the vice president doesn't really have a role if you really think about it. So I heard the last resort was the whole Speaker of the House thing. Because again, he doesn't even have to be a congressman. He doesn't have to be a senator. He doesn't have to be anything. Anyone can be speaker. Me and you could be Speaker of the House. Anyone can run for Speaker of the House. So they can make him Speaker of the House, and then he's third in line, and he technically didn't run for any office. That's the only really real way he can do it. Guys, he's not going to do it. It's a waste of time.
Wait, wait, give me a second. How old is Trump going to be after this? Because I feel like sometimes the reason why we do this shit is because as human beings, we have a natural, appetite for theater. And we like to make crises where there are none. Trump is almost not alive. Like, he's, no matter how much he wants to be in there, he's still a human being.
Okay, could you be respectful?
So, like,
could you please be respectful of our president and stop talking about that?
Can you shut the fuck up? What the fuck is going on here? What, like,
you don't know when someone's gonna leave.
He's an old person.
He'll be 83.
That don't mean nothing.
He's not gonna live forever. That's not disrespectful. I voted for him in 2016. Like, he's not gonna live forever. And even if he did want to run for a 3rd term, it would be literally impossible because he's gonna end up like Joe Biden, and he's not gonna do that.
Yeah.
So, like, we can talk about something else that's in reality.
Heaven forbid.
I don't think he's going to be VP because even if he becomes VP, if something happened to the president, he would be the president for a 3rd term, which goes against that's a violation of our law. So when I was just researching just now, I don't think he can be. It's unclear, but I don't think he can because the next step up from that, if something happens to the president, he will become president.
I don't think he has ambitions of doing it a 3rd term. As many people as would like to see him in that office a 3rd term because he's done, a really good job in many ways. And in other ways, he could have done better. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's his ambition. I'm thinking the pendulum's going to swing left. And as someone said earlier, who are the real contenders for that? That's what I'm interested in.
Well, the real contenders are Marco Rubio, Vance. Even I think here's my prediction, right? I think Newsom is going to run. AOC is going to be the VP pick, and JD Vance is going to pick Marco Rubio as the VP, and they're going to, that's a powerful team right there. But I don't think that the Democrats are going to win. To be honest with you, in my opinion.
You don't think so? After everything that's gone on, you don't think they're going to rally behind?
Well, the thing about it is about the economy. So you have to it's going to be hard right now with jobs and things like that. But if it's true, how much money is being invested? What I'm seeing, it takes about 1 or 2 years to build these factories. And if these jobs do come back, I was just talking to somebody after this past weekend here in Atlanta, and she was like, she worked for Kia plant here. And I was like, well, what's the maximum start, pay for just like an entry worker? She was like $32 an hour. They get a pay raise like $1.50 every 6 months automatic. The top out, and that's just entry level. So if these jobs do come back, and if the economy is doing great, gas prices continue to go down underneath $2 a gallon, and that's what's going to reflect to your gas prices, and wages do increase, right? Yeah, I think that getting somebody like Newsom, he represents the problem that Biden and Kamala created in California.
it's no way in hell that he's gonna win. That's just my opinion about it.
Sister, why do you think that, given the fact that they've been purging voter rolls, and one of their targets in the current operation is to get a list of every voter in their political party, so that they can further marginalize people, what makes you think that it's not, hey, maybe fascism is here and the system has been undermined, and our elections could, really, like Trump said, you only have to vote this one more time. You won't have to do it anymore. So why are you so confident that this swing is going to occur? And if it does occur, are you comfortable with the amount of power that the president has now to send goons on people and violate civil liberties and all of these things, and just make up laws and shit and invade countries and all of this nonsense, without Congress? Are you gonna be comfortable with that when if there's this shift to the left? I will say this. I think a lot of Republicans have been turned off by Trump, and I think a lot of Americans are fearful of things going too far right, whether it's women being concerned about the policing of their bodies, whether it's LGB, whether it's Muslims, so it's a lot of different people. Hispanics that voted Republican, like think about the Cubans, for instance, that are now disgruntled because they're now being deported at record numbers, and they thought that being Republican was going to kind of be a safety net for them. I think there's too many groups that are upset, and so that's part of why I think it's going to swing to the left. But now, in terms of the powers and all that, no, I'm not comfortable with that. That does make me very uncomfortable, and yeah, it's going to make for a very interesting future for our country if it's not checked.
And listen, it's a lot that is not checked, right? We go far unchecked oftentimes. Can I share something funny with y'all to kind of break up the monotony for 30 seconds? The police in Louisville, Kentucky, went and took to Twitter last night because they were very upset with people's poor behavior on the roads with these dangerous ass conditions. These were a series of tweets they put out last night. If you crash tonight doing donuts in a parking lot, that's between you and Jesus. We tie. To the driver on the Watterson that's driving like they have star power from Mario Kart, we're starting a tow truck your way, sir. We know what's coming. PSA, if you say, quote, my tires are fine, end quote, one more time with your bold rubber smoother than a newborn baby tires, we're issuing citations for crimes of overconfidence. Just stay the fuck home.
This 14th Amendment thing in the chat, I was just debating, right? I think it's going to be the most impactful, most important thing that's happening in the Supreme Court right now. It's coming up soon, but it's going to be very interesting. A lot of people feel it's going to be heard.
Yeah, hopefully it's your feelings, because the Supreme Court has already said quite a bit on this topic.
They haven't ruled on it. They
ruled on it in 1898. What are you talking about?
No, it's coming up this year.
No, I know, but they're looking at it.
They're strictly enforced, and then I understand at that point that we was turning people away, but we didn't have millions into the internal country that was here illegally. We have we have millions of people here illegally in the country, out of the country trying to get in, but out, inside of the country. You see, and at that time,
we're talking about birthright citizenship. We're not talking about the people that are already here. If they're here illegally, they can be deported. Fine. Stop moving the goalposts. We're talking about birthright citizenship, bros.
No country has birthrights. You can't be an American and move to China because two Americans can't move to China and have a baby and then say their baby is Chinese. The Chinese government is not going to allow you to fucking say your child's Chinese. You're American. That's not
countries that have birthright citizenship. You're wrong.
I still don't see the relevance because I feel like we're like arguing about the color of the sky. Because at the end of the day, like that, I don't think. First of all, if they overturn like birthright citizenship, the United States isn't going to have people to tax in the future. Like everything, like they need people to tax. So like, yeah, that's not going away. That's not going away. Maybe they're going to find a statute. Maybe they're going to find a statute. Maybe they're going to find a way to make it so that having an anchor baby is harder. But like, what are we talking about?
It's time to get a tax and not tax. Larry, even our neighbors to the north have birthright citizenship. Canada, that's all. That's just one. You want another one, Larry?
Go ahead.
Maybe it's that or European immigrants. I don't think that. I think that again, a lot of these operations are targeted towards people of color from Latin America and from Africa and Asia, right? I think that just as he imported people from South Africa, maybe his plan is to get more Russians and Eastern Europeans like himself into the country.
Russians?
Romania.
Why would he import Russians when he's building a Golden Dome in Greenland for Russia missile? This type of hocus pocus is crazy. And like, what the?
So why do we keep doing this race shit when now we're seeing that it's not about race, it's about money.
Okay, gotcha. This is that brain cat, right? You say that.
Did the white South Africans have money? I don't know about.
Yeah, wait, hold on. Why are we saying people of color when even in some of these South American countries, this is what the laughable part. They don't fuck with the darker.
They're fucking white.
Yeah, they don't fuck with the darker. So listen, so let's just come over the country. So in El Salvador, hold on. So in El Salvador, the darker people of that country are treated shit like poor. They're treated very poorly. But then they get over here and they want us to treat the white ones great. And then they get to fly under the banner as people of color until they feel like they want to be white. Hey, yo, I don't give a fuck about any of those people groups. I see care less. America first. If you don't have ties to America, fuck you. Like, can we put us first?
That's who we're gonna be importing, white South Africans.
No,
Pedro, hold on.
Like he actually did.
She don't know the history of Latin America. She don't even know how black people
How do
were
you know
treated
what I
back
know?
then.
I know that there's a German,
Talking about South Africa, but you know what happened to Argentina. You know what happened to all these other countries. They had slaves in Latin America as well. Brazil. So when Biden was bringing in by plane literally hundreds of thousands of these people, and they have a history of oppressing black people to this day, and you say nothing, you say, okay, I agree, but you flip out about a few thousand, let me talk about 1,000 or 4,000 South Afrikaners, but you don't say nothing about 500,000 to millions of these people. Man, you have, I mean,
y'all hate immigrants, right?
we have these issues.
Afrikaners actually, where do you think they came from?
Let's not even talk about that.
No, that matters. That matters.
No, I don't know if it matters.
This is that allegiance thing again. Why?
Allegiance.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
why. So again, where did the Afrikaners come from? Where is their is that to? And who sent them over there? The U.S. So we have a long-standing relationship with the Afrikaners to begin with. Yeah.
something years. Like this is not anything special. And you know why? And you know why? Wait, Nate. I'm so sorry. And do you know why you see these people working these jobs? Because we're talking about towns throughout this country, right? That don't really have a lot of business. I know a business like I live in New York, so we have tons of jobs, tons of business, right? And I know high paying jobs when I see it because I work in it, right? So when I go across the country and I don't even see things but like restaurants, every truck stop, miles for miles, just not but restaurants on the whole town and hotels, right? That only leads me to one thing. These are the jobs that these people have, working in stores, working in fast food restaurants, working in hotels, and that's really about it. That's all you got. You might see one downtown area, and you'll see people there, but that is just a sliver of an entire town. Any city place. I'm talking about everywhere.
Let's stop talking allegory. Name the city and place.
Well, historically,
City outside of major cities. How about
historically, those small towns, they had their jobs shipped overseas to China. I'm not saying that's what Trump or Biden problem, but he's trying to address it now. So
I'm talking about 30. I'm talking about 30 years, brother. 30 years.
That's when it happened. So you really on point exactly when these things happen. So yeah, because these small towns collapsed not because of the restaurant. When the jobs went away to China, these people had to take these little jobs. That's why it's important to bring these jobs back because that's how important these manufacturers are to small towns. It will actually uplift these towns. It maintains these small towns. As I stated before, when you have a party fighting tooth and nail to keep a class of people here, 15 million strong, of illegals here, only thing that you're doing is benefit the top corporations in America, and decreasing and suppressing your wages. You see, old Democrats back in the day used to fight against it and say, "Hey, wait a second, you need to stop shipping jobs to China because these you see now they switch because they got bought in by the same corporations."
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? So
that right here. That's why.
Hold on. So back to the conversation.
That's why Trump laid off enforcement and Florida.
Man, don't move the conversation, man.
Migrant workers.
Hold on, man.
That's why he laid off on them.
Let's not move the conversation. Let's attack the problem. Like, let's not move the conversation. He wanted to hear, right? So now, when the other jobs leave, right, the factories, right, and I don't know this is why I like to ask people, city and place. I hate when people talk in allegory because most of the time they're just talking bullshit. Remember that, y'all. Pedro told y'all that. When people start talking about any place out of a big city, they're bullshit. Hold on. Listen. Right outside of Orlando, there's a small county called Polk County. Polk County produces most of the oranges that American drinks. It's called Florida Natural, right? They even have Tropicana, right? A lot of these small counties, like Zephyr Hills, the people that make the spring water bottle, they're just in a small town, right? But what happens is a lot of these people are employing illegals now and giving illegals better shots at jobs that they don't have to pay at least minimum wage to regular working Americans. This is why I said even teenage jobs. Because yes, a regular adult doesn't want to work for $15 or $10 an hour, right? But a kid would. That's the perfect job for a kid that is going to school that only work 4 or 5 hours, depending on your state's law, right? These are perfect entry level jobs for kids to get into the workforce.
What are you gonna wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning to pick fucking vegetables?
Hold on. So listen. We can hear the tellers. Hey, listen, tellers. We can hear that most of you guys are tellers. This guy just asked me what kid is gonna wake up in the morning. Hey, I was a little black boy that had to get up. I cut yards with my stepfather, and I worked at CC's Pizza, all while being on the football team. So I don't know what America you guys are talking about. This is the reason why we can tell that most of you guys aren't American, right?
You mind if I? Hold on, y'all mind if? Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, bro.
Can people talk with you? No, that's not okay.
No, go ahead. Jump in.
Shit. Most teenagers these days do not want to do those jobs, and I don't know why y'all be acting like y'all don't know that. They don't want to do those types of jobs. They don't want to go work in vineyards. They don't want to. They don't want to go do those jobs, bro. That's number one. Number two, us working with our dads or us working at Wendy's or McDonald's or whatever when we was 14, 15 years old is much different
than being outside in the hot Florida sun picking damn oranges all day. It's different, right? They don't want to, for the most part, they don't want to do those jobs. For the most part, these spoiled ass kids don't want to work at all if it's highly laborious. So that's just what it is.
Okay, cool. So you won't have to pick oranges anymore. Hold on, wait. So this is my state. I don't know why y'all even want to. See, y'all going in Pedro's backyard, and I'm gonna be able to tell you how to.
Wait, what's your backyard?
Florida.
South Carolina? Oh,
Florida. Hell no, I'm in Florida, brother. So Florida, you don't pick oranges no more. You don't pick orange. Don't pick orange snow. You have machines that do this work now. The people, they would just know how to know how to operate the machinery, which would be a higher pay rate. But if I have a group of immigrants that are willing to do this job for $5 or $8 an hour, I'd want, right? Instead of being able to pay this white guy, or this black kid, or this black guy, or this black woman to do it at market price, I'm able to undergird the goddamn poverty. I'm cutting the poverty in half in my own fucking my own city, right? So everybody.
Republicans trying to get rid of minimum wage, Pedro.
That's bull. That's more bullshit coming from the left side.
All right.
Why people in business? Y'all don't understand how business works.
Yeah, but Pedro, I think you don't understand what they are.
They keep moving the goalposts.
No, they all trying to get rid of minimum wage, and they still have in these states these right to work laws. Instead of having unionized work forces, which is much better. And at the same time, you do got to realize that yes, in Florida, I remember when I used to go there when I was a teenager too. And, most of the South, like a lot of these people was like, oh yeah, where do you work? Yeah, I work at the box making factory or what? Box making factory, bro. I was the newspaper, and I'm talking about when I was like 16, and I'm down there, and we got grown adults at the box making plant. Well, you know what I was doing? I was working in a promotional company at the age of 16.
Yo, wait. So we're talking about
I was getting paid more than they were at the age of 16. And
Pedro, real quick.
These are more city people trying to call the kettle black.
Pedro, real quick. The reason why I brought up the minimum wage situation, which is a real situation, like that has always been their platform, is to remove minimum wage, is this assertion that people, American citizens that get into these jobs they're gonna have to pay them minimum wage. If things go their way, there will be no minimum wage. And because who are their main constituents? Their main constituents are these same corporations. I'm talking about the Republicans.
Yeah, but y'all keep talking about there's a group of people that are
When we talk about the federal minimum wage, last time I checked, and this is the problem why I'm independent, right? All these Democrat presidents ran on what she talked about, raising what? The federal minimum wage. Ma'am, can you tell us what the federal minimum wage is right now? So it's been multiple Democrat politicians. We got all three branches of the government multiple times. Yeah, somebody put it in the chat. So that's what Patrick, you made your point. Now the federal minimum wage is somebody put it in the chat. Maybe I did because I was trying to talk for a while. So here's the thing, right? When you don't hold your own people that you voted for accountable, but you only hold your opposition.
So that